They're also holding posters which says "Hang till death." It has picture of Nupur Sharma and the other BJP media cell person with a cross on it.
Right, Akanksha, I know that you're standing outside the gate, but would it be possible for you to speak to those members? Because the police has initiated an action, a case has been registered, so why not let law take its own course?
Absolutely, I'll just go across and speak to few of them. Sir, कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे क्या कुछ डिमांड है आपकी? As you heard, they clearly don't want to speak to media. They just gave a bite to media and that was it, in which they said हमारी जान जा सकती है पर रिलीजन पे कुछ बात नहीं उठनी चाहिए. हमें अपनी जान भी अजीज नहीं है. They also burned effigy of Nupur Sharma just now, holding a poster of her saying that she be hanged till death and should be arrested as soon as possible.
Right, so slogans raised, death penalty is the demand for Nupur Sharma. That protest inside Jamia Millia Islamia was organized by the Campus Front of India. You also heard one of their spokesperson talking to the media, giving a very standard general reaction on their demands, not taking any questions at this point of time. These are visuals from multiple cities across the India where these protests have taken place. As far as the Jama Masjid protest is concerned, the Shahi Imam has distanced himself and the Masjid committee from the protest, saying no call was given from the Masjid side, the committee side, for people to gather and to chant those slogans or to demand arrest of Nupur Sharma. And these are visuals of Jamia Millia Islamia, where an effigy of Nupur Sharma was burnt by members of the Campus Front of India. Akanksha continues to be with us. Akanksha, you're getting us these visuals now, the remnants of, in fact, the effigy that was burnt of Nupur Sharma.
Well, absolutely. Now the protest seems to be over, but I will request my camera person to just zoom in and the remnants of the effigy of Nupur Sharma, which was burned by the member of Campus Front of India, which is the student wing of Popular Front of India, just few minutes ago. And also you can see there is a poster of Nupur Sharma with a cross on it and a hashtag "Hang till death." So definitely members of Campus Front of India have demanded that she be hanged to death for her alleged comments on Prophet Muhammad. And also they raise slogans of Allahu Akbar, saying that Nupur Sharma ko फांसी दो, हमें अपनी जान भी अजीज नहीं है, जान जा सकती है पर रिलीजन पे कोई कमेंट नहीं उठना चाहिए. Now this also comes at a time when other protests are also going on in the NAC.
All right, Akanksha, hold on, stay on with us. We're now getting reports of protests in Kolkata as well. These are pan-India Friday protests taking place right after the Jummah prayers, the Jummah namaz. People of the Muslim community gathering and demanding arrest of Nupur Sharma. These are visuals of Kolkata. I believe effigies have been burnt here as well. You can see smoke billowing out of that particular spot on the highway. We'll try and connect with our reporters to get you details on who really organized these protests. We can see people holding some flags, waving them, demanding arrest of Nupur Sharma. Pan-India Friday protests, pan-India demanding arrest of Nupur Sharma. BJP has taken action against Nupur Sharma. A case has been registered, but individuals protesting say this is not enough and they will continue to protest till Nupur Sharma is arrested. Let's try and listen to what is happening there. What we can also see is a massive blockade there on the road. This protest has led to a massive traffic jam. Protest taking place right in the middle of the road. Visuals coming in from Howrah in Kolkata against statements that were made by Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal on Prophet Muhammad. That row is intensifying. The protests don't seem to be dying down. In fact, several provocative statements have been made by irresponsible religious leaders. Cases are being registered, but individuals of the minority community believe that they will get justice when Nupur Sharma is arrested. And these are visuals now from Kolkata on your screens. We're getting you several such visuals from across cities in the country. Campus Front of India organized a protest in the Jamia Millia Islamia University. Shahi Imam of the Jama Masjid has distanced himself and the Masjid committee from the protest that took place outside Jama Masjid in the national capital. We have BJP Bengal Chief Sukanto Majumdar joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Majumdar, these are visuals coming in from Howrah and Kolkata. People chanting slogans demanding arrest of Nupur Sharma. In fact, reactions coming in from several cities in India where these protests are ongoing. Mr. Majumdar, can you hear me? Okay, I believe Mr. Majumdar is not able to hear us, but we'll connect with him again. Is the Bengal BJP Chief Sukanta Majumdar there? Okay, let's go across to Tamal now. Tamal, visuals coming in of a massive protest and a blockade as well due to the protest in Howrah and Kolkata.
Well, yes, in Howrah district on National Highway 6, today is the second consecutive day of protest. Yesterday, the people had expressed agitation, demonstration on the National Highway, blocking one particular flank of the National Highway for good 9 to 10 hours, leading to massive traffic snares and especially traffic from Kolkata towards Kolkata side. Today, on the other flank near Uruduria, protesters had assembled and they have blocked the road, demanding apology from Nupur Sharma and also demanding action against Nupur Sharma. Yesterday too, the demonstration had demanded action against Nupur Sharma. We had seen the state administration the chief minister literally folded hands, appealing to the protesters not to create such ruckus or something that leads to inconvenience for the common people. But eventually last evening we saw that police had to resort to tear gas, shell firing, lathi charge to disperse the crowd. But today, so far...
Sorry to interrupt you there, Sukanta Majumdar, the BJP state president of West Bengal, now with us on this broadcast. So we're seeing these kind of protests spill out on the streets of several parts of this country.
See, in Bengal, it is quite different from the other parts of the party. In most of the parts of the country, the police has taken some kind of action. The problem is in West Bengal is that the Mamata Banerjee's administration totally surrendered before these goons. And these religious goons, they obstructed the national highway from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. And lots of people, even the patients, those who are traveling in ambulance, and they suffered a lot due to this obstruction. But police always remain mum. They even not prepared, that they are not prepared to remove those obstacles. And all the people, those who are actually traveling the national highway, they suffered a lot in the West Bengal.
So, Mr. Majumdar, are you saying that there is tacit support of the ruling TMC to these protesters who've hit out the streets there in Kolkata?
Obviously, this is a planned program, and the TMC, as they in the last assembly election, TMC mostly got the votes from the minority community. For their appeasement, they are allowing them to do this kind of mess.
Well, Mr. Majumdar, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. The BJP there alleging that these protests that have broken out, that have turned violent in Kolkata, in Howrah, have tacit support of the ruling TMC. Policemen have turned mute spectators, is what the BJP is now alleging. The protests are only spreading. The latest one coming in from Belagavi in Karnataka, where Nupur Sharma's effigy was hanged on the road. We have seen protesters from across the country call for her arrest, some calling for her beheading as well. Those provocations have been coming to the fore from different parts of the country. These protests breaking out on the first Friday since the blasphemy controversy and the controversial comments that BJP's now suspended spokesperson Nupur Sharma had made. We're seeing this fire that has now spread to multiple parts of the country. These visuals on your screens are from West Bengal in Howrah. Similar scenes were witnessed in Srinagar. There were protests coming to the fore here in the national capital, in Moradabad, in Uttar Pradesh, in Belagavi is also what we are now being told. That's the latest, where protests have taken a violent turn. There is NCP's Majid Memon with us on the broadcast. So thank you so much for speaking with us. We're seeing these kind of protests spill out across the country. Many are now coming out and saying that this is not planned, but this is organic. Do you believe that?
Well, violence would never be acceptable to any sensible Indian citizen, whether they be belonging to Muslim community or otherwise. We all believe that there has to be peaceful agitation if anybody's rights are violated. And of course, Nupur Sharma has unfortunately brought a lot of embarrassment country even from outside world. And we have seen that how we had to be apologetic, how we had to tell the Muslim world that we are taking action against the offenders who are doing this kind of a mischief. And therefore, the sentiments are definitely hurt. And Muslim community would be justified in continuing the protest, but the protest need not be violent.
Right, sorry to interrupt you there. Shahi Imam of the Jama Masjid is also with us on this broadcast. शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए. Protests हो रहे हैं दिल्ली में जामा मस्जिद के बाहर. हमारे रिपोर्टर्स को बताया जा रहा है कि ऐसा कोई कॉल ना मस्जिद से आया था ना किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का है. ये बस लोगों की भावना है जो वो रास्ते पे आए हैं.
देखिए, कल रात को कुछ लोग चाहते थे कि दिल्ली में मार्केट्स वगैरह बंद हों. फिर उन लोगों से बातचीत हुई. मैंने उनको समझाया था कि मुनासिब नहीं है कि आप इन हालात में मार्केट्स वगैरह बंद करें, क्योंकि कानपुर हमारे सामने है. लिहाजा उन लोगों ने अपना प्रोग्राम कैंसिल कर दिया था. लेकिन आज अचानक नमाज के बाद जामे मस्जिद के चौक पर नारे वगैरह शुरू हुए. कौन लोग थे, कहाँ से आए थे, उनका मकसद क्या था, ये नहीं मालूम. लेकिन जामे मस्जिद की तरफ से कोई कॉल नहीं थी.
जी बुखारी जी, हमने काफी सारे इंस्टेंसेस देखे हैं, या वो जम्मू में हो या वो मुरादाबाद में हो. I believe we've lost that line with the Shahi Imam of the Jama Masjid, but Majid Memon, I believe, continues to be with us. And if you heard Mr. Bukhari there, Mr. Memon, he says that it wasn't a call given from the mosque, but these people just spontaneously turned up on the streets. But there are some controversial comments that are coming out of these protest rallies. There's calls for beheading that is coming out, provocations coming in from certain clerics as well. Do you think from within the community as well there needs to come some sort of condemnation to put an end to this?
Of individual people who collect together on the occasion of Friday prayers. So there were a huge number of Muslims together. Now they may have, without any dictate from the mosque authorities or from any other Muslim organization, as we have been told, it was done by them. They have done it, but in any case, whether it is done by people themselves or through some organization, all that we need is that we need not create a scene of lawlessness or any kind of violence. Naturally, the anguish continues so long as serious actions are not taken against. Why has such person not been behind bars? Why she has not been arrested as yet? Although what mischief she committed has shaken India's credibility in the outside world as well. Because in Kuwait we learned that Indian products were boycotted. Wow, how serious economic impact it would have. Therefore, we must appreciate the gravity of the situation, and such a small person who commits this mischief cannot be taken to in custody.
Absolutely. There is no condoning of the comments that Nupur Sharma has made. Action is being taken. The party has suspended her. There are FIRs filed against her in multiple states, including in Maharashtra, in which you are at power in. So law will take its due course. I'm sure you believe that, considering there is action being taken in your state as well against her. But at the same time, can we allow a free run for such kind of provocation, such kind of comments, stone pelting protests out on the streets of the country?
No, certainly not. You see, it is not that those who are offended are, at liberty to create violence and scene and again make a law and order problem. Certainly not. You see, these people must be pacified. These people must be told, and these people must be convinced that yes, law is taking its course. Merely registration of 100 FIR is not going to satisfy them. Put them behind bars immediately. Because what they have done is a grave, provocation to the entire 200 million Indian Muslims. And apart from that, it has brought this kind of a ridicule from outside India. Now, is this not a grave offense? Why should such person be not immediately arrested.
Right. Right, Mr. Majid Naman, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. The call for action against Nupur Sharma is growing from within the opposition ranks, but unfortunately there aren't too many opposition leaders who've come out and strongly condemned these kind of provocations coming in from clerics, from activists, from within the opposition ranks as well, which are trying to stoke the fire, which are trying to fan the fire that was lit by the BJP leader with her controversial comments. These protests on your screens are testimony to the fact that the action that has been taken by the BJP against Nupur Sharma is not enough. But even as lakhs of people are now pouring out on the streets across the country, be it in New Delhi, in Moradabad or Lucknow, or even in Srinagar, we need to put an end to this kind of protest where stones are pelted, where public property is vandalized. We saw the kind of violence that took place in Kanpur last week. And it is for the opposition to come out and condemn these instances and these provocations as well in the same strongest words that they have condemned Nupur Sharma with. Just a short while ago, we spoke with the Shahi Imam of the Jama Masjid here in the national capital as well, where he went on to say that we do not agree with such kind of protests. The mosque had made it clear that these protests should not happen. But after the Friday prayers, we saw people organically come out on the streets and protest. Are all of these protests planned or are they spontaneous? That is something that the country wants to know today. That is something that the local administrations in all of these states will also have to come out and answer and perhaps investigate. Amir is with me for more on this. Amir, what's the situation like there in Lucknow? After Kanpur especially, the state administration there not wanting to take any chances. I'm sure security is up, vigil is up, but unfortunately we are seeing the anger spill out on the streets.
Well, Amita, I am in the Yatim Khana area of Kanpur, just about 100 meters away from the spot where violence took place last Friday after Juma Namaz. Well, you would see a large deployment of police forces here behind me because this is the area which is considered most sensitive in the old Kanpur city. Which was why the police and administration was quite conscious that they will have to deploy policemen in large numbers. Rapid Action Force as well as 12 companies of PAC had been called in much before Friday. Since the incident, the violent incident happened just last Friday, this time around the district administration had been preparing for the Juma Namaz over the last 2-3 days, and multiple flag marches and security drills have taken place here throughout this period. Even today we are privy to a number of such marches which have taken place with very, very senior officials here, including the district magistrate, the commissioner, the DCPs here. In fact, this is the Yatim Khana where Namaz is held around 1:30 p.m. It has passed off peacefully. Most of the mosques here, in most of the mosques here, Namaz takes place between 1 and 2:30 p.m. So, of course, that gives a bit of a relief to the administration here that this crucial time has passed off very peacefully. A number of such battery rickshaws. I'll ask the camera person to show you this particular battery rickshaw. Over a dozen such rickshaws with the public address system atop were actually hired by the administration here to announce that people should not congregate in large numbers. Of course, Section 144 had been clamped here, which is why people are not allowed to stand in groups as far as the time around Namaz is concerned while going inside mosque or coming outside the mosque. And also vigil has been maintained. There were drone cameras which were used earlier. Also, policemen in plain clothes had been deployed. Policemen had been deployed on the rooftops to see to it that no mischief mongering takes place. Police is also keeping their eyes on the social media for any such incriminating post which might trigger some kind of a objection from one community or the other community. And therefore, in Kanpur, things have been completely peaceful. Right. Although in other areas areas in Uttar Pradesh, like state capital Lucknow, small protest did take place there outside the Tirewali Mosque. But in Saharanpur, in Moradabad, agitated people did raise slogans and demand strictest possible punishment and action against Nupur Sharma and other
Shailesh,
such
my colleague joins us now from Saharanpur, where protests broke out just a short while ago. Shailesh, अब वहां की स्थिति क्या है? क्या प्रोटेस्ट अभी भी चल रहे हैं नुपुर शर्मा और बीजेपी के खिलाफ? We'll try and reconnect with my colleague Shailesh there, but Amir continues to be with us, and like he was telling us, the situation there in Kanpur really is, of course, the security is up, but there are other parts like Moradabad, like Saharanpur and Lucknow, Amir, where we have seen hundreds of people hit the streets right after Friday prayers. Most organizations, including the mosque committees, going on to say that this is just a spontaneous protest. It is just an outpouring of the anger and wasn't really a call given by any of those organizations.
Well, yes, definitely no responsible person, leader, be it political or religious or any cleric, would actually give a call for a protest around this time, wherein people have seen that the situation has been on the edge, has been very, very sensitive over the last 1 week. Although state authorities have been very vigilant in terms of maintaining their communication with the religious leaders, the community leaders, and number of peace committee meetings had also been called in to ensure that people are on the same page as the administration, which is why perhaps in most places and cities, including very, very sensitive ones, no violent protest has actually taken place. But the fact that this subject had been in discussion over the last 1 week, and therefore people knew somehow that such sporadic protests will actually take place on the next Friday, which is today, because the Juma Namaz definitely entails a congregation of people from Muslim community in large numbers towards such mosques when the Namaz actually takes place in the afternoon, and therefore such crowds which we are witnessing outside the mosques are clearly unavoidable. They were to clearly happen. Let's speak to some of the people here and find out. ये बताएं, आज सब शांति रही, पीसफुल रहा?
जी हाँ, फुल।
यहाँ आसपास की मस्जिदों में नमाज हो गई है आराम से?
आराम से।
आप बताएं कि अच्छा इस बार वो जुमा नमाज रही, पीसफुल रही पूरी तरह?
बिल्कुल पूरी तरह पीसफुल रही। और अमन अमान की शांति की जो अपील हमारे काजी शहर मुफ्ती यूनुस अवैसी साहब की तरफ से की थी, वो पूरी तरह तकरीबन सफल है। अमन अमान के साथ सारी मस्जिदों में नमाज अदा की गई, कहीं कोई प्रिय घटना नहीं हुई है।
क्या लोगों को समझ में आ रहा है, अब अफसोस हो रहा है कि जो पिछले जुमे को, फ्राइडे को हुआ, वो गलत हुआ, चीजें हाथ से बाहर निकल गई?
बिल्कुल वो गलत हुआ। वो किसी मजहबी रहनुमा की काल नहीं थी, बल्कि किसी एक शख्स की काल थी, जिसकी वजह से लोग अपने उत्तेजित होकर सड़कों पर निकल आए और ये अप्रिय घटना घटित हो गई।
अच्छा, आज भी देख रहे हैं कहीं कहीं, जैसे सहारनपुर में, मुरादाबाद में, वेस्ट बंगाल में कुछ जगह पे प्रोटेस्ट चल रहे हैं। आप क्या संदेश देंगे ऐसे लोगों को जो अभी भी बाहर आ रहे हैं, प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, मोहब्बत रसूल और अज़मत रसूल एक आलमी और इंटरनेशनल मसला है। मुसलमान इसमें हर चीज़ बर्दाश्त कर सकता है। नबी करीम सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की तौहीन किसी सूरत, चाहे वो कोई मुसलमान ही कर दे।
MOS लॉ SP बघेल नाउ विद अस ऑन दिस ब्रॉडकास्ट। धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं काफी सारे जगह पे, यूपी में, सहारनपुर में, लखनऊ में, कानपुर में, बट देयर आर प्रोटेस्ट दैट आर हैपनिंग अक्रॉस द कंट्री इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एज वेल, जहां काफी सारे प्रोवोकेटिंग स्टेटमेंट्स भी आ रहे हैं सामने। आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
नुपुर शर्मा के बयान की भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने निंदा की और एक्शन लेते हुए उनको भारतीय जनता पार्टी से निष्कासित किया है। एक को ये सजा दी गई है और मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि कोई हमें ऐसे प्रोटेस्ट नहीं करना चाहिए जिससे भाईचारा टूटे, देश की एकता अखंडता को खतरा।
बघेल जी, कि आपको लगता है कि जिस शब्दों से निंदा की जा रही है ऑपोजिशन से नुपुर शर्मा की, उन कड़े शब्दों का इस्तेमाल ये सारे जो प्रोवोकेशंस आ रहे हैं उनके खिलाफ नहीं हो रही?
क्रिया की प्रक्रिया होगी, फिर प्रक्रिया की क्रिया होगी, तो हम मूल भावनाओं से, देश से। नुपुर शर्मा जी ने जो कहा, पार्टी ने उसको बहुत गंभीर और उनके खिलाफ एक्शन हुआ है ना। और इसके बाद कोई अगर ये समझता है कि विधिक कार्रवाई होना चाहिए, तो कोई भी व्यक्ति माननीय अदालत में जाने के लिए, पुलिस स्टेशन जाने के लिए स्वतंत्र है और उस पर विधि सम्मत निर्णय लिए जाते हैं।
जी बाघेल जी, क्या आपको लगता है कि ये जो प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं आज, उसमें कोई एक कंसर्टेड एफर्ट है, या वो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया हो या कैंपस फ्रंट हो, उनकी ये कोशिश है कि ये आग वो जलाए रखें?
बिल्कुल उनका काम ही है और इन्हीं काम के लिए ये सब संस्थाएं खुली हैं। तो मेरा ये कहना चाहेगा, नुपुर शर्मा जी ने कहा तो निजी तौर से मैं भी उसको गलत मानता हूं, पार्टी ने गलत माना और एक्शन लिया है। अब उसका सहारा लेकर के ये अपनी बाकी चीजों को जो है निशाना और कहीं है, ये तो सब बहाना है प्रोटेस्ट करने का। लेकिन कहीं प्रोटेस्ट करने से अगर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर खराब होता है या उसमें भी ये शब्दों का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, उससे अगर हिंसा होती है या भाईचारा टूटता है, तो ये भी तो अच्छी बात नहीं है।
जी, SP Baghel ji, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. Union Minister, Junior Minister, in fact, for Law at the centre, they're going on to say that the party does not condone Nupur Sharma's statements, which is why action has been taken. But people cannot take law into their own hands as a reaction to the comments that she has made. Provocations, irrespective of where they come from, must be condemned in equally strong terms by the opposition as well. Akanksha, my colleague, is with us for more on this. She's reporting here from the national capital, where also we did see protests break out outside the Jama Masjid, outside the Jamia Millia Islamia as well, where the CFI, Akanksha, I believe, was protesting just a short while ago.
Well, absolutely, this is Jamia Millia Islamia, where call for Nupur Sharma to be hanged till death was made half an hour ago. Now, this call was made by the Campus Front of India, which is the student wing of Popular Front of India. The members of CFI burned the effigy of Nupur Sharma. Let me ask my camera person to show the remnants of the effigy of Nupur Sharma, which was burned by the members of CFI. Now, also they were raising slogans of Allahu Akbar, Nupur Sharma ko phansi do, and they held posters of Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal with a cross on it and hashtag hang till death written on it. Now, on the opposite side of the road, there was not much security deployment. There was CRPF and few officials of Delhi police and also traffic police, because they were not anticipating that they would be burning the effigy of Nupur Sharma, because on the posters that they had issued yesterday, it was RSS and Leave RSS, Save India was written on it. There was no mention that it will be against Nupur Sharma or her effigy will be burned here. But just at 2 o'clock, her effigy was burned here. Slogans were raised of Allahu Akbar and also that Nupur Sharma be hanged till death. They also sought that Nupur Sharma be arrested as soon as possible. Now,
right, so stay on with me. DCP of South Delhi, DCP Central Delhi, I believe, Shweta Chauhan is with us on this broadcast. Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking with us. The protest did break out outside the Jama Masjid. We are given to understand about 1,500 or so people gathered there.
This was the day of Friday prayers. So 1,500 people were in the Jama Masjid for their prayers. So the protest only consisted maybe around 150 people initially, and some others joined them. So at one time a gathering of 300 was reported. It was there, and otherwise 1,500 people were there to offer their namaz.
Right, Ms. Chauhan, were these protests organic, or was there a planned call given for these protests?
We had information that something like this might take place, and police arrangement was there so that it doesn't turn violent in case that happens. It just happened organically, in the sense that people offered their prayers and came out, and once they came out, some of them showed placards, and I think the whole incident took place for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, and within 15 minutes all the crowds were dispersed from there.
So right now there's absolutely no crowd there, everybody has been dispersed, is what you're confirming, Ms. Chauhan?
Within 15 minutes, everybody was dispersed from there in the normal way, in the way the traffic and everybody else is moving. It's all peaceful right now.
Right, we're also seeing some protests outside the Jamia Millia Islamia. If you could give us some more information about that. We're given to understand that the campus front tried to stoke some fire there as far as these protests go, and it took some sort of a violent turn.
See, I'm not in charge of the area, so I'm not the right person to talk about that.
Right, Ms. Shweta Chauhan, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. The Delhi police confirming that about 300 odd people gathered outside the Jama Masjid a short while ago, right after the Friday prayers, to protest here in the national capital, but they were dispersed within 15 minutes of them organically gathering. But we did see protests that were propelled by the campus front of India in the Jamia Millia Islamia, where Akanksha is reporting from. Effigies of Nupur Sharma were burned just a short while ago. Controversial calls were also given against the now suspended BJP leader by the campus front workers and their members who were protesting outside the Jamia Millia Islamia University in the national capital. Meanwhile, protests have broken out in other parts of the country as well. Several parts of Uttar Pradesh, in fact, Saharanpur, Lucknow, Moradabad, specifically where massive crowds had gathered outside the Friday prayers. In Kanpur, where we did see violence on the 3rd of June, the security is heightened, and no untoward incident, of course, has been reported from there. Zafar Sareshwala is with me on the phone line. Mr. Sareshwala, we're seeing these kind of protests break out across the country. Many are wanting us to believe that these are organic, they are not planned. Do you believe that?
See, I'll tell you first, ever since this Nupur Sharma and this Naveen Kumar Jindal thing happened, BJP immediately came out with a statement and they made it very clear what their belief is and what their feeling is. After that, they they suspended Nupur and they rusticated Naveen Kumar Jindal. After that, our ambassadors in various countries came out with a very clear-cut statement. So it has been accepted by world over everywhere that yes, this is not Government of India's feeling. Government is totally against that. Even the party is against that. So I think you should have taken it at that. After that, going for any kind of demonstration, because what happens? Yes, I don't deny that having a demonstration is your constitutional right. It should be peaceful, but from such demonstrations only things go out of hand, and what we had seen in Kanpur last Friday. So I think people have to be very cautious, and now also Nupur Sharma and both of them. There have been cases filed against them. FIRs have been registered. Police has called them for questioning. So I don't think anything more is now required.
Right.
Or I would give a book on the life of Prophet to Nupur, and I would tell her, read this without bias. She's been, badly fed by the Orientalist arguments. So I think this is the way forward, rather than anything else.
Here on Times Now, the BJP has taken action against Nupur Sharma, and that should be allaying fears that BJP does not condone these kind of comments and these kind of provocations, is what Zafar Sareshwala, former Chancellor of a Muslim University, also there going on to say. News coming in from Prayagraj now, another place, another city in Uttar Pradesh where violence is being witnessed, where police had to use mild force and lathi charge the protesters to disperse them as they gathered to protest against Nupur Sharma and her remarks after the Friday prayers. We've seen similar scenes coming to the fore from Moradabad, Lucknow and Saharanpur as well in Uttar Pradesh. Kanpur meanwhile has been a little tense, given that we saw the kind of violence on the 3rd of June, but no untoward incident has been reported so far from Kanpur. And it's not just in Uttar Pradesh. There is a Bandh call in other parts of the state as well, including in Maharashtra, where in Ahmednagar, a cleric has warned of more protests, going on to say that this is just the beginning. This Bandh, in fact, is just the beginning. Unless Nupur Sharma is arrested and behind bars, there is more that is going to come your way, is the warning that has come to the fore even as Ahmednagar today has shut down in view of this Bandh call that was given by Muslim organizations there.
बीजेपी के सस्पेंडेड स्पोकपर्सन नुपुर शर्मा ने मुस्लिम समाज के पैगंबर मोहम्मद पर विवादित टिप्पणी देने के बाद आज अहमदनगर में मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी की ओर से बंद का ऐलान किया गया है। आप देख सकते हैं मेरे पीछे, नुपुर शर्मा ने जिस तरह मुस्लिम समाज के पैगंबर मोहम्मद पर विवादित टिप्पणी की थी, उस टिप्पणी की निंदा करते हुए और नुपुर शर्मा को अरेस्ट किया जाए, इस मांग के चलते आज अहमदनगर में बंद का ऐलान किया गया है। अहमदनगर का कपड़ा मार्केट हो, अहमदनगर का ऑटोमोबाइल्स मार्केट हो, हर जगह आज दुकानें बंद कर दी गई है। मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी का यही कहना है कि जिस तरीके से बीजेपी के सस्पेंडेड स्पोकपर्सन नुपुर शर्मा ने मुस्लिम समाज के जो प्रेषित है मोहम्मद पैगंबर, उनके खिलाफ विवादित टिप्पणी की थी, उसकी निंदा के चलते आज यहाँ पे बंद का ऐलान किया गया है। और इनकी यही मांग है कि जब तक नुपुर शर्मा को अरेस्ट नहीं किया जाता, अलग अलग तरीके से अहमदनगर में प्रोटेस्ट किया जाता रहेगा। और उसी के चलते आज अहमदनगर जिले में मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी की ओर से बंद का ऐलान किया गया है।
Breaking news, there are other places of India which are on fire. Now there is stone pelting which is being reported from Prayagraj. As you can see in the visuals, the police force has already turned up. There's backup as well, which is why the police had to resort to mild lathi charge to disperse the crowd. What we do know is that there has been Friday fury witnessed across the length and breadth of the country, and these are multi-city visuals that we've been getting for you, the latest visuals which are coming in from Prayagraj, where unfortunately more instances are coming in of violence. And what we do know is that there was stone pelting on the forces, which was controlled after the police resorted to a mild lathi charge. In fact, this is just one of the many cities in Uttar Pradesh where we have seen some kind of unrest. There are places in Delhi as well which have been facing a lot of protests which have happened against Nupur Sharma. She's on the hate list, and now after the calls which have been made, not just to hang her, to behead her, there are those which are trying to burn her effigies as well, which is why the question is, who has been fanning this kind of flames that we have seen singeing our streets, singeing the nation in this manner? Lakhs are out there on the streets. They are protesting against the blasphemy. As you can see, these are the visuals, the latest visuals which are coming in from Prayagraj. As you can see, the police there have already gathered there in large numbers. There is backup as well. They have cordoned off the streets. They've blocked off the pelters. However, stone pelting has happened. As you can see, those streets littered with stones there. As you can see, these are the visuals which show the way that entire nation seems to be burning after insidious calls have been made for beheading, calls which have been made for death, murder, and now effigies are also being burned. This is visual which is coming in from Prayagraj. You can see the paramilitary forces are in action. They have pushed back the mob which was pelting stones at the security forces. In fact, they have barricaded the entire area. The riot forces are there to ensure that no untoward incident happens. The police there are also making videos. Now remember, these videos are very critical later on to identify who the rioters were, who instigated it, and what really happened, the facts on the ground. Let me go across to Amir. Amir, we all know that there is high security there in Kanpur 1 week after the riots which had happened. Now what we can see is that other cities are also not being spared. These are the visuals we can see in Prayagraj. Very uneasy calm after stone pelting. Amir, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Amir, can you tell us about what's happening in Prayagraj? We can see the visuals there, a mob attacking the police officers, but it seems like after mild lathi charge, the situation is under control, even if it is an uneasy calm.
Well, yes, absolutely. These are the pitfalls and dangers involved even in peaceful protests. Because remember, most of the community leaders had clearly said that they have not made any formal call for protests outside the mosque once Jummah Namaz concludes. But at many of such cities, we've seen that people from minority community have come outside and raised slogans, shown their protests and aggression against especially Nupur Sharma and many other individuals who had either posted incriminating material or posts on social media or had made such statements which had hurt their sentiments. In most such places like Saharanpur and Muradabad and Lucknow, these protests had actually passed off peacefully because there was police presence and deployment, and administrative officials in such situations, sometimes allows people to raise some slogans and then disperse quietly so as to diffuse the situation. But here in this case, in Prayagraj, it seems that things went out of hands, which is why the police had to resort to lathi charge. They had to use mild force to disperse the people who had gathered after the namaz to raise slogan or to protest, because there's a certain point, a threshold, after which obviously the administration and the police will not allow people to go further and take law into their own hands. But here it clearly seems that these people, these protesters had crossed this threshold, which is why the police is using force against them, causing this kind of an unfortunate situation there. Meghna?
Certainly they resorted to force given that they had no option really. But as for security situation in Prayagraj is concerned, was it amplified like it was in Kanpur?
This clearly is for the police officers there, for top officials of the district to explain as to why there wasn't enough, information by way of intelligence that people are going to congregate there, they are going to make some protest, and therefore adequate deployment of forces should have actually taken place. But clearly the onus is also on the community members, on the leaders, on political leaders as well, who guide such people, who congregate such people, and then perhaps also egg them on to go ahead and protest in a violent manner. So these are people who should actually come out in these times and ask the people to contain themselves, to control themselves, and rein in all such mischievous elements from within the community. But it seems that this is a serious matter. At least now the district administration and the police officials there will take control of the situation, will not allow it to go out of hands further, and will take some very, very strict action, because as I said earlier, these are very sensitive times, and around the time when there are spontaneous and simultaneous protests taking place in other districts as well. Remember, Uttar Pradesh is a huge state with 75 districts and population of 25 crore people. These officials need to be very vigilant. The government needs to lead from the front in terms of taking exemplary action against elements who try and provoke people or take the law into their own hands.
Come back to you. I believe we can hear some of the... Well, we just heard those scenes which are coming in from Saharanpur. As you can see, the police, they're warning the people that there is stone pelting. Don't go there. They are also going back. As you can see, that police officials also making videos, because it's very critical to capture the stone pelters later on if there is action to be taken. But what has been witnessed across the entire country is the way that there are flames of hate which are being lit. And Amir, I absolutely agree with you that there seems to be a larger plot of mobilization. Can you tell us a bit about it? How were so many people congregating at the same areas? Was it only for the Friday prayers, or was there active mobilization, which seems to be the case on social media as well? And if there was, who did it?
Well, Meghna, while formally there had been no call for protests in such manner, and obviously the respective district administrations had been in touch with the community leaders. They had called various peace committee meetings over the last 2-3 days, looking at the sensitivity of the situation and the fact that this happens to be the first Friday after the last Friday's violence in Kanpur, and therefore all such administrative officials were vigilant. They had known that situation could actually emerge as very, very sensitive and can actually also turn explosive if there is no adequate deployment of police, and also intelligence inputs need to be on time. So the onus clearly on one side on the officials, on the government to contain law and order on the ground, while also on the community leaders, because these are people who have close contacts with a large cross-section of society from within their community, and therefore at the right time this message needs to be conveyed to them that this kind of indulging into violence or aggressive protests are not going to yield anything. The government is taking action as per law against all such individuals against whom allegations are being made in public and on social media. But yes, you rightly pointed out that social media needs to be curbed adequately to see to it that there are no mischievous posts made about congregations, about call for protests or bunds, and especially around these times when people from minority community definitely converge in large numbers at mosques within their area. And this is the nature of Juma prayers, that people offer namaz all at once in a particular mosque from that area. And therefore, at larger mosques, the congregation is huge. So therefore, there should definitely be, while on one side the police should keep an eye on the social media, on WhatsApp groups as well, whether there are people who are actually provoking people to come out and protest, especially on a certain occasion.
Over the last 1 week, we've only seen the situation escalate. So questions certainly coming to light on how this is being allowed to happen. Rather, how is it spreading by the day? We need to quickly play out the reaction of Prashant Kumar, Law and Order DGP, on the latest law and order situation there. Listen in.
तो जुमे की नमाज पर से कानपुर में हिंसा हुई थी, उसके बाद आज को लेकर के सर क्या अलर्ट है उत्तर प्रदेश में?
आज पूर्णतया शांति है, सभी जगह लगातार लोग भ्रमणशील हैं और बहुत सारी जगहों पे जुमे की नमाज सफल संपन्न हो चुकी है। कुछ जगहों पे वो समय के हिसाब से चीज़ें चल रही हैं और व्यापक पुलिस प्रबंध कराए गए हैं। लगभग 130 कंपनी पीएससी की डिप्लॉयड हैं और हमारे सारे अधिकारी और मैजिस्ट्रेट्स लगातार भ्रमणशील हैं और सोशल मीडिया की मॉनिटरिंग भी चल रही है। साथ साथ ये भी देखा जा रहा है कि कोई जानबूझ के माहौल को खराब न करे। धर्म गुरुओं के द्वारा भी इस पूरे प्रकरण में बहुत ही सहयोग मिला है। उन लोगों ने जगह जगह पे शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से नमाज संपन्न कराने हेतु सबसे अपील की है। इसका बहुत अच्छा असर है और हम लोग पूरे सौहार्दपूर्ण वातावरण फ्राइडे की का जो ये नमाज है वो संपन्न कराएंगे।
अभी से देखेंगे सहारनपुर में नमाज के बाद कुछ लोगों ने अल्लाह अकबर के नारे और नुपुर शर्मा को लेकर अपना विरोध दर्ज कराया था।
वहाँ ये सूचना मिली थी कि भीड़ काफ़ी हो गई थी, उसके बाद से लोग धीरे धीरे अपने गंतव्य स्थानों पर चले गए।
सर, कानपुर को लेकर के कोई अपडेट सर अभी तक?
कानपुर में स्थिति पूर्णतः शांतिपूर्ण है और वहाँ
Well, with that, there is some big breaking news which is coming in. Kanpur cleric has slammed the protesters who have taken to violence and even calls for beheading. This is what one of the voices is coming out from. This is Dr. Mufti Yunus Raza Owaisi, the Qazi of Kanpur. Listen in to how he is seeking for peace to prevail.
हमारे साथ इस समय सर काजी कुदूस जी मौजूद हैं। सर, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे क्या अभी स्थिति है? आप गए थे तमाम जगहों पर और पुलिस से भी आपकी बातचीत हुई थी।
हालात ठीक है, शहर में अमन है, किसी तरह की कोई बात नहीं है और जैसा कि मैंने ऐलान किया था उसके मुताबिक शहर में अमन है और हमने अपनी आवाम में ऐलान किया था कि नमाज पढ़ के घर जाएं। हर मस्जिद में ऐलान हुआ, सब लोग घर चले गए। अपनी ज़रूरत के लिए कुछ लोग रोडों पर निकले, आ रहे हैं, जा रहे हैं। कहीं भीड़ भाड़ आपको नहीं मिलेगी, बिल्कुल शांति है। हर तरह से किसी तरह की कोई शिकायत नहीं, न प्रशासन को, न आवाम को, न
Ma'am, you were saying that it was a spontaneous protest, but we could see, ma'am, 50 to 100 people gathered there. They had a poster giving a proper messages that they wanted to give, that the Delhi police should arrest Nupur Sharma. So, ma'am, on the face of it, it does not look like a spontaneous protest, ma'am, by the number of people who had that poster in their hands.
Spontaneous protest means that they were not gathered since morning, they were not planning it, there was no lecturing, there was no calling out. So it was what I mean that they gathered spontaneously is that they just came out, they were involved in their normal activities, they just came out and people gathered together.
We could see some deployment outside the first gate, but ma'am, on the part of the police, were the police undermined, were you downplaying the number of people who could gather at the Friday prayer? Was it undermining in any sense that you could not predict the number of people who can come there for gathering and also for protesting?
Not at all, not at all. We always have this kind of deployment on Fridays. A good number of policemen are always present, and today was the same. We were ready for any contingency. There was no need to actually use any force, and they were just disbursed very quickly.
Ma'am, what is the mode of investigation that you will launch from now? What all means you will be using to find out the people who gathered here at the start and who led this protest?
We have already identified many of them who were locals. So we have identified many of the miscreants. We will use all CCTV footages. We will also use our local sources, and they will be identified and we'll take legal action.
Ma'am, two things. You said that it was a spontaneous protest and also police didn't find anything important to use force. But ma'am, on what charges and what sort of information that you received from your officers on the ground and what sort of charges you will be trying to charge on them as to what the protest, because ma'am, protest is their right as they were saying. So ma'am, how you will lead with these charges?
No, of course, there's a legal way to go about protesting in this country. So you can't just gather anywhere and protest. So we will weigh in all options and see whatever. We'll take legal action according to whatever has happened. So let me analyze the incident and we'll take action.
Thank you for talking to Times Now. Well, she is saying that she has enough evidence and that all the mode of investigation will be used to find out how this gathering happened, and that police were ready and it was not undermining on any part, that they could not pick that how many people can gather there and there will be protest. She is also mentioning that they could predict, as the number of people always come to the Friday prayer in the Jama Masjid. The situation was not completely different this time around as well. She reiterated that there was no use of force from the police as there was no requirement. With video journalist Jaspreet Mayank for Times Now.
Amir continues to stay on with us. Amir, much of this started with Nupur Sharma's comments. Now, the party has acted and in the right direction, many say. But then what about these kind of protests only escalating? Because ever since her suspension, we've seen how there has been a greater call that has been given via social media, via various other platforms to only take the protests ahead. So what's really going on there?
Sorry to interrupt you. I believe there are more protest shots which are coming in from Srinagar. These are visuals coming in from Batmalu. And I believe Sohail is joining us with the very latest. We've seen some of the protests earlier. Sohail in Srinagar, tell us what's happening. I beg your pardon, Ishan is joining us. Ishan, tell us about what's happening in Batmalu right now.
Well, there have been a couple of spontaneous protests at a couple of locations in Srinagar city today, and that is why authorities had to shut down mobile internet services. In Lal Chowk in Batmalu area, there was a rally which was taken out in the locality where police then pacified them and then they returned to their localities. But yes, many of them have now been saying that there should be a strict action taken against Nupur, and that's why we are seeing today even shops are shut down in Srinagar city. And now authorities have also placed security forces at crucial points to make sure there is no violence or there is no stone pelting and clashes that can take place. There was a protest which happened in Lal Chowk, which happened in certain other areas of downtown as well. The security forces were rushed, and then later on, these protesters were, calmed down, and then they went inside the localities. But yes, they have been calling for strict action against Nupur, and also some of them have been saying that, provocative statements giving, and now security forces are, keeping a tight vigil around Srinagar city so that there could be no protest of such nature which could turn violent.
All right, so parts of Uttar Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, and also the national capital, the protests only flaring up by the hour. Let me quickly shift focus to what's happening in West Bengal. Tamal joins us live from Kolkata. I believe protests also have taken place there. Tamal, what more can you tell us?
Well, yes, protests are still on, but then I am here at the spot which is little away from the protest site, where something very shocking has happened. It's important to mention and give the right information that this particular development, which I'm going to say, has got no direct connection with the protest site. There had been a firing incident in Kolkata, right outside Bangladesh High Commission, which is roughly about a kilometer away from the protest site, where all people had assembled with posters and slogans, even had blocked the road. But the spot where I'm in now, there was an indiscriminate firing which had led to the killing of one woman. Now, what you have learned from locals who have assembled out here so far, that this very road onto my right, you see the Bangladesh High Commission, that's the building. That's the Bangladesh High Commission building, and that Bangladesh High Commission building boundary is the one which you see that is green and white, and there is one police outpost. So one constable who was posted here, who had newly been deployed for this very duty, had been assigned the job for this particular outpost, and locals claim that all of a sudden with his own shotgun he started frantically looking for somebody, and when people dismayed him, giving the negative response that no, that person he's looking for is not with them or has gotten is not in the neighborhood, all of a sudden he took his gun and, as per locals, as they say, had started indiscriminately firing. About 15 to 16 rounds were fired, which led to the killing of one passerby, one woman who was there on the scooty was hit by a bullet. She immediately fell on the road, and the sight out there is extremely horrific. You will not even dare to show that sight of blood and parts of body which is still there, parts of the brain which is still lying on the road. I'm sorry, it's very graphic, an explanation, but then soon after that, the constable, according to locals, had also...
Well, yes, of course, that is also happening. Meanwhile, even as we speak, these are fresh shots which are coming in, I believe, from Moradabad as well. There are several places, as you can see, that stone pelting is again happening. The police are trying to do their best to try and control the riots. They're there in their riot gear. As you can see, they're holding up their shields, even firing. They're even firing tear gas shells. That you can see on your screens. Those are tear gas shells which are being fired upon the mob to try and contain them. The RAF is there, as you can see. They are containing those people who have been pelting stones at the security forces. These are the visuals which are coming in right now, live visuals from Moradabad. As you can see, we have been getting these visuals of how there is literally fire and hatred which is singeing the streets. Questions are being asked as to who's fanning these flames. As you can see, these streets littered with stones. And Christine, these visuals are telling a story, and unfortunately it's the story which is being repeated in several of the other countries as well. This hate being echoed in several parts of India, even as we speak.
And unfortunately, Meghna, the situation is going from bad to worse. It all started with the conclusion of Friday prayers, and till the Friday prayers were on, the situation was still relatively normal. And ever since, we've seen thousands take to streets in several parts of the country. Viewers, we've been getting you visuals from parts of Uttar Pradesh, parts of Jharkhand as well now, along with Jammu and Kashmir, also in Kolkata.
And now protests in Ranchi.
Yes. Protests have taken place in Ranchi as well. Protests erupt in Ranchi. That's the latest breaking news update coming in. So the situation certainly extremely critical and very, very challenging for the security personnel to contain the law and order situation. Yet another city caught in flames. We're being told people have started taking to streets in Ranchi as well.
Well, we are going to get you those live visuals which are just coming in. Remember, there have been several places, be it Delhi, in Srinagar, in Moradabad. Now, the latest city which is coming is Ranchi as well, where you have protests which are happening. Most of these protests have been calling for action against Nupur Sharma. Of course, the BJP has pointed out repeatedly that they've already acted against her. There's an FIR which has been filed against her for spewing hatred between communities. And then there is, of course, the official stance of the BJP, where they've distanced themselves from her and even suspended her. But I believe Sohan Singh is joining us from Ranchi. Sohan Singh जी, ये बताइए कि अभी रांची में हो क्या रहा है?
देखिए, अभी कहा जाए तो रांची में स्थिति अनकंट्रोल है। जो मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोग जो मस्जिद में इकट्ठा हुए थे और वहां से वो प्रसंग करते हुए सड़कों पर जा रहे थे, और पुलिस ने उन्हें रोकने का प्रयास किया, लेकिन वो वहां पर वो रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहे थे और नारेबाजी करते हुए बढ़ रहे थे। कुछ देर के बाद और अभी अभी खबर आई है कि जो सुरक्षा कर्मी है उन पर पत्थरबाजी की गई है और पुलिस की ओर से भी लाठीचार्ज किया गया है। और जो मेन रोड में जो पूरी घटना हुई है, अफरा तफरी का माहौल है और वहां पर किसी को समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि मुस्लिम समाज के लोग अचानक रोज सड़कों पर क्यों उतर गए और वो नारेबाजी करते हुए जा रहे थे। सभी दुकान अचानक बंद हो गए। पुलिस की ओर से काफी समझाने का प्रयास किया गया था। पुलिस की जो संख्या थी वो भारी संख्या में वहां पर पुलिस बल वहां पर तैनात थे, लेकिन अचानक जो मुस्लिम समाज के लोग हैं जो
shifting our focus to yet another news update coming in with regards to the ongoing protest. Now we're being told that the SDPI workers are staging a protest against Nupur Sharma, this in Chikmagaluru. So now the protests have moved till Karnataka. Several states are, viewers, witnessing these protests, and the security situation very, very critical at the moment. So multiple forces have been deployed. RAF forces could be seen on the streets trying to bring the law and order situation in control. Imran also joining us on this broadcast. Take us to what's happening in Chikmagaluru, Imran.
That many of the Muslim groups are opposed to statements of what Nupur Sharma made. Today, after the Friday prayers, carried out protests in Chikmagaluru, demanding that Nupur Sharma not only should apologize for the statements, but also should be arrested. They're calling her, Nupur Sharma, a classic case of Islamophobia, and they're saying that not just Nupur, but the Delhi social media chief and 72 others more than 70 people who made those statements repeated in support of Nupur Sharma. All those people should be arrested. As we speak, SDPI is carrying out protests in Chikmagaluru, as you can see from visuals from the screen, and also they have to carry out in other districts and later part of the day across Karnataka against Nupur Sharma, and several other BJP leaders there are demanding that they should be immediately be arrested.
And even as we speak, there are other visuals also which are coming in from other cities as well. For example, in Hyderabad too, there are similar visuals that we'll be going across to. But I must come to you and explain to us the kind of mobilization we've seen, Imran, by the Popular Front of India, because now they've even given out a statement saying the FIR which has been filed against Nupur Sharma is not sincere enough.
They're saying that the FIR is not sincere enough, and apart from that, they're also alleging that the Delhi police, while they named FIR, but the other people who are protesting against her have also been named in the FIR. They call it is the double standards of the Delhi police, and as I say, they are protesting after the Friday prayers in Chikmagaluru. Earlier, we saw early in the morning when Nupur Sharma's effigy was hanged in Belagavi city. The police are trying to ascertain who did that, but those are the another visuals coming where the Hindutva groups are saying that it's done by the Muslim elements, and they demanded strict action in Belagavi. Now, immediately as we speak, the protests are happening in Chikmagaluru, where SDPI is calling Nupur Sharma a case of Islamophobia and demanding that not only FIR is not enough, she should be immediately be arrested, and along with her, the social media chief of the Delhi BJP and 70 others who had repeated and tweeted about in support of her insulting Prophet Muhammad. Now, the SDPI is plan to carry out further protests across the districts of Karnataka. We have to see, and we'll update our viewers about as and when the protests happen. And as of right now, situation is under control. There is no untoward incident. The Chikmagaluru police is that they are kept a tight vigil over this issue, and entire Home Minister said entire state is alert. Even recently, a letter was they had received anonymous letters saying that they will target RSS offices. So additional security has been provided to RSS offices.
All right, so that's the latest in Chikmagaluru in Karnataka. Thank you, Imran, for that. Shifting our focus to Hyderabad, because a group of Muslims raised slogans is what we are being told this after performing the Friday prayers. Once again against the BJP and Nupur Sharma. They've been demanding her arrest by the police, and thereafter they left the spot. That's the information that we have at the moment, but these are visuals from Char Minar in Hyderabad. Shomit joining us with more details. Shomit, is the situation now under control? What really happened?
Well, actually, the situation was completely peaceful. Thousands of Muslims have come to attend, Friday prayers, and actually started from around 1:15 p.m. today afternoon. And, while they were leaving, we were at the spot, and while they were leaving, a group of Muslims, we can say 10 to 20 people, they have started raising slogans against BJP government as well as the Nupur Sharma, and also they have demanded action, on Nupur Sharma, and also they demanded the Delhi police to immediately arrest her, and immediately police reached the spot, and they were actually, walking and giving the slogans, and finally they left from the spot. That is what exactly happened at the, Hyderabad Soul City Char Minar.
So this is quite interesting to see the visuals which are coming in right now. However, they seem to be peaceful protests. However, do stay on with us. There are more breaking news which is coming in. Massive protests which are coming in from the length and breadth of the nation. These are the visuals coming in on Moradabad, and unfortunately tempers seem to be on a high. As you can see, there is fury which has been unleashed on the streets of Moradabad. These are the visuals, as you can see, despite the fact that there is a lot of security cordon, but there is a mob which started pelting stones. The police there resorting to lathi charge. Let me go across to Amer Haq. Of course, the Uttar Pradesh police were aware of the fact that there were calls which were being made for protests, but have they managed to keep things under control is the question. What's happening in Moradabad?
I'm told that the situation has been taken control of. Really testing times for the police in all such sensitive areas. They couldn't obviously have prevented march from happening. That definitely entails people in large numbers coming in towards the mosque. And once the namaz is over, then all the namazis around the same time. So this is the time when mischievous elements take advantage of the situation and then cause a flare-up. What we have seen happening in Moradabad as well as Saharanpur and other places as well, wherein violence had erupted, including Prayagraj. And it seems, it just requires for the situation to go out of control. Deployment was definitely adequate, which is why the police used force on the protesting mob there, and they started pelting them with stones. So it is the same kind of script, same sequence of events that has been noted in all such districts wherein stone pelting has been noticed. Although no incident of arson so far has been reported from any of the districts, but yes, incidents of stone pelting of police then coming back with a force to resort to lathi charge to disperse the mob there, which is why similar kind of visuals coming in from each of such districts. This is a very tricky situation, as I was narrating earlier, Meghna, that people will come for Juma namaz unless and until there's the administration decides to cancel perhaps or allow Juma namaz only in shifts of smaller size, because such large numbers of people congregating at one place at a single time poses a huge challenge for the police to control them. Although we've been told through the Home Department as well as respective district administrations that they had been keeping a tab on the social media, no call for Bandh or a protest was made formally in any of the districts across Uttar Pradesh. Even where sporadic calls were issued by local elements, they were reined in time, and the police also used various methods from social media to peace committee meetings to addressing the people on the public address system to tell them not need to congregate outside the mosque after the namaz is over, and that they should disperse and go back to their homes. Also, local clerics and community leaders were asked to communicate it to the people from the minority community, rather offer namaz mosques at their locality, closer to their locality. Movement of people in large numbers towards larger mosques can actually be avoided. Perhaps it seems that despite these measures taken by the authorities, by the government, did go out of control for a while in all such places, including Moradabad, Saharanpur and Prayagraj, wherein police had to resort to use of lathi charge in force in order to disperse the people. Lies not just with the police and intelligence department of giving clear information about any mischief mongering, whether there are people who are trying to flare up behind all of this. Side, the onus is also on the community people, also on their leaders as well as political leaders as well, respective from each of the assembly constituencies, to see to it that they remain in communication with people and tell them not to, take law into their own hands.
Right, Amir, things are going out of hand, it seems, despite all precautions being taken by administration. It's not just in Uttar Pradesh. We have got some disturbing news coming in from Ranchi, where we showed you earlier the protest that took place after Friday prayers. Now the image on your screen is of a policeman who has sustained injury. We have seen, in fact, he's not the only one. We are now getting reports that dozens of policemen have sustained injuries. The man on your screens is SP of city Anshuman Kumar. He has sustained injuries. You can see the impunity, the audacity with which the protesters are out on the streets. They are not even scared. Cops clearly outnumbered. Situation seems to be going out of hand. The Ranchi city SP sustaining injuries. Anshuman Kumar. There are dozens of other policemen who have also sustained injuries in the violence that has broken out. You can see on your screens the visuals playing out there of a scuffle where the protesters are in a run-in with the policemen. You also can clearly see how policemen have been outnumbered by the protesters who are out on the streets. Ranchi SP being injured over there. The kind of injuries are sustained to other policemen yet to be established. The details yet to come in, but definitely a requirement for reinforcements there as mobs run amok. This is not just Ranchi. There are reports of protests coming in from Delhi, from various parts in Uttar Pradesh, from Jammu and Kashmir as well, and in several places things have gone out of hand. These protests, remember, are over remarks made by BJP leaders, including Nupur Sharma, against the Prophet. There was a Bandh call that was unofficially given out by some groups. Muslim organizations, the key ones, had denied that they had called any such Bandh as a consolidated effort, but still you saw protests coming out and happening. Sohan Singh now joining us. Sohan, बताइए क्या हुआ रांची में कि हालात इतने बिगड़ गए?
देखिए, जो मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोग हैं, अचानक वो मस्जिद सब निकले तो अचानक वो उनका भीड़ एक तरफ जाने लगा। पुलिस को भी समझ में नहीं आया था कि मस्जिद से निकलने के बाद अचानक इनका जो भीड़ है वो प्रदर्शन में तब्दील हो जाएगा। पुलिसकर्मी वहां पर तैनात थे, उन्होंने काफी रोकने का प्रयास किया था, लेकिन वो मानने को तैयार नहीं थे और जो मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोग थे वो उसी समय पुलिसकर्मियों से उलझ गए। पुलिस चाह के भी इनके प्रदर्शन को पुलिस रोक नहीं पाई। थोड़ी देर के बाद जो मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोग थे उन्होंने पुलिसकर्मियों पर पथराव शुरू कर दिया। जमकर पत्थरबाजी हुई है। इस पत्थरबाजी में रांची के सिटी एसपी सहित तमाम कई पुलिसकर्मी घायल हुए हैं। उसके बाद पुलिसकर्मियों को हवाई फायरिंग करना पड़ा है। दर्जनों हवाई राउंड फायरिंग की गई है और रांची पुलिस के तमाम जो बड़ी अधिकारी हैं वो घटनास्थल पर मौजूद हैं। एडीजी, आईजी, डीआईजी, एसएसपी, सीटीएसपी तमाम पुलिस अधिकारी घायल है। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं एक तरह से कहा जाए तो रांची पुलिस अलर्ट मोड पे थी और जिस जगह पर ये प्रदर्शन हुआ था वहां पर पुलिसकर्मी वहां पर तैनात थे, लेकिन उनके सामने जो भीड़ था वहां भीड़ वहां से निकला और भीड़ वहां से निकलते चला गया। पुलिसकर्मी रोकने का प्रयास किए, लेकिन इन्होंने पुलिस की बात को नहीं माना। उसके बाद कहा जाए तो स्थिति अभी भी वहां पर तनावपूर्ण है, स्थिति कंट्रोल में नहीं है। जो मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोग हैं वो जहां तहां इकट्ठा हुए हैं और वहां से वो नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। जी
अच्छा, ये बात बताइए कि क्या इन लोगों ने इस प्रदर्शन के लिए पहले से कोई परमिशन ली थी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से?
नहीं, इन्होंने प्रदर्शन के लिए जिला प्रशासन से कोई परमिशन नहीं लिया था कि इनका कोई प्रदर्शन है, लेकिन जो रांची पुलिस है उन्हें कुछ इनपुट मिला था कि ऐसा कोई प्रदर्शन हो सकता है मस्जिद के सामने, तो इसको लेकर रांची पुलिस के द्वारा वहां पर अतिरिक्त पुलिसकर्मियों को वहां पर तैनात किया गया था और उसी समय ये पूरा घटना हुआ है। लेकिन इन्होंने जिला प्रशासन से प्रदर्शन के लिए कोई परमिशन नहीं लिया था और अभी भी आज इनका जो प्रदर्शन हुआ है, जो पत्थरबाजी हुई है, रांची पुलिस से कई पुलिसकर्मी घायल हुए हैं। पुलिस की ओर से भी हवाई में फायरिंग की गई है और अभी भी स्थिति वहां पर तनावपूर्ण है।
तो क्या ऐसा कुछ पता चला है कि इतनी सारी जो भीड़ इकट्ठा हो गई सड़कों पर और पत्थरबाजी करने लग गई पुलिस के ऊपर, इसके पीछे किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन या संस्था का हाथ होगा? अदरवाइज इतने सारे लोग एक साथ कैसे सड़कों पे आ सकते हैं?
देखिए, हमारी जो रांची के डीआईजी एसएसपी तमाम जो अधिकारी हमारी उनसे बात हुई, उनका कहना है कि पहले स्थिति को हम कंट्रोल करने में लगे हुए हैं, उसके बाद हम जांच करेंगे और जांच में जो भी दोषी पाए जाएंगे किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा और जो भी इसके लिंक है उस लिंक को खंगाला जाएगा। और अपने पीएफआई की बात की तो पीएफआई का निश्चित तौर पर झारखंड में गढ़ रहा है। पूर्व की सरकार ने पीएफआई पर बैन भी लगाया था, लेकिन बाद में उस पीएफआई से बैन हटा लिया गया था। तो पीएफआई के जो एक्टिव जो मेंबर है वो झारखंड में एक्टिव है और ये झारखंड पुलिस भी जानती है और यहाँ के जो लोकल पुलिस है वो भी जानती है कि पीएफआई के जो मेंबर है वहां पर एक्टिव है। लेकिन जो पुलिस अधिकारी उन्हें कहना है कि इस पूरे मामले की जांच की जाएगी और जांच में जो भी लिंक आएगा, जो लोग भी सामने आएंगे उनको किसी को नहीं बख्शा जाएगा। जी,
क्या हमें और कोई जानकारी मिली है किस प्रकार की चोटें लगी हैं पुलिस वालों को? बिकॉज आपने इंफॉर्मेशन भेजी है कि दर्जन भर ऐसे ऑफिसर हैं और ये सिर्फ जवान नहीं है, सीनियर ऑफिसर, एसपी लेवल के ऑफिसर हैं जिनको चोट लगी है। किस तरह की चोटें आई हैं उनको और क्या लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है जो लोग इस प्रकार की पत्थरबाजी में इन्वॉल्व थे?
नहीं, अभी तक अरेस्टिंग किसी की नहीं हुई है और जहां प्रदर्शन हो रहा था उस तरह से ये रांची का वो मेन रोड का इलाका है और पुलिसकर्मी वहां पर तैनात थे और कुछ पुलिसकर्मी इनको रोकने का प्रयास कर रहे थे, लेकिन चारों तरफ से जो पुलिसकर्मी थे उन पर पत्थरबाजी की गई है। पुलिसकर्मियों को इस बात की भनक जरा सा भी नहीं था कि उन पर पत्थरबाजी हो सकता है। तो जितने पुलिसकर्मी हैं सभी को पत्थर की चोट आई है। रांची के सिटी एसपी, रांची के डीएसपी, कई थानेदार, कई पुलिसकर्मियों को सभी को पत्थर से चोट लगा है। तो और उसके बाद जो वहाँ जो मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोग थे वहां से वो भागे नहीं है, अभी वहीं पर हर जगह वहां पर इकट्ठा है और वहां से अभी नारेबाजी की जा रही है। अब वहां पर अतिरिक्त फोर्स को भेजा गया है कि जो लोग सड़कों पर निकले हुए हैं उनको वहां से खदेड़ा जाए या उनको पकड़ा जाए। जी,
पर ये इतनी देर कैसे लग रही है रीइंफोर्समेंट्स भेजने में सोहन? अब आपके पुलिस वाले अगर घायल हो चुके हैं तो अभी तक तो इन लोगों को रफा दफा कर दिया जाना चाहिए था सड़कों पे। ये लोग अभी भी सड़कों पे प्रोटेस्ट कैसे कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, रांची पुलिस को एक दिन पहले इस बात की जानकारी थी, कई तरह के जो पोस्टर वायरल हो रहे थे, पुलिसकर्मियों को इस बात की जानकारी थी, तभी तो वहां पर अतिरिक्त फोर्स को वहां पर तैनात किया गया था। लेकिन वो फोर्स इतना नहीं था कि वो आज जो प्रदर्शन हुआ है उनको रोक पाती। लेकिन जो आज जो घटना हुआ है उसमें काफी भगदड़ मच गया था। अतिरिक्त फोर्स को वहां पर आने में थोड़ा समय लगा है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं रांची पुलिस की फेलियर है कि रांची शहर में इतनी घटना हो जाती है और अतिरिक्त फोर्स को भेजने में समय लग जाता है। जो रांची के जो अधिकारी हैं उनको भी पहुंचने वहां पर समय लग जाता है। तो जो इलाका है काफी कंजेस्टेड इलाका है और चारों तरफ से वहां पर लोगों ने तरह से घेराबंदी कर दिया था और घेराबंदी करके पुलिसकर्मियों पर पत्थरबाजी की गई है। कहीं ना कहीं इसमें एक तरह से साजिश हो सकती है। तो पुलिस इस पूरे मामले की जांच करेगी कि साजिश किस स्तर से थी, कहां से थी, कौन कौन लोग इसमें साजिश में थे।
राइट। One hopes that police is able to nab the culprits, and we have also got information that there are protests of large scale happening in Bhojpur as well. In this case, there are protesters who are demanding that National Security Act should be slapped on Nupur Sharma for her remarks against the protest. Aditya joins us for more details. Aditya, क्या हालात हैं वहाँ पे?
Well, as far as now, it all started after immediately after the Friday namaz was over, and the protests, they actually started culminating into a larger protest after several people also joined in, and as in the visuals you can clearly see people there protesting and actually demanding that the National Security Act be imposed on Nupur Sharma, besides the demand of setting free those who are actually nabbed by UP police in the Kanpur violence.
Okay, और ये who are these people who are protesting? Are they affiliated to a certain organization or etc.?
So as far as the information that is transpiring from Bhojpur is that they have not actually, identified as a group of people, but they are identified as people who had come there to pay their namaz and offer their namaz. So further more details will be transpiring, and we are in touch with local
authorities. Before I let you go, have the protests been peaceful so far?
Yeah, as far as now, no injury has been reported, no damage to property has been reported. But
okay,
then,
fine. Thank you, Aditya, for those inputs. We move on because we have also visuals coming in from Shopian. Multiple places in Jammu and Kashmir where protesters have taken to the streets after Batmalu and Bhaderwa. Now it is Shopian. Protesters are hitting the streets. Remember, this is also the state where just yesterday a Jammu cleric had come out and said that people like Nupur Sharma who have insulted the Prophet. Their hands and torso should be dismembered. People had taken to the streets yesterday itself in Bhaderwa region. Now we are seeing protests from Shopia where people can be seen carrying banners which say Prophet Muhammad is our honor. They are protesting against Nupur Sharma for her objectionable comments. There are slogans that are being raised. Ishan is joining us for more details. Ishan, over to you.
Well, there are spontaneous protests which have broken out in parts of Kashmir Valley, Srinagar, and also witnessing now in Shopia. We are seeing already there's again a spontaneous shutdown in Srinagar today, and various political parties as well as activists coming out to Lal Chowk, Srinagar, historic Lal Chowk, and protesting. In the latest, now we are seeing that protests have also broken out in South Kashmir, Shopia, where people have streets demanding action against Nupur Sharma and calling for an apology and strict action against the BJP leader. Now, to control and to make sure that there is no law and order issue or any challenge of that sort, additional security deployments have been made in vulnerable areas. For example, mobile internet connectivity has been suspended for today. And also, additional deployments have been made around Jama Masjid, where no Friday congregational prayer was allowed in Srinagar. So these all measures are being taken to ensure that there is a complete peace and there is no, clashes or stone pelting that takes place between security forces, and protests are more or less peaceful.
Right. Fortunately, it has been peaceful there. We've got more breaking developments coming in from Uttar Pradesh, where the things have not been so peaceful and under control. Now, Chief Minister has intervened. He has come out and told his agencies do not spare anyone who is wreaking havoc in the state. All culprits indulging in violence should be dealt with an iron hand is the message that is being sent out by the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh to his top officials responsible for maintaining law and order, because earlier in the day we saw visuals coming in from Prayagraj, from Saharanpur, from Muradabad, from several other cities across the state where thousands have come out on the streets, have even been pelting stones at the policemen. The visuals on your screen right now from Saharanpur, where we heard people actually warning the policemen that do not venture in a particular area because there is stone pelting happening. Amir joins us for more details. Amir, after these directions, what are we likely to see on the ground?
Well, strict action on the ground, Priya, like we've seen earlier as well on multiple occasions, especially around the time in December 2019 when anti-CAA and NRC violent protests took place. We saw the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath leading from the front, asking all police officers to be extremely tough, register FIRs, make arrests and take action against all such elements who try and disrupt peace and tranquility across the state of Uttar Pradesh. So this is nothing new as far as handling of a law and order situation for a Chief Minister like Yogi Adityanath, who's seen similar challenges in the past. And the Home Department as well, led by the same officials who have been working in tandem with the Chief Minister over the last around 5.5 years. And therefore, we should see in the coming 24 hours FIRs being written, people being identified and registered as accused in all such cases, in all such places wherein violence has taken place, whether there was actually a scheme, whether these were spontaneous and, on the heat of the moment kind of protests. So this is all which the police will find out in due course. But for now, definitely the focus of authorities and the police will remain on maintaining law and order on the ground, seeing to it that there are no elements who go on further and spread this kind of a violence elsewhere, whether we talk about individual cities or about other districts and cities across the state of Uttar Pradesh.
Right. Thank you, Amit. Keep track of situation there. But we've got breaking news coming in from Delhi, where police sources are telling Times Now that police have identified miscreants behind the protest that took place outside Jama Masjid today. There are some political links emerging to the protesters who went violent, who staged protests outside Jama Masjid and raised slogans asking for arrest of Nupur Sharma. There will be FIR that will be naming all those who are behind the protest. Priyank gets us more details. Priyank, tell us more about these political links.
Steve, the Delhi police has done the initial bit of investigation, and since they're calling it a spontaneous protest, they have also identified a few local leaders who could be having an association with AIMIM. This is what sources have been suggesting. But for sure, Priya, there will be an FIR that will be filed in relation to the violation of Section 188 of CRPC, which is being told by the senior officers. So on Jama Masjid protest, which happened after the Friday prayer, the Delhi police is going to file an FIR. This is the breaking good which we are getting to know. They are trying to identify those local suspects who were the miscreants who were behind this protest, which was spontaneously called, and they managed to hide all these pages which had posters of Naveen Kumar as well as Nupur Sharma. There was a clear-cut instruction that from the Shahi Imam of Jama Masjid as well, that all those people who are coming to Jama Masjid for offering Friday prayers should not indulge in any kind of protest, but still this protest happened. That's why the Imam is also having a series of dialogue with the Delhi police so that the situation can be diffused. Although the protest was only for 15 minutes, it did not continue for long. But the manner in which the law has been defined, Delhi police is going to file an FIR against those miscreants who were part of this unorganized and unauthorized gathering at the Jama Masjid premises.
Right. The scale of this protest and the fact that it happened in the national capital is quite worrying. Now FIRs being filed, political links being explored. Thank you, Priyank. We move on back to Uttar Pradesh, where the fires of protest are spreading even further. The latest visuals coming in from Deoband, where there were also protests that took place. Now the police have told Times Now that 5 people have been arrested for the protests. Amir, over to you for more details.
Well, we did have information about protests taking place in Deoband as well. Although in Saharanpur city as well, protests had taken place, and we had first visuals of the protests taking place in Saharanpur and then the resultant commotion. But the district police had initially denied that any such sort of protests have taken place in Deoband. Deoband is definitely very, very significant also because of Darul Uloom, the biggest seminary in Asia belonging to Muslims, which is why the protests there happening there have a different kind of a connotation as well as significance. But now the police has confirmed that 5 such individuals have been picked up. They've been placed under arrest for fanning such kind of protests, aggressive protests, and the police definitely has taken action. And as we were discussing earlier, the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has given clear instructions to all administrative officials and the police department officials that they must identify the culprits, the troublemakers and perpetrators of such kind of violent protests. In each of such violent incident that takes place, they should be booked and immediately placed under arrest. And more such people should be identified who might be actually potential troublemakers trying to make some kind of a scheme for in the coming days to disturb the peace and law and order within the state. So the Chief Minister has handled such situations in Uttar Pradesh earlier as well during anti-NRC and CAA protests, and we had seen hundreds and hundreds of FIRs being registered against such people who indulge themselves into violence, and also thousands of people were actually arrested in all such cases. Even their properties were seized and they had to pay for the kind of damage to public and private property they had caused because of this kind of violence. So exemplary action has been taken against such unscrupulous elements in the past, and this time as well. Perhaps it is only a matter of time before we hear similar action taking place in all such cases that are being reported from across the state of Uttar Pradesh.
Right. Thankfully, no inciting slogans, etc. happening there, Amir. But we are moving on to Ahmedabad, where this unfortunately is not the case. We have seen there are some threats being given out in the garb of protests against Nupur Sharma. We've got visuals coming in of children who carry placards that call for beheading of the BJP leader, who has been at the receiving end of a lot of threats after her highly objectionable remarks against the Prophet. But this is not just about asking for her arrest or cases being filed against her. This is now going way beyond that. This is a call for her beheading. And look at the age of those kids. Young children being used for such threat messages being put out on the streets. Amit Rajput now joins us for more details. अमित, और जानकारी दीजिए, ये क्या प्रोटेस्ट है, किसने बुलाया है और ये बच्चे इसमें क्यों शामिल हैं?
देखिए, ये जो हेट स्पीच का मामला जो लगातार तूल पकड़ता जा रहा है, तो इस मामले को लेके अहमदाबाद में आज, क्योंकि शुक्रवार का दिन है, शुक्रवार की नमाज थी, तो स्वयंभू जो लोग हैं, यहाँ के जो स्थानीय लोग हैं, अहमदाबाद के अलग अलग एरिया की हम बात करें, कालूपुर, खाड़िया, जमालपुर, वहां पर जो लोग हैं, उन्होंने स्वयंभू अपनी दुकानें जो हैं बंद रखी और एक तरह से संदेश देने का प्रयास किया कि जो हेट स्पीच उनके सामने की गई थी मोहम्मद पैगंबर साहब के, तो उसके विरोध में उनके तरफ से ये विरोध प्रदर्शन जो है वो स्वयंभू किया गया। एक किसी रैली भी जो है अहमदाबाद के अलग अलग इलाकों में निकाली गई है। लोगों का ये कहना है कि जब नुपुर शर्मा की गिरफ्तारी की जाए और इस तरह से अपना जो प्रदर्शन है, जो अपना एक संदेश देने का प्रयास है, वो किया गया है। और विशेष तौर पे इसमें आप विजुअल्स जो हैं उसमें आप देख सकते हैं बच्चे भी हैं। तो जिस तरह से पूरा मामला है वो तूल पकड़ता जा रहा है। फिलहाल पुलिस ने यहाँ पे सुरक्षा व्यवस्था जो है वो बढ़ा दी है और जो मुस्लिम समाज के जो लोग हैं उनसे भी बातचीत का दौर शुरू किया है, क्योंकि आने वाले समय में अहमदाबाद में 1 जुलाई के दिन एक बड़ी जगन्नाथ भगवान की रथ यात्रा होती है और वो रथ यात्रा शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से भी निकले, एक सामाजिक सौहार्द बना रहे, उसके लिए पुलिस की तरफ से भी अब प्रयास जो है वो शुरू किए गए हैं। जी,
पुलिस की तरफ से प्रयास तो किए जा रहे हैं, पर जो ज्यादा चौंकाने वाली चीज है और अनफॉर्चुनेट है कि छोटे छोटे बच्चों के हाथ में पोस्टर पकड़ा दिए गए हैं जिन पर लिखा है सर तन से जुदा। उन बच्चों को तो शायद इसका मतलब भी नहीं पता होगा कि वो सड़क पे किस चीज की मांग कर रहे हैं। ये कहां तक जस्टिफाइड है?
जी देखिए, ये जो विजुअल्स हैं, स्वाभाविक तौर से जब मोहम्मद पैगंबर साहब के मामले को लेकर जिस तरह से टीका टिप्पणी की गई और जिस तरह से लगातार जो बार बार मामले सामने आए और कल जिस तरह से दिल्ली पुलिस ने 31 लोगों के खिलाफ में मामले भी दर्ज किए हैं, तो धीरे धीरे मामला ये जो है वो तूल पकड़ रहा है। स्वाभाविक तौर से जिस तरह से इस विजुअल्स के अंदर बच्चे जो देखे जाते हैं, शायद उन बच्चों को ये पता नहीं होगा कि हम किस रैली के अंदर जुड़े हैं, किसका हम भाग बने हैं। लेकिन एक जब मोब जब होता है और मोब के साथ में जो लोग जुड़ते चले जाते हैं, तो उसी तरह से ये बच्चे भी जुड़े होंगे। और फिलहाल इस मामले को लेके पुलिस की तरफ से सुरक्षा व्यवस्था इन इलाकों के अंदर बढ़ाई गई है और लोगों का संपर्क किया जा रहा है कि शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से जो अपना प्रदर्शन है वो दिखाएं। और दूसरी बड़ी बात यह है कि स्वयंभू आज ये जो इलाके जो हैं अहमदाबाद के, जमालपुर, खाड़िया, कालूपुर, इन अलग अलग इलाकों में स्वयंभू जो व्यापारी हैं उन्होंने अपनी दुकानें बंद रखी थी और अपना जो एक संकेत है जो प्रोटेस्ट का उन्होंने दिया था कि जिस तरह से जो टिप्पणी की गई है हम उसे चलाएंगे नहीं और जो नुपुर शर्मा के खिलाफ कार्रवाई हो, उन्हें गिरफ्तार किया जाए, इस तरह की मांग भी है उनकी तरफ से की गई है।
Right, it is shocking how is such protest even being allowed, how young kids are being used to put out messages of abject hate, calling even for violence. Moving on, we've got dramatic visuals coming in from Ranchi, where police on ground can be seen calling an officer asking for more forces. Remember, this is the same place where dozens of policemen have received injuries. Let's listen in.
सर सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर, जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए। देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए देखिए, आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छुप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए सर, सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर, जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए, सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए।
देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए देखिए, आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए।
सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर। जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था। सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए, सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए।
Spine chilling audio coming in there. These are the policemen who clearly see that they have been outnumbered by a very violent mob that is acting almost with impunity. They are not scared of the forces even. They have been pelting forces. Remember, we showed you visuals of the SP of this area who had sustained injuries because stones were being hurled at them, and they were clearly outnumbered. Although the reporter told us that they were prepared in advance, there were deployments in place, but now we see one of the policemen pleading for help, asking for their officers to be sending more reinforcements.
पत्थर चला रहा था। सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए, सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए।
देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए देखिए, आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए।
सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर। जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था। सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए, सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए।
देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए देखिए, आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए।
सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर। जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था। सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए, सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए।
देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए देखिए, आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए।
सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर। जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था। सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए, सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए।
देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए देखिए, आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए।
सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर। जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था। सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए, सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए।
देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए देखिए, आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए।
सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर। जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था। सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए, सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए।
Coming in from Ranchi, unfortunately across the breadth of the country, from UP to Kashmir to Karnataka, you have these visuals of fire which is singeing the streets of India. These are the latest visuals coming in from Ranchi. There is a man who's pleading, saying, "Sir, please bacha lijiye, mera phone kharab ho gaya." There is another one who's crying and pleading for help. This as riotous mobs have pelted stones, not just at the civilians, but even at the security forces. Remember, in several of the places, including Ranchi, the police have resorted to lathi charge. In some cases, they've even resorted to tear gas shells to disperse the crowds. As you can see, the police themselves, they're in full riot gear. They're trying to take stock of the situation. They are trying to push back these mobs of pelters. However, as you can see on your screens, the situation is very, very tense as the face-off has continued. Lakhs have come out today. Remember, this is the first Friday after the riots that we have seen in Kanpur. There have been several insidious calls which have been made in flaming passions. There have been calls of provocation, calls to chop off the head, as well as beheadings and to burn now. Effigies too, remember, have been burned of Nupur Sharma. there are certain sections who have been demanding stricter action against Nupur Sharma. The BJP, of course, has been saying that they have already suspended her and they have lodged an FIR against her for promoting enmity between two communities. But despite that, there have been calls for beheading which has been coming in. And look at the fallout of the provocations and the incitement. On your screens, you have the result of that, where there is effigies being burned, there's vandalism which has happened, and pelting on security forces. And this is not just in Ranchi, this is the visual that we are getting you from Ranchi, but across in several states, be it in Uttar Pradesh, in Delhi as well, the very heart of Delhi, in Jama Masjid, we had a lot of protests. Across in the Jamia Millia campus of national capital, you had calls by the Campus Front of India where they demanded Nupur Sharma to be beheaded. And let me go across to now Sohan Lal as well. He is joining us with all more details on Ranchi. Sohan, if you can tell us, Ranchi में अब क्या हो रहा है? ऐसा लग रहा है कि स्टोन पेल्टिंग अभी भी चल रही है वहाँ पे?
देखिए, अभी भी कहा जाए तो स्थिति तनावपूर्ण है और अब से कुछ देर के पहले रांची के मेन रोड की ये घटना है, जहां मस्जिद में नमाज पढ़ने के बाद एक जगह मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोग इकट्ठा हुए और वहां से वो नारेबाजी करते वहां से वो आगे बढ़ रहे थे। पुलिस ने उन्हें काफी रोकने का प्रयास किया, लेकिन वो पुलिस की बात को उन्होंने इग्नोर कर दिया और जब पुलिस ने जबरदस्ती उन्हें रोकने का प्रयास किया तो पुलिस कर्मियों से जो लोग थे जो प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे वो उलझ गए। और इसके बाद जब पुलिस ने काफी प्रयास किया कि नहीं यहाँ से आगे नहीं जाने देंगे, तो पुलिस कर्मियों पर उस समय जमकर पत्थरबाजी की गई। और उस समय रांची पुलिस को इस बात की भनक नहीं थी कि चारों तरफ से उन पर पत्थरबाजी की जाएगी और जो पुलिसकर्मी है उन पर चारों तरफ से पत्थरबाजी की गई है। और इस पत्थरबाजी में रांची के सिटी एसपी, कई डीएसपी, कई थानेदार घायल हुए हैं। जब स्थिति अनकंट्रोल हो गया था कि लगा पुलिस की अब स्थिति कंट्रोल में नहीं आएगा, तो पुलिस की ओर से हवाई फायरिंग की गई है। और अभी भी जानकारी है कि लगभग आधे घंटे से रांची पुलिस की ओर से हवाई फायरिंग की जा रही है, लेकिन जो प्रदर्शनकारी हैं वो घर जाने को तैयार नहीं है। वो सड़कों पर अभी भी वहां पर जमे हुए हैं और लगातार वहां से वो नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। जी,
इसमें इंजरीज भी हो रही है क्योंकि यहाँ पर विजुअल्स में हमें दिख रहा है कि एसपी को भी इंजरीज हुई है जब ये स्टोन पेल्टिंग हुई।
हाँ, देखिए, जो घटना हुई है इसमें रांची के सिटी एसपी अंशुमन कुमार हैं वो घायल हुए हैं। रांची के कई डीएसपी इसमें घायल हुए हैं। कई इसमें जो थाना प्रभारी हैं वो भी घायल हुए हैं। जो पुलिसकर्मी थे वो रोड पर थे और जो प्रदर्शनकारी थे उनको वहां पर रोकने का प्रयास कर रहे थे, लेकिन जब इन पर पत्थरबाजी हुई है तो ये जो पुलिसकर्मी है ये समझ नहीं पाए थे कि इन पर कहां से पत्थरबाजी होगी। छतों से जहां तहां जो लोग इकट्ठा हुए थे वहां से पत्थर चलाया गया है और ये पत्थर से उसमें बच नहीं पाए थे और पुलिसकर्मी उसमें भागने का प्रयास कर रहे थे, अपनी जान बचा रहे थे कि वो जान बच जाए। तो उस पत्थरबाजी में कई अधिकारी और कई पुलिसकर्मी घायल हुए हैं। उसके बाद रांची पुलिस की ओर से हवाई फायरिंग का ऑर्डर दिया गया है और लगातार हवाई फायरिंग की गई है। अभी भी कहा जाए तो रह के पुलिस की ओर से हवाई फायरिंग की जा रही है, लेकिन जो प्रदर्शनकारी हैं वो मानने को तैयार नहीं है। वो लगातार नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं और नारेबाजी में वो अपनी बात कर रहे हैं जिस बात को लेकर उनको प्रदर्शन करना था, लेकिन पुलिस अभी भी स्थिति वहां पर
बिल्कुल, द सिचुएशन इज वेरी टेंस। एक मिनट सोहन, do stay on with us. In fact, the cops have opened fire now, unable to hold back these riotous mobs, unable to hold back despite wearing riot gear, and after lobbing tear gas shells, the police now were forced to open fire at the protesters. They are firing rounds in the air to ensure that the crowd disperses, that the situation does not spiral further out of control. The situation, as you can see on your screens, very, very tense right now. As you can see, open firing by the policemen in order to try and control the mobs. Of course, they have also barricaded the areas, they have put up cordons, and as you can see now, the last resort, which is firing at the protesters who have been pelting the policemen. Now, as you can see, after tear gas shells also didn't help in pushing back the mobs, now the police were forced to open fire. This is the visual which is coming in from Ranchi. Very, very disturbing. But what's also very disturbing is the audio that we could hear of distraught policemen in the background who seem to be helpless in the face of this righteous mob. Remember, several of the policemen have been injured as well. Let me go back across to Sohan Lal. सोहन, आप बता रहे थे कि पुलिस ने ओपन फायरिंग भी की, जो हमारे विजुअल्स में दिख रहा है अभी।
देखिए, आपसे कहा जाए तो आधे घंटे से रांची पुलिस की ओर से हवाई फायरिंग की जा रही है। अभी भी हवाई फायरिंग की वहां से आवाज आ रही है। हम भी उस जगह पर मौजूद थे, लेकिन वहां पर जिस तरह पत्थरबाजी हो रही थी, हवाई फायरिंग हो रही थी, तो हम वहां से हट गए हैं कि लगातार जो पता चलाया जा रहा था, मीडिया कर्मियों को भी निशाना बनाया जा रहा था। कई मीडिया कर्मी को वहां पर पकड़ के वहां पर पीटा गया है। किसी तरह वहां से वो जान बचा कर
हमारे साथ। We'll just come back to you. Chandreshwar Prasad is joining us, BJP MLA from Ranchi. चंद्रेश्वर प्रसाद जी, अब क्या हो रहा है रांची में? अब जो विजुअल्स आ रहे हैं उसमें दिख रहे हैं कि पुलिसमैन अभी हवाई फायरिंग कर रहे हैं।
अरे देखिए, मैं एक बात बता रहा हूँ कि सबसे पहले कि जब इन्होंने भारत बंद का आह्वान किया था, तो वैसी स्थिति में जिला प्रशासन को चाहिए था कि उन क्षेत्रों में जहाँ पर इनकी संख्या ज्यादा है वहाँ पर व्यवस्था पुलिस की करनी चाहिए था। लेकिन मैं भी विजुअल देख रहा हूँ, उसके अंदर यही समझ में आ रहा है कि ये झूठ मूठ का सिर्फ हवाई फायरिंग दिखावे के लिए कर रहे हैं। प्रशासन नाम की चीज नहीं है। हर बार कौन उस क्षेत्र से आ रहे हैं, इतने लोगों की गाड़ियां इन लोगों ने तोड़ दी है, ढेला पथराव किया है। हनुमान मंदिर जो मेन रोड पर है उसमें पथराव किया है, चर्च रोड में उस पर पथराव किया है। और पुलिस
चंदेश्वर जी, आप बोल रहे हैं कि प्रशासन रेडी नहीं थी, मगर कल से मोबिलाइजेशन चल रही थी, इनके पास तो इंटेलिजेंस इनपुट्स होंगे।
नहीं होंगे, लेकिन ये सरकार तुष्टिकरण की नीति वाली सरकार है ना। ये जालीदार टोपी लगाकर ये शांति सूत्र जिस प्रकार से उपद्रव का माहौल बनाए हुए हैं, वैसी स्थिति में प्रशासन यहाँ पर मुखदर्शक की भूमिका में है। बिल्कुल जिला प्रशासन को आदेश है कि कुछ कार्रवाई नहीं करना है। ये थोड़ा बहुत जो है लाठीचार्ज वगैरह कर रहे हैं। इन्होंने हवाई फायरिंग एक किया है जो विजुअल में आ रहा है। चाहते तो ये खदेड़ सकते थे पुलिस वाले, लेकिन ये समझाने की मुद्रा में है। वैसी स्थिति में मैं यही कर सकता हूँ कि आज स्थिति देखकर यही लगती है कि जालीदार टोपी वाले शांति दूतों के सामने पुलिस की भूमिका नपुंसक की होती है।
जी, थैंक यू सो मच चंद्रेश्वर जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। देयर इज आल्सो दीपक प्रसाद हु इज जॉइनिंग अस ऑफ द बीजेपी। दीपक प्रसाद, ये रांची में क्या हो रहा है? ये एक कैपिटल सिटी है, इसमें ही पुलिस इतनी बेबस हो गई है दैट दे आर लिटरली प्लीडिंग ऑन कैमरास। अभी हम सुन रहे थे उनका वीडियो, पुलिस के पास कोई उपाय नहीं था रादर देन फायरिंग इन द एयर।
देखिए, झारखंड की कानून व्यवस्था चरमराई हुई है पूरी तरह से। इसके लिए राज्य की सरकार, हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार इसके लिए दोषी है। इनका इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम फेल है। अगर इस प्रकार का उपद्रव हुआ तो इनके इंटेलिजेंस को पहले से इन्फॉर्मेशन देना चाहिए और साथ साथ में सरकार को तत्पर रहना चाहिए। लेकिन सरकार की पूरी तरह से हम कह सकते हैं निष्क्रियता के कारण इस प्रकार की घटना घटी है और जिसकी जितना निंदा की जाए वो कम है। और इसके लिए मूल रूप से अगर कहा जाए तो हेमंत सोरेन जी की सरकार होती है।
Thank you so much, Deepak Prakash ji, for joining us here on the show. Hemant Soren Sarkar is being slammed by the BJP for not being prepared for this. But listen in, it's important for us to listen in. As the cops found themselves on target of this rampaging mob, listen in to their despair in this clip.
देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए देखिए, आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छुप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए। सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर, जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर। फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए, आगे से रोकिए इन लोग को।
it's not just Ranchi. The situation isn't looking too good even across in Sholapur. The visuals that we can see on our screens will just get you those visuals that thousands of people have descended in this absolute madness. The alleging has been blasphemy, has gathered crowds of over thousands of people. The situation is very, very tense. And tempers have been running high. These are the visuals coming in Maharashtra. Remember, be it Uttar Pradesh, in Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir, across in Karnataka, in Delhi, now Maharashtra too, we can see these visuals. And what's very disturbing is that in a situation like this, it's very volatile. Right after the Friday prayers, we have seen thousands of people descending on the grounds in this visual which is coming in from Sholapur. Let me go across to Arunil. Arunil, who's mobilizing these crowds? What's happening there in Sholapur?
Meghna, very volatile situation, one can say, creates a very tense environment as well. And Friday prayers have been used as a method, as a module to mobilize the crowd. Not only in Solapur, but in Ahmednagar, in Aurangabad, in the Solapur district of Maharashtra, wherein we are getting these visuals, thousands of people gathering on the road. They are protesting extremely vociferously, saying that whatever Nupur Sharma has said, it amounts to blasphemy and immediate action needs to be taken against her. They are demanding her arrest as well. But these kind of violent protests being conducted, and why no police action is being taken against these protesters, whether the prior police permission has been given to these protesters, it doesn't really look like, because it started immediately after the Friday prayers. And ironically, if you look at it, against Nupur Sharma only, it was the Mumbai police that had first initiated action against her. The FIR was registered at the Paidani police station, and immediate summons were issued to her. That was confirmed by Sanjay Pandey, the Mumbai police commissioner, as well. At several different locations in the state of Maharashtra, namely Mumra, Ahmednagar, in Mumbai, FIRs have been registered against Nupur Sharma, and action is being called against her. Now, with respect to these protests that have been happening, we can only hope and pray that no untoward incident takes place in these protests, because you never know how a mob generally reacts while during a protest. And the cops also, it seems like they were not prepared for these kind of massive protests. So we can hope that some kind of an action is being taken against them if prior permissions were not taken.
There were no prior permission which was taken, but despite that, there are literally thousands of people who have gathered there in Sholapur. What is the security situation like? Any updates that you are picking up on that front? Because unfortunately, things seem to be spiraling out in several of the other cities of India. But before that, there is more breaking news that is coming in that we are going to be shifting focus across to. Well, SP MLA is now giving another justification for the chop-off threat which has been given to Nupur. In fact, remember, the Jammu cleric had said that the head of Nupur Sharma, the suspended BJP leader, should be chopped off, and now MP is giving a defense and cover fire for this hate cleric. Let's listen in.
अगर ये देश के अंदर नफरत की पॉलिसी नहीं फैलाते, इन्होंने सारे देश में नफरत फैला रखी है। मोहब्बत तो नाम की कोई चीज़ है नहीं, और नाजायज़ तरीके से हम लोगों पर, यानी मुसलमानों पर और ओबीसी पर भी, और दूसरे ये जो हैं एसटी के लोग हैं, इन सब के साथ भी ज़ातियाँ हो रही हैं। लेकिन इन पर कभी कोई लगाम नहीं लगाई गई। कभी इस पर नहीं सोचा गया कि हम किसी के मज़हब को बुरा कहेंगे या किसी के मज़हब के जो बानी हैं उनके खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई करेंगे तो उसके मानने वालों का क्या होगा। लेकिन हमारी गुजारिश है, हमारी ये डिमांड है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से कि वो इन दो आदमियों ने, जो नुपुर शर्मा और जिंदल ने जो हरकत की है, जो हमारे नबी की शान में गुस्ताखी की है, वो इनके खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई करे, गिरफ्तार करके जेल भेजे और मुकदमा चलवाए इन पर।
Well, Well, let me go across to Mohit Bhatt, who's joining us. Another rationalization of the hate, Mohit, which is coming in after the hate preacher yesterday gave a call to behead Nupur Sharma. Now you have none other than someone who is a sworn-in parliamentarian, Shafiqur Rahman Bark of the Samajwadi Party, coming and rationalizing it, saying that if there is Kriya, there is going to be Pratikriya. The result of that is this.
You cannot have double standards for the hate speech. Now, when Nupur Sharma made the speech, she was expelled from the party. The police investigation is going on. Even the Delhi police has filed complaint against 31 individuals, including Nupur Sharma, Asaduddin Owaisi, Naveen Jindal, and various others. Now, when I asked him that what exactly he has to say on the statement that are being made against Nupur Sharma and the protest, he said that it's a reaction to the action that was done by Nupur Sharma. It wouldn't have happened if Nupur Sharma wouldn't have made such comments, if Naveen Kumar Jindal wouldn't have tweeted such things. So as of now, we see that a senior member of parliament from Samajwadi Party coming out and in a way justifying all the protests. He did not condemn the violence because we know for a fact that how few cops have also been injured in the stone pelting. He also did not condemn the statement. Specifically, I asked him that what exactly he has to say on the statement that has been given by the a cleric in Jammu, where he said that Sar Tan se juda kar denge, and he said that this wouldn't have happened if Nupur Sharma wouldn't have made that speech. He did not condemn it. He did not come out and said that such statement should not be made, because you see, a reaction of hate speech with a hate speech is something that is not required, and we have seen massive protests all throughout the country that are happening. But the parliamentarians, they have a duty to ensure that they appeal that people should not take law into their hand. The protest should be peaceful. Protest is a democratic right, but attacking police, pelting stones on police is something which is very serious, and you need to condemn the hate speech that is being given by various clerics also. But that is not the case with this particular SPMP.
Well, absolutely. There is hate speech, and then there are those who are inciting this hate carefully. And look at the result of what happens when you are silent on this kind of a hate instead of coming out and appealing for peace and calm to prevail in both the communities. Unfortunately, even elected leaders, even the political parties, even members of parliament are now jumping onto the bandwagon. Instead of asking for calmer tempers, they are now inciting people, justifying calls to behead Nupur Sharma. Well, this is the dangerous trend that we have seen. Those who call themselves secularists have actually taken up the cudgels from the hate preachers, such as the one that we had yesterday here on Times Now, whom we showed, who had given a call to behead Nupur Sharma. Instead of condemning him wholeheartedly, you have people like Shafiqur Rahman Bark who are coming out and justifying all of this. This is why it's so very disturbing. This is something that we have been looking into right now and getting you visuals from across the length and breadth of the country. But what is very disturbing is that these fires have singed the streets of India, be it in Uttar Pradesh, in Maharashtra, across in Jharkhand and several others. In fact, let's tell you what happened in Srinagar, and this is very disturbing. Watch how Sar Tan se juda slogans are yet again being chanted, this time around in Srinagar. Watch this. Well, look at these visuals which are coming in. The chants of Sar Tan se juda again are being raised in Srinagar. Now, the reason why all of this is very disturbing is because this is a country which is run by the Constitution and not by calls of hate such as this. Let me go across to Ishan Wani, who's joining us. Ishan, who's behind mobilizing people for calls such as this of Sar Tan se juda yet again?
Well, there are several locations where we have seen similar protests. Some of them who have already appeared against the killing of innocents are today protesting and saying that, certain people should be beheaded because they have insulted Prophet. And that is what we have been hearing at a couple of locations where similar kind of protests have happened. Be it Lal Chowk or be it other locations, we have seen similar kind of, comments being made by people who have now taken to streets and are protesting. For example, we saw protests in Batmalu and from Srinagar to Shopian. All these locations we are hearing that the protests are taking place. This is after Friday congregational prayers, and to make sure that there is no law and order today, our main congregational prayer that is generally held at Jama Masjid in Srinagar, police did not allow that. There were locked space at the gates, and precisely to make sure that there are no such clashes or certain incidents do not take place. Security measures have been taken, but yes, definitely such kind of protests have taken place in other parts of Kashmir Valley, where people are now saying they're ready to sacrifice everything for the honor of Prophet, and that is why we are now, witnessing that the security measures are being tightened, to make sure that, such statements are given, and that is why now additional security forces have been deployed in parts of Srinagar city.
Well, we know that additional security has been deployed, but also there are several other calls which have been coming in. Can you tell us a bit about this? Because on the face of these incitements, unfortunately, no one from the Gupkar gang, those who say that they are secularists, are coming out and saying, stop this hate. Why hasn't that happened? Well, we'll try and reconnect and get you more details of that. But we are going to get you these chants which are very, very disturbing, again raised against Nupur Sharma of Sar Tan Se Juda, where these calls are being echoed from Ahmedabad across to Srinagar. These calls are very disturbing because there has been incitement which has happened. Remember, the courts are doing their job, the law imposers are doing their job. There is an FIR which has been filed against Nupur Sharma. The BJP has already distanced itself from her, but we have more reactions which are coming in.
हमारे नबी के बारे में जिस तरह उन्होंने अल्फाज इस्तेमाल किए, बीजेपी ने उनको निकाल दिया, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ पॉलिटिशियन खामोश बैठे हैं। मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा है इनको किस चीज का डर है। कुर्सी का डर है, वही तो ऑब्वियसली वही है, लेकिन ये बेवकूफ बनाते आए हैं लोगों को। मैं चाहता हूं कि उनको अरेस्ट किया जाए, उनको बाज़ाब्ता, अगर कोई मुसलमान किसी भी धर्म, चाहे वो सिखिज्म हो, चाहे वो सनातन धर्म हो, चाहे वो कोई और मजहब के बारे में कोई मुसलमान नाशाइता अल्फाज इस्तेमाल करता है, तो इस्लाम भी ये कहता है कि उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाए, उसको अंदर किया जाए। हम पथराव नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन इतना तो मोहब्बत दिखाएं, ये प्रोफाइल व्हाट्सएप पे रखे, ये फेसबुक पे रखे और अपना प्रोटेस्ट दायर करें।
Well, there you have it, a rationalization of this hate coming in from this party, Apni Party. Let me go across to Mohit. But Mohit, this has been very, very dangerous trend that we have seen at a time when India is governed by the constitution. You have these rampant calls coming in of beheading to burn. And this is something which is unacceptable, and everyone in India must unitedly stand against these extrajudicial calls which are being made.
Well, Meghna, you see, democratically you have a right to protest. You have a right to peaceful protest, but giving out call of beheading someone, giving out call of violence, giving out call of stone pelting, and we have seen that how in various protests, the protests have gone out of the hand. In Kanpur, we saw last week how the stones were being pelted, the petrol bombs were being hurled. So there has to be the respect for law and order, and this is what the government is saying. It's not about the protests, it's about the way those protests are being handled, the way the protesters are protesting in those protests. And we see a cleric from Jammu comes out and he said that and gives a threat of beheading of Nupur Sharma, and we see that the ecosystem and a lobby is supporting that. They are not condemning it. This is something which is very, very serious. But yes, the government sources, they have told us, and even the UP government, because most of the protests over there are concise in UP, that a strict action would be taken against anybody who will take law into their hands. And today we saw that still at many places protests are continuing. In few of the places, police have been injured, stones are being pelted. So there is a difference between right of protest and going out of the hand. You have right, but you have also duties. So everything has to be considered. Back to you.
You're absolutely right. You have your rights as well as your duties. On your screens, you can see, unfortunately, more such chants of Sar Tan Se Juda. This time around, they're echoing across Aurangabad. In Aurangabad, as you can see, after the Friday prayers, hundreds of people had gathered, and even in this gathering, you have Sar Tan Se Juda chants being chanted against Nupur Sharma. You can see similar chants being raised in Srinagar as well as Ahmedabad. Remember, these are calls of hate. These are calls of extrajudicial murder that people are talking about, something that we would wholeheartedly condemn. You have the right to protest. Everyone does as per the Indian Constitution, but you do not have the right to threaten people and threaten to behead people. Now, this is a disturbing trend that we have been witnessing in several of the cities, be it Srinagar, be it Ahmedabad or even Aurangabad, where we have had people come out and back calls to behead Nupur Sharma. Of course, there is anger which is rife, and many have said that this anger against the statements which have been made against prophets is correct. However, it's important that we follow the law. As per law, Nupur Sharma already has an FIR filed against her, and she must be punished if she is found guilty. However, these extrajudicial acts calling for the beheading of Nupur Sharma is something which is completely unacceptable. These calls which have been demanding her to be hung, there are those who are demanding her to be burned, and there are those who are demanding for her head to be chopped off. This is not acceptable.
So there you heard the Sar Tan Se Juda call that is being given in several parts of the country. Three of those set of visuals really explaining the critical ground situation in Srinagar, in Aurangabad, in Ahmedabad. Sar Tan Se Juda call being given out in open. Let me go across to Ishan joining us with more details. Ishan, clearly this kind of hatred that is being adopted in several parts of the country, all of this happening after the Friday press. Now, this was certainly a concern given the security aspect, but turning out to be true, the nightmare is.
Well, there were apprehensions with the security forces. Even if you talk about Kashmir Valley, that certain kind of protests can happen, and that is why there were preventive measures that the government tried to take. For example, in Kashmir Valley, mobile data services have been suspended in Srinagar city to make sure that a similar protests do not replicate. But despite that, we have seen protests taking place in the Srinagar city. And in the heart of Srinagar city, we saw that several activists coming out and saying that they're ready to lay down their life for the honor of Prophet. And now we are also seeing that the protests have, spread from Srinagar to Shopian and other parts of Kashmir Valley as well. Srinagar witnessed a couple of protests at historic Lal Chowk, and that is where such comments have been made. We're already seeing that there is now protests across India, which is several parts of India reporting such protests, and now it is snowballing into a major protests that are taking place in India now. In Kashmir Valley, security forces actually already took certain precautionary measures by deploying security forces at the vulnerable spots, and also to make sure that social media is not used as a platform to disseminate certain kind of information and try to instigate people. 14 services were suspended, but despite that, so people came out on roads and in different parts like Batmalu, Lal Chowk, and in the old city of Srinagar, people came out and raised certain slogans. And now security forces are saying that they have deployed security forces at the vulnerable points to make sure that people are not instigated, and there are these protests do not.
Yes, because all this that's happening on the streets of the country is certainly deteriorating the situation further. Thank you, Ishan. We'll come back to you in just a bit, shifting our focus to more updates we're tracking. And yes, viewers, breaking down details of how in Prayagraj, top police officials have sustained injuries during the protest. The police vehicles can also be seen set on fire. So the police vehicles were set on fire. Some police officials also sustained injuries. In fact, to get into further details, ADG Prem Prakash stands injured. The DM also there sustained injuries, and ADG staff also sustained injuries. So information coming in of at least 3 police officials, top 3 police officials who have sustained injuries during the protests in Prayagraj. Now, protests have broken out in several parts of the country. It's not just limited to Uttar Pradesh, where of course a call was given not just now but a week ago as well, and investigation is on that particular front. But to quickly get in more details on what happened in Prayagraj, Amir joining us once again. Amir, what happened in Prayagraj? What led to the situation getting from bad to worse, with the police officials also ultimately sustaining injuries?
Well, yes, absolutely. Not just the police officials, but the top administrative officials of the district. The district magistrate Sanjay Khatri has also sustained injuries. ADG Prem Prakash has also sustained injuries, and a number of other policemen who were along with them have also been pelted with stones. Now, these top officials of the district perhaps were caught unawares when they went towards the place where these rioters were indulging in stone pelting, trying to gain control of the situation. But the district magistrate somehow, his staff could not coordinate with him, and therefore the crowd, the mob that had gathered there, chased him to a distance when finally he could seek refuge. So very disturbing visuals there coming in from Prayagraj. We've over the last several years we have not seen such a situation where top police officials like district magistrate, like ADG of Prayagraj, as well as the district magistrate of Prayagraj, such senior officials being chased by mob, being pelted with stones and having sustained injuries because of the resultant violence. So clearly situation had actually gone out of control in Prayagraj, although now the official sources are telling us that situation has been taken control of. The visuals which we are showing to our viewers have been recorded some time back. Therefore, more police reinforcements have been sent therein to take control of the situation. But clearly, not a good situation overall across many districts in Uttar Pradesh, especially in Prayagraj, in Saharanpur and in Moradabad, wherein stone pelting has taken place. Mobs have tried to chase police. The police have used force. They've resorted to lathi charge to disperse the mob that had gathered to protest after the Juma prayers this afternoon. Considering that an alert had been sounded across Uttar Pradesh, considering the kind of violence that had taken place in Kanpur last Friday, it was also incumbent upon the police and administration to ensure that adequate deployment of forces was done in all such areas which are noted as sensitive. And all of these are actually areas in the old city wherein it definitely becomes very tricky for the administration, the police to man just about every alley which is linked with the main roads in these old city areas. And therefore perhaps the mob that had gathered had taken advantage of their position and the situation there, trying to make things difficult and challenging for the police to contain and rein in this kind of a stone pelting mob. So strict instructions have been passed on as far as the Chief Minister is concerned. The Home Department is keeping an eye on the situation. They are getting frequent updates from all the districts, especially the ones which have seen violence this afternoon. and more action will follow definitely, because none other than the Chief Minister himself, Yogi Adityanath, has instructed all top officials in the respective districts to ensure that immediate and very strict and exemplary punishment and action be taken against all such people who have indulged in this kind of violent protest, vandalism and incidents of stone pelting.
Absolutely, and there is a way to go about protests in our country, Amir, and this is certainly not that way. This is not the right way to go about protests. These are not democratic protests. There are open calls, beheading calls being issued with impunity, and we've seen that take place not in one city but in 3 cities, at least 3 cities in from where we're picking up those shocking visuals of beheading sloganeering that has been on. Now, quickly shifting focus, thank you, Amir, for joining us with those details. In Ranchi, there has been a protest that has taken place, and once again over remarks insulting Prophet Muhammad. It has spread across the country like wildfire. In Ranchi, viewers, it's important to point out what's happened. These protests turned violent. The police officials ended up sustaining injuries after the violent protests on the streets. In fact, in one of the videos, a cop can be heard seeking reinforcements, fearing for his life. Let's play out that sequence.
देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए देखिए, आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए सर, पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर, जल्दी से सर, देखिए अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए, देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए देखिए, आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए सर, पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर, जल्दी से सर, देखिए अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए।
So clearly, the police officials, they're outnumbered by the thousands of protesters on the streets. Going across to Sohan, joining us live. Sohan, बुरी खबर काफी कोनों से आ रही है देश के। यहाँ पे क्या हुआ? रांची में बताया जा रहा है कि एसपी भी इंजर्ड हुए थे, बट क्या शॉकिंग है कि पुलिस भी सिचुएशन कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रही है, रीइंफोर्समेंट मांग रही है। हमने उस पुलिस अफसर की बात सुनी, काफी शॉकिंग है। क्या हो रहा है स्ट्रीट्स पे?
देखिए, जो घटना हुई है उसके बाद अभी कहा जाए तो रांची के तमाम जो पुलिस अधिकारी हैं घटना स्थल पर मौजूद हैं, और काफी घंटों के मशक्कत के बाद कहा जाए तो अभी स्थिति नियंत्रण में आई है। जिसमें घटना हुई थी उसमें रांची के मेन रोड में एकरा मस्जिद के पास मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोग इकट्ठा हुए थे। नमाज का आज जुम्मा था, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जो इतनी भीड़ जो प्रदर्शन में लोग थे वो उस समय नहीं थे। कहीं ना कहीं ये आशंका व्यक्त की जा रही है कि बाहर से भी लोग आए होंगे। हालांकि रांची पुलिस से कहना है कि इस पूरे मामले की जांच की जा रही है, लेकिन जब प्रदर्शन कर्मी वहां से जा रहे थे तो पुलिस कर्मियों ने उन्हें रोकने का प्रयास किया, लेकिन ये पुलिस की बात को इन्होंने नहीं माना, पुलिस की बात को इन्होंने इग्नोर कर दिया था। पुलिस ने जबरन इन्हें रोकने का प्रयास किया था, लेकिन उस समय ये पुलिस कर्मियों पर लाठीचार्ज करने लगे और उस समय ये बात करने लगे कि किसी भी हाल में वहां पर उस जगह पर वहां पर ये जाएंगे। और उसके बाद पुलिस की ओर से वहां पर हवाई फायरिंग की गई है और मुस्लिम समुदाय की ओर से भी वहां पर फायरिंग की गई है, गोली चलाई गई है। और इस गोली में जैप के 3 जवान को गोली लगी है। इस बात की अभी तक पुष्टि नहीं हुई है, लेकिन अनऑफिशियल इस बात की जानकारी आई है कि जैप 3 के जो जवान हैं उन्हें गोली लगी है। जब ये घटना हुई थी तो उस समय पुलिसकर्मियों की संख्या काफी कम थी। रांची पुलिस को इस बात की जरा से ही भनक नहीं था कि ये प्रदर्शन इस स्तर पर चला जाएगा, और वहां जो पुलिसकर्मी तैनात थे, डीएसपी तैनात थे, लगातार वायरलेस से अतिरिक्त फोर्स की वो डिमांड कर रहे थे। लेकिन कुछ देर के बाद वहां पर अतिरिक्त फोर्स को भेजा गया है, और जब माइकिंग की जा रही थी रांची डीआईजी की ओर से,
आप बता रहे हैं कि कुछ जवानों को गोली लगी है, इस पे क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं? क्या पता है हमें?
देखिए जो खबरें आ रही है कि जैप 3 के 3 जवान हैं, तीनों को गोली लगी है और ये गोली जो प्रदर्शन कर्मी थे जिधर से फायरिंग की जा रही थी ये उनके तरफ से ये फायरिंग की गई है और जैप के 3 जवान को गोली लगी है और कई खोखा रांची पुलिस ने वहां से बरामद किया है। जो रांची के मेन रोड है एकरा मस्जिद के बगल में जो मंदिर है उस मंदिर के पास से कई खोखा पुलिस ने बरामद किया है। तो रांची पुलिस ने कहा है कि उनके तरफ से भी कई राउंड फायरिंग की गई है, लेकिन फायरिंग की नौबत क्यों आई, उन्होंने क्यों फायरिंग किया, इसकी वजह क्या थी। जब प्रदर्शनकर्मी प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, पुलिसकर्मी उन्हें समझा रहे थे कि आप आगे मत जाइए, आप अपने घरों में जाइए, तब उन्होंने पुलिस पर पत्थरबाजी कर दिया और चारों तरफ से पुलिस पर पत्थरबाजी की गई है। जो वहां छत है, छत की ओर से भी पत्थर पुलिस पर फेंके गए, तब पुलिस ने जान बचाने के लिए हवाई फायरिंग किया। हवाई फायरिंग के बाद जब उधर से लगातार पुलिस पर फायरिंग हुई है और इस फायरिंग में जैप 3 के जो 3 जवान हैं तीनों को गोली लगी है और तीनों को रांची के रिम्स में भर्ती कराया गया है। जी
सोहन, जो हमें बता रहे हैं बहुत बड़ी बात है, आप हमें बता रहे हैं कि पत्थरबाजी तो की गई थी पुलिस वालों पे, इसलिए उन्होंने हवाई फायरिंग की, पर ये जो उन पे गोलियां चली है ये कहां से?
देखिए रांची पुलिस इस पूरे मामले की जांच करेगी, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं रांची पुलिस की जो इनपुट है कहीं ना कहीं से फेलियर हम बोल सकते हैं। रांची पुलिस के कई अधिकारियों को कल ही इस बात की जानकारी हो गई थी कि कल मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोग प्रदर्शन कर सकते हैं, ऐसे कुछ उन्हें इनपुट थी, लेकिन स्पेसिफिक इनपुट नहीं थी कि और किस तरह का प्रदर्शन हो सकता है। उसके बावजूद भी रांची पुलिस ने अपने स्तर से जिस स्तर से तैयारी करनी चाहिए थी उस स्तर से रांची पुलिस की ओर से तैयारी नहीं की गई थी। रांची के सिटी एसपी, डीएसपी तमाम जो अधिकारी हैं वो एकरा मस्जिद के पास मौजूद थे।
All right, so we'll wait for a confirmation on what really happened there. Thank you for sharing that update with us, Sohan. So yes, cops have suffered bullet injuries in Ranchi. That's the detail that is coming in at the moment. For the moment, putting out these visuals, viewers, you can see how this particular cop is picking up a bullet shell from the road. So certainly bullets have been fired. Now what's really happened? Who sustained injuries? How many people have sustained injuries? How many cops have sustained injuries? Details have to still come to light. We have to check all of that officially and then we will be breaking it out for you. But yes, initial details, reports suggest that cops have suffered bullet injuries in Ranchi, and on your screens is a visual wherein a cop can clearly be seen picking up a fired bullet, the shell of the bullet from the road. So what really happened there? Sohan tells us that the police was forced to open fire in the air because they were being pelted at. Stone pelting that took place at the cops. Stone pelting was taking place from the other side. The cops were at the receiving end, is why they were forced to retaliate. They were forced to open fire in the air. But what really transpired thereafter, we're yet to pick up confirmation on that. We'll only be going by the official records, so we'll wait for more details to trickle in. But viewers, what you're seeing across the country is very, very worrisome because there are beheading calls that are being given out in public domain, not from one city, from at least 3 cities. We've put out those visuals for you. Children can be seen holding those extremely shocking placards, and the situation going from bad to worse. And now we are being told that stone pelting has also been reported from Havra. On your screens are live visuals coming in from Havra, where stone pelting once again has been reported. Now stone pelting incidents have taken place in several parts, like it has in Ranchi, details of which we just broke down for you. On your screens for the moment, shifting focus to these visuals coming in from Havra. Stone pelting taking place on the streets in Havra. All of this happening after the Friday prayers, the situation deteriorating by the hour. And Tamal joining us on the phone line. Tamal, what can you tell us about these visuals? Clearly stones being pelted at the police personnel.
Well, that's right. Police had tried dispersing the crowd that had assembled on National Highway 6, blocking the highway. We have to understand yesterday too a similar protest had erupted on National Highway 6. the result of what was absolute traffic snarl leading up to Kolkata, running up to several kilometers, and that road blockade had lasted for close to 11 hours. So today there was clear instruction to police that under no circumstances will the roads be allowed to be blocked. That would lead to inconvenience to people. But then soon after Friday prayer, there was assembling of people who had assembled on National Highway 6 near Uluberia, and they had blocked the arterial highway road, and police had immediately tried dispersing the crowd, and it was then when clashes erupted between police and the agitating protesters. These protesters had been demanding the arrest of Nupur Sharma and other BJP leaders, allegedly making controversial remarks, and thus they had tried registering their protest. But then, even after several rounds of negotiation between police and the protesters, when they refused to relent, police had tried using force, and that's when the clashes erupted. Yes, the protesters had even tried pelting stones on the police people. Few police people have sustained injuries. Police have resorted to firing of tear gas shells to disperse the crowd, but at the moment the situation is slightly under control. Similar protests had also happened in Kolkata Park Circus area, where a huge number of people had assembled, and they had blocked the entire 7-point crossing for good 1 hour, but then thereafter police had dispersed the crowd. The protesters have left the spot.
All right, so a similar strategy at place, Tamal, isn't it? Both these locations, you're telling us there was an attempt made to block the roads, to stage a protest by blocking the roads is when the police had to intervene.
Absolutely. In Park Circus, which is a very, very arterial cross-section in the city of Kolkata, it was under the siege for good 1 hour and even more, where thousands of people had assembled after the Friday prayers, resorting to demonstration and protests where effigies were burned. Protesters were extremely agitated, and they were extremely aggrieved. Police had, in a way, cleared out the entire spot so that the protesters do not spill onto the other roads, leading to any chaotic situation or anything untoward. But here in Howrah, it was a little chaotic, and of course, there was clashes between police and protesters when protesters started pelting stones, targeting police personnel who were trying to disperse the crowd and relieve the arterial National Highway 6. This particular incident in Howrah had happened near Uluberia. The Uluberia National Highway 6 was blocked by protesters. A similar spot near to Uluberia on National Highway 6 was under the siege of protesters last evening for good 11 hours. Last evening, the protesters were dispersed with the use of force. Police had fired tear gas shells, and similar situation erupted today as well in Howrah, where protesters were unrelenting to leave the national highway. That had led to absolute traffic standstill. The protesters had resorted to stone pelting. Police had resorted to mild lathi charge, and of course firing of tear gas shells to disperse the crowd. In Kolkata, there was no such chaotic situation, no firing of tear gas shells or lathi charge that happened from the side of the police. Protesters had assembled at the Park Circus 7-point crossing. People from several parts had assembled over there, and the demonstration lasted for good 1 hour and even more. But eventually, protesters had left the spot, and the traffic situation is now normal in the city of Kolkata, especially at Park Circus crossing.
All right, situation relatively normal. Thank you, Tamal, for getting us that update. But what's all the more shocking is how all of this is being justified. It is our politicians who are justifying this kind of hate, which one can witness on the streets across the country. Samajwadi Party MP Shafiqur Rahman Bark has come out strongly in support of these protests. He says the situation would have been normal had Nupur and Naveen Jindal been arrested. So he's not condemning the call that has been given by several to behead Nupur Sharma, rather justifying it and saying all of this would not have happened had the two leaders be arrested. So clearly coming out in support of what is happening across the country, the call, the hate call that is being given simultaneously. Listen in.
नहीं तो अब वो स्टेटमेंट आप उसको कह रहे हैं तो उसके रिएक्शन में ही तो कह रहे हैं वो क्या हमारे नबी की शान में गुस्ताखी की है और फिर इसके बावजूद नो एक्शन तो इसलिए अब ये एक्शन कोई नहीं है कि सब सस्पेंड कर दिया बाहर निकाल दिया पार्टी से।
आप चाहते कानूनी कार्रवाई जल्द से जल्द हो
और इंशाल्लाह फिर ये हालात नॉर्मल हो जाएंगे।
And the Congress also not any different after the Samajwadi Party. The Congress also covering this up. In fact, this is the president of All India Mahila Congress who's talking about politics in all of this, who's talking about how this is not to be blamed on the mentality, the hate that can be witnessed on the streets, but some of the leaders of the BJP. Listen in.
See, it's a very sad state that politicians are really stooping low instead of, there was a time when politicians used to be looked up really high, where they would be the factor that binds people and the nation. But the current leadership, the current government and its leadership at the center there's no doubt that it's just dividing people. The country is going through a bad time, and I appeal to the citizens of the country to stay united, do not get disturbed with such cheap remarks from anybody. We all hold our religions in our heart at the highest esteems, and be united. We are in the land of Gandhi.
Viewers, it's the same old narrative, pinning the blame on another political party. That's not the solution here. That's not the answer to all the hate that is being witnessed across the country. Slipping into a very short break here. Be back with the latest on the other side.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था, या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है, तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर्स है यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है। आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना उद्योग बड़ा कर रहा है तो वो अपनी मेहनत से कर रहा है। आप ये बोल देंगे कि तुम्हें सरकार ने मदद की इसलिए तुम खड़े हो गए। अरे नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी अदानी अंबानी थे, 2014 से बाद थोड़ी ना आए, पहले भी थे ना वो। तो आप लगातार व्यापारी के नाते, एक गुजराती के नाते आप सिर्फ गाली देते रहोगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है।
आपने अपने रेजिग्नेशन लेटर में लिखा है कि जितने लीडर हैं वो गुजरात में वो चिकन सैंडविच के इंतजाम में ज्यादा लगे रहते हैं। तो ये चिकन सैंडविच का शौक किसको है कांग्रेस पार्टी में?
वो तो सबको मालूम है। जो पार्टी के नेता यहाँ प्रचार में आते हैं तो यहाँ की लीडरशिप उनको मुद्दे कम और अपने खाने पीने की व्यवस्था में ज्यादा लग जाती है। जो हकीकत है वो तो लोगों को सबको मालूम है। और यही तो दुख लगता है कि आपको चापलूसी करने का टाइम मिल रहा है, लेकिन यहाँ के लोकल मुद्दे पर उनसे बात करने का मौका नहीं मिल रहा।
नहीं तो चिकन सैंडविच का शौक किसको है ये तो खुलकर बताइए।
देखिए सबको मालूम है, अब उसमें बताने की क्या बात है नवीखा जी?
नहीं, आपने नाम नहीं लिखा तो मैं पूछ रही हूँ।
नेता कौन है? दिल्ली से कौन आता है नेता?
दिल्ली से बहुत सारे आते होंगे। किसकी बात कर रहे हैं? नाम तो बताइए।
राष्ट्रीय नेता तो वही है, राहुल जी आते होंगे गुजरात, उनके लिए सब व्यवस्था होती होगी।
अच्छा, तो वो उनके लिए अलग मेन्यू होता है चिकन सैंडविच का?
बिल्कुल, पार्टी के सब यहाँ के लोकल नेता होते बस उसी में व्यस्त रहते हैं। अगर मुद्दों पे व्यस्त रहे होते तो राहुल जी की एक एक बात गुजरात की जनता के मुद्दों के आधार पे होती। सिर्फ उद्योग और रफाल और मोदी जी को गाली देने पर नहीं रहती। सिर्फ कभी मुद्दे पर, कभी समाधान पर बात हुई नहीं हुई।
तो हार्दिक पटेल जी, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ कि मोदी जी के खिलाफ तो
Good evening and welcome. I'm Ankit Tyagi. This is Times Now, the news at 5 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, there are multiple visuals, multiple city where after the Friday namaz there was massive protest, showdown, stone pelting, cops injured, shots had to be fired to try and disperse the crowd. That is going to be our top focus here. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at 5. Anger over Nupur Sharma's controversial comments spills onto the streets of India from Karnataka to Kashmir. Protests break out after Friday prayers.
सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कवर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर। जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर। फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए।
Policemen caught in crossfire in Ranchi protest takes violent turn. Men in khaki attacked. Ranchi superintendent of police injured in the clashes. Protesters take cue from provocateurs after Srinagar to Ahmedabad, now to Aurangabad. The protest against Nupur Sharma, even kids made to chant murderous slogans. Uttar Pradesh witnesses violence protests in Moradabad and Saharanpur as Kanpur remains restive. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath orders strict action against culprits. Jama Masjid in Delhi witnesses protests after prayer. Shahi Imam says mosque doesn't endorse it. Police sources hint at role of politicians. Srinagar shuts down partially, but protests erupt in Batmalu. Protesters hit the streets, demand immediate arrest of Nupur Sharma. From Karnataka to Delhi, Popular Front of India and its offshoots add fuel to fire, hold protests, raise provocative slogans to stoke hate. Day after Jammu cleric calls for chopping of hands and beheading Nupur Sharma, opposition silent on this hate. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start with this very disturbing, in fact, developments from across the country this afternoon. The nation is gripped in protest, which started right after the Friday prayers. Lakhs of protesters hit the streets in different states. But what's appalling is the chilling Sartan se juda call given by protesters in Srinagar and Aurangabad. Listen into this open threat, which was given in broad daylight with impunity. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, in Ahmedabad, even kids were not spared. Little children were seen carrying "Behead Nupur" placards and chanting Sartan se juda slogans during protest. And not just this, rupees 10 lakh bounty to behead. In fact, this has been also for as far as Nupur Sharma is concerned. Protest by Fayaz Bukhari, who has given this bounty. We are getting some latest news right now. Samajwadi Party MP gives, in fact, and justifies chop-off threat to Nupur Sharma. Jammu cleric gives behead Nupur threat. And Samajwadi Party MP Shafiqur Bark won't even condemn this kind of violence or this kind of threat which has now come to fore against Nupur Sharma.
नहीं तो अब वो स्टेटमेंट आप उसको कह रहे हैं तो उसके रिएक्शन में ही तो कह रहे हैं वो क्या हमारे नबी की शान में गुस्ताखी की है और फिर इसके बावजूद नो एक्शन। तो इसलिए अब ये एक्शन कोई नहीं है कि सब सस्पेंड कर दिया, बाहर निकाल दिया पार्टी से।
आप चाहते कानूनी कार्रवाई जल्द से जल्द हो
और इंशाल्लाह फिर ये हालात नॉर्मल हो जाएंगे।
Let me go across to my colleagues. Ishan is joining us at this moment. Arunil also with us. Somit is also joining us. I want to start with you, Ishan. Now, these protests have taken a violent turn across many places in the country. In the national capital, at least, there were protests which remained peaceful, but very, very disturbing. While the Constitution gives you the right to protest, there can't be chants and calls for murder.
Well, it called a sigh of relief for the administration and the government. There have been no violent clashes, though there were protests in Kashmir Valley, as we saw in Delhi also taking place. There were protests, but by and large they remained peaceful. But remember, there are certain people like Fayaz Bukhari of the Apni party who has now been sacked by them. He had set a bounty of 10 lakh rupees for beheading Nupur Sharma. He has been sacked by the Apni party. They have taken the action, but he protested today again at the historic Gandagar. And apart from him, there was a little-known political party who have been protesting in the past as well against the killing of innocents. Today again hit the streets and called for beheading of certain people who are disrespecting Prophet. And we have seen similar protests also erupting in other parts of Kashmir Valley. For example, in Shopian, people gathering outside the Jama Masjid there to protest against this kind of remarks being made. At the same time, the government took certain clear actions. One was to stop the use of mobile internet services, particularly the 4G, to make sure that the false news and the fake news and other instigative posts are not there on the social media and people are not provoked, because it's Friday, and after the congregational Friday prayer there are a lot of people who gather inside mosques, and but that is why the administration, as a precautionary measure, say they had to shut down prayers at the Jama Masjid here in Srinagar. The gates were locked and people were not allowed to gather there, but there were no violent clashes in Srinagar. But yes, definitely people hit the streets and raised slogans and also carried placards which called for action against Nupur Sharma.
Stay on with me, in fact, Ishan. Let me also bring in Arunil at this moment. Arunil, there were certain protests also in and around Mumbai. What is the situation right now? Has the police been completely in control of the situation? Meanwhile, in Aurangabad, there were very, very dangerous slogans which were raised. Is the police and the government taking action?
Well, not only in Aurangabad, Ankit, in Solapur, in Ahmednagar, in different parts of Maharashtra, but particularly in Aurangabad, because the kind of slogans that were raised against Nupur Sharma, that seems extremely threatening if one has to look at it. And now, in fact, the Home Ministry of Maharashtra, according to sources inform us, has taken note of these kind of slogans that were raised, as well as why the local police had no idea that such kind of a massive protest or congregation was supposed to be held in their respective districts. It's a complete failure of the police intelligence. That's what the Home Ministry is looking at this, and action can be initiated against the people who called in these protests. In some of the protests, there were children also who could be seen, especially in the protest that was held in Ahmednagar. In fact, a band was being called in Ahmednagar for the entire day, and the people have been saying that until the action is not being taken against Nupur Sharma, they are not going to keep quiet. They've been calling it as blasphemy. Okay. But the kind of protest, thousands of people gathering on the road, it creates a very threatening and a very volatile situation on the ground as well. Right. Yes, they were more or less peaceful, but the slogans and the jargons that were used were extremely
provocative, extremely disturbing, to say the least. These slogans which have been raised. Arunil, stay on with me. There is breaking news coming in from Telangana right now. Let's very quickly shift our focus to that. According to the police, in fact, after Friday prayers, the protest which was staged at Masjid-e-Rahmat, Clock Tower, New Town in Mehboob-Nagar, Telangana. Now, the slogans were raised against Nupur Sharma and BJP. Later, around 8 people submitted representation to the collector demanding action against Nupur Sharma. Now, in this protest, tricolour was seen being waved by some protesters, which was in fact a disrespect to the tricolour. The Ashok Chakra was replaced by Kalma. This is a very, very shocking, in fact, visual that we are playing at this moment, the tricolor, Somit, now there is a sanctity and there is a code as far as the tricolor is concerned, Somit. Now this is a very, very serious violation and an insult.
Well, exactly. There is decorum code, and when you are, carrying tricolor, there should be some, rules followed. And here we can clearly say that in Telangana, likewise in India, several protests broke out at several masjids, several mosques, and even including in the Hyderabad city. And we have just saw the visuals from Hyderabad city at several places, at several mosques, protests broke out. And the shocking thing is, shocking visuals and shocking things we can clearly see in that visual. A protester have replaced, actually, he was waving tricolor, and Ashoka Chakra was replaced by Kalma, and they are waving that flag there in that protest. And also, around 150-200 people gathered after the Friday prayers at, Masjid Rahmat at Clock Tower in the Mahbubnagar district and Mahbubnagar headquarters. And later, there have also around 7 to 8 people have also went to the local collectorate, the Mahbubnagar collectorate, and also submitted the memorandum representation demanding the action against Nupur Sharma and also the BJP. And we can also clearly see, one protester is waving that flag, and Ashoka Chakra was replaced by Kalma there. And we have also asked the police about these videos emerging from the Mahbubnagar headquarters. Police said that we are verifying into it, but however, protest has taken place, and we are also gathering the videos. And later, if anything is found guilty, and if anyone is found guilty, we'll take action. That is what we are hearing from the police as of now.
All right, stay on with me, Somit. In fact, we are getting some breaking news. The Congress party, Rashid Alvi, seems to be justifying the violent protests which have been taking place all across, in fact, in many parts of the country against BJP suspended spokesperson Nupur Sharma. Now, Congress says Rashid Alvi seems to be coming out and said that there is widespread anger, and that's the reason of such protests. Let's listen in.
Not only in Delhi, in Aligarh, in Prayagraj, in Kanpur, everywhere it is happening. But Government of India is sleeping. I want to say very clearly, if Government of India wants to save their skin, come out. Say no, they have not committed anything wrong. And if you want to arrest, you arrest both of them. And strict action should be taken.
See, it's a very sad state that politicians are really stooping low instead of, there was a time when politicians used to be looked up really high, where they would be the factor that binds people and the nation. But the current leadership, the current government and its leadership at the center there's no doubt that it's just dividing people. The country is going through a bad time, and I appeal to the citizens of the country to stay united, do not get disturbed with such cheap remarks from anybody. We all hold our religions in our heart at the highest esteems, and be united. We are in the land of Gandhi.
Breaking news coming in after violent protest in Ranchi right now. In fact, the situation is extremely volatile. Has been imposed in Ranchi after the violent protest. Sohan, my colleague, is now joining us with more details on this. Sohan, क्या स्थिति है अभी? पुलिस पूरी तरीके से सिचुएशन को नियंत्रण में कर पाई है? कर्फ्यू के क्या बताया गया है? कितने घंटे तक कर्फ्यू रहेगा?
देखिए, अभी जो कहा जाए तो रांची में जो स्थिति है उसे कंट्रोल करने की स्थिति में की जा रही है, कोशिश की जा रही है पुलिस की ओर से, लेकिन रांची के एसएसपी, सिटी एसपी, कई पदाधिकारी, पुलिसकर्मी घायल हैं। हमारी रांची के डीसी जो छवि रंजन, उनसे हमारी बात हुई, उन्होंने कहा कि रांची के शहरी क्षेत्र में अभी से कर्फ्यू लगा दिया गया है, लेकिन इसमें और कितनी ढील होगी, कितने घंटे कर्फ्यू लगाया गया है, अभी उन्होंने डिटेल जानकारी नहीं दिया है। सिर्फ उन्होंने कर्फ्यू लगाने की बात की पुष्टि की। उन्होंने कहा कि पूरी जो डिटेल है थोड़ी देर के बाद प्रेस के माध्यम माध्यम से जारी किया जाएगा। लेकिन जहां पर घटना हुई थी अभी भी कहा जाए तो वहाँ स्थिति कंट्रोल में नहीं है, जहां तहां लोग अभी भी इकट्ठा हुए हैं। तमाम जो पुलिस अधिकारी है, कई पुलिस कर्मियों को वहां पर तैनात किया गया है और जो इस पूरे प्रदर्शन में थे, जो मास्टरमाइंड थे, जो साजिशकर्ता थे, जिन लोगों ने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, जिनकी ओर से गोली चलाई गई है, उनको चिन्हित करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, पकड़ने की कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन अभी तक रांची पुलिस की ओर से पुष्टि नहीं किया गया है कितने प्रदर्शनकारी है उनको अरेस्ट किया गया। लेकिन इस पूरे घटना में रांची पुलिस के 3 जवान को गोली लगी है और तीनों को अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया है। रांची के जो सीनियर एसपी हैं, रांची के सिटी एसपी है, कई डीएसपी है, सभी घायल है, सभी का इलाज अस्पताल में चल रहा है। तो जो वरीय पुलिस अधिकारी हैं, डीआईजी हैं, एडीजी हैं, उन्होंने मोर्चा संभाल रखा है। और रांची
एक सेकंड में आपको रोकना चाहता हूं, बने रहिए हमारे साथ। इरफान अंसारी, एमएलए ऑफ द कांग्रेस पार्टी, इज ज्वाइनिंग अस एट दिस मोमेंट। मिस्टर अंसारी, थैंक यू फॉर स्पीकिंग टू अस। अभी क्या सिचुएशन है और इस तरीके से क्यों, जब ये आज इस तरह प्रोटेस्ट की बातें थी तो क्या पुलिस का बंदोबस्त पूरे तरीके से नहीं किया गया था?
ऐसी बात नहीं है। जो झारखंड एक सेकुलर स्टेट है हमारा, और यहाँ पे जो बातें आज घटी है, जो घटनाएं घटी है, मैं इसकी निंदा करता हूँ। लेकिन मैं ये कहूँगा पुलिस जो है बेवजह लोगों पर पहले फायरिंग की है, और ये बात कही जा रही है कि लोगों ने फायरिंग किया, ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है। मैं भी रांची में हूँ और मैंने सारी घटना की जानकारी मैं ले रहा हूँ, और मैंने ये कहा कि जो दोषी है वो बख्शे नहीं जाएंगे। और खास करके जो जिम्मेवार लोग हैं, इस तरह का जिस तरह से माहौल जो खराब कर रहे हैं, सरकार वैसे लोगों पर कठोर कार्रवाई करे।
अंसारी साहब, आपने शायद, आप क्योंकि रांची में ही हैं, मुझसे बेहतर जानते होंगे, लगातार चैनल पर हम ये विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं, वहां पर पुलिस के एसएसपी से लेकर कई आला अधिकारियों के सर पे पत्थर लगे हैं, बुरी तरीके से पत्थरबाजी हुई है। एक फोन कॉल है जिससे पुलिस वाले अपनी जान बचाने की गुहार लगा रहे हैं। आपको लगता नहीं कि उनकी जान को खतरा था तो उनको गोली चलाना उनके लिए जायज था?
प्रोटेस्ट करना ये लोकतंत्र का एक हिस्सा है, आप इसको रोक नहीं सकते हैं। लेकिन हमें देखना होगा कि हम लोग प्रोटेस्ट किस लिए कर रहे थे। शांतिपूर्वक प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे, आप उसको रोक दिए। आप कह रहे हैं नहीं, यहाँ से आप पार नहीं हो सकते हैं, आप शुरुआत आप करते हैं।
अरे सर, प्रोटेस्ट करना संविधान में अधिकार है, पर उसका मतलब ये नहीं है ना कि आप कानून व्यवस्था को पूरा तार तार कर दें। आप पत्थर लेके प्रोटेस्ट करने लगे, ये कौन सा प्रोटेस्ट होता है? ये संविधान में कहां अधिकार दिया गया है कि आप पत्थर लेके पुलिस वालों को सर फोड़ दें?
देखिए, आप तो बड़े चैनल के एडिटर हैं, मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूँ कि सबसे पहले देश का माहौल किसने खराब किया, ये इसको देखना चाहिए हमें। और बेवजह अब मालिक कितने लोगों की जान जा रही है, माहौल खराब किया जा रहा है। नुपुर शर्मा कौन होती है, नरेंद्र कौन होता है देश का माहौल बिगाड़ने वाला? क्या आप लोग इसके बारे में कभी सच्चाई दिखाने का काम करते हैं?
बिल्कुल ही लगातार दिखा रहे हैं, इसमें लगातार रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे हैं। नुपुर शर्मा को सस्पेंड किया गया है, अगर उनके ऊपर कोई कार्रवाई होती है तो वो कार्रवाई की जाए, लेकिन उसका मतलब ये नहीं कि देश के अंदर आग लगा दी जाए, पत्थर लेके इस तरह से लोग घूमे। इरफान साहब बने रहिए हमारे साथ, जुवा मांझी साहब जुड़ रहे हैं। अंसारी साहब, मैं आपसे समझना चाहता हूं कि जो अगर लोगों में रोष है तो संविधान आपको अधिकार देता है प्रोटेस्ट करने का, पर क्या संविधान अधिकार देता है इस तरीके से पूरे पत्थरबाजी करने का, गाड़ियों में आग लगाने का, पुलिस वालों के सर फोड़ने का?
सर, पत्थर जो फेंका गया है इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए। सरकार हमारी है, हम लोग जांच करेंगे। लेकिन यदि किसी ने जानबूझकर इस पर साजिश रचा है तो उस पर भी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। हो सकता है कि जो मोब में कोई असामाजिक तत्व घुस गए होंगे, उसने गोलियां चला दी और एक माहौल खराब किया जा रहा है कि हम लोग हमारे समाज को बदनाम करने का एक प्रयास है। ये जांच होनी चाहिए। मैं सरकार के, हमारे जो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री से मैं मांग करूंगा कि आप इमीडिएट इस पर एक्शन लीजिए और त्वरित कार्रवाई कीजिए।
नहीं, तुरंत कार्रवाई तो होनी चाहिए। उन लोगों ने, जो 21 पुलिस वाले जिन्हें गोली भी लगी है, उन पर तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, जिन लोगों ने उनके ऊपर गोली चलाई। आप कह रहे हैं बदनाम करने की कोशिश हो रही है। आप ये बात खुद भी, आप जिम्मेदार व्यक्ति हैं, आप ये बात खुद भी मानते हैं कि जुमे की नमाज के बाद अगर लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे तो पत्थरबाजी इतनी बड़ी तौर पर हुई है, ये पहले किसी ना किसी ने प्लानिंग के तहत ही हुई होगी, इसकी जांच नहीं होनी चाहिए?
आप मेरी बात सुन लीजिए, थोड़ा सा आप आवेश से मत आइए, आप भावनाओं को समझिए। परफेक्ट मोहम्मद साहब के बारे में जिस तरह से टिप्पणी की गई है, इससे लोगों में भारी आक्रोश है, ये बात आप मान के चलिए। लेकिन अगर किसी ने गोली चलाया है, किसी ने पथराव किया है, इसकी जांच होगी और जो दोषी कार्रवाई करेंगे।
सर, मैं आपकी बात से सहमत हूं, आक्रोश हो सकता है, इसी वजह से नुपुर शर्मा को सस्पेंड किया गया है। अगर आप एक सेकंड रुके, क्योंकि आप लगातार कह रहे हैं कि पुलिस ने पहले गोली चलाई, मैं एक ऑडियो आपको सुनवाना चाहता हूं। पुलिस वाले का ही ऑडियो है, जो अपनी जान बचाने के उसके लाले पड़े हुए हैं, उसकी हालत इस समय इतनी खराब है, इतना जबरदस्त पत्थरबाजी हो रही है, और आप कह रहे हैं कि गलती पुलिस वालों की। एक बार सुन लीजिए जरा, आप एक बार
देखिए, पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए। सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर। जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर। फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए। देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए।
इरफान साहब, आपने सुना फोर्स की गुहार कर रहा है एक पुलिस वाला, वो कह रहा है कि इतने पत्थर चल रहे हैं कि हम लोग को अपनी जान बचाना मुश्किल हो रहा है।
सर मेरी बात सुनिए, अगर जिसने पथराव किया है हम इसके खिलाफ हैं, पथराव नहीं करना चाहिए। मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूं, पहले जो आपने एक वीडियो देखा है और भी वीडियो जो हमारे पास आए हैं, आप उस वीडियो को देखिएगा तो लगता है कि पहले पथराव, पहले जो है उन लोगों ने हवाई फायरिंग कर दिया, उसके बाद ये लोग उग्र हो गए।
इरफान साहब, क्योंकि आप एक राजनीतिक पार्टी से जुड़े हुए हैं, कई प्रोटेस्ट में आपने भी भाग लिया होगा, आप भी इस बात को भली भांति जानते हैं कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से परमिशन लेनी पड़ती है प्रोटेस्ट की। इस प्रोटेस्ट के लिए कोई परमिशन नहीं थी। लोगों को अगर रुकने के लिए कहा गया कानून व्यवस्था बनाने के लिए, तो आपको नहीं लगता उसका जवाब पत्थर से नहीं हो सकता था?
मैं ये कह रहा हूँ, प्रोटेस्ट लोग कर रहे हैं, केवल रांची में ही नहीं प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है, हर राज्य में प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है। मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि रांची में जो घटना घटी है, मैं अगर पुलिस वाले लोग हमारे घायल हुए हैं, जख्मी हुए हैं, तो हम लोग उनको देखने जाएंगे, उनसे मिलने जाएंगे, हमारी सिंपैथी उनके साथ है। लेकिन मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ, जिसने गोलियां चलाई, जिसने फायरिंग कर दिया और हमारे लोग भी वहां घायल हैं, तो दोनों का पक्ष आपको देखना चाहिए।
सर मैं दोनों पक्ष की बात कर रहा हूं। मारे बेचारे आम जनता जाती है और पुलिस वाले इसका शिकार होते हैं। अगर आपके पास टाइम्स नाउ इस वक्त आसपास है तो देखिए जरा, ये पुलिस वाला एक बंदूक की गोली दिखा रहा है जो उसके ऊपर फायर की गई है। सर ये इस तरह का प्रोटेस्ट स्पॉन्टेनियस तो होता नहीं है, ऐसा तो होता नहीं है कि कोई कहीं पर पूजा करने जा रहा हो, नमाज पढ़ने जा रहा हो तो अपने साथ बंदूक लेके गया होगा। तो ऐसे लोग इस भीड़ में, उस भीड़ में कहीं ना कहीं ऐसे लोग थे जो पहले से तैयारी करके आए थे कि उनको आज इस तरह की हरकतें करनी है।
सर रांची में मैं जानता हूं सर, आप मेरी बात देखिए, आप मेरी बात सुनिए, आप जो देख रहे हैं आप वो बता रहे हैं, लेकिन सच्चाई ये देख, कोई नमाज पढ़ के निकलेगा, कोई धार्मिक स्थल से निकलेगा, क्या वहां से बंदूक लेके निकलेगा?
मैं बिल्कुल यही सवाल आपसे पूछ रहा हूं कि क्योंकि कोई नमाज पढ़ के निकलेगा तो बंदूक लेके नहीं निकलेगा, कोई मंदिर से पूजा करके निकलेगा तो बंदूक लेके नहीं निकलेगा। इसका मतलब कुछ लोग पहले से ही तैयारी करके रखे हुए थे बंदूकों के साथ, पत्थरों के साथ, कि जैसे ही नमाज खत्म होगी तो उसके बाद ये हंगामा करना है।
जी, और मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ, रांची जो है ये पूरा डिस्ट्रक्टिव एरिया है, यहाँ शुरू से ही भाजपा आरएसएस के लोग हावी है। यहाँ ये लोग एक साजिश के तहत लोगों को बदनाम कर रहे हैं। हम तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री से बात हम मांग करेंगे, तुरंत जांच कराइए और क्या सच्चाई है।
सर आपको लगता है कि ये सिर्फ बदनाम करने की साजिश है? मतलब आप ये कह रहे हैं कि इस भीड़ के बीच में आरएसएस और बीजेपी के लोग थे जो गोलियां चला रहे थे, पत्थरबाजी कर रहे थे?
एक नमाज पढ़ के बंदा निकलेगा और वो गोली चलाएगा, मैं मान नहीं सकता। कोई मंदिर जाएगा, पूजा करके निकलेगा।
आपके पास बड़े सारे वीडियो होंगे, अभी एक वीडियो मैंने आपको दिखाया था, मैं दोबारा आप कहें तो उसको चलाता हूं, उसमें लोग दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं सर पत्थर चलाते हुए।
मेरी सरकार है और मेरे पुलिस वाले लोग जो घायल हैं उनके प्रति मेरी सिंपैथी है और मैं वो हमारे सुरक्षा में है। पुलिस पर जिसने भी घटना को अंजाम दिया, जिसने भी गोलियां चलाई है, हम चाहेंगे कि उस पर कठोर से कठोर हमारी सरकार कार्रवाई करे। और दूसरी बात मैं ये भी चाहूंगा कि हमारे समाज को कोई बदनाम ना करे, क्योंकि मैं भी अल्पसंख्यक समाज से आता हूं। हम नहीं चाहते हैं कि समाज को बदनाम करें।
अंसारी साहब, समाज को बदनाम करने की साजिश तभी कामयाब होगी जब आप जैसे समझदार लोग, सर आप जैसे समझदार लोग, अगर इस वक्त जिन लोगों ने पत्थर चलाया, गोली चलाई, अगर उनको आप कवर फायर नहीं देंगे तो सर बदनामी होगी नहीं। आप आगे बढ़ के आएंगे, बताएंगे कि किस तरीके से लोग वहां पर साजिश हो रही है, तो शायद जल्दी इसका लोगों को पकड़ा भी जाएगा।
सर अभी जो बातें आ रही है, हमारे पास कई फोने आए, जो लोग वहाँ साक्षी थे, उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि सर हम लोग प्रोटेस्ट के साथ जा रहे थे और वहाँ पुलिस ने वहाँ पर हम लोग जाने से रोक दिया और किसी ने शायद वहाँ पुलिस वाले ने हवाई फायरिंग चला दिया और इससे माहौल वहाँ बिगड़ गया और इसके कारण ये घटना घटी है। तो अगर पुलिस वाले पे फायरिंग हुआ है, गोलियां चली है, तो निश्चित तौर पर मैं इसकी निंदा करता हूं। और मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूं सर आपके माध्यम से, चैनल के माध्यम से, कि देश है, हमारा देश है, लोकतंत्र है और सभी धर्मों का यहाँ खुला आजादी है। तो इस तरह की जो बात करके देश का माहौल खराब किया जा रहा है, एक तरफ महंगाई का मुद्दा है और दूसरा आप धर्म को लाकर आप प्रोफेट मोहम्मद साहब के बारे में अनाप शनाप बोलकर किसी के सेंटिमेंट के साथ खेल रहे हैं, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है।
बिल्कुल अंसारी साहब, मैं आपकी बात से 100% सहमत हूं कि किसी भी तरीके से देश के अंदर इस तरह की घटनाएं नहीं होनी चाहिए। जाने से पहले एक सवाल मैं आपसे और पूछना चाहता हूं। आप लगातार कई जगह से वीडियो सामने आ रहे हैं, कहा जा रहा है सर तंग से जुदा नुपुर शर्मा को के ऊपर धमकी दी जा रही है, उसको मारने की धमकी दी जा रही है, वो ठीक है सर?
तो देखिए जो धमकी दी जा रही है मैं उसकी निंदा करता हूँ। माना इस देश में किसी का सोल्यूशन नहीं है। और मैं ये कहूंगा देश के प्रधानमंत्री से और गृह मंत्री से मैं आग्रह करूंगा कि सत्ता आपके हाथ में है, तो आप सब कम से कम ऐसे लोगों पर कार्रवाई कीजिए।
ठीक है,
अच्छी बात नहीं है। ये तो अभी देखिए शुरुआत कर दिया है।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। इरफान अंसारी साहब कांग्रेस के एमएलए थे, झारखंड से, बात कर रहे थे, रांची के बारे में बता रहे थे, कह रहे थे पुलिस ने पहले हवाई फायरिंग करी, उसके बाद स्थिति बिगड़ी। लेकिन the truth, ladies and gentlemen, and we confronted him with all those videos. We put this out in front of him, how the policemen were they were scared of their life. The kind of stone pelting and firing that was taking place, the police had to act. Top cops of Ranchi right now are injured. Instead of giving them any kind of cover fire, the need of the hour is to make sure that the situation comes under control and culprits are brought to the book. Thank you so much for joining us at this moment. A quick break. News and updates continue on Times Now.
Times Now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. We want to check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
Thank you for tuning in. I'm Kritsween, and we keep our focus this evening once again on the unfortunate incidents that have been witnessed in several parts of the country. If we shift our focus specifically to Uttar Pradesh also witnessed violence protest after Friday press today. Hundreds of people took to streets in several parts, including Kanpur. In Prayagraj, in fact, we saw how a police vehicle was set on fire. Cops, including the DM, sustained injuries during the violence. Violence also reported from Shahjahanpur, where stones were hurled on cops. So, series of unfortunate incidents that have been picked up all through the day, and how cops have ended up sustaining injuries during the course of these violent protests. Also picking up a reaction on the same. Listen in.
पथराव हो रहा है सर पथराव हो रहा है
All right, on your screens were those visuals from several parts of Uttar Pradesh. We also have a reaction coming in from Uttar Pradesh ACS home. Avinash Avasthi, who said that forces have been deployed. Strict action will be taken in the violence that has erupted on several parts of the state. Listen in.
सेक्टर स्कीम के तहत सभी जगह पर्याप्त मात्रा में पुलिस बल, पर्याप्त मात्रा में मैजिस्ट्रेट और पेट्रोलिंग की जा रही थी। कई जगह लोग नमाज के तुरंत बाद इकट्ठा हुए, उनको समझा बुझा के डिस्पर्स किया गया। सहारनपुर में भी समझा बुझा के डिस्पर्स किया गया, मुरादाबाद में भी समझाया गया, फिरोजाबाद में समझाया गया, बाकी सभी शहरों में शांति रही। प्रयागराज में कुछ लोग जो है प्रयास कर रहे थे कि वहाँ पर अव्यवस्था फैले। पुलिस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने बहुत ही सूझबूझ के साथ समझा बुझा के और हल्का पुलिस बल का प्रयोग करके जो है उनको लगभग पूरा डिस्पर्स कर दिया है, तो उनके विरुद्ध सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। आगे आने वाले समय में भी हम अपील करना चाहेंगे पूरे प्रदेश में कि लोग शांति बनाए रखें। जो भी भाव है वो डेमोक्रेटिक रूप में जो है अपना जो विरोध बताना चाहते हैं या ज्ञापन देना चाहते हैं, ज्ञापन दें, जिला प्रशासन को दें, पुलिस को दें, लेकिन अनावश्यक कहीं सड़क पर ना आए और अनावश्यक रूप से शांति व्यवस्था भंग करने को ना दें।
Amir Haq joins us live. Amir, so the officials there confirming that the situation, law and order situation, is relatively under control, has been brought under control now. But what we saw through the course of the day, extremely worrisome, because this is not just one city in Uttar Pradesh, several cities in UP and goes beyond Uttar Pradesh. What is the current situation? What really went behind this kind of violence? Did deliberate mobilization take place? What are you picking up?
Well, like the Additional Chief Secretary Home, Avnish Awasthi just said, and our viewers heard him, that violence has actually erupted in Prayagraj, something that has been contained, because most of the visuals that we are showing are of immediately after the Jummah Namaz in the afternoon, recorded between 2:30 p.m. till about 3:30 p.m. Now situation is under control in all such places wherein aggressive protests actually taking place, including Saharanpur, Muradabad, as well as Prayagraj and Lucknow. Now the situation in Prayagraj clearly spiraled out of control because it is confirmed that ADG Prayagraj zone Prem Prakash sustained injuries in the stone pelting that was taking place. The DM, the district magistrate Prayagraj, Sanjay Khatri, also sustained injuries during the stone pelting. Their gunner and staff were also hurt in the melee and confusion that ensued. We heard from the SSP that these were usually most of those who were actually found involved in stone pelting were minors, mostly between the age of 13 and 18, and this was something that started little later after the Jummah Namaz was concluded this afternoon. These young boys were coming outside the alley, throwing stones on the police and paramilitary forces that were posted and deployed there to contain law and order, and then were going back into the alley. So the police was trying to make them understand that they should go back to their homes because the Jummah Namaz is over, has been concluded. But many of these youngsters clearly went outside the purview of law and indulged in attacking the police. And it was then that the ADG and the district magistrate
it was the police that were attacked in several parts of Uttar Pradesh, in Saharanpur, in Prayagraj. How a police vehicle was also set on fire. Extremely worrisome visuals that we've been picking up. Amir, stay on with us. We quickly play out a ground report filed by you earlier on, because unlike most of the other places in Uttar Pradesh, Kanpur, where riots were witnessed last week, Friday press this time around passed peacefully. The police carried out meeting ahead of the press to ensure peace prevails. Here's that ground report.
Well, Kanpur had remained on the edge over the last 1 week, ever since violence had erupted after Jummah prayers last Friday. But ever since that unfortunate incident, the administration, the police had been on their toes. There was a large deployment of police forces throughout this week, and especially for Friday, for the Jummah prayers today, a large contingent of police, rapid action force as well as PSC had been placed here at different sensitive spots across the Kanpur city. And this, in fact, the Yatim Khana area is definitely considered the most sensitive area of all. The violent incident last Friday happened just about 100 meters from here. But today, this late afternoon, the Friday prayers have been completely peaceful. People were definitely instructed that they should not indulge in protest of any kind, so as to cooperate with the district administration. A number of meetings also had taken place with the district administration, the peace committee meetings, which definitely had been instrumental in ensuring that peace prevailed throughout the day today. And while sporadic incidents of protests were actually reported from various districts across Uttar Pradesh and various other parts of the country, here in Kanpur, the epicenter of it all, things have actually passed off very peacefully. आप बताएं कि आज पिछले एक हफ्ते में काफ़ी चीज़ें सेंसिटिव रहीं, पुलिस के डिप्लॉयमेंट भी बहुत था, लेकिन आज जुमे की नमाज आराम से हो गई, कोई ऐसा इंसिडेंट नहीं हुआ. आप लोगों ने क्या देखा?
देखिए, ये तो प्रशासन की और यहाँ के जो मुअज़्ज़िज़ीन हैं, कल एक कमिश्नर साहब की अध्यक्षता में मीटिंग हुई, उसमें सभी समुदाय के लोग थे और सभी को इस हादसे की निंदा सभी समुदाय के लोगों ने की और लगभग सभी को इसका अफसोस है. आज का माहौल बनाने में उन्हीं लोगों का अहम योगदान है. आज यहाँ पर अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अमन व शांति के साथ में जुमे की नमाज हो गई. बस लोगों के दरमियान में एक जो बात फैली हुई है वो यही फैली हुई है कि सिर्फ कार्रवाई एक तरफा हुई है प्रशासन की तरफ से, और फुटेज वगैरह में, वीडियोस वगैरह में जो लोग पत्थर फेंकते हुए और हाथ में पेट्रोल
की बोतल लेके जो दिख रहे हैं, जो ठेले पे पत्थर लेकर के चल रहे हैं दिख रहे हैं, इन लोगों पर अभी तक कोई कार्रवाई।
अब तो कमिश्नर साहब ने भी कह दिया है, पुलिस कमिश्नर ने, और मैं सुन रहा था अभी एडीजी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर उत्तर प्रदेश ने भी कहा है कि बिल्कुल कार्रवाई जो होगी वो निष्पक्ष होगी और जो लोग रह गए हैं उनके खिलाफ भी आरोप दर्ज किया जाएगा, मुकदमे लिखे जाएंगे, कार्रवाई होगी।
देखिए, ये बात जो है आप भी समझ रहे हैं कि एक हफ्ता पूरा हो गया, एक हफ्ते तक सिर्फ एक समुदाय की गिरफ्तारी हो रही है, दूसरे समुदाय की नहीं हो रही है। तो ये सिर्फ जबान से आप कहेंगे तो लोग मान जाएंगे। लोग तो गैर जानिबदाराना काम से ही मुतमईन होते हैं, जबान से कब तक मुतमईन कर लेंगे। जबान से मुतमईन करने की बात यह है कि कमिश्नर साहब से मुलाकात हुई थी, उन्होंने कहा रात में दबिश नहीं पड़ेगी, गिरफ्तारी नहीं होगी, पहले हम आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे, उसके बाद भी गिरफ्तारी करेंगे। लेकिन कल मैंने हिंदुस्तान की अखबार यहाँ जो छपा है उसमें पढ़ा तो रात में गिरफ्तारी हुई है, दबिश पड़ी है, अखबार की न्यूज़ है वो। तो इससे जो है कहीं न कहीं असंतुष्टि फैल रही है, इसमें गैर जानिबदाराना इक़दाम करने की ज़रूरत है।
Thank you. So, some people here still dissatisfied with the manner in which things have been conducted by the police as well as administration. There are allegations that the action from the police had been completely one-sided.
We've been telling you about all that happened during the violent protests in several parts of Uttar Pradesh in Prayagraj. On your screens, details of how the Prayagraj DM also sustained injuries during the protest. In fact, we have been breaking down details of the top police officials who have sustained injuries during the protests in Prayagraj. ADG sustained injuries. The DM has also been injured. ADG staff has also been injured. So top police officials, they're sustaining injuries as the law and order situation stood deteriorated. We have been getting you non-stop visuals of the current situation and how it has only been going from bad to worse. The police has now come up and said the situation is relatively under control. Shifting focus to more news coming in. Acting DG has also assured that strict action will be taken against those who try to disturb peace. He's asserted that the cops should not fear those who are trying to disturb the atmosphere. So a reassurance in that sense coming in from the acting DG. Listen in.
कि जनता को आश्वस्त करता हूं कि जो लोग कानून का पालन करते हैं उनको कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी और जिन लोगों ने कानून अपने हाथ में लिया है हम किसी को भी नहीं छोड़ेंगे और उनको न्यायालय के समक्ष खड़ा करेंगे ताकि उनको दंडित किया जाए। एक आरएएफ के जवान को जरूर पत्थर की चोट लगी है मुंह पर, उसका इलाज किया जा रहा है, वो आउट ऑफ डेंजर है। बाकी छोटे मोटे हमारे वीर जवान हैं, हम लोग कभी अपनी चोटों का जिक्र नहीं करते और ना हम इनसे डरते हैं।
Amir continues to stay on with us. Amir, in the past we've seen the Yogi Sarkar live up to its zero tolerance commitments, and that's the message that is being sent out by the top police officials once again.
Well, that's exactly what the police is going to do, because although the police had been very patient today as far as handling protests across various districts in Uttar Pradesh, wherein the police, stood calmly waiting for the namazis to disperse after they've had their peaceful protests or raising of slogans. But at certain places wherein the mob, the congregation of people that actually turned into a mob, started becoming aggressive, started clashing with the police or started throwing stones. It was then that the police had to use force against them, use tools like lathi charge. And also in Prayagraj, the police had to resort to firing of tear gas shells, because there definitely you would understand that the ADG was under attack, the district magistrate sustained injuries, and therefore the police had to act tough. But as far as overall action against law violators is concerned, the Chief Minister himself has clarified that cases will be registered. All such persons will be brought to book who had indulged in violence or who had planned for some kind of a conspiracy, egging people on to protest and make their protests actually violent. So therefore we've seen earlier, about 2.5 years back, around the end of 2019, the beginning of 2020, when anti-CAA protests were taking place, and at many places across Uttar Pradesh they had turned violent. The police had...
Absolutely. We'll go across us to our reporter in just a bit, but breaking news coming in of how the SDPI continues to add fuel to the fire is now carrying out protests in Mangaluru as well. So yes, you have these protests one after the other being launched by several political fronts. The SDPI also leaving no stone unturned to really add up to the problem. The SDPI carrying out a protest in Mangaluru and demanding that Nupur Sharma be charged under UAPA.
मोदी जी के पास इंटरनेशनल प्रेशर है, आईओसी और पूरे देश के अंदर अमान, कतर, सऊदी जैसे दुबई जैसे लोग सब ये एक्शन ले चुके हैं कि मोदी को बहिष्कार करना है और भारत के प्रोडक्ट को जो है बैन करना है। हम इसके पक्ष में नहीं है, हम इसके पक्ष में नहीं है। भारत की बेइज्जती मोदी ने की है। ये भारत देश हमारा भी देश है। भारत में पूरे दुनिया के अंदर मोदी ने भारत का नाम बदनाम किया है। इसलिए सोशल डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया का डिमांड है कि नरेंद्र मोदी सबसे पहले माफी मांगे और दूसरा डिमांड ये है कि नरेंद्र मोदी अपने प्रधानमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा दे और तीसरा और आखिरी डिमांड ये है कि नुपुर शर्मा को और नवीन जिंदल को यूएपीए के तहत जेल की सलाखों में तड़ा दिया जाए और आजीवन कारावास की सजा दी जाए ताकि कोई इस देश के अंदर दोबारा गुस्ताखी रसूल पैदा ना हो।
Everyone has the right to protest, but in this kind of a undemocratic manner, questions coming to light as the situation continued to deteriorate all through the day. Slipping into a very short break here, be back with more news on the other side.
Times now. Action begins here.
All right, getting in more visuals and details of protests from Maharashtra this time around. Visuals that we've picked up from Solapur as well. Solapur in Maharashtra, where once again protests took place against Nupur Sharma. And we're also being told that when asked, Maharashtra Home Minister deflected, diverted and refused to take questions on the same. But yes, a sea of protesters on your screens, viewers, from Solapur in Maharashtra. First up, listening in to what Valse Patil had to say, then we'll go across to our reporter.
आज देश के अलग अलग प्रांतों में और महाराष्ट्र में भी मुस्लिम समाज के तरफ से एक आंदोलन किया गया और जिसकी वजह है कि प्रॉफिट मोहम्मद के बारे में जो कुछ गलत स्टेटमेंट्स बीजेपी के प्रवक्ता ने दिए, तो उसको लेके निषेध करने के लिए मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी ने ये आंदोलन किए, लेकिन
All right, let me go across to Arunil. Arunil, what is the Maharashtra Home Minister trying to say? A question regarding the ongoing situation asked from him, but Dilip Valse Patil deflecting those questions as protests continued in Solapur as well.
Reaction. He also goes on to say that there is nothing that needs to be directed to the Maharashtra police across the state of Maharashtra. Situation is very much under control, and also saying that the last night only the cops across the state were alerted. Now the big question here is, if they were alerted, then how can these kind of uncontrolled protests were carried out in different parts of Maharashtra? Thousands of people gathering at one location, chanting very threatening, very aggressive kind of slogans against Nupur Sharma, and some kind of sloganeering that was taking place that can be called as extremely insightful and provocative as well. Now, basically, whether prior permissions were given for these protests, it doesn't really look like. So these were protests that were carried out without any permission. Then why the Maharashtra Home Ministry is not taking any action against the protesters?
And can you really say that everything is normal and everything was under control? We saw how open calls of beheading Nupur Sharma were given in Aurangabad, which is also in Maharashtra. And those are the questions that really need to be answered. Thank you, Arunil, for joining us with those details. Shifting focus to yet another reaction coming in of Union Minister Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, who's once again taken a jibe at those who have maintained silence on what's happened all through the day. He says some people foster communal elements under the garb of secularism. Listen in.
जो है सेकुलरिज्म का चोला और कम्युनलिज्म का झोला लेकर के कुछ ऐसी ताकतों के हाथों में खेल रहे हैं, कुछ ऐसी ताकतों की सुपारी लेकर के इस तरह की हरकतें करा रहे हैं, तो जो कि सभी लोगों के लिए नुकसान है। इस तरह की जब हरकतें होती हैं, इस तरह के हालात पैदा होते हैं, तो इंसानों को ही नुकसान नहीं होता, बल्कि इंसानियत भी शर्मसार होती है, लहूलुहान होती है।
Viewers, we'll continue asking some very important questions as there's a way to go about protests in this country. We get you non-stop political reactions coming in, and also how certain political parties are maintaining absolute silence. Slipping into a very short break here with that.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए। तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे ये विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है। आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना उद्योग बड़ा कर रहा है तो वो अपनी मेहनत से कर रहा है। आप ये बोल देंगे कि तुम्हें सरकार ने मदद की इसलिए तुम खड़े हो गए। अरे नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी अदानी अंबानी थे, 2014 से बाद थोड़ी ना आए, पहले भी थे ना वो। तो आप लगातार व्यापारी के नाते, एक गुजराती के नाते आप सिर्फ गाली देते रहोगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है।
आपने अपने रेजिग्नेशन लेटर में लिखा है कि जितने लीडर हैं वो गुजरात में वो चिकन सैंडविच के इंतजाम में ज्यादा लगे रहते हैं। तो ये चिकन सैंडविच का शौक किसको है?
Welcome. You're watching Explosive Exclusive. I'm Padmija Joshi. Across the country, scenes that had India watch in horror. What is giving encouragement to this kind of hate? We'll get you the detailed ground reports. Let's get you started with the headlines. Anger over Nupur Sharma's controversial comments spills onto the streets. From Karnataka to Kashmir, protests break out after Friday press. Policeman.
सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर। जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर। फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए। आगे से रोकिए इन लोग को।
Policemen caught in the crossfire in Ranchi. Protests take a violent turn. Men in khaki are attacked. Ranchi superintendent of police injured in the clash. Absolutely shocking how protesters take a cue from those who provoked. Srinagar to Ahmedabad to Aurangabad. Posters of Nupur Sharma, even kids made to chant murderous slogans about beheading. Uttar Pradesh witnesses violent protests in Moradabad and Saharanpur as Kanpur remains restive. Chief Minister Yogi orders strict action against the culprits. Meanwhile, Jama Masjid in Delhi also witnesses protests soon after prayer. Shahi Imam says the mosque did not give any call. Police sources hint at a role of politicians. Srinagar shuts down partially, but protests erupt in Batmalu. Protesters hit the streets, demand immediate arrest of Nupur Sharma. From Karnataka to Delhi, Popular Front of India and its offshoots add fuel to fire. Hold protests, raised provocative slogans to stoke hate. Day after Jammu cleric calls for chopping off hands and beheading, opposition completely silent on this open murderous hate. It has been 2 weeks since BJP leader Nupur Sharma first made objectionable statements against the Prophet. It's been a week since she has already faced action from her party, but the fires that were stoked in Kanpur today spread across the country. Anarchy was unleashed from Jammu and Kashmir to Maharashtra, from Jharkhand to Gujarat. After Friday prayers, people spilled out on the streets to unleash anarchy. In Ranchi, even policemen were not spared. They were left pleading for help after stones were rained on them. Not just stones, in fact, bullets were fired at the men in uniform. Several policemen and administrative officials also sustained injuries in Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh. Despite rampant violence and open calls for beheading, not one political leader has come out to call for the arrest of these rioters running amok. Not a whimper on how the idea of India is being put to pieces slowly. The anger and ire against Nupur Sharma's controversial comments was witnessed on the streets from UP to Karnataka, but in fact, in Jharkhand now a curfew has been imposed. The protest took an ugly turn as the protesters clashed with police and the state's armed police force. Stones were pelted, bullets were fired, and men in khaki were attacked. Ranchi SP and SSP were among the policemen that were injured. A bloodied SP was soon ferried away from the protest site, even as those on duty fired shots in the direction of the unruly mob in order to disperse them.
पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए देखिए, आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए सर। देखिए देखिए, पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए देखिए, आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए सर। सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर। जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर। फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए।
Now, the policemen, perhaps outnumbered, were caught completely unawares. You heard the dread and panic in the name of that policeman as he tried to dial for reinforcement. This audio will give you goosebumps. But what is completely shocking, that post the violence, even though a curfew has been imposed in Ranchi and reinforcements have been brought in to ensure that tension doesn't prevail. Listen in.
देखिए, हम अभी प्रयास कर रहे हैं, स्थिति नियंत्रण में है, थोड़ी तनावपूर्ण है, लेकिन हम लोग अपनी तरफ से कोशिश कर रहे हैं। भारी बलों की तैनाती की गई और वरीय पदाधिकारी भी मौके पे मौजूद है।
वायलेंस क्यों हुआ सर?
देखिए, उसकी छानबीन की जा रही है। अभी वर्तमान में स्थिति को नियंत्रण में किया जा रहा है।
कितने लोग घायल हैं पुलिस?
अभी बताना मुश्किल है, लेकिन हम लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे जो भीड़ है वो यहाँ से स्प्रेड आउट हो जाए।
Now, even as Ranchi remains restive, for now things seem to be under control, but the Soren government is squarely in the dock. In fact, things got so bad at one point, you heard that man requesting for help, how the SP and SSP were left bloodied and injured, had to be taken away. Their vehicles were attacked. There were several vehicles which were also set on fire. Listen in to how, in fact, the police had to open fire in self-defense eventually at the protesters. First, listen in to how eventually the firing took place.
जो झारखंड एक सेकुलर स्टेट है हमारा, और यहाँ पे जो बातें आज घटी है, जो घटनाएं घटी है, मैं इसकी निंदा करता हूँ। लेकिन मैं ये कहूँगा, पुलिस जो है बेवजह लोगों पर पहले फायरिंग की है, और ये बात कही जा रही है कि लोगों ने फायरिंग किया, ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है। मैं भी रांची में हूँ और मैंने सारी घटना की जानकारी मैं ले रहा हूँ, और मैंने ये कहा कि जो दोषी है वो बख्शे नहीं जाएंगे, और खास करके जो जिम्मेवार लोग हैं इस तरह का, जिस तरह से माहौल जो खराब कर रहे हैं, सरकार वैसे लोगों पर कठोर कार्रवाई।
So you heard how the ally of the JMM in government in Jharkhand is in fact attacking the police, saying that the police opened fire unnecessarily. Listen again to what Irfan Ansari, an MLA of the Congress, said.
जो झारखंड एक सेकुलर स्टेट है हमारा, और यहाँ पे जो बातें आज घटी है, जो घटनाएं घटी है, मैं इसकी निंदा करता हूँ। लेकिन मैं ये कहूँगा, पुलिस जो है बेवजह लोगों पर पहले फायरिंग की है, और ये बात कही जा रही है कि लोगों ने फायरिंग किया, ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है। मैं भी रांची में हूँ और मैंने सारी घटना की जानकारी मैं ले रहा हूँ, और मैंने ये कहा कि जो दोषी है वो बख्शे नहीं जाएंगे, और खास करके जो जिम्मेवार लोग हैं इस तरह का, जिस तरह से माहौल जो खराब कर रहे हैं, सरकार वैसे लोगों पर कठोर कार्रवाई।
Protesters given a clean sheet by the Congress, something the BJP is not willing to accept, demanding accountability from the state government. Former Chief Minister even demanded an SIT investigation.
जिस प्रकार आज रांची की राजधानी, जहां मुख्यमंत्री उपस्थित है, जहां चीफ सेक्रेटरी उपस्थित है, जहां डीजीपी, पूरी सरकार, इस तरह की भीड़ अहिंसक होना और जिस तरह उपद्रवी तत्व के द्वारा लगातार 40 फायरिंग करके, जिसमें एसपी को भी शायद गोली लगी है, तो सरकार से मांग है कि एसआईटी बनाकर अविलंब इसकी जांच हो।
All right, joining us now is Rahul Ishwar, activist, Anurag Naidu, political analyst, Syed Masood ul Hassan, former vice president of AMU, and Abdul Hafiz Gandhi, spokesperson of Samajwadi Party. What is extremely distressing is that every single person who was asked about the violence today spoke about Nupur Sharma but had nothing to say about those who are giving open calls to murder. Why, Abdul Hafiz Gandhi?
Padmaja, let me at the very outset condemn violence. Violence is not the answer of anything, and we must condemn violence. So whosoever is involved in today's violence, they must be brought to book. This is our clear stand. Violence in democracy cannot be accepted. Violence cannot be the answer of anything. And that is why I'm saying, first of all, that those responsible for creating this, unrest in the country, they should be brought to book.
Okay, so you're agreeing that everyone who is giving these murderous calls is to be jailed now. You're supporting that?
Nobody can give murderous call. We are living in a constitutional setup. So whatever is allowed by our constitution, that must be uttered. Nothing else.
That is
we must work within the constitutional limits.
All right.
Constitutional limits, and these constitutional limits are for every citizen of this country. Okay. Nobody can issue murderous calls. There is a legal system.
All right, great. In fact, let me also go across, just hold on a second, Mr. Gandhi. Let me also go across to Congress MLA from Jharkhand, Irfan Ansari, and if we can please take him full frame. Irfan Ansari जी, ये बताइए कि आज इस तरीके से जो हिंसा हुई है झारखंड में, कैसे हो गई? कौन जिम्मेदार है?
मैं जो घटना घटी है, मैं उसकी निंदा करता हूँ, कड़ी निंदा करता हूँ। आवाज आ रही है मैडम? मैं देख नहीं पा रहा हूँ।
हाँ ठीक है, पर इसके लिए जिम्मेदार कौन है? निंदा तो ठीक है, इसके लिए जिम्मेदार कौन है?
इसके लिए मैडम नुपुर शर्मा और नवीन जिंदल जिम्मेवार हैं। जैसा कि मालूम है कि एक समुदाय विशेष पर आप जिस तरह से बदी बातें आप करते हैं समाज में, ये तो कोई बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा ना मैडम। आप तो बताइए, पत्थर मारेंगे? जो भाषा आपने हर ट्विटर पर और मीडिया में आप जो बातें कहते हैं, तो निश्चित तौर पर एक समाज में भारी आक्रोश था। आज हर जगह नमाज के बाद सारे लोगों ने प्रोटेस्ट किया। तो निश्चित तौर पर रांची में जो घटना घटी है, ये मैं इसकी निंदा करता हूं। और मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि पुलिस वाले पे जो जानकारी मिल रही है, पुलिस वाले भी कुछ घायल हैं और जो हमारे अल्पसंख्यक भाई भी कुछ काफी लोग सुनने में आ रहा है, 1-2 लोगों की जान चली गई है। तो कहीं ना कहीं मैडम मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि रांची और झारखंड एक सेकुलर स्टेट है। यहाँ कभी भी आपसी भाई में कभी मतभेद नहीं हुआ, लेकिन जिस प्रकार से देश का माहौल को बिगाड़ा जा रहा है, माहौल को खराब किया जा रहा है, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है। और उसी का जो मैसेज हमारे आ रहा है,
लोग रास्ते पे निकलते हैं और गोली चलाते हैं। ये सेक्युलरिज्म की परिभाषा कहां से हो गई इरफान साहब?
कैन यू बिलीव इट मैम, कैन यू बिलीव इट कि नमाज पढ़ के लोग निकलेंगे तो क्या गोली चलाएंगे? क्या मंदिर में लोग जाके पूजा करेंगे?
I never thought it would be possible, but it's happening, sir. Which is why I'm asking you, and you, a member of the Legislative Assembly, are sitting here and defending it, saying आक्रोश था तो गोली चला दी, कल को आक्रोश होगा हत्या कर देंगे, आक्रोश होगा आग लगा देंगे। ये कैसा आक्रोश है बॉस?
प्लीज डोंट डाइवर्ट मी मैम। मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि जो भी लोग गोलियां चलाए हैं, इसकी सरकार जांच करेगी। मैं तो सरकार से मैं भी मांग कर रहा हूं कि SIT गठन कर लिया जाए और जो सच का सच है वो सामने आना चाहिए।
आप सच का सच क्या है?
बहुत बड़ी साजिश है मैडम।
ये तो तस्वीरें साफ दिख रही है ना, पुलिस वाले पिट रहे हैं।
बदनाम किया जा रहा है,
पुलिस वाले कौन बदनाम कर रहा है सर? पुलिस वालों को कौन पीट रहा है?
मैडम आप कैसे, आप रांची के बारे में मैडम आपको नहीं मालूम है? वहां पे वहां पे एक से एक साजिश करता लोग हैं, भाजपा के लोग हैं, वहां पे RSS के लोग हैं मैडम। वो दिन रात प्लानिंग करते हैं कि कैसे, आप देखिए हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी को बदनाम करने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है।
एक सिर्फ इरफान साहब को रखिए और ये तस्वीरें दिखाइए जिसमें लोग भागते हुए जा रहे हैं पत्थर मार के। इसमें मुझे आप इरफान साहब बताइए, इन तस्वीरों में कौन सा आदमी भाजपा का है और कौन सा राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ का है?
मैडम
कौन सा है बताइए?
मैंने भी कुछ वीडियो आपके जो ट्विटर में, मैंने व्हाट्सएप में मैंने भेजा है, कृपया उसको भी चलाने का काम करें। अगर आप वो वीडियो देख लीजिएगा मैडम, तो निश्चित तौर पे आप जो बातें कर रही हैं उसमें आप में चेंज हो जाएगा। पुलिस वाले सामने से गोली चला रहे हैं मैम, आप देखिए, मैंने वीडियो भेजा है आपको। क्या ये सुबह देता है पुलिस वाला? बताइए
आप अभी तक इतना नहीं बोल पाए कि जिन लोगों ने बलवा किया उनकी गलती है।
मैडम मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ, किसकी गलती है इसकी जांच होगी और जो दोषी है उस पर कार्रवाई होगा। हम लोग सेकुलर है, हम लोग सबकी रक्षा करते हैं। पुलिस हमारा है, सरकार हमारी है। हम नहीं चाहते हैं कि हमारे पुलिस वाले को कोई मार दे, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है।
तो किसने मारा?
जांच होगी।
बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपको लगता है ये अच्छी बात नहीं है, पर मारा किसने इरफान साहब, ये तो बताइए।
मैडम मैं तो नहीं देखा मैडम किसने गोलियां चलाई, किसने मारा।
आपने अगर साजिश सोची है तो बताइए ना किसने मारा।
मैडम मेरी बात सुनिए ना, कोई नमाज पढ़ के निकलेगा। आप जाने नमाज पढ़ना क्या होता है मैडम? डू यू नो? हम पूजा करके निकलेंगे मैडम। हम जहाँ से आते हैं, बाबा नगरी से मैं आता हूँ, बाबा भोलेनाथ की नगरी से मैं आता हूँ, मैं वहीं पे पैदा हुआ हूँ और मैं अगर पूजा करके निकलूंगा तो मैं किसी को नहीं मारूंगा मैडम। नंबर पहली बात। दूसरी बात यह है, मैं कहना चाहता हूँ आपको, ये बात मान के चलिए कहीं ना कहीं बहुत बड़ा एक साजिश है इसमें।
और
किसने बंदूक चलाया, किसने, कोई लोग लगता है पहले से बंदूक
साहब सामने पूरा वहां दंगाई हैं, उनके हाथ में पत्थर है, गोलियां उनके ऊपर चला रही है पुलिस अपनी आत्मरक्षा में। आप साजिश किए जा रहे हैं। किसकी साजिश साहब?
मैडम आपको मैंने वीडियो भेजा, आप देखिए उसको। मैंने व्हाट्सएप में मैंने दिया, अभी आपको वीडियो को चलाइए।
सर मैं अपनी आंखों के सामने जो देख पा रही हूँ, अपनी आंखों के, या तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि पुलिस झारखंड की बेवकूफ है कि उसको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि कौन बलवाई है, कौन दंगाई है, वो वहां पर दीवार के बीच में छुप करके रो रहे हैं पुलिस वाले आपके, आप साजिश कर रहे हैं।
मैडम मेरी बात सुनिए मैडम, थोड़ा सा आप मेरी बात सुनिए। आपके पास जो क्लिप आया आप उसको चला रहे हैं, मैंने भी आपको क्लिप भेजा है मैडम, उसको आप चला दीजिए। सच का सच और गलत का गलत, आपको सारी बातें
मेरे पास कोई क्लिप नहीं है। आज पूरे दिन हमने देखा कि झारखंड के अंदर क्या हुआ है, पूरी दुनिया देख रही है, पूरा देश देख रहा है। आप बता दीजिए, आपको साजिश का जो पता है आप बताइए ना, मेरे पास ऐसी कोई क्लिप नहीं है। बताइए
क्या कहना चाह रही है आप, क्या कहना चाह रही है?
आप क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं, आप बताइए किसकी साजिश है सर?
अल्पसंख्यक भाइयों से इतना नफरत है आपको, अल्पसंख्यक से नफरत है क्या आपको?
मुझे दंगाइयों से नफरत है सर, और आपको भी होनी चाहिए।
मुझे भी
उनको बैठ करके कवर फाड़ देने की जगह आपको नाम लेकर के बोलना चाहिए कि हाँ, अगर कानून हाथ में लिया तो झारखंड की सरकार, आप जैसे जो नेता है ना सर, वो इनके हौसले बुलंद करती है कि हम जाके पत्थर मारेंगे, पुलिस को पीटेंगे, उन्हें लहूलुहान छोड़ेंगे और नेताजी आके हमारी बेल कराएंगे, क्योंकि नेताजी हमारे पास वोट लेने आते हैं। प्रॉब्लम ये है सर, और मुझे इस मानसिकता से नफरत है। इसलिए अब आप बताइए, पूरा देश आपको सुन रहा है, दंगा किसने किया? बताइए इरफान साहब।
देखिए मैडम, दंगा मैं देश के प्रधानमंत्री और देश के गृह मंत्री से मैं मांग करूंगा कि कम से कम सरकार चल रही है, अच्छी चला रहे हैं सरकार आप लोग, तो ऐसे लोग जो समाज को में जहर घोल रहे हैं, जिसके बयान से दंगा हो रहा है, जिसके बयान से समाज में नफरतें पैदा हो रही है,
जो पत्थर मार रहा है वो जहर नहीं बोल रहा।
कौन है नुपुर शर्मा? क्या कार्रवाई किया आपने? सस्पेंड कर देने से हो जाएगा क्या?
कार्रवाई तो आपकी करनी है, सरकार आपकी है। पहले ये तो बताइए, जहर कौन घोल रहा है? पत्थर मारने वाला जहर नहीं घोल रहा।
नहीं मैडम नहीं, क्यों मारा पत्थर मालूम है आपको? कौन मारा पत्थर आप जानते हैं? मैं भी नहीं जानता, उसकी जांच होगी बताता हूँ। और जो पत्थर मारा है उस पर कार्रवाई करेंगे हमारी सरकार। हम लोग सेकुलर आदमी है, याद रखिएगा, हम लोग सबका सम्मान करते हैं, गलत नहीं होने देंगे।
गजब हाल।
याद रखिए।
अनुराग नायडू, राहुल ईश्वर आपसे कुछ कहना चाहते हैं। पहले राहुल ईश्वर बताइए, ये सेक्युलर है, सेक्युलर है इरफान साहब।
आप राशनलाइज मत कीजिए, आप किसी को एक रीजन मत बताइए, क्योंकि एज ए हिंदू एक्टिविस्ट आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट योर मुस्लिम ब्रदर टू कम फॉरवर्ड एंड कंडेम। There is a thin line between protest and violence. When it turns violent, it is the responsibility of everyone to say that. It is not right. Just follow me. I am a person who always says Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Respect for the Holy Prophet Muhammad and Holy Quran. At the same point of time, violence will keep our minds apart. We need healing. What happened to Nupur Sharma?
Let him respond. Rahul Ishwar, let him respond to you. Irfan Ansari.
मैडम घटना घटी है, हम लोग देख रहे हैं, हमारी सरकार है मैडम, और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ हम लोग सेकुलर हैं। झारखंड में जो भी दोषी है मैडम, आप मेरे हाथों के धागा को देख लीजिए मैडम। मैं मंदिर भी जाता हूँ, मैं मस्जिद भी जाता हूँ। आज तक हम जहाँ से चुनाव जीते हैं, हमारा अल्पसंख्यक भाई वहाँ कम है, हमारे हिंदू भाई ज्यादा है। मैं सबका रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ। आपके चैनल में इसलिए मैं बातें कर रहा हूँ, हम सबको मिलकर रहना है। कोई दंगा फसाद कराता है, ये बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकते हम लोग।
सर बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकते। आप उस दिन बोल रहे हैं जहां पे कर्फ्यू लगा है आपके प्रदेश में, आपकी सरकार, जहां आप बैठ करके सेक्युलर 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 10 बार बोल चुके हैं, इतना नहीं बोला कि भाई दंगाई गलत है और दंगाई कौन है, वो बोलने को तो आप तैयार नहीं है। सेक्युलर, देखिए मैडम,
कांग्रेस पार्टी से हम लोग बिलोंग करते हैं और कांग्रेस एक सेकुलर पार्टी है। कौन बिगाड़ रहा है? आज देश में महंगाई है, देश में चरम, आज युवाओं बेरोजगार, हमारे युवा बंधु हो गए, लेकिन देखिए मैडम, ये एक हफ्ता चलेगा, पूरे देश में चलेगा ये माहौल कि पुलिस से पथराव हो गया, मुस्लिम लोग मार दिया और जो महंगाई लोग भूल जाए। एक बहुत बड़ी साजिश है।
क्या बात कर रहे हैं आप सर? अनुराग नायडू, so apparently now people who have been beaten up are the provocateurs, and they are being beaten up because they want to take attention away from महंगाई। मतलब पुलिस वाले जा के पिट रहे हैं, तो पुलिस वाले महंगाई से ध्यान हटाना चाहते हैं। आपकी झारखंड की पुलिस महंगाई से ध्यान क्यों हटवाना चाहती है अंसारी साहब?
I pity the poor police. This is high time that we should enforce the military and we should enforce CRPF. This is an alarming situation. We can't put the lives of our policemen because of this, MLAs and the people who are creating the riots. Honorable MLA should understand, you should have come onto the streets for jobs and employment of the youth rather than you're supporting them कि हम तो पत्थर उठाएंगे ही। ये provocation की बात छोड़ दीजिए सर, आप नौकरी की बात करिए। नौकरी is important. And what are we doing here? We are giving space to MLA, and what is he all saying? He has never stood up for jobs. He has never stood up for employment. And whatever is happening, he's still trying to instigate कि हम तो पत्थर उठाएंगे। ये क्या चल रहा है? This kind of people who are putting this narrative to destabilize should actually understand that nothing is going to help. But they are they were waiting for a political issue to happen right from the Gyanvapi outburst, and now they have got an Nupur to sirf bahana hai. Nupur is a bahana. It's not Nupur, it is beyond Nupur, and it has to be investigated where this funding is coming from. If the rioters are making riots, where this money is coming from, who are the organizing people?
Okay.
Are they having any kind of political nexus?
उल्टा साजिश का इल्जाम आप पे लगाया जा रहा है इरफान साहब।
मैडम बिल्कुल, देखिए मैडम, ये टोटली रबिश है मैम। मेरे देश के माहौल को खराब करने का एक बहुत बड़ा प्रयास है। मैं आज भी कहना चाहता हूँ, जो गोलियां चली है निश्चित तौर पर मैं कंडम करता हूँ, निंदा करता हूँ, और जो दोषी है पक्ष से नहीं जाएंगे। मैं आपको
गोली चलाने वाला कौन है इरफान साहब? एक बार मुंह खोल के बोलिए तो।
मैं देश के,
आप तो ऐसे बोल रहे हैं मैं गोलियों की निंदा करता हूँ, ऐसे गोलियां खुद ब खुद आसमान में उड़ रही थी।
मैं जा रहा हूँ देखने के लिए, मैं रील्स जा रहा हूँ जहाँ लोग घायल हैं। सुनने में आया कि कुछ अल्पसंख्यक लोग मारे गए हैं, उनसे भी मिलने जाऊंगा, पुलिस वाले से भी मिलने जाऊंगा, और मैं बताऊंगा मैडम कम से कम आपका चैनल रिपोर्टेड चैनल है, आप एक पक्ष मत दिखाई, ऐसे मैसेज मत दीजिए कि आप लोग किसी को हर्ट मत कीजिए मैडम।
हम किसी को हर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं। या तो फिर आप, अगर आप पक्षपात की बात कर रहे हैं, तब तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि आपकी पुलिस भी पक्षपात कर रही है, आपकी पुलिस पक्ष ले रही है, क्योंकि अगर पुलिस गोली चला रही है वो तो पुलिस दंगाइयों पे चला रही है ना, तो पुलिस दंगाइयों पे क्यों चला रही है? पुलिस को फिर बीजेपी आरएसएस पे चलाना चाहिए।
वहां नहीं गए मैडम, आप तो वहां नहीं गए मैडम,
सर
आप तो वहां नहीं देखी घटना का किसने किया।
हमने खुद पुलिस की बात सुनवाई है, पुलिस वाले कह रहे हैं कि उन पर गोली चलाई दंगाइयों ने।
चैनल है मैडम, इतना बड़ा चैनल है, आपको इस हल्की बात आप लोग करते हैं मैडम। मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूँ मैडम, सुनिए
सर, इतने बड़े नेता हैं आप और आप क्या बात कर रहे हैं? एक सेकंड इरफान साहब आप रुकिए, एक सेकंड, वी आर जस्ट गेटिंग।
क्या है उस पर कार्रवाई होगा, बस
कार्रवाई करने के लिए पहले आप उनका नाम तो बताइए कि है कौन, जिम्मेदार कौन है, वो तो आप बता नहीं रहे। कार्रवाई किस पे करेंगे सर?
कहना चाहता हूँ, देश में नुपुर जी हैं, क्या नाम है उनका, नुपुर शर्मा और एक नवीन जिंदल।
चलिए 22 मिनट हो गए इरफान साहब, अभी तक आपने दंगाइयों का नाम नहीं लिया। एक नाम आपके मुंह से निकला, वो नुपुर शर्मा का है। नुपुर शर्मा तो वहां पर खड़े होकर पत्थर नहीं ही मार रही थी पुलिस वालों को। फर्स्ट रिएक्शन कमिंग इन फ्रॉम झारखंड चीफ मिनिस्टर, लेट्स लिसन।
देखिए, ये मुझे अचानक ये खबर आई, ये घटना जो घटी ये निश्चित रूप से चिंता का विषय है, और सिर्फ आज की घटना नहीं, ये घटना से जुड़े विषय पर भी चिंता का आवश्यकता है। और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम सब बहुत सुनियोजित तरीके से कुछ ऐसे शक्तियों का शिकार हो रहे हैं जिसका परिणाम हम सबको भुगतना पड़ेगा। मैं आप लोग के माध्यम से अपील करना चाहूँगा कि झारखंड की जनता हमेशा काफ़ी संवेदनशील, काफ़ी सहनशील रही है, और वर्तमान हालात में समझिए कि एक परीक्षा की घड़ी से हम सब गुजर रहे हैं, और बहुत हो सकता है कठिन परीक्षाएं भी हों, लेकिन धैर्य खोने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। और मैं ये मानता हूं और कानून संविधान भी यही कहता है कि जो जुर्म करता है उसे सजा भी मिलना चाहिए। इसलिए सभी से अपील होगा कि कोई ऐसी घटनाओं को अंजाम ना दें जहां वो जुर्म के भागीदारी की।
All right, so the first reaction coming in from the Jharkhand Chief Minister on a day when there has been violence in his state, on a day when policemen have been left injured, on a day when police had to open fire in self-defense. He says it's a pre-planned conspiracy, doesn't say by who. We're taking a very quick break. Please stay with me, all gentlemen. Rahul Ishwar, Anurag Naidu, Syed Masoodul Hassan, Abdul Hafiz Gandhi and Irfan Ansari. I'm taking a very quick break and back on 2 minutes with my colleague Meghna.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. We want to check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now and I'm Poonam Burde. On this broadcast, there's lots lined up for you, but let's get you started with the headlines. Anger over Nupur Sharma's controversial comments spills onto the streets from Karnataka to Kashmir. Protests break out after Friday press.
सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कवर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर, जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए, आगे से रोकिए हम लोग को.
Policemen caught in the crossfire in Ranchi. Protesters clash with the police as protests take a violent turn. Men in khaki attacked Ranchi superintendent of police among those injured. Protesters take cue from provocators from Srinagar to Ahmedabad to Aurangabad with posters of Nupur Sharma, even kids made to chant murderous slogans. Uttar Pradesh witnesses violent protests in Moradabad and Saharanpur as Kanpur remains restive. Chief Minister Yogi orders strict action against the culprits. Jama Masjid in Delhi witnesses protests after Friday prayers. Shahi Imam says mosque does not endorse it. Police sources hint at role of politicians. Srinagar shuts down partially, but protests erupt in Batmalu. Protesters hit the streets, demand immediate arrest of Nupur Sharma. From Karnataka to Delhi, Popular Front of India and its offshoots add fuel to the fire, hold protests, raise provocative slogans to stoke hate. A day after Jammu cleric calls for chopping off hands and beheading Nupur Sharma, opposition silent on his hate. Is that what emboldens provocators? Our constitution allows us the right to democratic protests, but the constitution also holds that right with duties. Peaceful protest is our right, but calls to behead someone or offer bounties to kill defies the very fabric of our democracy. Today, India was shocked as we saw open calls for violence and chants of Sartan Se Juda right from Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir to Ahmedabad to even Aurangabad in Maharashtra. Calls to behead Nupur Sharma were issued with complete impunity. It started with Srinagar's Lal Chowk, where chants were raised of Sartan Se Juda. One of the people marching along is Fayaz Bukhari, who was suspended from the Apni party for announcing a 10 lakh rupees bounty on Nupur Sharma.
सोशल मीडिया की वसातत से आपको ये पैगाम पूरी दुनिया को देना चाहते हैं कि जो इंडिया गवर्नमेंट है, जो उस लड़ीज़ ने बेशर्मा कलाम किया है, सिर्फ यही मुतालबा है, उसको आपने अपने पार्टी से बीजेपी से निकाला है, मगर वो नहीं चलेगा। उसको सजाई मौत देनी है और इसको पहले और उसको अरेस्ट करना है पहले, फिर उसको सजाई मौत देनी है उस रोड पर जैसे सब लोग देख सकते हैं सोशल मीडिया पे।
Now that was in Srinagar, but this template seems to be repeating, and unfortunately this time around in Ahmedabad, even children were brought out to these streets, to these protests, and made to chant violent, murderous slogans, poisoning them in their minds. Now, in the neighbouring state of Maharashtra, in Aurangabad, two similar chants were raised. These chants are against the very fabric of our democratic principles, which governed by rule of law and not by fatwas. But unfortunately, these provocators do not understand that. Provocative slogans seem to be spreading slowly across the country like a virus, because now these comments have been made in a rally in Bihar as well. Look at these visuals on your screens where little children are made to chant these slogans, poisoning their minds. This time, this protest coming to the fore from Muzaffarpur in Bihar.
बीजेपी मुर्दाबाद गुस्ताखे रसूल की एक सजा बीजेपी मुर्दाबाद।
Aditya is with me for more on this. Aditya, we're given to understand that there was immense planning that went behind this particular protest. There was a deliberate attempt to prop up these children, slowly poison their minds, make them chant these murderous slogans. Perhaps they don't even know what it means and what they're being made to do.
Of course, I mean, as far as the minors are concerned, they must not be knowing what all they are actually chanting and what kind of murderous slogans they actually are. And that being said, we have actually bite, and we have talked to some people. We have video evidence of people accepting the fact that the protest and the sort of thing was actually planned on local WhatsApp groups. And that being said, we have visuals from NH28 under Maniari police station of Muzaffarpur district, wherein we can clearly see minors and the entire mob actually chanting murderous slogans. Back to you.
Right, we do hope that action is taken against those who actually did plan this protest, get those innocent children out on streets there. But for the moment, Aditya, thank you so much. Now, just yesterday, a call was made from a masjid in Jammu, where a cleric gave a call to chop off Nupur Sharma's head. Such hate preachers are perhaps emboldened by the patronage of our opposition leaders especially, and those who are conspicuous with their silence. Listen in to Shafiqur Rahman Bark, a member of parliament of Akhilesh's party who justified that call to behead. He called it action reaction.
नहीं तो अब वो स्टेटमेंट आप उसको कह रहे हैं तो उसके रिएक्शन में ही तो कह रहे हैं वो क्या हमारे नबी की शान में गुस्ताखी की है और फिर इसके बावजूद नो एक्शन तो इसलिए अब ये एक्शन कोई नहीं है कि सब सस्पेंड कर दिया बाहर निकाल दिया पार्टी से।
आप चाहते कानूनी कार्रवाई जल्द से जल्द हो
और इंशाल्लाह फिर ये हालात नॉर्मल हो जाएंगे।
Rahul Ishwar, an activist, joins us on this broadcast. Syed Masoodul Hasan, former vice president of the AMU Students Unit, also with us on this broadcast. And I'd like to begin with you, Mr. Hasan. Little kids being used as political props, by some with vested interest. Perhaps they don't even know what they're saying. They're made to chant slogans which are poisoning their mind. These are kids who should be in school, who should be studying, but look at what they're being made to do. Who's responsible and who's going to be answerable for this?
हमारे जो इस्लाम है, जो मजहब है, वो सीधा सीधा एक चीज कहता है कि जब नामूसे रिसालत यानी कि रसूलुल्लाह सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की इज्जत पे जब बात आए, जब उनके नाम के खिलाफ इस तरह के अल्फाज यूज करे जाएं जो अल्फाज नुपुर शर्मा ने और नवीन जिंदल ने इस्तेमाल किए हैं, तो फिर अपनी जान, इज्जत, आबरू, माल और दौलत हमारे लिए किसी काम की नहीं रह जाती। हम उन सब चीजों को कुर्बान कर सकते हैं और जैसा कि देखने को मिल रहा है, इन सब चीजें ये सब होने के बावजूद अभी तक नुपुर शर्मा, नवीन जिंदल जैसे जहरीले नाग और नागिन बाहर बहुत आराम से टहल रहे। उनको सिक्योरिटी दी जा रही है, सारी चीजें हैं, बिल्कुल सिक्योरिटी दी जानी चाहिए। किसी हमारे यहाँ कानून है, लॉ है और उसके हिसाब से काम करना चाहिए सरकार को और सब जल्द से जल्द इन दोनों को अरेस्ट करके इनके ऊपर
उसी लॉ के हिसाब से इन लोगों को भी अरेस्ट करना चाहिए जो इस तरीके के बयान दे रहे हैं। क्या आप ये एग्री करेंगे?
बिल्कुल, जो भी शख्स कानून अपने हाथ में लेगा वो अरेस्ट होगा। और हमने ये चीज देखी है, जब मैं बात करना चाहूंगा, मुसलमान जब कुछ काम करता है, कोई रिएक्शन देता है, तो उसके लिए सारे कानून होते हैं। बुलडोजर भी चल जाता है उसके लिए, उसको जेल में भी डाल देते हैं, गोली भी मार देते हैं। लेकिन नुपुर शर्मा, नवीन जिंदल जैसों के लिए, नरसिम्हानंद जैसों के लिए कोई कानून नहीं होता क्या?
The law is the same for everyone, Mr. Hasan and Rahul Ishwar.
I don't think so.
Selective action.
I don't think so. The law is same from last 8 years.
Sure, Mr. Hasan, you are talking about selective action. Some would say, Rahul Ishwar, that the outrage is also selective because it's only one-sided, as Mr. Owaisi was saying, but it's just in reverse this time around because we don't see the same kind of condemnation in those same strong words coming in for those people, for those clerics who are calling for beheading of somebody.
Absolutely. Syed Saab, everyone respects Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and India has always a great tradition of respecting all religions. One mistake or one wrong thing has happened, and out of that wrong thing, we are trying to correct it. And when we are trying to correct, what is the use of giving provocative slogans? What is the purpose of violence? What is the purpose of coming out on street and calling for beheading? So please remember, many people are not ready to even condemn it. So this is an absolutely wrong thing. We should be ready.
Absolutely. The silence of many in the mainstream political parties as well is what is really stunning, isn't it, Anurag Naidu? Because that perhaps emboldens them. What we need is people in positions of power, politicians from the opposition rank, clerics who hold immense significance in their community to come out and stop this kind of provocation.
Then what meets the eye, it is not just Nupur Sharma or Naveen Jindal. And trust me, even if there was an action supposed to be taken, and there has to be some judicial ground to take some action. And all of us, whether it is Rahul Ishwar or myself, we have condemned unequivocally whatever comments were made on Prophet, and we absolutely condemn it fair and square. We are against it, and we are for secular nature of this of the country, and Muslims are our brothers. There is no doubt about it. But the point is, if Nupur Sharma had to go to the jail, how many cases, how many people have gone to the court and, looked out for justice? No. But what we are doing here is we are going to the street. We are teaching these children, very young children, sar tan se juda, how radical we can go. And there is something called humanity. And on one side, when we say we respect the law and order, and we go and we meet the police. They have families. The policemen have families. You at least pity the kids that they're in the families of the policemen, and they're hurt, they're bleeding, they're being killed. So, sir, if you have trust in the law of the land, if you have trust in the nature of India and the judicial system, please by all means go to the court and file a petition.
Absolutely, there are legal recourses that every citizen of this country is entitled to. One must not take law into their hands. If you have been wrong, then do follow the due process. Go to the police, go to the courts, but not hit the streets and make these kind of provocative statements. That is what is problematic, and that is something that needs to stop, so that this hate that is spilling onto the streets of India across states, that needs to stop. I thank you all, gentlemen, for joining us here on this broadcast. This, of course, will remain our top focus on Times Now, but be back in just 2 minutes.
Times Now. Action begins here.
from Ranchi now. There are people that are performing prayers at the Hanuman temple where the violence broke out after Friday prayers just a short while ago. We did see protesters that had lined the streets of Ranchi there. They clashed with the police. The protest took an ugly turn. But now it looks like there is an attempt to broker some kind of peace and reinstill the sense of social harmony there, even as the police had to impose a curfew to bring things under control. After several policemen were also injured, not just with sticks and stones, but even with bullet injuries right after those clashes broke out. Shifting focus now to news coming in from the national capital, where officials in the Delhi police have stated that some of the miscreants behind the Jama Masjid protest today have been identified. Legal action will be taken against those who are behind the protest, is what the Delhi police is now confirming. Remember, earlier in the day, right after Friday prayers, about 200 to 300 people had spontaneously gathered outside the Jama Masjid mosque here in the national capital, is what the Delhi police had claimed, that it wasn't a planned protest by the mosque. The call was not given by the mosque, as confirmed by the Shahi Imam as well to Times Now. But now we're given to understand that the role of certain miscreants has been identified by the Delhi police, and Priyank is with me for more details on that. Priyank, we're given to understand that role of certain local politicians is also under the scanner?
Yeah, and what Delhi police initial investigation is suggesting that there were involvement of few local leaders who are associated with the Asaduddin Owaisi's party, AIMIM. And what Delhi police is also saying that they will be filing an FIR regarding this protest, which was certainly not given permission by the Delhi police officials. There were hundreds of people who came for the private prayers, but suddenly these local leaders provoked them, and after which they started protesting. Right. There have been many individuals who have also been identified so far. Right. And yes.
Right, so action could be initiated very soon. For the moment, Priyank, thank you so much, because we're shifting focus to news coming in from another state, which is in Uttar Pradesh, where the Prayagraj SSP has confirmed that some minors were involved in the raising of provocative slogans where peace appeals were ignored and defied. Stones were also pelted. There was provocation that came to the fore after the Friday prayers.
इस इलाके में नमाज सकुशल अता हो चुकी थी। सभी लोग अपने अपने घरों को जा चुके थे। उसके बाद कुछ नई उम्र के लड़के गलियों में आए, उनको समझाने का प्रयास किया गया। उनमें से कुछ लोगों ने ईंट पत्थर चलाए, जिसके जवाब में पुलिस ने काफ़ी देर तक समझाया बुझाया। डीएम साहब भी मौजूद थे, हम मौजूद थे और अधिकारी मौजूद थे यहाँ पे। समझाने बुझाने के बाद भी जब वो नहीं माने, बहुत छोटे छोटे नाबालिग लोग भी थे, उसमें बड़े लोग भी थे, शामिल थे। उसके बाद पुलिस ने हल्का बल प्रयोग करके सभी लोगों को अपने अपने घरों को रुखसत किया।
जुमे की नमाज के बाद कुछ उपद्रवी इकट्ठे होकर उन्होंने यहाँ से चौराहे तक मार्च करने का प्रयास किया। तो जब चौराहे पे पहुँचे तो वहाँ हमें सूचना मिली, मौके पे पहुँच के उस भीड़ को डिस्पर्स किया गया। ये भी संज्ञान में आया कि वापस लौटते हुए उन्होंने कुछ दुकानों पे कुछ टी शर्ट्स वगैरह लूटने का प्रयास किया और कुछ वाहन जो दो पहिया यहाँ खड़े थे उनको पलटा, उन पे लाठीचार्ज किया गया। उनके खिलाफ अब मुकदमा कायम करके सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। जिन्होंने भी इस तरह का उपद्रव किया है उनकी प्रॉपर वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग है, मीडिया पर्सनल से भी वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग ली जाएगी और सख्ती से उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी।
Amir, we saw these protests coming to the fore from various parts of Uttar Pradesh. Some unfortunately took a violent turn. In some, kids were used as pawns to raise some provocative slogans. But the Chief Minister has promised an iron hand policy as far as action against the culprits is concerned.
Well, absolutely, Amita. And in fact, luckily, protests at most such places turned out to be peaceful, largely, other than the fact that slogans were raised, demands were made for taking very strict action against all such people who had been making hate speeches or making objectionable comments against religious figures. But yes, the situation did for a moment went out of control, especially in Moradabad, in Saharanpur, and definitely in Prayagraj. Prayagraj, because Prayagraj, the violence did escalate further to the effect that the ADG Prem Prakash and the district magistrate Sanjay Khatri, both of them were under attack. In fact, their staff was also attacked. The crowd that had gathered there to protest turned violent and had
absolutely,
pelted
and
stones
as
on
the
the
crowd
police
gathered,
and also started
as the protest in fact gathered steam and became violent, unfortunately children were also used as pawns, and that is something that these provocators will have to be answerable for. But for the moment, Amir, thank you so much for getting us the very latest. With that, it's a wrap from me on this edition.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हैं और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ, और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान, और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था, या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया, या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है, आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना उद्योग बड़ा कर रहा है तो वो अपनी मेहनत से कर रहा है। आप ये बोल देंगे कि तुम्हें सरकार ने मदद की इसलिए तुम खड़े हो गए। अरे नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी अदानी अंबानी थे, 2014 से बात थोड़ी ना आए, पहले भी थे ना वो। तो आप लगातार व्यापारी के नाते, एक गुजराती के नाते आप सिर्फ गाली देते रहोगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है।
आपने अपनी रेजिग्नेशन लेटर में लिखा है कि जितने लीडर Hello and welcome. You are watching The Nation Wants to Know with me, Padmija Joshi. The big question before the country today is what we saw across India. Is this a giant experiment to test the limits of the law, to see how far the Constitution can be pushed, to check whether in the name of protest, outright calls for violence can be given, and how far the envelope can be pushed in the name of peaceful protests. Let's get you started with the headlines. Anger over Nupur Sharma's controversial comments spills onto the streets of India, from Karnataka to Kashmir, from Gujarat to Jharkhand. Horrific violence after Friday prayers.
मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर, जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए, आगे से रोकिए हम लोग।
Policemen caught in crossfire in Ranchi, protesting a violent turn. Men in khaki are attacked. At least half a dozen policemen are injured. Vehicles are set on fire. Curfews now imposed. All pretense of civility is discarded as people take to the streets, giving open calls for beheading. Even children are not spared. Yogi government promises a massive crackdown as protests are reported, along with violence from several cities. Jama Masjid in Delhi witnesses protests as well. Shahi Imam distances himself, says the AIMIM might be responsible. Srinagar shuts down partially. Protests continue in Batmalu. Protesters hit the streets, demand immediate arrest and hanging of Nupur Sharma. From Karnataka to Delhi, Popular Front of India and its offshoots also add fuel to fire, hold protests, raise provocative slogans to stoke hate. In Jammu, a cleric called for the chopping of hands and beheading of Nupur Sharma. Opposition completely silent on this hate. Isn't this what emboldens the radicals? What a distressing day it has been. Yesterday we saw an ominous death call from a man from the top of a mosque in Bhadarwah in Jammu Kashmir. Now comes brazen defiance. Yesterday, Times Now brought you a chilling call by a cleric in Jammu's Bhadarwah to chop off the head of Nupur Sharma over alleged blasphemy. Today, Times Now confronted this hate preacher who, believe it or not, justified this violent call. What has emboldened him is the question. When Times Now's Pradeep Datta confronted him, he was pushed, he was heckled. When the police booked the cleric, pelters took to the streets, unleashing violence. But first, watch how the people and this hate monger reacted when confronted.
हम लोग किसी मजहब के खिलाफ नहीं हैं, हम किसी कम्युनिटी के खिलाफ नहीं हैं, हम सिर्फ जुल्म के खिलाफ हैं। जो जुल्म करेगा हम उसके खिलाफ आवाज़ उठाएंगे। तो मैंने जो कल बात की, मैंने खुद भी देखा कि उस वीडियो को तोड़ मरोड़ करके आगे किया गया। एक्चुअली वो जो स्पीच थी वो इनकम्प्लीट है, लेकिन फिर भी ये बात ठीक नहीं है। अगर इतनी दिखाई गई तो ये ठीक नहीं है। नहीं, गलत था, लेकिन आप इसको दूसरे वे में अगर लेंगे तो तभी आपको गलत दिखेगा। लेकिन मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि हमारा कोई ऐसा इरादा नहीं था। हमारी तो डिमांड थी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में प्रेशर बनाने के लिए, और जज्बातों में आके हमसे ऐसा हो जाता है।
Let's listen into, in fact, what the cleric had said earlier. Words so disturbing and so despicable that far from trying to justify or defend it, he should himself surrender before the law.
अब मेरे भाइयों, लेकिन फरू को कलम करना भी सिखाते हैं, तो इसलिए बातों को जहन में बिठा दो। हम खामोश तब तक है जब तक हमारा बर्दाश्त कायम है। बर्दाश्त से बाहर निकल गए तो फिर वो नुपुर शर्मा क्या, वो आशीष कोहली क्या, वो नुपुर शर्मा क्या, उनके सर कहीं और सर कहीं मिलेंगे। और मैं नबी का कलमे पढ़ने वाला मुसलमान खुद मैदान में आए, और ये भगवे भी हमारे दुश्मन, आरएसएस भी हमारी दुश्मन है। तो इसलिए मैं अंजुमन इस्लामिया की तरफ से तमाम अवाम का शुक्रिया करता हूँ। मैंने जैसे पहले ही अर्ज किया कि ये अमन को खराब करने वाले अनासिर हैं, कभी अजान पे कभी पर्दे पे। तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को चाहिए जो अजान के खिलाफ बोले उनका गला पकड़े, अगर जो पर्दे के खिलाफ बोले उनका गला पकड़े। ये गला नहीं पकड़ सकते तो हम गला काटने के लिए तैयार हैं, हम गला काटने के लिए तैयार हैं। और इनको मैं बताना चाहता हूं, सबसे ज्यादा कम दर्जे का मुसलमान इतना ईमान रखता है, दुनिया के किसी भी ब्रिगेडियर, किसी भी ताकत गुस्सा के नबी का सर कलम कर सकते।
In fact, when we spoke to the mainstream parties, the so-called mainstream parties of Jammu and Kashmir, they refuse to call out this hate by its name, and they still persist in trying to blame it on Nupur Sharma.
भद्रवाह में हुई हिंसा की हम बरतस निंदा करते हैं, और आज पूरे देश में जिस तरह के से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्पोक्सपर्सन और नेता अपने बयानों द्वारा जहर उगल रहे हैं, ये उसी का रिएक्शन है। और जो भी देश के अंदर इस तरह का उन्माद फैलाता है, हमारी सरकार से अपील है कि उनको जल्द से जल्द गिरफ्तार किया जाना चाहिए, चाहे उसमें नुपुर शर्मा हो या भद्रवाह का कोई ऐसा एलिमेंट हो जो इस तरह का धार्मिक सद्भाव खराब करने का काम कर रहा है। उन सभी को सलाखों के पीछे होना चाहिए।
One keeps wondering, why is there this dishonesty? Why is there this reluctance to call out the people who are behind this murder and hate call? Or is it what people actually want? Is it what netas actually want, to create an environment to keep the country on the boil? Ambar Zaidi, activist, is with us, along with political analyst S.S. Sriram, Syed Masood Hassan, former Vice President of AMU Students Union, and in fact we have Advocate Talha Amir Rashadi, we have Ambar Zaidi, S.S. Sriram, and Mateen Sharif, Senior Leader of the Congress. Let me start by asking you, Ambar Zaidi, you think this is deliberate?
Absolutely it is, because if we had like intention to get justice, because already the actions has been taken, the BJP has taken already actions against Nupur Sharma, also police FIR has been lost. What else they want? They really want action to take. They are just deliberately trying to create a law and order situation in the country.
Why would they do that? Why would you want to create a law and order situation?
Because it is Pakistan agenda to create a law and order situation in India. They always say and believe in Pakistan, and also they...
Look, Talha is laughing. Talha finds it very funny.
Let him laugh, because it is their agenda on international level. They do on high level lobbying to believe and create this idea, this nation that Muslims are not safe in India, and you are just strengthening that that idea of India, that Muslims are not safe. Had you been really honest to India, you would have gone to the court or to the police, because so many FIs has been lodged already. What else you want? You want just Tansija? So Sir Tansija is the only justice?
Tala?
I don't know where she's coming from.
I'm coming from India, not Pakistan.
I don't know if she resides in India or Pakistan, and if she has been sent here by Pakistan to, put forward the view of Pakistan.
Oh,
The
if you
current
call out
situation of the
Pakistan's
country,
agenda, you are
if the government,
Pakistani. Wow, what an idea.
nothing as such.
Nothing
I
as
didn't
such, you are
interrupt
not
you,
calling out
ma'am. Mohtama, I
PFI
didn't interrupt
trying
you. At least
deliberately
let
to
me-
create this
let me-
law and order
let me speak
situation
out. Okay, please
and
carry on,
making
please carry on.
young Muslims stone pelters. They have just changed the discourse of terrorism. They started making a Muslim youth as a stone pelters. How, rapidly you just see that how PFI is increasing. And
Tala, don't you find it strange कि the Shahi Imam of the Jama Masjid today said कि मुझे नहीं पता दिल्ली में कहां से लोग आ गए, अचानक से हजारों लोग किधर से आ गए. शाही इमाम कह रहे हैं कि IMIM इसके पीछे है, कि पॉलिटिकल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के पीछे हैं. ये आपको अजीब नहीं लगता?
देखिए, मैं आपसे फिर ये बात कहना चाहता हूँ, समझाना चाहता हूँ कि नबी करीम सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की मोहब्बत, उनका लगाव, उनके लिए जो लगाव है वो हमारी जान से ज्यादा है. हम अपनी जान कुर्बान कर सकते हैं उनके लिए. कोई भी मोमिन हो, कोई भी मुसलमान हो, और कोई भी ऐसा सिटीजन है जो मुसलमान ना भी हो पर वो दूसरे रिलीजन पे बिलीव करता हो, कोई एग्जिस्टेंस पे बिलीव करता हो, तो उससे भी
ठीक है तला, पर आप जान ले नहीं सकते ना.
बोलने तो
उनको अपनी बात पूरी कर दीजिए. हाँ जी,
बात पूरी कर दीजिए, फिर
पूरी कीजिए,
मैं खामोश रहता हूँ, आप लोग बोलते रहिए, मैं सुनता रहूंगा.
बोलिए बोलिए.
अब रही बात इसकी, जहां तक इस मुद्दे की बात है, दिस मुद्दा शुड हैव बीन निप्ड इन द बड इटसेल्फ. अगर गवर्नमेंट सीरियस होती तो ये नौबत ही नहीं आई होती.
मतलब नौबत की क्या बात है तला? आपके हिसाब से थोड़ी ना केस चलेगा. आप कहेंगे कि नहीं, अब उसको बुक कर दो, अब उसको अरेस्ट कर दो, अब उसको टांग दो, अब उसको जला दो. आपके हिसाब से थोड़ा ना चलेगा सर. ये तो अपने हिसाब से चलेगा ना केस.
आप मेरा एक स्टेटमेंट पूरा होने देंगे या बोलते रहिए, फिर मैं हट जा रहा हूं डिबेट से. बोलिए ना, जरूरत क्या बुलाने की.
मतलब ये मुझे समझ में नहीं आया. एक सेकेंड, आप कह रहे हैं नौबत नहीं आती. ऐसा क्या हुआ कि नौबत आ गई?
मैं आ रहा हूँ उसी पॉइंट पे. स्टेटमेंट पूरा हो जाने दीजिए, उसके बाद जितना डिबेट करना होगा, काउंटर करना होगा, करिएगा.
बोलिए.
अगर नहीं बोलने देना तो फिर हटा दीजिए डिबेट से.
बोलिए.
आपका चैनल, आप बोलते रहिए.
बोलिए.
मैं कह रहा हूँ कि जब ये मामला हुआ, इट वॉज अगेंस्ट द लॉ, इट वॉज अगेंस्ट द मॉरल एटिकेट, it was against the ethics of India, it was against the
that
culture
the
of
court
India.
will decide. That you won't decide.
Give me 30
that the court will decide.
उसके बाद सिर्फ 30 सेकंड बोल लेने दीजिए, उसके बाद बोलिएगा. नुपुर शर्मा ने ये जो कुछ किया, प्रवीण जिंदल ने उसके बाद किया, अगर ये कोई मुसलमान करता तो उस पर अब तक एनएसए लग गया होता, उस पर अब तक यूएपीए भी लग गया होता.
कब से कर रहे हैं, आज तक किसी ने कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया. अब जाके एफआईआर हुई है.
आपने देखिए लगातार अभी भी उसके खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हो रही. आपने पार्टी से निकाल दिया, कह दिया फ्रिंज एलिमेंट है. तो हम भी कहते हैं जो लोग ये कर रहे हैं फ्रिंज एलिमेंट है.
मना किया
कोई जिम्मेदार
नौबत नहीं आती.
आप जो कह रहे हैं ना कि मोहब्बत रसूल में आप ये कर रहे हैं, मोहब्बत रसूल में आप ये करते हैं ना, तो जैसे मोहम्मद के खिलाफ इस तरह का प्रोटेस्ट करते दुनिया भर के OIC, तो मैं मोहब्बत रसूल मानती. आप ये सिर्फ पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा के तहत कर रहे हैं. ये जितने भी इस्लामिक लीडर, इसकी शुरुआत पद्मा जी पिछले महीने हुए अधिवेशन जो जमीयत का हुआ था, मासी हुए मदनी साहब की सना से रोए हैं. उन्होंने अपनी बेचारगी दिखाई है, क्योंकि अब उनको पॉलिटिकल उनकी रेलेवेंस रही नहीं है. उनको जो फ्री में राज्यसभा की सीट्स मिलती थी, अब वो मिलनी नहीं है. तो किस तरह से वो अपनी इंपॉर्टेंस क्रिएट करेंगे? ये डेलिबरेट एफर्ट टू क्रिएट रकस एंड लॉ एंड ऑर्डर वायलेंस इन इंडिया. आप अपने फायदे के लिए मुसलमानों का इस्तेमाल करते हैं फॉर योर ओन बेनिफिट.
बीजेपी और आरएसएस का नाम आपका अंबर देती है. आपको राज्यसभा सीट चाहिए तो अब आप
मुझे कोई लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, मुझे कोई राज्यसभा सीट नहीं चाहिए. मैं उन मुस्लिम लीडर्स की बात कर रही हूँ जो आम मुसलमानों का इस्तेमाल करते हैं. कौन से मदनी और कौन से ओवैसी का बेटा जाके प्रोटेस्ट में सर घुमा के आता है? आप गरीब मुसलमान जाता है और नहीं मिलने वाली. आप बोलेंगे नहीं बोलेंगे. किस तरह से वो ह्यूमैनिटेरियन वर्क करके एड देके आगे से अच्छा बन के एक इच्छाधारी नागिन होती है ना बॉलीवुड फिल्मों में, ये कभी सीवी, कभी PFI, कभी SDPI बन के लोगों के बीच में इन्होंने तरीका बदल दिया है अपना काम करने का. ह्यूमैनिटेरियन वर्क करते हैं, एड करते हैं, ब्लड डोनेशन कैंप्स करते हैं, और पीछे से ये हर इस तरह के मोमेंट में पत्थरबाजी, धरनेबाजी, हर चीज का विरोध करते हैं. ऐसा ही विरोध प्रदर्शन का आपको अधिकार है, लेकिन वायलेंस का नहीं है. आप जिस तरह से इस मुद्दे पर तूल दे रहे हैं, उससे साफ पता चलता है कि आपकी इंटेंशंस क्या है। आप नहीं चाहते इंसाफ चाहते हैं कि आपकी पॉलिटिकल भूमि बनी रहे यहाँ।
You know, SS Sriram, that in the last 5 days what we have seen is the constant pushing of the envelope. The amount of rage that I see with Talha Amir Rashadi here for a comment made by a spokesperson on TV, the merits of which will be decided by court. Not even a fraction of that is reserved for children out on the streets today saying we will behead, we will behead, we will behead. Not even a fraction. On the other hand, it almost seems like victim blaming when a woman is being threatened with beheading, and we are sitting here and saying she asked for it, she called for it, almost suggesting she deserves it.
Deserves it. Padmaja, it's quite appalling and quite sad what's happening around the country. But I mean, when the Hindus in Pakistan or Hindus in Bangladesh are tortured or raped or converted, the international community doesn't get angered at all. But if something happens within the country to Muslims in India, there's a huge anger across the globe, which is quite strange. See, there are day in and day out, the Hindu gods and goddesses have been used the most abuse.
Mr. Sriram, you've gone mute. Your audio.
Yeah, in fact,
okay,
am I audible now?
Yes, you are. Please go on.
Yeah. There is in Tamil Nadu, Lord Ram has been called a drunkard. Mahabharata has been called a story of prostitution, and Ram has to be slippered. There are so many horrible words in Tamil Nadu, and it's free for all, for everybody.
And that being said, Mateen Sharif, nobody even asked for those consequences. In all of these examples, what Mr. Sriram said, the recent one in fact being where despicable people in the name of atheism got onto the streets of Chennai and said, Krishna is a rapist, Krishna is a rapist. Did you see a single person take to the streets? What did people do? They went to the police, lodged an FIR, and now they're sitting in their house waiting for the DMK government to act. No arrests have happened. Has even a single person taken to the streets? Mateen Sharif.
And this happens very often. It is a day in and day out Hindu bashing that is happening in the state of Tamil Nadu and even some parts of the country. We never took the streets with violence.
And you never should. And that's the thing. Nobody in a democracy is allowed to take the law in their hands, but it applies, Mateen Sharif, to everyone. किसी को यह हक नहीं है कि आप ये कह के सड़कों पे उतर जाएं, आग लगाएं, बलवा करें कह के हमारी भावना आहत हो गई. ठीक है, FIR कीजिए आप.
And also they say this is our constitutional right. FIR कीजिए and create violence on the streets.
Sister Padmaja.
Go on, Mr. Sharif.
Yes, my request is there. जब कोई एक आदमी बात कर रहा तो दूसरों के सबके फोन्स आप स्पीकर म्यूट कर दीजिए मैडम, क्योंकि दो जने बात करने से दो लोग कोई किसी की बात समझ में नहीं आ रही. देखिए, आप पद्मजा है, एक आप हिंदू कम्युनिटी को बिलोंग करते, आप क्या नुपुर शर्मा के स्पीच से उनसे आप सेटिस्फाई है? आप नहीं हो सकते, क्योंकि वो एक पर्सनल नुपुर शर्मा का उनका ओपिनियन, उन्होंने बैड वर्ड्स इस्तेमाल किए. तो जैसा कुछ हिंदूज में कुछ चंद लोग जैसा इस्लाम के खिलाफ जहर उगले, उसी तरीके से आज जो प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा, वो प्रोटेस्ट तो खैर हमारा डेमोक्रेटिक राइट है, मगर उसमें
डेमोक्रेटिक राइट नहीं है.
5,000 आदमी में
5,000 आदमी
में
You have got it wrong completely. With constitutional right, there comes a responsibility too. And you are being a responsible citizen, you have to follow that too.
Sister, 1 minute. 5,000 आदमी में अगर कोई 50 आदमी कोई पत्थरबाजी करता है तो वो गलत है, कोई आग लगाता है तो वो गलत काम कर रहा है.
50 ने नहीं किया मतीन साहब,
15 दिन से लगातार
में हजारों लोग पत्थर मार रहे हैं. आप क्या बात कर रहे हैं? 5,000 में 50 ने अगर किसी का गला काट दिया तो ठीक हो जाएगा. कल को आप कहेंगे अरे बस 50 लोगों ने ही तो गला काटा है, 5,000 ने तो नहीं काटा. नहीं सर, दिस इज नॉट योर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल राइट. It is not your constitutional right for even one man to get on the streets and say कि हम उसका गला काट देंगे. एक आदमी मस्जिद के ऊपर चढ़ करके कल गालियां दे रहा है. एंड बाय द वे मतीन साहब, आप जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल राइट और गुस्से की बात कर रहे हैं ना, मैं अभी जो वीडियो दिखा रही हूं भदरवा में, वो भाई साहब ने कल ऐसी गंदी गंदी गालियां दी हैं हिंदुओं को,
खड़े होकर गालियां दे रहे हैं.
इतनी गंदी गालियां. एक आदमी ने प्रोटेस्ट नहीं किया आज भदरवा में उनके खिलाफ. प्रोटेस्ट किसने किया आपको पता है? उन्हीं के समुदाय के लोगों ने, नुपुर शर्मा के खिलाफ. हिंदुओं को गाली पड़ी पर हिंदू ने प्रोटेस्ट नहीं किया. प्रोटेस्ट भी उन्हीं ने किया जिन्होंने गाली दी. ये कौन सा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हो गया मतीन साहब?
देखिए, आप एक आदमी का ओपिनियन सारी कम्युनिटी पे मत डालिए मैडम.
सर, ये एक आदमी का ओपिनियन नहीं था. वो आदमी खड़े होकर तकरीर कर रहा था और 100 लोग साथ में नारे लगा रहे थे. यही बदकिस्मती है कि ये एक आदमी का ओपिनियन नहीं था. Which is why we need to have people like you to say unequivocally कि ये जो हो रहा है ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन नहीं है और ये नहीं होगा इंडिया में और ये होने नहीं दिया जाएगा. ऐसे श्री राम
करना कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन नहीं है.
ऐसे श्री राम.
Mr. Mateen, do you support violence? Do you support this kind of an anarchy across the country? Is that what you all want to teach your next generation to come? Is that the way? There is a rule of law. There can be someone who could have gone wrong. There is a way to, seek justice, and there is a way to the courts that is there in India to address those concerns. Is that the way to handle the situation?
No.
So what is your point here?
My point is, I want to tell to all Muslims, you have to do protests, but peaceful, but silent protests, not with the stones.
And in the name of protest, you are creating violence and communal tension in India.
That is a hidden agenda, Mr. Mateen Saab. That is a clear hidden agenda.
We have seen so many incidents coming out from across the India. And you are saying that you cannot say कि 5,000 में से 500 लोग करते हैं तो सबका नहीं कह सकते. What kind of argument is this?
And the thing, and I'm really sorry to say, I am really sorry to say that what we are not calling out is the elephant in the room. And let's just say it, Sarfaraz Wani, the elephant in the room is that there is a certain indoctrination which is at play here. And if you are not going to address it, and if the right thinking people are not going to call it out and have it penalized by the Indian law, this is not going to end. Are you going to do that? Sarfaraz Wani.
Padmajay, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but very faintly. Please go on.
Yes. See, first, this culture of intolerance, this culture of abusing has to end, right? I will not be selective in my condemnation. I will condemn everybody who has made mockery of Hindu religion, who has talked about shivlings, and who have made jokes on internet on it. I will say lodge FIR against them, and then lodge FIR against everybody who has come on this very TV channel and has abused the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, on a live TV show, and who has made derogatory remarks against him. First of all, why don't you end it from the beginning? Why don't you lodge a FIR against all these people? We will not have seen this happening all around the country. We have seen protests in Srinagar, we have seen Bhadrava and everywhere. Why did it took the central government and the government of India some bashing from the foreign Muslims? Then they had to realize that they need to give a statement. Why don't the Indian Muslims?
Sir, the law. First of all, just a second.
Why don't they care about?
Just a second. I asked you a separate question. I am asking you, sir, are you willing to call out the elephant in the room and say that this is a radical brainwashing that you do not support and must be clamped down on?
There are radicals, all those people who spoke on this TV channel, all those people who spoke against Prophet Muhammad on this channel are radicals.
Mr. Wani, I am asking you, this man standing in Bhadarwa.
Tasneem Rahmani too, who created the situation. Nobody is calling out Tasneem Rahmani. He was equally responsible for the situation and for the entire episode.
In Bhadarwa, there is a man who has abused Prophet Muhammad on the speakers.
Mr. Sarfaraz Wani, you are still not answering my question. Will you agree what we saw in Bhadarwa, what we saw today in Prayagraj, what we saw today in Ranchi is the larger problem of a a mindset and an ideology that is violent.
See, there is a larger problem of allowing people to speak whatever they want to. When Nupur Sharma made some remarks...
Sir, I am asking you about this cleric in Bhadarwah. Why do you keep circling back to Nupur Sharma?
When a Muslim...
Can you not say as much?
Yes, I am saying that. Every Muslim...
Mr. Vani, I know you are a very educated person and you are right thinking. Do you agree what was seen at work in Bhadarwah is a radical mindset that must be crushed, condemned and called out?
I am answering you. Every person who made mockery of Hindu religion, Hindu customs, and mainly about these shivlings, they need to be booked. And this guy also in Bhadarwah who has made mockery, he needs to be booked. But equally, the person who has spoken against Prophet Muhammad in Bhadarwah, who has spoken against Prophet Muhammad on your TV channel, that very lady, she needs also to be booked.
She has been booked. That's a great point you're making. So let's just pause on this for a second and think that you have a right thinking person whose sole demand is that book this person also, book the other person also. And that has already happened. Then why did we see a day-long orgy of violence? What was that for? If the only demand and the only intent is to have the law being applied equally, it's been done yesterday. Then what was the violence on the streets for? Unless the violence was never about booking anyone. The violence is a completely different project altogether. Think about that. It's this project that needs to feel the hard hand of the law. Thanks very much for joining me, all gentlemen. Amber Zaidi.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it's very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic.
Very warm welcome. You're watching the News Pulse with me, Priya Behel. What a day it has been. The fires that have been fueled over a remark that was made over 2 weeks ago are now spreading across the country. Latest information coming in from West Bengal, where we are learning that a police station has been vandalized by mob in Domjur area. Cops have also been injured during the protest is the latest information that is coming in. Stones were pelted at the police station even as cops tried in vain to use force to disperse the crowds there. The visuals on your screens coming in from West Bengal. These protests were over the remarks that were made by BJP leaders 2 weeks ago against the Prophet. Abhorring comments, but today what has panned out across the country is extremely objectionable as well. The visuals coming in from West Bengal here, where in Domjur, a police station has also not been spared. It has been vandalized by a rampaging mob. 12 police personnel have sustained injuries in this violence. Stones were pelted before there was arson at this police station. You can see broken glass pieces on the floor there, which also means that vehicles would also have been vandalized in Domjur area. We are trying to get in touch with our colleague Tamal Saha, who is going to get us more details as to who were the protesters, whether or not action has been taken against them. But as of now, what we can tell you is that even policemen have not been spared. Such is the impunity with which these anti-peace forces have been working, these anti-social elements going about on the streets, indulging in violence, not even sparing a police station. Right. Tamal Saha now joins us for more details on this. Tamal, what really happened? Who were the people? Has anybody been arrested in this case?
Well, Priya, things are extremely volatile in Uluberia. The entire national highway, which is running through Uluberia, especially the Pancha area, this is National Highway 6, had been under the seizure of these protesters since 2:33 in the afternoon. There had been multiple clashes with these protesters between police and these protesters. Police were absolutely adamant today that they will not let the highway remain blocked. In Domjur, at this particular police station, Domjur police station was literally vandalized. Stones were pelted by angry mob. Why? Because police had intervened and police had tried removing the road blockade. That was just not one of an incident. There had been similar incidents happening in Domjur interiors, and as far as Pancha, the national highway is concerned, there had been absolute mayhem. Several police vehicles have been completely vandalized, ransacked, and set ablaze. The traffic outposts, they were set ablaze. Mob ran amok, and police have tried controlling the situation, containing the situation. But the last time I spoke with a very senior police officer, they are saying they are fighting with the situation. Tear gas shells have been fired to disperse the crowd. Lathi charge has happened to disperse the crowd.
Lathi charge has happened to disperse the crowd. But then it was an amorphous crowd which appeared from a different side after the first crowd had dispersed. So it seems like there was a well-planned, well-organized mobilization of the crowd that the police had found challenging. But as we speak, the situation remains absolutely tensed in Uluberia. I've spoken to senior government officials. They are saying that they are mindful of the violence which is happening. In fact, sources close to the Chief Minister said that she has made this appeal yesterday asking people not to resort to road blockade, but no more appeals would be given and action would be taken. So yes, police have taken action in the morning, police had taken action in the afternoon as well, but in the evening things became absolutely volatile. In Uluberia, specifically the Pancha area very close to Domjur, the situation is extremely hostile. Several the Domjur police station has been attacked, several police vehicles have been set ablaze, torched, several public vehicles have been torched, and police have literally fired tear gas cells to disperse the crowd. There are very shocking visuals where you get to see that a traffic outpost was set ablaze by the mob, and there were explosions happening from the nearby motorbikes which were also set ablaze. So scary scenes out there. People cannot even travel over there, and the road going through Uluberia is still very much cut off. We are talking about National Highway 6. So from Kolkata, the road which is going to Uluberia side, that is the National Highway 6, is completely chock-a-block. Yesterday, the same road was under the seizure of the angry mob for no less than 11 hours. We had seen the administration literally pleading the protesters to disperse and remove the protest. We have also seen lathi charge happen last night. But then today, after Friday prayers in Uluberia specifically, the protesters had assembled with the clear idea to resort to road blockade. Also to add to you to this, the Southeastern Railway. The Southeastern Railway is also equally cut off. Why? Because protesters have spilled over the rail tracks and they have blocked the rail tracks. So at least 4 express vehicles which move towards Kharagpur, they have been cancelled for the night. One particular express train had been detoured and now taking a different route altogether, which is via Bardhaman, not via Kharagpur. So situation is extremely volatile over there, and the crowd has in a way spilled from the highway to on the railway tracks. Police have they have clashed with the protesters, but even as we speak, the situation is fast emerging.
And vandalism, this is what our colleague is telling us. One hopes that police manages to catch those people who are behind it, because West Bengal and Domjur is not the only place where this has happened. As soon as the prayers got over today, the Friday prayers that are held, people came out of the mosques. Protests were seen in different parts of the country. First, it was the Jama Masjid, where thousands gathered and raised slogans against Nupur Sharma for her comments against Prophet Muhammad, demanding that she be put behind the bars. Then, one city after the other, videos of protests started emerging, from Uttar Pradesh to Delhi to West Bengal, Karnataka to Jammu and Kashmir. Hundreds and thousands descended on the streets. In some places, the protests turned violent. Stones were pelted, vehicles torched, even bullets fired, as is what has been reported from Ranchi. Let's take a look at one by one how the drama and violence unfolded across the country.
देखिए, हम अभी प्रयास कर रहे हैं, स्थिति नियंत्रण में है, थोड़ी तनावपूर्ण है, लेकिन हम लोग अपनी तरफ से कोशिश कर रहे हैं। भारी बलों की तैनाती की गई है और वरीय पदाधिकारी भी मौके पे मौजूद है। वायलेंस क्यों हुआ सर? देखिए, उसकी छानबीन की जा रही है। अभी वर्तमान में स्थिति को नियंत्रण में किया जा रहा है। कितने लोग घायल हैं पुलिस तरफ? अभी बताना मुश्किल है, लेकिन हम लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे जो भीड़ है वो यहाँ से स्प्रेड आउट हो जाए।
अभी केवल निषेधाज्ञा के संबंध में ये बोलूंगा कि सुजाता चौक से फिरायलाल चौक तक तथा उसके दोनों साइड 500 मीटर की दूरी तक निषेधाज्ञा लगाई है। 5 या 5 से अधिक लोगों का जमावड़ा वर्जित है। हम डिटेल्स प्राप्त होते ही आपसे शेयर किया जाएगा। काइंडली अभी
ये निश्चित रूप से चिंता का विषय है और सिर्फ आज की घटना नहीं, ये घटना से जुड़े विषय पर भी चिंता का आवश्यकता है। कुछ ऐसे शक्तियों का शिकार हो रहे हैं जिसका परिणाम हम सबको भुगतना पड़ेगा। कानून, संविधान भी यही कहता है कि जो जुल्म करता है उसे सजा भी मिलना चाहिए।
देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छुप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए। सर सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर। जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर। फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए। देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए देखिए। आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए सर। सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर। जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर। फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए। देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए देखिए। आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए सर। सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कमर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर। जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर। फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए।
जिस प्रकार आज रांची की राजधानी, जहां मुख्यमंत्री उपस्थित है, जहां चीफ सेक्रेटरी उपस्थित है, जहां डीजीपी, पूरी सरकार, इस तरह की भीड़ अहिंसक होना और जिस तरह उपद्रवी तत्व के द्वारा लगातार 40 फायरिंग करके, जिसमें एसपी को भी शायद गोली लगी है, तो सरकार से मांग है कि एसआईटी बनाकर अविलंब इसकी जांच हो।
An incident that is as shocking as it gets, where policemen have been fired at senior policemen of SSP rank, but still these are not just some isolated fringe elements who are indulging in this violence and denounceable activities. There are some leaders like Imtiaz Jalil of the AIMIM who say that they support the demands that are being given out for Nupur should to be hanged for her comments. Listen in before we dissect his comments.
इस्लाम जो है वो अमन का मजहब है, इस्लाम जो है वो शांति का मजहब है। यकीनन लोगों के अंदर गुस्सा है, हम भी ये मांगनी करते हैं कि नुपुर शर्मा को फांसी की सजा मिलनी चाहिए करके, वरना अगर उसे आसानी से छोड़ दिया गया तो उसका कोई अंत ही नहीं रहेगा। हम तो ये कह रहे हैं, किसी भी जाति, किसी भी धर्म, किसी भी धार्मिक गुरु, किसी भी हमारे नबी के खिलाफ अगर कोई बोलता है तो ऐसा कानून लाया जाए कि उसके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, फौरन कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। नहीं हो रही है, इस वजह से सिर्फ पार्टी से निकालना ये कार्रवाई है।
Shocking comments coming in there from AIMIM leader who says that we support demands for beheading. Arunil joins us for more details. Arunil, these elected leaders are supposed to calm frayed nerves. They are supposed to call for peace, and this is what he does. Instead, provokes further.
Well, extremely appalling, one can say, Priya, because just few hours back we had seen the same Aurangabad. There were thousands of people protesting over there, chanting slogans of beheading Nupur Sharma in Aurangabad, and now the Aurangabad MP, the AIMIM MP Imtiaz Jalil, coming out in the open and speaking, saying that he wants Nupur Sharma to be hanged, and goes on further basically saying that he supports the demand of beheading her as well. Now, MPs or people who are representatives who have been elected, they are supposed to calm down the situation. They are supposed to ensure that the situation doesn't go out of hand, and with respect to their voters also, they should try to calm their nerves as well. But here he is openly giving out provocative speeches, openly basically giving out inflammatory speeches, extremely appalling, one can say. And whether any action will be taken against Imtiaz Jalil, that we will be keeping a close eye on.
Right, but he must have also spoken to other people, his supporters. You can already see in the visuals that we played out when he gave out that bite that he's in the middle of a crowd, especially in an atmosphere where even in Maharashtra, not to talk about other parts of the country, in Aurangabad we saw how Sartan se juda calls were being given out publicly when somebody like an AIMIM leader gives out comments saying that we support demands for Nupur to be hanged. It really is going to add fuel to the fires that have been raging. Have we expected any kind of action that has been taken against him? Any note, police have taken note of this statement, etc.?
We should expect action against Imtiaz Jalil because he was very much part of the protest that went out of hand in Aurangabad, the same protest wherein people were saying that Nupur Sharma should be beheaded, and instead of calming the people, instead of trying to calm them down, Imtiaz Jalil openly basically supporting their style and inflammatory speeches. It is extremely appalling, and we can expect some kind of an action against Imtiaz Jalil. In fact, Ravi Rana, the independent MLA, he has made an accusation saying that because AIMIM has supported the Mahavikas Aghadi government in the Rajya Sabha poll.
And this man, Runil, belongs to a party whose chief then comes out and blames everybody else but those people who are real culprits behind the violence that today ravages the country. Time for us to take a very quick break, but we get you more instances of these fires that have been fueled across India on the other side.
Times now. Action begins here.
was seen in different cities, not only in the country but in Uttar Pradesh specifically. Now the news coming in that 109 people have been arrested so far across 6 cities for their suspected role in rioting and violence in Uttar Pradesh. 38 of these people have been arrested in just Saharanpur is the preliminary information coming in. Remember, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath had just a few hours ago said that no culprits will be spared. They had briefed the senior officials of the administration to crack down on these anti-social elements. Amir joins us for more details. Amir, give us a breakdown of these arrests.
Priya, the Chief Minister obviously is very strict as far as taking action against in cases wherein law and order is challenged inside the state. We've seen that earlier in 2019 and when anti-CA and NRC protests broke out across Uttar Pradesh, hundreds of FIRs were registered and thousands of people sent to jail because they took law and order into their hands, attacked police and large-scale violence took place. Now, in this case as well, the manner in which in a number of places protests were carried out after Jummah Namaz, especially in districts of Saharanpur, Moradabad and Prayagraj. Prayagraj especially stands out because there the ADG, the district magistrate, sustained injuries in the attack that was carried out on them. This definitely is unacceptable and the Chief Minister has said this in the most uncertain terms that all culprits of today's violence and aggressive protests should actually be brought to book immediately. 109 arrests have taken place. More arrests will follow up tonight as well as tomorrow and the days that follow. And also the Chief Minister is in a meeting with the Principal Secretary, with the Additional Chief Secretary Home, Avnish Awasthi, the ADG Law and Order, Prashant Kumar, as well as the Acting DGP. And he has clarified that none of the officers as well will be spared if there is any laxity as far as maintaining law and order is concerned. So clearly, Chief Minister Yogi is now spelling out the further, course of action as far as police and administrative officials across
Very important detail there. Chief Minister reading the Riot Act, not only saying that culprits should be cracked down upon, also police laxity will be under the scanner. Why were these protests allowed to go out of hand? Because since yesterday it was known that there are going to be tensions, given that today was the first Friday after the Kanpur violence took place. We've got reports coming in from Saharanpur as well, where, as you can see on the visuals on your screen, we saw that there were calls of warning being given out when even cops were being told to stay away from an area. Such was the scale of stone pelting there.
इस समय हम शहर के श्री राम चौक पर खड़े हैं। ये शहर का सबसे व्यस्त इलाका है। आज जुमे की नमाज के बाद जब एक जुलूस के समय निकला और नारेबाजी करते हुए निकला, तो उसके वक्त में अफरा तफरी मचने के बाद आप पूरे मार्केट की हालत देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पूरा सन्नाटा छाया हुआ है। अब तक सारी दुकानें बंद हैं, कुछ इक्का दुक्का दुकान खुली है। सहारनपुर में पुलिस प्रशासन ने इन लोगों को समझा बुझा के किसी तरीके से घर भिजाया और व्यवस्था को बनाए रखने में अपना काम किया। मैं शैलेश सक्सेना, टाइम्स नाउ नवभारत, सहारनपुर।
In fact, in Uttar Pradesh, there were protests in various cities, including Moradabad, Saharanpur and Prayagraj. Violence was reported in Saharanpur, where stones were pelted at the cops. In Prayagraj, even police vehicles were not spared. 2 police personnel and the district magistrate as well sustained injuries in clashes with the protesters. In most other places in Uttar Pradesh, however, the Friday prayers were held peacefully and no significant incident of violence was reported. In Kanpur also, which witnessed riots just last week, the situation was under control.
इस इलाके में नमाज सकुशल अता हो चुकी थी। सभी लोग अपने अपने घरों को जा चुके थे। उसके बाद कुछ नई उम्र के लड़के गलियों में आए, उनको समझाने का प्रयास किया गया। उनमें से कुछ लोगों ने ईंट पत्थर चलाए, जिसके जवाब में पुलिस ने काफ़ी देर तक समझाया बुझाया। डीएम साहब भी मौजूद थे, हम मौजूद थे और अधिकारी मौजूद थे यहाँ पे। समझाने बुझाने के बाद भी जब वो नहीं माने, बहुत छोटे छोटे नाबालिग लोग भी थे, उसमें बड़े लोग भी थे, शामिल थे। उसके बाद पुलिस ने हल्का बल प्रयोग करके सभी लोगों को अपने अपने घरों को रुखसत किया।
Well, Kanpur had remained on the edge over the last 1 week, ever since violence had erupted after Jummah prayers last Friday. But ever since that unfortunate incident, the administration, the police had been on their toes. There was a large deployment of police forces throughout this week, and especially for Friday, for the Jummah prayers today, a large contingent of police, rapid action force as well as PSC had been placed here at different sensitive spots across the Kanpur city. And this, in fact, the Yatim Khana area is definitely considered the most sensitive area of all. The violent the incident last Friday happened just about 100 meters from here. But today, this late afternoon, the Friday prayers have been completely peaceful.
Peace fabric of the country left in tatters by those provocateurs on streets. On the other side, Editor-in-Chief Rahul Shivshankar with details of Sartan Se Juda calls as they were brazenly given out on the streets of the country.
Priya Behel, thank you very much. On India Upfront, viewers, we start with foreboding news tonight. Our constitution allows us the right to protest, as you know, peacefully. With rights come duties. Peaceful protests are our right, but calls to behead and announcing bounties to kill those you think have offended you is not a democratic right. It is not guaranteed, viewers, by our constitution. It is not guaranteed by our institutions like Parliament that make laws or the Supreme Court that upholds them. Viewers, there is no room for extra constitutionalism, extra judicial punishments in this country. Night after night, I have been telling you that some communities in India think that only they have a right to feel offended, that it is their divine right to feel enough offense at provocations to behead and take the law into their hands in response to provocations. At least in a dozen states and cities from Srinagar, Ahmedabad, Howrah to Aurangabad, chilling calls to behead Nupur Sharma were issued. And viewers, not issued in secret. They were issued in public, with impunity, with chilling impunity. In some places, her effigy was strung up. You would be forgiven if you thought you had been transported to medieval Kabul or Tehran, where deemed infidels are strung up from lampposts. You would be forgiven if you look at these pictures and thought, viewers, that you were in ISIS-controlled Syria or the Levant. You would be forgiven for thinking that India had given up all pretensions of being a secular, law, rule-abiding, open, progressive democracy. It started, and it's difficult to say where it started, but we're just giving you a rough timeline. It started with Srinagar's Lal Chowk, where chants were raised of Sartan Se Juda. One of the people marching along is Fayaz Bukhari, who was suspended from the Apna party for announcing a 10 lakh bounty on Nupur Sharma. Bounties like this, viewers, are announced across the Arabian Sea. They are announced in Pakistan, in Afghanistan. Viewers, they are even executed. Now, this same template was used again, this time in Ahmedabad. Unfortunately, children were also brought to these protests. Let's play out those pictures. There you can see them, viewers. These young children were brought to the protests and made to chant violent slogans. These slogans are going to corrode the future of our country also. They may rattle Nupur Sharma, but they will completely de-link young minds from a sense of proportionality. Listen to some of these chants. In Aurangabad too, Sir Tan Se Juda chants were raised. These chants are against the very fabric of our democracy, which is governed by the rule of law and not fatwas or extrajudicial calls for killings. I am constantly repeating this point because when I have done so earlier, I have been called out for being biased. Viewers, it just cannot be that one community feels that they have an exclusive right to feel offended. Imagine if all Hindus were to draw a Lakshman Rekha, a similar Lakshman Rekha. It's not as if it hasn't been done, it has. We all remember what happened to Kalburgi. But we all came out, viewers, each one of us without exception, and said, this was wrong. Stop it. There is a law. Unfortunately, 3 more died. Pansare, Dhabolkar, Lankesh. We said this is not on. The radicals who did that are today rotting in jail. But not one politician today has stood up, viewers, not even the BJP, let me tell you that, to condemn these calls for extrajudicial killing of Nupur Sharma. Just yesterday, a call was made from a masjid in Jammu where a cleric, and I can't even use the same words, abhorrent sentiments, not just against Nupur Sharma but against the Hindu community as such. Now we have a choice. Either I can bury all of this in the interest of upholding communal harmony. Incidentally, viewers, Times Now did not show you the pictures of Nupur Sharma's effigy being strung up. Whatever these people wanted to do to her, they tried to simulate on the ground. It was detestable. Such hate preachers, such mob fury, the furies of Friday, call them what you want to, are perhaps emboldened by the patronage of those who are today deliberately, and I am accusing them of being deliberately silent because they think that they can reap some benefit. Listen to Shafiqur Rahman Bark, an honorable parliamentarian of Akhilesh party. That's how he describes himself. He justifies the call to behead as an action-reaction. Listen to this.
नहीं तो अब वो स्टेटमेंट आप उसको कह रहे हैं तो उसके रिएक्शन में ही तो कह रहे हैं वो क्या हमारे नबी की शान में गुस्ताखी की है और फिर इसके बावजूद नो एक्शन तो इसलिए अब ये एक्शन कोई नहीं है कि सब सस्पेंड कर दिया बाहर निकाल दिया पार्टी से आप चाहते कानूनी कार्रवाई जल्द से जल्द हो और इंशाल्लाह फिर ये हालात नॉर्मल हो जाएंगे.
Very soon after this, viewers, Imtiaz Jalil of the MIM, another towering figure of the party, a trusted aide of Mr. Owaisi, came out and said exactly this. He advocated Sir Tan Se Juda. Watch, listen, hear, pay attention.
इस्लाम जो है वो अमन का मजहब है. इस्लाम जो है वो शांति का मजहब है. यकीनन लोगों के अंदर गुस्सा है. हम भी ये मांगनी करते हैं कि नुपुर शर्मा को फांसी की सजा मिलनी चाहिए करके, वरना अगर उसे आसानी से छोड़ दिया गया तो उसका कोई अंत ही नहीं रहेगा. हम तो ये कह रहे हैं किसी भी जाति, किसी भी धर्म, किसी भी धार्मिक गुरु, किसी भी हमारे नबी के खिलाफ अगर कोई बोलता है तो ऐसा कानून लाया जाए कि उसके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, फौरन कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए. नहीं हो रही है. इस वजह से सिर्फ पार्टी से निकालना ये कार्रवाई है.
Hang her, they say. Punishment, incidentally, under the Indian law for such acts, which is hurting religious sentiments, range between 3 years and a fine to a maximum, viewers, of 7-8 years in prison with a fine. There's no hanging. Now I want to open this up because we're on a very slippery slope. Today, we're at a point where we are scared to condemn the Friday fury, Dr. Ranganathan is here with us. Dr. Ranganathan, why are we scared today, out of our living daylights, to condemn this Friday fury that is dancing around us, advocating the beheading of Nupur Sharma?
Good evening, Rahul. Look, there is no other way of saying it. Welcome to the Islamic Republic of India, where when you look right, there's a mob with Molotovs in hand glaring down at you. Where when you look left, there are intellectuals and academics itching to cancel and deprive you of your livelihood. Where when you look up, there's an effigy of yours swaying gently from a cable. And where when you look down, there's a freshly dug trench smelling of damp earth waiting for you to fall in. Welcome. This is not our future anymore. This is now our present. Resistance is futile. Submission is inevitable. We are an army of men and we can only follow. Never lead like a one-man army. So there will be no more brave gurus, Rahul. No more Banda Bahadurs or Sambhajis. We are the sheep being led to the slaughterhouse where la guillotine awaits. And as you wait for your turn in that long line, you can hear its distant rumble and then snap. Rahul, in town after town today, Delhi, Ranchi, Ludhiana, Prayagraj, Saharanpur, in state after state, Bihar, Bengal, Maharashtra, Punjab, UP, there are reports of widespread arson and rioting and attacks. The sounds of the azan have been subsumed by the chants of Sar Tan Se Juda. Scores have been injured. You may hate his guts, but Akbaruddin Owaisi was absolutely correct. The only thing that stands between Hindus and their total annihilation is the police. Remove it for 15 minutes and it's all over, Red Rover. Now to the second issue, Rahul, which is equally important. Let me be very clear. You cannot express solidarity with Nupur tonight and at the same time acquit the Modi government of all blame. Shame on those doing this. This government has thrown Nupur to the wolves. But that is not all. What is immensely troubling is the manner in which it has done it. And it's boasting at having done it. Your head bowed even before the sword descended. That is what is shameful. It has been 2 weeks and inexplicably, no one from the government has explained why Nupur quoting what is derived from the revered Islamic scriptures, Sahih Bukhari 5134 and Sunan Nasai 3378 constitutes blasphemy. Instead, they claimed what Nupur said was derogatory. So the hadiths are derogatory. With what face are the BJP supporters accusing someone called Zubair of dog whistling when your own government agrees with him that Nupur's comment was derogatory and that the, quote, punishment will be given to her would be a lesson to others, unquote. Had any top BJP leader had the guts to challenge anyone with what I am challenging, what we are seeing today might not have transpired. Rahul, just 30 seconds. Unless Modi is following the first world concept of running a nation, not on compassion, but on cynicism, where human rights and freedom of expression of its citizens can be sacrificed at the altar of business interests. If that is the case, then say so. Citizens would be willing to be expendable for India's cause. You owe it to Nupur. You owe it to us. You owe it to the citizens of the freedom-loving Islamic Republic of India.
Well, viewers, I just want to make clear a couple of things. I didn't want to interrupt Dr. Ranganathan. I wanted to hear exactly what he wants to say.
He is saying
1 second. Again, Nizam Bhai, please. I need to make an important point here, viewers. Times Now has never supported what Nupur Sharma has said. The views of those who are supporting Nupur Sharma are their own. They're entitled to them. In a democracy, people are entitled to their views. But I want to make it very clear, viewers. No one is entitled to take life through an extrajudicial action. If we have a problem, today it is with the states, it is with political parties who are allowing the Zubair Memons of the world to call for the beheading of Nupur Sharma. That is unacceptable in this land. We have laws. Mr. Zubair Memon, I'm coming to you now. Mr. Zubair Memon, I have made it very clear. I have made it very clear that I, as a representative of Times Now, do not back what Nupur Sharma has said. She said it. She is being punished for it. There are cases that have been filed by the police against her, and the law of the land must act. But we can also not allow the street to dictate the terms of the punishment. And Zubair Memon, I want to ask you today, do you support the calls to behead Nupur Sharma? No one here on Times Now, or Times Now defends what she said. I made that very clear, Mr. Memon. I hope you appreciate that. But I want to make it very clear that no one can also defend the fact that today there are mobs out there who want to behead her. So, Mr. Memon, make your point.
Yes. सबसे पहली बात राहुल शिवशंकर जी, मैं हिंदी में आप इसलिए बात कर रहा हूं ताकि पूरा देश सुने। टाइम्स नाउ के बड़े न्यूज चैनल पे डिबेट चल रही है। बिहेड करना, एक्स्ट्रा जुडिशियल कोई भी बात करना बिल्कुल गलत है। इस तरीके से नहीं होना चाहिए। पॉइंट ये है कि दो फ्रिंज एलिमेंट्स को बचाने के लिए कितने हजार मुसलमानों को बीजेपी जेल में डालेगी। उसके बाद इनको जेल में डाला जाएगा, नुपुर शर्मा और नवीन जिंदल को। बीजेपी ओपन आकर के कह दे कि हमको हर शहर से हजार हजार मुसलमान बच्चे जेल में चाहिए, फिर हम फ्रिंज एलिमेंट पे कार्रवाई करेंगे। मैं आपको यकीन के साथ कहता हूं, ये कोई चीज करने की जरूरत नहीं है। हर शहरों से मुसलमान अपनी गिरफ्तारियां दे देंगे। आप कहिए कि कितने मुसलमानों की जिंदगी बर्बाद करना है नुपुर शर्मा और नवीन जिंदल को जेल में डालने के लिए। मैं जिम्मेदारी के साथ रिपीट कर रहा हूं, हम हमारी पूरे नौजवान
Javed Beg, would you like to respond? Would you like to respond to Zubair Memon? Would you like to respond? He is saying
बात संवेदनशील है। नुपुर शर्मा और नवीन जिंदल को जेल में डालने के लिए कितने मुसलमानों की गिरफ्तारियां भाजपा को चाहिए ताकि उनके भक्त नाराज ना हो। हम
तो इसका मतलब आप ये कह रहे हैं, मेमन साहब, जरा मैं समझना चाहता हूं, and let's now speak in English because you do know English very well. I want to ask you a question. Do you believe that all these people who are out today demanding Sartan se juda are committing a crime?
Absolutely, it's a crime.
It's an absolute crime.
In Indian law. Yes,
in Indian law.
And I repeat my statement.
Javed Beg,
please, if any BJP authorized spokesperson is here, or if anyone is defending BJP out here on the panel,
there is no authorized BJP spokesperson. No authorized BJP spokesperson.
Please
I want to bring in Javed Beg, sir.
Please let us know how many Muslims should give themselves to the police and in jail. We are
Zubair Memon is saying, Mr. Javed Beg.
Only point.
Okay, let me bring in Javed Beg. 1 minute.
If they are not able to arrest Nupur Sharma,
okay, you made that point not once now 5 times. Let me bring in Javed Beg. Mr. Javed Beg, okay.
We are ready to give our youth in our love to our prophet.
अब शांत हो जाइए। अरे जवाब तो सुन लीजिए। Listen.
Let us get this clear.
Let's listen. Okay, I'm going to count to 3 now. 1, 2, 3. If you don't keep quiet, you asked this question 6 times. I'm getting you the response. Let's hear the others. Javed Beg, would you like to respond to Mr. Memon?
He's not going to wait.
Yes, thank you so much, Rahul. Well, inappropriate words were used against Prophet Muhammad Sahab, and government has already taken cognizance, filed FIR. Bharatiya Janata Party expelled Nupur Sharma, and she also issued an apology. I come from a Muslim background. I follow Islam. When she has already tendered an apology, no one is there in this world who will punish her. She has already issued an apology. So I do not subscribe to this violence.
Mr. Memon, keep quiet. Let him finish. He didn't interrupt you. Lower his fader. 1, 2, 3, down. Okay. Mr. Beg. Yes. Go ahead.
The way Muslims are reacting is again like two wrongs cannot make a right. This is, totally wrong. The way violence has been unleashed by Muslim community, we have to condemn that. The way in Jammu and Kashmir's Badarwa, the way a Muslim preacher was abusing Hindu community and calling Hindus as cow urine drinkers and cow dung eaters is again condemnable. The way everybody condemned what Nupur Sharma has said, we should equally condemn those resorting to violence, vandalism, those breaking laws, because there was no need of vandalism, there was no need of breaking laws, there was no need of resorting to violence. Yesterday in Pakistan, one Hindu temple was vandalized. Hindu gods were, let me speak first, let me speak. Then, because I was silent when others were speaking, the way a temple was attacked in Pakistan, and yesterday a temple was attacked in Muslim-dominant Bhadarwah in Jammu region, and yesterday a Muslim preacher was openly issuing threats to Hindu community, calling them inferiors, and making. Let me speak.
Yes, you can speak, sir.
The way that Muslim preacher was speaking, the way he made a hate speech, there is no difference between, those who kill people in the name of religion and this person who is trying to provoke Muslims, young boys of Muslim community. The way he used words like this community, Hindu community, they drink urine of cow. They eat.
You said that was unjustifiable.
So this is again highly condemnable.
Highly condemnable. Okay. Let me once again bring back Dr. Ranganathan and Sai Deepak.
There was no need of resorting to
Advocate
violence.
J. Sai Deepak also here with us. Mr. Deepak here with us. 1 second. Dr. Ranganathan, since your name was invoked, it's only fair that I bring you back in now that matters have sort of been cooled a little bit. Yes, you were being asked by Mr. Memon not to defend Nupur Sharma. How do you like to respond to Mr. Memon?
No, this is the same gentleman, Mr. Memon, if you remember 2 days ago, that I went round all the 6 panelists, including myself, asking, do we condemn that slogan, Gustakhe Rasool ki ek hi saza, shartan se juda, sartan se juda? 3 people said, yes, we condemn, unequivocally. Mr. Memon was one who said, not at all. So you know where he's coming from. But, as far as the previous panelists, a very considered, very, I would say tempered opinion, that I agree with. But I have to say very kindly, sir, that this is an argument that you or I cannot win. Because we are men, not God. And God or Allah has specifically ordered that those who abuse Allah and His Messenger, Allah has cursed them in this world and the hereafter and prepared for them a humiliating punishment, 33:57. And that the penalty for those who wage war against Allah, as Khomeini said when he said Rushdie blasphemed, and in His Messenger, is that they killed or crucified 533. For 1.8 billion Muslims, Allah's word is inviolable. We need to understand. Anyone who is perceived to have abused Allah or His Messenger will sooner or later meet the fate of Kamlesh Tiwari or Samuel Paty. It may take a week, a month, a year, a decade, but it will happen. That is why I keep repeating that it was crucial. I repeat, crucial, Rahul, for a top government leader, Modi or Shah, to challenge the Islamists with proving that what Nupur quoted from the hadiths was blasphemous and incalculable fatal error that they haven't done. And now this is never going to stop ever.
Mr. Memon, now respond. Your fader has been down because I don't want crosstalk on the debate. The reason I don't want crosstalk is because I then can't hear anybody, and if they say something objectionable, I can't pick it up. So please understand.
Sir, when he is saying objectionable, it's your work to stop him. If you are not stopping me, at least I can object it.
What Mr.
What
Memon
is he saying?
Is he saying? So
What
please
is he saying?
What is he saying? Tell us. That is objectionable.
What is he saying? I would not like to repeat also.
What is he saying?
Completely one fanatic. This guy is supporting a fringe element, and a person who supports fringe, he is a fringe. In my side, if a person is supporting a fringe, he is a fringe. That is the complete statement.
Dr. Ranganathan, you are offending his sensitivities. You are saying something offensive.
I want to come in here because, unnecessarily he is sullying. Yes, I am challenging Mr. Memon, who is a Muslim, who has accepted he is a Muslim, to please quote The revered Sahih al-Bukhari 5134, book 67, hadith 70. I am challenging him to please quote Sunan al-Nasai 3378, volume 4, book 26, hadith 3380. Why don't you quote?
Muslim religious
चिल्ला रहे हो, 10 दिन से blasphemy हो गई, blasphemy हो गई. अरे कोट करो ना.
आप माहौल खराब कर रहे हैं आनंद रंगरतन साहब.
Okay.
आप होश में आइए, आप मत करिए.
Okay. Let me just step in here. Let me step in here. 1 second. None of us here, at least I am not, and I don't believe anyone here is possessed of any great studied, researched insights into Islam. So let's make it very clear. This is not a discussion on Islam. I want to make that very clear. This is not a discussion on the rights or wrongs or what the hadith is saying or not saying and what is being interpreted. So I just want to steer clear of this. Enough of this. I want to get to the point, which is that why is today anger being directed, calling for extrajudicial action against Nupur Sharma? Last I checked, Zubair Memon is against it. Javed Beg is condemning these people. Zubair Memon said that we cannot have judicial action, but does blame, however, the violence, saying, oh well, this has happened because the BJP is trying to find scapegoats from his community. Now I want to bring in Mr. J-Sai Deepak. Mr. J-Sai Deepak, how do you react to Zubair Memon, who says that this is a natural outburst of frustration because members of his community are being persecuted only because the BJP wants to do balancing act?
See, I don't think I can speak for the BJP. I don't know what goes on in the mind of the BJP anymore. Not that I ever had any inkling about it in the first place. All I can say is that, notwithstanding the condemnations of people like Mr. Beg, which I welcome, the fact of the matter is, street veto is running amok. And the Indian state has proven itself to be impotent, and I dare use the word impotent, in curbing street veto in the first place. Anybody thinks that he can amass a mob of 500 or 1,000, and the police have to run after these people, giving them escort as they go about vandalizing and destroying public property? What Vishwaguru ambitions do we have here? I really don't understand. What are these aspirations where you can't seem to rein in these hooligans, these ruffians and rowdies? That's the language to be used. Absolute wild people, whoever they may be, who at the end of the day have the gall, the gumption and the guts to hang an effigy of Nupur Sharma, that poor lady, and also issue a threat that she will be beheaded. This is a testament to the impotence and the softness, the inherent softness of the Indian state, which hasn't changed regardless of the dispensation. I can understand that the government may have any number of compulsions and considerations where it has to handle the optics globally. I'm not going to sit here and pontificate on what they must have done or ought to have done in the face of, let's say, the onslaught from the global ummah. There are other considerations at play, so therefore I'm not getting into that. But is it your case that you can't rein in these hooligans? Across the country, they have endangered lives. They've issued threats to communities en masse. It doesn't make a difference whether it's a BJP-ruled state or a non-BJP ruled state. The fact of the matter is the distinction no more exists when it comes to these issues. It is soft across the board. So the buck, according to me, stops and starts with the government, because those who believe in street veto will continue to exercise that. It is for the government to rein them in. And in that regard, I'm sorry to say, state governments and central government have certainly failed miserably and abysmally. It means that all of us are at the mercy of these bloodthirsty mobs. That's the most worrying aspect of this. And whatever this leads to, tomorrow, I'm sorry to say, Newton's law in action, I hope, doesn't kick in, because that effectively will start another round of narrative that this is a Hindu majority, fascist majoritarian country that's out to stifle minorities. When people go about defending themselves, that will be the next allegation. So I hope that the government wakes up from its Kumbhakarna slumber and cracks the whip. That's all I have to say.
Mujibur Rahman, would you like to respond, sir, that this is a street veto running amok?
No. Firstly, I will say who they are, what are they doing, or these. Apart from these questions, I want to raise a very important issue through your news channel. When law enforcement agencies failed, when justice delivery system is being halted, then people take law and order in their own hands, and they may act justly or unjustly, and it creates a mobocracy. And who is responsible? Our Home Minister. Why people like Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal are at large? Why FIR has been registered under non-bailable and cognizable offences? So it was very easy for the government of India and the Home Ministry and the Delhi police and to arrest them and put them behind bars. And they can put a full stop on this issue. But they are just giving giving more air and more pressure to this issue, so to create a divide in the society.
Mujibur Rahman, are you one of the booked also? Are you one of those who have been booked also?
Some rallies. No, let me finish.
No, I'm asking you a question. Have you also been booked?
Let me finish. Just 20 seconds. Some people are protesting against the Nupur Sharma, and some are even we can see on the streets who are in support of her. Whatever she has said is right, and they endorse. This is shameless for a democracy, and law and order system is just looking.
One second. Mr. Rahman, I'm asking you a question. You are saying that because they are free.
Several times, yes, yeah, I heard.
So because they are free, this is all justified. People will then begin to take the law into their own hands. That's what you're saying, right? I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
It's an anger of the people. It's an anger of the people.
Anger of the people. Now, viewers, I want to ask a simple, straightforward question to Mr. Rahman. Mr. Rahman, are you one of those who has also been booked?
Pardon?
Have you also been charged? Have you also been booked?
No. No. It's a false news about me that I have been booked in Delhi protest. I just went there when I came to know that some people who were protesting against Nupur Sharma outside the Parliament District Police Station. I went there and just asked about the police why you have detained some protesters. Then being a counsel, being their advocate, police just detained me for nearly 10 hours.
Sir,
and they detained me at 12:30 p.m. Just I was an advocate, so you can even imagine that the police do not want that the accused persons should get the legal.
So Mr. Rahman, let me ask you,
justice system will work
why
if you
is your
will
name
even detain a lawyer in illegal custody?
Okay, why is your name in the FIR list?
Pardon? Rahul, I couldn't understand your question.
Why is your name in the list of... Why is your name in the FIR? Can you explain?
No, my name is not in the FIR. Only 30 persons are named in the FIR.
Okay.
And I can read out all the names.
Okay. So
I was the counsel of these all 30 people. I am the counsel of all these 30.
Mr. Rahman, are all those 30 people arrested?
Yes.
Are they arrested?
Yes, all 30 people are arrested since yesterday.
Really?
Yes. They are arrested, and even today their bail application has been rejected.
No, everyone is arrested.
Application has been rejected.
No.
Yes, everyone, 30.
Everyone. Can we go through the names? Can we go through the names?
Yes.
Let's go through the names.
Yes, I
have the names also. Let's have a look.
This is a 6-page charge sheet. And I can name
let's look at the names. Shadab Chauhan, has he been arrested? Sabah Naqvi, has he been arrested? Has she been arrested? No. Hafizul Hasan Ansari, not arrested. Bihar Lal Yadav, not arrested. Ilyas Sharafuddin, not arrested. Maulana Mufti Nadeem, as far as I know, not arrested. Abdur Rahman, not arrested.
Just a balancing act.
No. 1 minute, Hare. Let me finish. You said that Nupur Sharma has not been arrested. That's why we are out. Now, what if the Hindu side said, none of these other chaps, Shadab Chauhan, Sabah Naqvi, Hafizul Hasan Ansari have been arrested, so we must also now hit the streets and pull down buildings, burn, shoot, fire, hit policemen, target Muslim homes.
Look,
would you justify
FIR
that?
has been registered yesterday.
Would you justify that? I'm asking you a simple question, Mujibur Rahman, since both you and Mr. Memon have invoked this victimhood. I want to ask, would you accept if Hindus started hitting the streets, if they behaved and exercised like the advocate here is saying, J. Sai Deepak, street veto, would you call it Hindutva hate, or would you justify what they are doing? Because Gulzar Ansari, Saifuddin Qutuz, Maulana Sarfaraz, Minakshi Chaudhry, Masood Fayaz Hashmi have not been arrested. Asaduddin Awesi has not been arrested. Imtiaz Ahmed has not been arrested. Danish Qureshi has not been arrested. Dr. Muhammad Kaleem Turk, Atitur Rahman Khan, Nagma Sheikh, Abdur Rahman, Maulana Mufti Nadeem, Ilyas Sharafuddin have not been arrested. Would you want that? Simple question to you.
Now, now let me respond, please. FIR has been registered yesterday by Delhi police against these persons. And even in the FIR,
I'm asking you, since you are saying that Muslims, okay, I think I've asked you the question.
Even the people do not know what wrong they have done.
It doesn't matter. All I'm saying is,
now let me reply.
The Hindu side could react.
You have asked the question down. Now
let me reply. Give me the answer.
Even you do not know what wrong they have done.
It doesn't matter to me. I'm only saying that they have been booked.
Nobody knows.
Advocate J. Sai Deepak wants to come in. J. Sai Deepak, yes. React, sir.
The comments with respect to shriveling that have been floating around on social media by people like Sabah Naqvi have been around for at least 2 weeks now. And knowing fully well that the very same bloodthirsty calls that are being made with respect to Ms. Nupur Sharma, that respectable lady, and knowing fully well that she too could be prosecuted under Section 295A and 153A, she has come out with a cop-out tweet 2 days ago basically saying that we are going down a tricky path if we start prosecuting people for statements which are considered blasphemous, because there could be two opinions on the same issue. Now, if this is the statement or this is the position you wish to take with respect to shriveling, into which a 63-centimeter hole has been drilled, and which is one of the most sacred sites and perhaps the most sacred site for Hinduism, and that is your position, and commentators on social media circulated pictures of condoms over shriveling, specifically a lady called Sayani Ghosh has done this. These people are out in the large and out at large, and we are being told that some people cannot contain their anger and therefore they must be allowed to give free expression to their outburst and to their outrage and to their feelings of being sacrileged and whatnot. Now, how is street veto the exclusive preserve of a particular group? I'm sorry to say, I'd like to see which provision of the Constitution secures for a minority this particular right, saying if you happen to be a minority, you're entitled to express your anger in a manner which is unconstitutional, and that will be deemed constitutional. I'd like to understand which provision of the law permits all of this.
Let me ask Mr. Sanjay Jha. Mr. Jha, some of your party leaders, the Congress party leaders, have come out and justified, Rashid Alvi has come out and justified this violence. Which part of the Constitution is he reading, or does he believe that only one community in this country has the right to feel offended exclusively? Has any Hindu done what we are seeing at this scale against the insults to shrivelings, Sanjay Jha? And therefore, if you believe that they have acted in a law-abiding way, allowing for the law of the land to take its course, then do you believe that this, and to quote again, paraphrase the advocate Jaisai Deepak, street veto is acceptable in our country? Sanjay Jha.
Rahul, we have had a fairly animated debate, in my opinion, for the last 45 minutes. But we have missed the woods for the trees. I think the elephant in the room needs to be addressed. India is facing internal disturbances as we talk. The pictures on your screen are manifestations of pretty horrific violence. And, you don't want to risk a communal bonfire. At the same time, we are facing a diplomatic catastrophe. And who is missing in action? Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is supposed to be calming the situation, both not just internationally, because the brand image matters, but to actually make sure that social harmony is restored at the earliest. Everything that all the panelists have said, I think, comes from deep emotions. And I completely empathize with that. The truth is, this is why you need a leader.
No, Sanjay Jha, look,
and actually
one minute. This is happening even in the state of Jharkhand. Do you know what is happening in the state of Jharkhand today?
I'm aware.
What are you aware of? Can you tell us what has happened? Tell us. You tell us, please. What has happened?
I was on another TV show where they said that there was a lot of violence there, and apparently people have been hurt.
No, not people. The police, the SP, there he is. And one person, and we're going to play out that bite from the police force, is crying. He's broken down. He is absolutely scared, witless.
Oh, isn't that's, let me tell you that.
Now, who runs, 1 minute, who runs the state of Jharkhand? Is it not a Congress-supported chief minister? Yes or no?
Well, Rahul, that is my fundamental point.
No, your point is to pin the blame. No. Your point is to shift the goalpost tonight. Your point is to create an allowance. I asked you to condemn. I asked you first to condemn the violence. We don't need to see these scenes. If people don't think that they have exceptionally a right to feel offended, we would not have these scenes in the first place. What part of the law has not been exercised against Nupur Sharma? There are cases that have been filed in Maharashtra against her. Why has the Maharashtra police not arrested her?
I'm asking only one question.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you, sir. You don't ask me a question. I'm asking you the question. You haven't given me an answer to any of my questions. I want you to listen, viewers, to the whimpering policeman. Whimpering policeman who doesn't know what has happened to him today. This is a state in Jharkhand run by the Congress. The police, hapless, overcome. Watch this.
देखिए पत्थर चला रहा देखिए आप इधर आ जाइए छिप जाइए इधर आ जाइए सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर हमको कवर में लगा मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर जल्दी से सर देखिए अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा देखिए आप इधर आ जाइए छिप जाइए सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर हमको कवर में लगा मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर जल्दी से सर देखिए अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए
Sir, force bhej dijiye. He's whimpering. Jaisai Deepak has raised his hand. Sanjay Jha couldn't come up with an answer. He wanted to create a false equivalence here on this show, justifying this kind of violence, saying that the state should have stopped it. No, we must ask our public to restrain itself and understand that there are laws and there is a process and there is a procedure. Jaisai Deepak wants to come in. Yes, and Sanjay Jha, listen to him and respond to him. Not me. Yes, Jaisai Deepak.
There are a certain class of creatures in this country called constitutional patriots who are happy to quote the Constitution when it suits them. So now I'll quote the Constitution. Criminal law, at the end of the day, law and order specifically, is a state subject. I stand by my statement that both the central government as well as the state governments have completely let down this particular society. However, if this is if this is meant to be a situation where we start blaming the Prime Minister for it or somebody else for it, the fact of the matter is governments across the board have failed. And most importantly, the sign of that particular policeman who's whimpering is not because he is not in a position, he cannot defend himself. He knows for a fact that he were to take any action to defend himself or to defend the rest of the society, he will be answerable not just to his superiors, but to the media establishment and to Lutyens Delhi, which will go after him for being a Hindutwadi fascist, even if he was trying to protect himself from the mob. That is what is holding back policemen. That is the fact of the matter. Cops in this country are not cowards. For somebody to be a policeman in India, it must take a lot of guts, especially with this kind of a population. And if they have to continue doing their jobs, they will do so provided you let them do their jobs without politically interfering with their jobs. That is the state of this particular country. And if he is not in a position to defend himself, I fear that communities will now have to start looking for alternative, hopefully constitutional options to defend themselves if they're faced with such a mob, because they cannot trust the police in any state to defend them. That's the fact of the matter, and that is the brutal reality.
Dr. Ranganathan, you were raising your hand and Sanjay Jha comes right in, right after that. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. You know, while I do agree with Jay Sai, he's come up with a wonderful explanation, which is absolutely right, saying that both the center and state are impotent in this, have proven to be impotent in tackling anarchy. And we've seen this in the CAA Shaheen Bagh protest. We've seen this when the tricolour was removed from the Red Fort and, another flag was put on top of it and the government could not do anything. But the fact of the matter out here is, Rahul, if you permit me just 30 seconds, I want to apply, like I always do, the Anderson razor. I don't blame Warren Anderson for what he did. He was a criminal. He ran away. I blame the government that allowed him to run away. So I don't blame these Rahmans who incidentally are it's like for them to be officers of the court itself is so, I don't know what to say, I don't have words. I don't blame Mr. Memon. I blame the government. For not being able to predict that these kinds of things would erupt because you have not challenged them to explain how what Nupur said was blasphemy. Now, Rahul, sadly, we are all children of class 2. Clause 2, rather, not class 2. Some of them are class 2, but clause 2. We know that we don't have absolute freedom of speech and expression. We know what causes offense. I have read satanic verses. I know that was offensive. I have seen the Charlie Hebdo cartoons. I know they were offensive, even though it troubles me to even use the word offensive because I'm a free speech absolutist. But someone please explain to me why Nupur saying something that is in the revered hadiths is blasphemy. That is why you need to corner these Memons and Rahmans. Let them quote the hadith scriptures. वो ये करेंगे नहीं क्योंकि इनको दंगा चाहिए. Please understand. That is why I hold the government responsible under the Anderson razor.
Mr. Memon, please respond.
बिल्कुल, मैं काफी देर से इंतजार कर रहा था मेरी.
जी, आपके पास आ रहे हैं. Mr. Memon, please respond.
बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल. मेरा सीधा साई दीपक साहब और आनंद रंगनाथन साहब को सिंपल सवाल है, वो हाँ या ना में जवाब दे, अगर वो दे सकते हैं तो, कि इंटरनेशनल और नेशनल आउटबर्स्ट के बाद भारतीय गवर्नमेंट ने नुपुर शर्मा और नवीन जिंदल को फ्रिंज एलिमेंट डिक्लेयर किया. वो फ्रिंज एलिमेंट डिक्लेयर करने के बाद उसी दिन या फौरन या जल्द से जल्द उनको पकड़ के जेल में क्यों नहीं ठूसा गया, जिसको गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने इंटरनेशनली क्लेम कर दिया कि दे आर फ्रिंज एलिमेंट.
ठीक है, जवाब चाहते हैं?
मेरा सीधा सा सवाल है, और ये अरेस्ट नहीं हुई है तो क्या हमारी होम मिनिस्ट्री और हमारी गवर्नमेंट कमजोर साबित नहीं हो रही है?
ठीक है, जवाब दीजिएगा. फर्स्ट जय साई दीपक will respond to Mr. Memon and then Dr. Ranganathan and then Sanjay Jha.
After Akbaruddin Owaisi's hate speech, alleged hate speech according to the Sessions Court of Telangana, which was delivered in December 2012, it took the police to register a case suo motu, 13 days to register the case, because nobody had the guts to come forward and report what was actually spewed during the course of that particular talk in Nirmal, in Telangana. And secondly, despite his statement being available on video, he's been let off the hook. And I was in fact in the process of sharing excerpts from the judgment before joining this particular debate to say what exactly was said there. Now therefore, the law is effectively clear that such people can go scot-free and cases can be registered even 15 days later. In the case of Nupur Sharma, case has been registered across the country and she is not at flight risk. Most importantly, the test is this. According to the Sessions Court of Telangana, if a statement is offensive but does not rise to the level of incitement of violence, that does not amount to blasphemy under section 295A, even if it causes offense to the sentiments of the believers. That is the position taken by the Telangana court with respect to Akbaruddin Owaisi. I am saying, let's apply the very same standard to what Ms. Nupur Sharma said. Whether what she said is right or wrong scripturally, I don't care. But she did not ask for incitement of violence, and therefore applying that particular standard, I don't think there is a problem legally speaking. And secondly, she is not at flight risk. So where is the problem? And since there are people who've been making fun of shriveling for the last 3 weeks, ever since the Gyamvapi controversy broke out, and since they seem to be comfortable in Sainik Farms and other places, I'm sure Nupur Sharma as well as Naveen Jindal have equal right to be safe.
I'm glad.
But the one reason they must be arrested, the only reason they must be arrested is because they are not safe outside.
I'm
That's
very
the reason
glad.
why Kamlesh Tiwari was arrested.
Yes, I'm very glad, Sai Deepak, that you have said this. You see, Mr. Memon will not tell you, and that's why I went through the pain of reciting the 30 other names. There are enough Muslims in that list also, from Asduddin Owaisi up and down. Dr. Ranganathan, if I'm not mistaken, and I have read out those names. I have not hidden anything back. Have any of those people been arrested? No. So this cannot be an excuse to do what they are doing, Dr. Ranganathan and Mr. Jha.
Now, Rahul, can I answer?
Yes.
Can I answer, Mr. Memon? If he's quiet, can I please answer? Mr. Memon, you asked a question. Please have the Mr. Memon.
Simple
please
question that the two persons who are declared fringe element by government of India, why are not they behind the bar?
He's answering you.
Question hai.
He's answering you.
आप जवाब सुन
लें. Been declared fringe elements, have not been declared
Mr. Memon,
blasphemous.
आप
The
प्लीज
BJP
जवाब
cannot
सुन
declare
लें.
anybody blasphemous.
What is the definition of fringe element? Why are they not behind the bar?
Okay, fringe element, sir, the Oxford dictionary meaning I will just take out for you, but roughly speaking,
Rahul,
it means people who are not part of the mainstream. It doesn't mean that they're blasphemous.
Yes.
Sir, many people in this country believe
Rahul, please
that
give me
the
30
Congress
seconds
has become a fringe party. It's a expression.
Yes.
It's an expression. I'm not being patronizing. It's just an expression.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be taken so seriously. Yes, Dr. Ranganathan.
Yes.
In fact, no one takes it seriously because Nupur Sharma is not a fringe element. Anyhow,
in fact,
Dr. Ranganathan, yes.
Yes, to Mr. Memon, मैं आपका जवाब देना चाहता हूं. दो, शायद आप ध्यान से सुन नहीं रहे हैं. नंबर 1, अब आप प्लीज पे डिस्टर्ब करेंगे तो मैं फिर कैसे बात चलेगी? मेमन साहब, आपने सवाल पूछा, थोड़ा सुनने की क्षमता रखिए. मैंने आपको इंटरप्ट किया.
आपको बीच में बोलना पड़ेगा.
जवाब भी तो दे रहा हूं.
हम सुन रहे हैं.
अरे दे तो रहे हैं, जवाब सुन तो लीजिए.
दीजिए सर, सवाल का जवाब दीजिए.
क्या प्रॉब्लम है? यस.
मैं ये कह रहा हूं, आपने शायद ध्यान से सुना नहीं कि मैं फ्री स्पीच एब्सोल्यूटिस्ट हूं. आई एम अगेंस्ट ऑल दीज अरेस्ट. I am against people arresting Sabha Naqvi. I am against them arresting Nupur. I am against them arresting Jindal, against Owaisi. I am against these arrests. आपने सुना नहीं ध्यान से, क्योंकि मैं फ्री स्पीच एब्सोल्यूट आप नहीं हूं. You believe in सर तन से जुदा. I don't. Number 2, अब इंटरप्ट नहीं करिएगा. अब इंटरप्ट नहीं करिएगा.
आपने सवाल जितना नहीं सुना.
राहुल, you know,
मैं वापस रिपीट कर रहा हूं.
संजय झा, लेट मी ब्रिंग इन संजय झा. एक नया वॉइस को लेके आते हैं बेचारे संजय झा.
But I wasn't, you know, he interrupted me. Rahul, I wanted to say something.
He's got an agenda. He's not going to let you speak. Perhaps I'll try in the last 30 seconds of this debate. But Sanjay Jha, sorry to keep you waiting for so long. I want to ask you a simple question. You see, the sense I'm getting from Mr. Rahman and Mr. Memon is that because Nupur has not been arrested, because Jindal has not been arrested, this is all okay. This sort of street veto is fine. Now, at the same yardsticks, I want to ask you, do you think because Owaisi has not been arrested, some journalists have not been arrested, Sabha Naqvi, etc., the other 16, 17 names, should the Hindus also hit the streets? Sanjay Jha, can you answer this question in all honesty? At least Sai Deepak has been honest here.
Rahul, you know, I understand you. I understand. I mean, interrupt me, Rahul. I mean, interrupt me करिएगा. अब इंटरप्ट नहीं करिएगा. अब इंटरप्ट नहीं करिएगा. This is, you know, I'm
Well, Rahul, simple short answer. No one in their right senses can endorse any form of violence, street, or nukkar, even locally. You can't. You have to condemn that in the strongest possible terms. I don't think that is even a point of debate.
No, it is a point of debate. Mr. Memon is making it a point of debate. So don't. You must take a position. Tell Memon that he is a fringe element because he is behaving like somebody who doesn't respect the law. Tell him that. Tell him that you are fringe.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about the fringe, sir. That falls, the hair that falls over your eyebrow. I'm talking about the fringe, which means that they're not part of mainstream. You tell Mr. Memon that he is not a mainstream element. He is a fringe element because he is creating a binary which is unobjectionable, which is objectionable to you. Sanjay Jha, tell him this, please.
Yeah. Mr. Memon, I need to tell you one point that you probably haven't understood yet. The BJP's hypocrisy is in calling the spokesperson and the leader as fringe. They are actually leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party. That is the most brazen.
What do those people who support street veto, who are they? Are they fringe? Is Mr. Memon fringe, yes or no?
No.
Sir, put your hand on your heart. A person who supports extrajudicial killings, is he fringe or not? I'm asking you, it's an honest answer, question.
Rahul, just a minute.
Jawab de dijiye, sir.
You know what worries me is
what worries me is that you can't give an answer which is straight.
The political leadership is silent because religious
I'm asking you, Mr. Jha, it's a simple question. What does a person who doesn't adhere to the constitution of this country called in normal parlance, do you call him a fringe or not?
They are people who are antisocial, who don't respect India's democracy.
Yes, they don't respect.
You can call them nihilists, you can call them what you like.
You call them fringe? Can we call them fringe?
You can call them fringe as well.
So, Mr. Memon, he has categorized you as a fringe. Now you tell me, if you are a fringe, are you really guilty? Because that's what you've come to believe the word means. अगर हम फ्रिंज हैं तो हम गिल्टी हैं. अब आपसे हम पूछ रहे हैं मेमन साहब, क्या आप गिल्टी हैं इंडोर्सिंग वायलेंस?
मुझे फ्रिंज बोले, आनंद रंगनाथन मुझे फ्रिंज बोले, संजय झा मुझे फ्रिंज बोले, वो उनकी पर्सनल कैपेसिटी में बोल रहे हैं. अगर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया मुझे फ्रिंज बोले, दैट इज अ वेरी सीरियस.
Okay, very serious issue. Okay, the government of India has used the word fringe to cover, its own.
That is a very serious
blushes.
issue.
It has done it to cover its own blushes. Anyone who believes the government of India, no, 1 second, on this issue is not, sir, certainly in their right minds. To think that a national spokesperson of the BJP is a fringe element, I'm sorry, it just doesn't wash. So we have called out the center here, we've called out the BJP here, but there are panelists who have a problem calling out this street veto, and that disturbs me, viewers. That really disturbs me. That is the most disturbing part today of Friday Fury. I'll leave it at that.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था. लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं. जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ. और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे. हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी. लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया. कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान. और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए.
तो तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017
Stop. Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school, and so to vaccinate them. By vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic.
Madhadas Gopalakrishnan. Now, it's been 2 weeks since the now suspended BJP leader Nupur Sharma first made objectionable comments against the Prophet. But the fallout of those comments is spilling out onto the streets of the country. The fires that were first stoked in Kanpur have now spread across the country, where anarchy was unleashed from Jammu and Kashmir to Maharashtra, from Uttar Pradesh to Karnataka. Mayhem ruled the roost after Friday pairs when protests turned violent. In Jharkhand, protesters clashed with policemen and the state's armed police force. Stones were pelted, bullets were fired, and men in khaki were attacked. The Ranchi SSP and SP were amongst the policemen who were injured. A bloodied SP was soon ferried away from the protest site, even as those on duty fired shots in the direction of the unruly mob to disperse them. The policemen, perhaps outnumbered, were caught completely unawares. You can hear the dread and panic in this police officer's voice as he dials for reinforcements to be sent, a desperate call being made to his seniors. This audio will give you goosebumps. Hear it for yourselves how a completely helpless policeman was at the receiving end of the stone pelters.
देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा देखिए देखिए आप इधर आ जाइए इधर आ जाइए छिप जाइए इधर आ जाइए सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर हमको कवर में लगा मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर जल्दी से सर देखिए अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर फोर्स भेज दीजिए.
And apart from Ranchi, it was perhaps the state of Uttar Pradesh that saw the worst of the protests. Saharanpur, Prayagraj, Moradabad and even Lucknow saw its share of protests. Shockingly, even children were used as pawns in some of these protests and made to chant murderous slogans. Listen in to how that same template of hate was replicated across at least 3 cities in the country. Now, these provocations come on the back of a call that was given from a masjid in Jammu, where a cleric had asked for Nupur Sharma's beheading. Such hate preachers are perhaps emboldened by the patronage of netas. The complete silence from the opposition is perhaps what gives these hate mongers the confidence to reiterate their threats. Or perhaps it is the politicians who justify the call to behead as action-reaction, like this member of parliament. Listen in.
नहीं तो अब वो स्टेटमेंट आप उसको कह रहे हैं तो उसके रिएक्शन में ही तो कह रहे हैं वो क्या हमारे नबी की शान में गुस्ताखी की है और फिर इसके बावजूद नो एक्शन. तो इसलिए अब ये एक्शन कोई नहीं है कि सब सस्पेंड कर दिया बाहर निकाल दिया पार्टी से.
आप चाहते कानूनी कार्रवाई जल्द से जल्द
हो और इंशाल्लाह फिर ये हालात नॉर्मल हो जाएंगे.
Now, these protests and provocations have triggered a big political fight. While the opposition believes that this is a fallout of the BJP not doing enough, the Saffron Party is questioning these so-called secular parties. Listen in to the fierce war of words.
Government of India is sleeping. I want to say very clearly, if Government of India wants to save their skin, come out. Say no, they have not committed anything wrong. And if you want to arrest, you arrest both of them. And strict action should be taken.
कुछ लोग जो है सेकुलरिज्म का चोला और कम्युनलिज्म का झोला लेकर के कुछ ऐसी ताकतों के हाथों में खेल रहे हैं, कुछ ऐसी ताकतों की सुपारी लेकर के इस तरह की हरकतें करा रहे हैं, तो जो कि सभी लोगों के लिए नुकसान है. इस तरह की जब हरकतें होती हैं, इस तरह के हालात पैदा होते हैं, तो इंसानों को ही नुकसान नहीं होता बल्कि इंसानियत भी शर्मसार होती है, लहूलुहान होती है.
So the legitimate question on the news hour tonight is this: as the communal pot boils, who's to blame?
You're watching the News Hour at 9, debate number 1 on Times Now, Super Prime Time.
All right, let's take this across to our guest now. With us is Smita Prakash, editor of ANI. With us also is Firoz Bakht Ahmed, former Chancellor of MANUU, right here in our studio. Mohandas Pai, of course, is chairman of RN Capitals. We also have with us on the show this evening Syed Masood Al Hassan, who's a political analyst. Professor Atikur Rahman is a political analyst who's with us. Lokesh Jindal is also with us, leader of the Congress Party. Let me begin with Professor Atikur Rahman. Professor Atikur Rahman, you know, one can understand angst, one can understand peaceful demonstration. But what we've seen replicated on the streets of Ranchi, on different cities across Uttar Pradesh and different parts of the country is something that just is not acceptable. Why indulge in violence? Is it the only way that protests can be resisted? And of course, the kind of absolutely shocking slogans I'm going to get to. But first and foremost, this kind of violence, this is something that one just cannot understand or accept. If you believe in rule of law, if you believe in courts of the country, they can be petitioned, action can be taken against anyone who you believe has violated the law of the land.
Madhav, under no circumstances violence can be acceptable to any society which is civil, which is run on the constitution, which is run on the style of democratic functioning. Looking at the entire day's events, I can only say, and this is a very heavy on my heart to say, that Muslim leadership does not exist in India. A large population such as the Muslim population, and without a leadership, the leadership having no there is a void of Muslim leadership. And the government of India, whoever speaks for the Muslims, good or bad, fails to recognize such voice, saying to them, go to Pakistan, charging them with sedition, telling them that you are not part of us.
So it's the government's fault.
We need to draw a line.
So this violence is squarely at the doorstep of the government, as per you.
The larger responsibility lies with the government of India, but
so who will take responsibility for these actions,
leadership,
even if I accept your argument, for a minute that the larger responsibility is of the government to ensure law and order, who takes responsibility for these actions then?
Madhav, the WhatsApp messages which were going around since the last 24 hours, they are the real culprits. They are, I think, politically motivated, and they have been made, the community as a whole has been made as a pawn.
Sent by whom, sir?
But the government should strictly deal with those messages.
Which are these politicians? Please tell us.
I heard on the media channels that the WhatsApp messages. I am not in the know of things. Who are the groups which are sending the messages? But the police knows it, because it is before the media and public domain. They are the real culprits, I should say.
Okay.
They are punishable.
You know, I just want to bring in Mr. Firoz Bakht Ahmed on that. Mr. Firoz Bakht Ahmed, this is an argument. First, the government is blamed. Of course, one can have legitimate issues with any government. But the point is, who's responsible for this? Because I'm asking Mr. Atikur Rahman to elaborate on what is this political idea behind these messages. No clarity on this. Who's sending these WhatsApp messages? Who's causing this provocation?
Madhav Sahab, for a start, for the first part of Mr. Atikur Rahman, let me pat on his back. Because he started with a very genuine remark. He said that the Muslim leadership in India is either rudderless or there is no Muslim leadership at all. And if we have leadership, like I heard Shafiqur Rahman Bakht ji, who is also a member of parliament, who does not respect and regard the national anthem or Vande Mataram. Okay, Vande Mataram, he has a lot of difference. But he said that, these kids, if they take 2 stones, there has to be something. And he passes on the axis of evil to Nupur Sharma. Now, Nupur Sharma should not be the focus of these debates, because she has asked for public pardon.
And the party has actually, thrown her out of the party. The BJP has suspended her. Apart from that, Madhav, no, she has also said that yes, if anyone has been hurt with my comments, I retrieve my remarks. Now, in Islam, a lot of importance is given to this kind of forgiveness. There are more than 25 verses. More than 25 verses in the Holy Quran and hundreds of verses in the Hadiths. There are 6 major Hadiths which actually focus on forgiveness. If someone hurts you, just let me 5 more seconds. If someone hurts you in any manner, if someone harms you, there are 2 options: either punish him or forgive him. If you forgive him, Allah will be kinder with you. Now, this kind of tone and tenure Islam has. But these people, these leaders like Owaisi, like Tawqir Raza Khan, like this Barq Saab, I mean, we are let down. As a Muslim, I am shocked to smithereens whenever I hear these people. These are our leaders. We are let down by them.
Well, certainly very shocking remarks, but not the first time that it's being made over there. And there have been several provocative remarks that have come from both sides. Now, the point that I'm making, and in fact, I just, as I introduce Majid Hydari to this debate, I'd just like to make a quick point to all our panelists. I'm asking each and every one of you to not shout over each other, not talk over each other. We have plenty of time to debate this entire issue. We have over half an hour left. So I'm going to come across to each of you one by one. Let me now go across to Syed Masood Al Hassan, who's also a political analyst. Syed Masood Al Hassan ji, सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये उठता है. At the end of the day, the question is this: that one can protest, but look at the kind of violent language that is also being used. सर तन से जुदा कम से कम 3 या 4 लोकेशंस पे अलग-अलग प्रोटेस्ट में ये प्रयोग किया गया. क्या ये एक्सेप्टेबल हो सकता है?
नहीं, ये चीज तो नहीं होनी चाहिए थी. और लेकिन हमारे देश में जो कानून है, जो चार्जेस हैं, वो नुपुर शर्मा पे लगाए भी गए, मगर अभी तक उनकी अरेस्टिंग नहीं हुई है. उल्टा उनको सिक्योरिटी दी जा रही है. सिक्योरिटी देनी चाहिए क्योंकि उनकी जान को खतरा हो सकता है. लेकिन जो अभी मानू के फॉर्मर वाइस चांसलर कह रहे थे, मैं उनसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि एक तरफ तो वो वकालत करते हैं कि देश कानून से चलेगा, दूसरी तरफ वो वर्सेस पढ़ रहे हैं कि साहब माफी दे दी जाए. तो माफी कानून देगा या मानू के वाइस चांसलर साहब वर्सेस के थ्रू माफी दे देंगे? और दूसरी बात सुन लीजिए वाइस चांसलर साहब, आप मुसलमान हैं तो आपको ये भी पता होगा कि इस्लाम में कहा गया है, कुरान में कहा गया है कि जब नामुज़ रिसालत की बात हो, जब रसूलुल्लाह सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की बेइज्जती की जाए, तो तुम्हारी जान, माल, इज्जत, आबरू किसी काम की नहीं, सबको कुर्बान कर दो. ये भी आपको पता होना चाहिए.
मैं थोड़ा सा जवाब दे दूं आपको. मैंने आपकी बात बहुत आराम से सुनी. बिल्कुल. और सुनिए, मैं थोड़ा सा, आप मेरे छोटे भाई की तरह हैं, बल्कि कहूँगा बच्चे की तरह हैं. देखिए, नामों से रिसाल बिल्कुल ठीक है. जो उन्होंने किया, जो इन्होंने बीजेपी के जो लीडर हैं नुपुर ने, उसकी सजा उनको मिल चुकी है. ठीक है, उनके खिलाफ एफआईआर हो गई. 1 मिनट, एफआईआर हो गई है. हो सकता है कल को अरेस्ट हो जाए, हो सकता है परसों को फांसी पे चढ़ जाए. थोड़ा पेशेंस रखिए, वेट एंड वॉच क्या होता है. लेकिन मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगा, ये जो आप कह रहे हैं ना सर तन से जुदा, ये इस्लामी टोन और टेन्योर का हिस्सा नहीं है. हाँ, सुनिए, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, any desecration against him is totally unacceptable, beyond doubt. I am a practicing Muslim by the grace of God. I am a patriotic Muslim like you. I am a nationalist Muslim also like you, or any other Muslim, like Majid Hydari. But let me say that there is an option of kindness. ठीक है, Allah likes kindness, and I have this just this reference, Tirmizi Hadith 1949. And it says, forgive the perpetrator, right? And that would be given a bigger place in heaven by God, and God will forgive your sins. And there is an umpteenth number of verses in the Holy Quran. Right. I don't have time, but you also know, as a practicing Muslim, you also know. So it is better to leave it behind.
I think the point he's making,
whatever she did, it was completely condemnable.
I think the point he's making is not forgiving from the legal point of view, but
forgiveness is better than hanging her.
And I think that is a very fair point to make. That is a very fair point to make. If everyone starts getting agitated, One second, sir. If everyone starts getting agitated and hitting the streets, there is no end to this. It will be a cycle of violence that we certainly do not want. And let me bring in Majid Hydari on that point. Majid Hydari, the point that is being made is this. One can peacefully protest in a democracy. That's a given. I mean, there is no arguing on that. But what is unacceptable is the violence and the violent language that is being used. Why not use the language of peace and forgiveness that we have Mr. Firoz Bakht Ahmed talking about?
हिंदू और मुसलमान को भाईचारे से जीने नहीं देते, बस यही एक ऐब है हमारे कुछ नेताओं में. Sir, before replying your question, one of the worthy panelists said that to err is human, forgiveness is divine. Yes, sir, very much true. To err is human, forgiveness is divine. But Nupur Sharma has nowhere apologized. She has only withdrawn a statement. Now, coming to the point of controversy and Sartan se juda issue. Sir, you have an issue with the statement, Sartan, but where were you when few years back the Karni Sena took the entire hostage?
And they were roundly criticized, Majid Hydari. They were roundly criticized for using that kind of language. It was here on this channel they have criticized them. Not just on this channel, but roundly they have been criticized by everyone across the political spectrum.
Like this.
So nobody, no right-thinking human being who believes in the rule of law can justify any kind of violence. And let me bring in Smita Prakash on that note. Smita Prakash.
He had no law at that time. It was some goons taking the entire country hostage in the name of Karni Sena.
And that is not acceptable either.
Cinema halls.
That is not acceptable either, I'm telling you. That is not acceptable. Under any yardstick, it is not an acceptable act. Let me bring in Smita Prakash. Smita Prakash, if the argument today is that Karni Sena was allowed to get away with acts of violence, and therefore this should also be allowed, I mean, how does that logic work?
Bhai, you are a lawyer.
Was there no criticism at that point of time? So let me bring in others as well, please. Mr. Bakht.
Nupur, go to a court of law.
Yes.
Let the court hang her.
Yes, there are legal remedies available. Smita Prakash, please. Yes, Smita Prakash.
Our demand is a new law plus maybe because...
Majid, please.
Yeah.
You made your point.
Madhav, it's 15 minutes into the debate and we seem to be still... Majid साहब, जरा मैं बोल लूं? बोल चुके हैं, अब मेरी बारी है, अब जरा थोड़ा सा चैन लीजिए, थोड़ा सा सुन लीजिए. You know, we've been discussing about language and comments made by people. It's not a verbal issue. It's been such a difficult day today to see not verbal violence. This whole talk about whether it was that one saw on the streets or organized outrage. I find it hard to believe that spontaneously 2 weeks after an place, people come out in such large across the country. That is what is scary. If there was that spontaneous anger about what Nupur had said, right, wrong, whatever, certain got outraged, got angry, it should have happened. After the FIR route, bloodthirsty mobs, or I understand what the person just said a little before that our leadership has let us down. What leadership? I might just question, what is the leadership? Owaisi Saab is quiet. He's the only Muslim face you are seeing. Where are the others? Where is Salman Khurshid, for example? Where is he of the Congress party? You know, Mukhtar Naqvi just said something, but where is the political leadership? Nowhere. Samajwadi Party has so many people from the Muslim community as political leaders. They are silent. So I understand when somebody from the Muslim community says that our leadership has let us down. Who are the leaders who are leading right now? The leaders who led today are the ones who gave the call for violence from outside the mosque. Right. If I may repeat, it was outside the mosque that the call was given out to say go out into the streets, go out. They were the flock who were outside. And the sad part is that the mobs will be identified by CCTV and videos and the police will take those mobs. But those who called for violence are sitting in their rooms. Madhav, right. They will not get caught. They are the ones who incite. The mobs go out. There will be a police record of all those who were there, because this is not the 80s and the 90s जहाँ पे riots कर लिया, घर चले गए, किसी को पता भी नहीं कि किसने क्या किया. These people are now on CCTV. They are on videos. They will be identified. Police records will be made. They will not get passports. They will not get visas. They will not get government jobs. And even when they apply for private jobs, when they go to big companies, okay, they will be a police record. There will be a check. police tracking. They will not get jobs. You won't be able to buy property. All these things will happen. Think before you go out into the streets.
All right, I don't want to, unless we have the police on record saying that. In fact, I'm not going to name any one particular political party, but I will certainly ask a question to Lokesh Jindal, who's with the Congress party. Lokesh Jindal, a pointed question coming in from Smita Prakash about leaders from the Muslim community. Why did they not come out and speak up? She's talking about leaders from the Congress party as well, who could have very much come out and have assuaged feelings, which obviously must be hurt at this point of time. That kind of a positive role could have very easily been played, but that did not happen. And who is responsible for this violence at the end of the day? One of the panelists at least claims that this is due to some kind of political action.
Good evening, Madhav. Congress is very active and it has time and again criticized BJP, and it has tried to correct BJP also on the course of the action that it is taking. Now the entire history of India has shown whenever there has been some form of imposition of ideology from the center, there has been resistances. And since ancient times, there was the policy of Dhamma of Ashok, or let us say Sulh-e-Kul of Akbar, and then the idea of India as that was muted by Jawaharlal Nehru. All this, it had said that India can exist only with pluralism, multiculturalism, tolerance. Now, this particular BJP ideology of imposing one single idea of Hindutva all across the country is causing unrest. Now, there is equal and opposite reaction to every action. Now, this Nupur Sharma, the callous statement, please give me 30 seconds.
Mr. Jindal, I am asking you a simple question. My question is slightly different, Mr. Jindal. You can criticize Hindutva, you can criticize the BJP. I have no problems with that. But please answer the question that I am asking you. I am asking you a simple question. Where is the opposition today? When it comes to the common man on the streets, policemen who are injured by the dozen in different parts of the country, why is it so difficult to come out and assuage feelings? Why are we adding to that fire?
We are not adding to the fire. In fact, it is BJP which is finding it very difficult to douse the fire that it had spread. The fire was spread by BJP, and now look at the statement given by...
All right, the fire has been set by the BJP. Mohandas Pai, the fire has been set by the BJP and they must bear the consequences is what Lokesh Jindal says. Please respond to him.
Are watching all this violence. People of this country are watching the Muslim community, many of them go on the street and say beheading, Saratur Jod and all that. People of this country are watching on TV and social media, people giving bounty to kill somebody. People of this country are watching. What are the people going to think? If Lokesh Jindal can come and play politics here and blame others, he has to face the election in 2024. You think the people of this country are going to vote for the Congress party to say that they are that done anything to stop this violence? This kind of double-speak, hypocrisy, selectivity is going to hurt them. You know, nobody in this country will accept violence of this top. Let us make it very clear. Nobody wants violence, and anybody in this country who supports violence or acts on violence will be identified by the people of this country and will be punished when they go cast their vote. Today is a sad day for this country, where you've seen a large number of people of the Muslim community go on the street, resort to violence, put provocative slogans after the Friday namaz. It's always happened in this country many times that after the Friday namaz, mullahs will have inflammatory, sermons, and they come out and resort to violence. We've seen it happen in Srinagar, we've seen it happen in many cities, we've seen it happen in Delhi, and this must stop. All of us in this country should talk in one voice and say, you can protest, you can do whatever you want to defend, but there cannot be any violence.
Mr. Pai, but there's one question.
If people justify violence, Madhav, what are the people going to think? Nobody can justify any violence.
Absolutely not. And certainly that is the question that I've been raising. But Mr. Pai, there is one point that all of these protesters have been making in protests across the country today. They are demanding the arrest of Nupur Sharma. They are saying that if there has to be justice in this matter, she has to be arrested. Why has that not happened is their question. Your response.
Madhav, let me say, you want somebody to be arrested, it's up to the police to arrest. You can go march on the street and protest, that's fine. But you cannot resort to violence. This issue is not about them marching on the street. This issue is one of violence, provocation, inflammatory slogans. Is that acceptable in a civilized society? Do these people call themselves civilized when they say, I'm going to pay you 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 50 lakhs to behead somebody, I will murder somebody, I'll cut their head and make it here? Are they civilized people? And if they say they belong to a particular religion, what will people think of the religion? Does Islam support these kind of inflammatory remarks? Islam is supposed to be a religion of peace.
Atikur Rahman,
Islam says it is not.
Atikur Rahman, why not allow the police to do their job? You can peacefully protest, make your voice heard, and then move along. A, the kind of violent language, and B, the kind of violence, as Smita Prakash was saying, that is absolutely shocking. The shocking scenes that we've seen. The police officer was pleading. You know, he's so scared for his own life, the way in which he's talking, asking for reinforcements. Extremely shocking and heartrending scenes that we've seen across the country today, Atikur Rahman. Surely this was avoidable.
Surely, yes. Madhav, as far as the Nupur Sharma episode goes, since the beginning, since 10 days, I am trying to explain on different channels to the people that we invite criticism as far as the Prophet of Allah is concerned. Blasphemy as per the Quran is only against Allah. When Allah demands that any other deity, God, any other person gets aligned with me is blasphemous. La ilaha illallah, there is no God but Allah. That's only blasphemous. As far as the Prophet is concerned, anything said and done, we invite as a researcher on Islamic studies.
So what about the comments that are made against Hinduism? There are several people who have made provocative statements from the other side as well. Why not action be taken? If action is taken on Mr. Owaisi for comments of his, that's called both-sidism. Balance-wad kar rahi hai police. So the police in this country is damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Why to listen to them? Let the police function. In a very, very clean manner, the police will be functioning. The problem is, as you said, the other side also has blood on its hand. And I am drawing your attention towards why 200 days back, when the retired IAS officers, IPS officers said to the government that something very clumsy is going on in the country.
Okay.
The government of India failed to...
Government failed. Government of India failed. Mohandas Pai. Government failed. Warnings were given. The government failed. Quick response, and then I'm coming across to Smita Prakash.
That is a ridiculous statement. These people keep writing letters all the while. Are they the arbiters of morality in this country? They're all compromised people. You can see the background. You can see what they're doing. Nobody should give any justification for violence. There can be no justification for provocative slogans. These people have abused Hinduism. Are the Hindus out there on the street baying for their blood, are saying they're going to cut off their head? Nobody does that. I mean, these people, you know, what will people
think? Question for Mr. Pai.
Muslims do this and say we're going to give you 10 lakhs, 50 lakhs to cut off somebody's head. Does Islam justify this kind of violence? What will people think of them? What will people of this country have seen? And these people say they're a religion of peace. If you're a religion of peace, you cannot condone violence under any circumstances. You cannot say that you're going to give blood money to cut somebody's head. You cannot say sarsun, jute and all kind of stuff. And you cannot throw stones. You cannot indulge in violence if you're a peaceful people. It is time that the law comes down on them, and these leaders who have provoked these people are put in jail. India has to take a tough stand. And please remember, we are a liberal democracy. We are not a theocracy. In a theocracy,
a small rebuttal,
you can do everything else.
Okay.
We are a liberal democracy. We are governed by the rule of law. There are no blasphemy laws in this country, and people are free to criticize. If you feel abused, go to court. Let the court decide. Let the police decide. You cannot decide.
Many have pointed out, Atikur Rahman, many have pointed out how recently during Gyan Vapi there were several comments that were made ridiculing the Hindu religion. No legal action was taken at that point of time.
It's a vicious circle, Madhav. I don't want to get into that. Mr. Pai, I am just asking for the government of India to engage people in a discourse which is secular, to engage people in a discourse which strengthens the nation. The government of India is failing to do it. The fringe elements are at play.
You're provoking violence. You call yourself secular. Engage whom? Who are the leaders to engage?
If I demand engagement with the government of India, is that supporting violence, sir? I am not.
Stop violence.
I am not.
First stop violence.
I am not.
First stop violence. Who are the leaders to
Who is causing violence and who is supporting violence?
The leaders themselves
Where
are provoking violence.
there's a vacuum
No, but
of leadership.
the question,
There
Mr.
is a
Atikur
vacuum
Rahman,
of
the question,
leadership.
Atikur Rahman, that will
And the
naturally come
government
up.
of India has
The question that will
created
come up,
this
Mr.
vacuum.
Atikur Rahman, is who is the government
fail
supposed
to
to talk
recognize the
to?
Muslim
Is the government
leadership
supposed to talk to those people who are rioting on the streets? Are those the people you want that the government should sit down and talk to? You know, this is the big question. And let me bring in Smita Prakash on that point. Smita Prakash, the lament over here of Atikur Rahman is that the government is not engaging, and that is why we are seeing this kind of violence. But who is the government supposed to talk to?
Yeah, so government has blood on its hands. I don't understand which government has blood on its hands and where does this quote come from. It's just a random quote, government has blood on its hands. Nupur Sharma, whatever she said, she didn't call for killing. So there is no question of her. So if she represents the government in this whole fiasco, no, government doesn't have blood on its hands. Second, what is blasphemy is a philosophical debate, ideological debate. There is only one law in this country, right? Constitution is what we all owe allegiance to. One flag in this country. You can have states can have their flags, army can have a certain flag, but there is one national flag, one law in this country. As far as blasphemy is concerned, whether it is Sikhs, whether it is Hindus, whether it is Christians, whether it is Muslims, we can all have ideological debates. We can have academic debates, sir, as scholars. But there is one law, right? That having been said, Madhav, the point that I want to continuously make, and I don't know how many times I'm going to repeat this in the next couple of days, is that all those who are gleefully saying that, oh, BJP got its just desserts. You know, ab dekha kya hua hai? The right wingers and the left wingers both are happy, thinking that BJP is now in a soup because internationally they are in trouble and nationally they are in trouble. They are losing their vote bank, they are losing their core supporters, and they are in a mess internationally. So you have everybody feeling very happy that BJP is in a difficult position. But look at what has happened to the country. Today in Howrah, right, just now, the internet has been shut down. Students who are taking entrance exam, no internet for them. Do you think about them? Do you know what it means to have the police thanas burnt to cinders in West Bengal? Does it matter? Does it matter about the police?
There is one person who has succumbed in the clash in Ranchi, and incidentally, as you mentioned, Ranchi has also seen the internet being shut down at this point of time. I'm going to come across to you. Yes, Pita, you are making a point.
Yeah, so you know, when all these people, when common people are going to suffer, people who come on TV debates, you, me and all, we are not going to suffer that much. Where we will suffer, Madhav, is when our children go abroad, when our parents go abroad, we are painted with the same brush as the mobs on the street. Why? Because in those countries, they don't understand this, you know, there are soft Muslims, there are hard Muslims, there are soft Hindus, there are hard Hindus. No, we are all Indians. So just like Pakistani passport becomes a negative thing, or an Afghan passport becomes a negative thing, Indian passports will become
I've seen many hands going up. I'm going to come to all of you. I think that's an important point that you're making. At the end of the day, Lokesh Jindal, what is happening in the country, does not help anyone. While political parties and opposition parties may be happy that the BJP or the government is embarrassed, at the end of the day, how has this hurt the interest of the country? This entire episode internationally as well is also something that we all have to consider as citizens of this country, is what Smita Prakash is saying. Your response to that?
Yes, I would like to, in fact, agree with Smita Prakash on topics that she has raised. In fact, it is a worrisome situation. The policies of the government has caused immense communal divide. In fact, today there is a large chunk of population which feels marginalized, alienated from the mainstream, and then there has been reactionary tendencies from them. So the government has to engage into consensus building, reaching out to those people, those sections of the population, bringing about some form of a political discourse, deliberation, and then come about with a law-based process. Now, if she's talking about law, then let me tell you.
So what is this argument, sir? You're saying that the government has not deliberated and therefore the only resort is violence. That is the only way we can get the government's attention. Is that your argument today? That is what you're saying today. We just debated this entire point 5 minutes ago. But this is again what you're saying. You're repeating the very same point. I want to bring in Mr. Firoz Bakht Ahmed on that. Is that an acceptable argument, Mr. Bakht? Mr. Bakht, is that acceptable?
Let me
promotion of brotherhood.
Let us not speak over each other, as Madhav said in the beginning. Let me add one thing more to what Smita had said. She said many people might be happy what has happened to BJP. There are many people who are happy as to what the Arab nations has done to India. They have called our envoys and they have summoned them. Many people are happy about that. But it is a matter of shame. But let me also tell you that Saudi Arab has condoned India. Saudi Arab has appreciated the action taken by India. Even Iran is also with India. It will die down. But people who are happy when India is discarded, when India is demonized in abroad, like what the big leader of the Congress party did. He demonized India in London. I mean, we are all one.
Congress
we are all Indians. So let us respect and regard that. Please.
Let me tell you, Congress made India. The idea of India that we stand for.
No, that's not. Okay. Don't defend Rahul Gandhi now. I will take his name.
As I have requested you right at the start of the show, one by one, please. Mr. Syed Masood Al Hassan has not spoken. I'm going to bring him in. Syed Masood Al Hassan, you've heard what has been said by Mr. Feroz Bakht Ahmed. He is saying that there are vested interests outside India and within India who want to keep the communal pot boiling. And that is exactly what is happening. This issue could have died down if it was not for those vested interests. क्या कहेंगे आप इन्हें?
Vaishnav Sahab had made a very valid point that Nupur Sharma had embarrassed the whole country abroad, and the section 124A must be put upon her. This is my viewpoint, because it says whoever by words either spoken or written or by signs or by visible representation or otherwise bring or attempts to bring into hatred or contempt of or excites or attempts to excite disaffection towards the government of India shall be punished with life imprisonment.
Sure, so let the police do that job. Let the police, one second.
Hanging her or life imprisonment, please go, you are a citizen of India.
So there are 2 points. Yes, there are 2 points. You are free to petition. Any citizen is free to petition if they are aggrieved any court in this country, in any part of this country, by those comments. That is point number 1. Point number 2, it is not like the police is doing nothing. There is an FIR filed.
Sir, I myself given an application in a police thana nearby me.
Okay.
And that application has not been turned into FIR.
All right.
Well done. My name is Syed Masood.
Go ahead that way.
But there's already an FIR. There is
anybody else.
You can go to the court, sir. Has anybody stopped you from going to the court? Please go to the court. Take that petition there. File a case against police inaction.
And Islam does not believe in circumcision.
Why engage in violence?
Islam never condones a statement like
Mohandas Pai.
This is anti-Islam, anti-constitutional, anti-humanity.
Mohandas Pai, almost enough time. Mohandas Pai.
What is anti-humanity?
The bottom line is, violence cannot be justified by anybody by saying there is provocation. Violence cannot be justifying per se. You took some action with the reaction. Violence cannot be justified by anybody gloating and blaming anybody. All of us, the citizens of this country, should stand up and say, you have a right to protest, please protest, but no violence. And anybody calling for violence should be punished under the law. And the law should take its strict
force.
Yes,
I salute you.
Okay.
I salute you, Mr. Pai. Very well said.
Of this country is the first duty of the government.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are completely out of time. I have to, in fact, interrupt over here. Smita Prakash, Feroz Bakht Ahmed, Mohandas Pai, Huzaifa Amir Rashidi, as well as Syed Masood Al Hassan, Professor Atikur Rahman, Majid Haidari, Lokesh Jindal. I'd like to thank all of you for joining us this evening. Certainly, we haven't seen the last as far as this entire matter is concerned, but all those who have violated the law, who have caused violence, must be punished. That is not acceptable, as well as, of course, the law must take its course as far as those who have engaged in hate speech is concerned. We're going to end this debate at the moment. Coming up on the other side is Navika Kumar's conversation with Mithali Raj after a stellar 2 decades at the helm of Indian women's cricket. Listen in.
And joining me tonight is India's very own legend, Mithali Raj. Mithali Raj, thank you for joining me on Frankly Speaking. You've just announced that you're hanging up your boots. मार्च में आपका लास्ट गेम था. ये अभी टाइमिंग आपकी रिटायरमेंट फ्रॉम इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट अभी क्यों आई? बिकॉज वी आर ऑल फीलिंग लॉस्ट.
Actually, Navika, this retirement plan of mine was much before even I went for the World Cup. It was there in my mind even last year, because playing the World Cup was my goal. that was my purpose of, continuing after the 2017 World Cup. And with the pandemic, of course, losing out a couple of years, otherwise the World Cup would have happened in 2021. Of course, it didn't go the way I wanted it to. But when I came back from the World Cup, clearly I didn't participate even in the T20 domestic because I already made up my mind of retiring, but I needed time to process first the fact that we didn't get into the top 4, get to play the semi-finals. That really took some time. That hurt really took some time to heal. And then I took this decision, and of course I conveyed it to the necessary authorities during the domestic tournament itself. So it was only a matter of announcing it officially, which I did on Wednesday. And I think, I pretty much was preparing for this day much before I announced it officially.
मिताली राज, रिटायरमेंट इज अ वर्ड उसमें बहुत फाइनलिटी है. रिटायरमेंट मतलब कहीं ना कहीं दिमाग में इस तरह का आता है कि अब हम कुछ नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन मिताली राज का 23 इयर्स का करियर रहा है, तो कुछ नहीं करना तो कोई ऑप्शन शायद नहीं होगी. एटलीस्ट हम लोगों को ऐसा लगता है. How do you see retirement from cricket is just going into another phase, coach, or maybe in some other form related to the game?
Definitely. I mean, I would love to be involved in the game, a game that has given me so much. Clearly, I would love to give something back to the game, be involved in it. I mean, fortunately, there have been so many avenues opening for cricketers post-retirement. So let's see what options or what avenues open for me and what excites me. So, but definitely it will do something with the sport. Yes.
बहुत छोटी उम्र से आपने तय कर लिया था. I think you were 14 when you decided that cricket was the future. And उस वक्त आपके सामने 2 रास्ते थे, क्रिकेट या भरतनाट्यम. आज लगता है कि भरतनाट्यम होता तो सारी उम्र साथ रहता, क्रिकेट के साथ छूटा है.
Well, दोनों चीज काफी अलग है. डांस इज समथिंग आप probably you can dance for a longer time than an athlete's shelf life, because athlete has a very small shelf life in terms of their career. एक point के बाद you cannot be, because sport is something which has physical activity involved, for very intense physical activity. Dance का अपना ही challenges definitely है. But मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जितना भी मैंने साल क्रिकेट खेलते हुए दिया है, आई थिंक आई thoroughly enjoyed the journey. More than on field, I think the lessons that I've learned through my journey, काफी ups and downs रही हैं. उन सारे events के through जो भी सीख मिली है, as it has altered my life, it has changed me to be a better person. So I see it that way. कि journey काफी meaningful रही है मेरे लिए.
मिताली राज, आज मैं एक वुमन टू वुमन कॉन्वर्सेशन कर रही हूँ, और हम सब के लिए रास्ता थोड़ा ज़्यादा कठिन होता है, ऐसा हमें लगता है. और बहुत सी औरतें ये बयान भी करती हैं क्रिकेट में, फॉर्मल क्रिकेट में, और जिस तरह का आपका करियर रहा है, आपको लगता है कि एक औरत होने के नाते आपका रास्ता ज़्यादा कठिन था मेल क्रिकेटर्स के मुकाबले?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि रास्ता कठिन जरूर था, लेकिन इट हैज मोर टू डू विद हाउ सोसाइटी हैज परसीव्ड वुमेन क्रिकेटर्स. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जब मैंने शुरुआत किया था, जो जिस तरीके से क्वेश्चंस किए गए थे, आई थिंक इट वाज मोर ऑफ आउट ऑफ इग्नोरेंस फ्रॉम पीपल. कि वुमेन्स क्रिकेट एग्जिस्टेड, क्या वुमेन क्रिकेटर्स या इंडियन वुमेन्स क्रिकेट टीम हमारे कंट्री में है, तो मे बी उस हिसाब से आई थिंक दोज क्वेश्चंस वेर रूटेड फ्रॉम देयर। लेकिन आपने सही कहा है कि एज अ वुमेन स्पेशली हमारे इंडियन कल्चर में वी हैव टू वर्क प्रॉब्ली डबल द हार्ड वर्क वी हैव टू पुट, and to be recognized we have to be more successful, then only the society recognizes your accomplishments. I think I second the fact that as a woman we need to probably it requires us to put in more yards, more hard work, more yards to get recognized in the society.
मैं आपके ऊपर, आपकी लाइफ पर एक फिल्म भी बन रही है, शाबाश मिठू। आई थिंक तापसी पन्नू इज प्लेइंग योर कैरेक्टर। आप मतलब जो भी आपका कैरेक्टर प्ले कर रहा होगा वो आपसे बात करा होगा, आप अपने कैरेक्टर में सबसे ज्यादा क्या देखना चाहेंगी?
मैं अपने कैरेक्टर जिस what I am, I would like to see that on screen because through someone else's eyes, because हमेशा हमको लगता है कि I am this person, सबको ऐसा लगता है कि I am this person. You have a notion about yourself, but you don't know what others think of you. So I would like to see it on television, how people look at me, or how when they look at me, what do they understand about me, or how I come across, or what are the characters that they have seen. So I would like to see a reflection of what I am to people on the screen.
But who is Mithali Raj the person? Is she a fun-loving person? Is she a person who's very serious, reading, focused on career? Or is she somebody के थोड़ा हंसी मजाक, थोड़ा fool around, थोड़ा jokes, थोड़ा गाने, थोड़े films? मिताली राज कौन है?
I'm fun with people that I'm comfortable with, very few people. In a sense, in some sense, you can say I'm an introvert. I take time to open up. I would take a few 2-3 times to interact and then open up. So, but I do show my composure might come across like, okay, she's quite serious person, but I don't show my emotions. I'm more an internalized person. So, but I do have fun. I do have fun with my friends. Once you get to know me, you will come across, you will probably tell that Mithali is very talkative.
Oh my God! So we've seen a Mithali जो अपने blues में with the cap and scoring runs, focused.
Yeah.
तो आपका
I think वो position required me to sort of be very focused. That razor type focus, because when you're leading India and when you're playing for India, you can't, you probably have to align everything that you have, all your energy and focus in being the best player or the best captain that you can. But off the field, you're just like I'm just like everybody else. I like to have fun, go out, hang out with friends, probably watch a movie sometime occasionally. So I just end up doing everything that everybody does. I'm no different.
So what's your favorite movie and who's your favorite actor?
Well, there have been many movies that I've been that's been my favorite. Of course, I haven't really watched any movie in the recent past. But one of my favorite movies, which my first coach has shown me, was about martial arts, the 36 Chambers of Shaolin, because it has influenced me in terms of my rigorous training, which helped me to sort of, have that, that sort of focus which is required to train each day, every day, even if it is boring, mundane days. But you have to go through those kind of routines. So that movie has really shaped me as a young kid. So I would say that has been one of my favorite movies.
आपको तो क्रिकेट खेलने के लिए इसलिए फोर्स किया गया था कि आप थोड़ी लेजी थी शायद, और आपके फादर सुबह 4 बजे पहुंच जाते थे आपको खिलाने के लिए, तो बहुत डिसिप्लिन्ड अपब्रिंगिंग रही आपकी।
जी, बहुत ही डिसिप्लिन और रेजिमेंटल अपब्रिंगिंग रही है, क्योंकि डैड एयरफोर्स से थे, तो डिसिप्लिन तो घर में इट वाज पार्ट ऑफ आवर एटमॉस्फेयर एट होम एनवायरनमेंट। तो सबसे लेट उठती थी मैं, तो ओनली टू इनकलकेट दैट हैबिट ऑफ अर्ली राइजिंग आई थिंक आई वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड टू द स्पोर्ट। एंड अभी तो अभी एक हैबिट हो गई है जल्दी उठने की, इवन दो आई डोंट वांट टू गेट अप, आई एंड अप गेटिंग अप अर्ली।
Mithali, there's always been this question about India, Pakistan playing cricket together.
Yeah.
आपको लगता है कि India, Pakistan at the level of sports should continue to be engaged?
Well, see, I feel that when these things are, as a player, it is best to be left to the board, because they are better judged to see whether they want to go ahead with the game or not, India Pakistan or not, and the international board.
But what does Mithali Raj think?
Well, I feel that as long as players get matches, get tournaments, because that's how we benefit. If we keep playing more matches, I think the players will get better, the Indian team gets better.
And you don't think politics between the countries should impact sports, or do you think it does come in anyway? Because sports और खास करके क्रिकेट पूरा देश देखता है, मतलब it's almost a religion in this country, cricket. आपको लगता है बहुत इमोशंस उसके साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं, और वो इमोशंस कहीं ना कहीं एक बेयरिंग रखती हैं इन फैसलों पर?
Well, see, sport के साथ तो I think entire country's emotions are attached. But I guess as long as people enjoy matches, it should not be looked as India, Pakistan. Even India, Australia के matches बहुत अच्छे होते हैं. Recently India, South Africa के matches. So why only relate to India, Pakistan? Why are we making it so big? I think it's important that let's focus on India's game with any team. Whichever team we play, we have our emotions there for India. So I don't think we should sort of differentiate between the international teams and see that only this particular game has more emotions. I feel as a player and even as cricket lover, as an athlete, I feel that India plays any opposition, my emotions will always remain the same. I don't look forward to a particular opponent that India is going to play.
Let me ask you, हमेशा ये कहा जाता है कि औरतें एक दूसरे की I just want to ask you, in the middle of all of this, people say कि women are the biggest enemies of women. Women cricket team में ऐसा होता है, people pulling down each other?
Why do people feel that women are the biggest enemy of women?
कहते हैं ना, वो सीरियल्स में यही कहते हैं. हमारी सोसाइटी में ऐसा एक इम्प्रेशन है.
Well, I think that impression should change. In fact, if you asked me earlier about changing perspectives, I think that is something all of us need to change in the first instance, about women being enemy of women. I think हर एक environment में जहाँ पे competition होती है, whether women to women or men to men, वो चीजें तो होती है. There will always be, you'll always find obstacles, in whichever field you chose. And having a long career, clearly, probably there will be a lot of jealousies, envies around. But that is where you don't find it. Everywhere it is. So, चीजें ऐसे हर फील्ड में होती है.
मैं ये भी पूछना चाहती हूँ कि बहुत लंबा एक दौर रहा जहां यूएस ओपन में मेंस टेनिस के प्राइज मनी ज़्यादा थी, विमेंस टेनिस की प्राइज मनी कम थी. आपको लगता है कि अभी भी ये सिलसिला पूरी तरह सॉल्व नहीं हुआ है। अभी भी विमेन्स स्पोर्ट्स को प्राइज मनी के तौर पे या पे पैरिटी के तौर पे अभी बहुत फासला तय करना बाकी है, और ये फैसला कब और कैसे तय होगा?
I think I don't know कि मैं ये I cannot really comment on the tennis sport because I don't know anything much about the tennis administration and how things are in that sport. लेकिन when it comes to women's sport, बहुत बड़ा change has to come from people. The more people appreciate, recognize women athletes, चीजें change नहीं होंगी. How much ever you want the boards around the globe to change, they will organize tournaments. They are going to promote the women cricketers or the women's sport. But if you don't get viewers, if you don't get people turn out to watch women athletes, how are you going to promote the sport? There is that section of it as well, that people in general have to recognize women athletes, women's sport. Unless and until that chunk, that factor of it doesn't turn out, it's always going to be thoda bahut to hoga hi, because we'll always be fighting this battle. Because boards, federations, अपने तरीके से तो they are doing their best. लेकिन as commoners, as general public, अगर हम positive नहीं है, अगर हम we don't turn out to the matches, tournaments, if we don't talk about accomplishments, the struggles of women athletes, then who is going to do that?
मिताली जी, आई एम स्केर्ड टू आस्क यू दिस क्वेश्चन बिकॉज आपने एक रिपोर्टर को बिल्कुल डांट दिया था, आपने कहा ये फ्रिवलस क्वेश्चन है, लेकिन मैं फिर भी आई विल ट्राई एंड आई विल आस्क यू आपके, एंड आई एम नॉट मेकिंग दिस अ जेंडर इशू, आई एम जस्ट आस्किंग यू हु आर द मोस्ट प्रॉमिसिंग क्रिकेटर्स दैट यू सी टुडे, men stroke women?
Well, see, I see that there are a lot of talented young girls in the squad, in the Indian women's team. We have Shafali, who's been who's quite the potential that she has. Yastika Bhatia is there, and Richa Ghosh is there. So I think these girls can really play for another. I see them play for another 8-9 years, and they have the potential to change the game, because now women's cricket is in a way that the standard is improving. So they probably will be one of those players who are going to set a different standard for women's cricket, and they are the players to look forward to if you're going to see them in women's IPL next year.
You were watching the News Hour at 9. Stay tuned. Times now. Action begins here. The News Hour at 9. Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हैं और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना।
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the News Hour Agenda, India's most loved primetime show at 10. I'm Padmija Joshi. Today what we saw across our country was truly distressing, or at least it should have been for every right-thinking citizen of India. Because these were scenes of people who had decided that they would teach India a lesson. A bunch of radicalized, brainwashed people who gave calls for murder on the streets of our country without even the tiniest bit of fear of the law. Of people who thought that they are bigger than India's laws, bigger than our constitution, bigger than even our secularism. In the name of hurt sentiments, they bayed for the blood of Indians. In the name of protest, they pelted stones, beat up and burned. And as a cover for this naked hate, they used the excuse of their hurt at Nupur Sharma's comments. Nupur Sharma? This is not about Nupur Sharma anymore. In any country, a crime is met with a police case. If you are hurt, you go to the police. You maybe ask for an apology. Remember, in the case of Nupur Sharma, both have been offered. She's even been suspended by her party to boot. But whether she is guilty or not will not be decided by a mob on a street. A mob that will not stop at Nupur Sharma. Once it tastes blood, it will want more. And if you want to know what a mob is capable of, a mob that has been emboldened by the silence and the cowardice of a few, I want at the beginning for you to hear this man in Ranchi and tell me if you do not feel a chill going down your spine today.
देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए। सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कवर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर, जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए।
What did this man pleading for mercy in Ranchi have anything to do with Nupur Sharma? What did policemen who were left bleeding have to do anything with Nupur Sharma? What did people whose shops were looted have anything to do with Nupur Sharma? What does any of this have to do with Nupur Sharma? And do you think this will stop with Nupur Sharma? You think hurt sentiments allow for beheading calls being given for Nupur Sharma across at least 6 cities? You think this is what a democratic protest looks like? When did our constitutional rights allow for the effigy of a young woman to be strung up on a pole in a busy marketplace and not one person stepped in? Not one person stopped it. No one objected. Why? Because they know they will always find defenders, protectors, clean chit givers. Those people who still don't have the guts to call a spade and to say that fundamentalists are using an excuse of fundamental rights to foist their fundamentalism on the country, and this will not be tolerated.
इस्लाम जो है वो अमन का मजहब है, इस्लाम जो है वो शांति का मजहब है। यकीनन लोगों के अंदर गुस्सा है, हम भी ये मांगनी करते हैं कि नुपुर शर्मा को फांसी की सजा मिलनी चाहिए करके, वरना अगर उसे आसानी से छोड़ दिया गया तो उसका कोई अंत ही नहीं रहेगा। हम तो ये कह रहे हैं किसी भी जाति, किसी भी धर्म, किसी भी धार्मिक गुरु, किसी भी हमारे नबी के खिलाफ अगर कोई बोलता है तो ऐसा कानून लाया जाए कि उसके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, फौरन कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। नहीं हो रही है, इस वजह से सिर्फ पार्टी से निकालना ये कार्रवाई है।
Not only in Delhi, in Aligarh, in Prayagraj, in Kanpur, everywhere it is happening. But government of India is sleeping. I want to say very clearly, if government of India wants to save their skin, come out. Say no, they have not committed anything wrong. And if you want to arrest, you arrest both of them. And strict action should be taken. नहीं तो अब वो स्टेटमेंट आप उसको कह रहे हैं तो उसके रिएक्शन में ही तो कह रहे हैं वो क्या हमारे नबी की शान में गुस्ताखी की है और फिर इसके बावजूद नो एक्शन। तो इसलिए अब ये एक्शन कोई नहीं है कि सब सस्पेंड कर दिया, बाहर निकाल दिया पार्टी से।
आप चाहते कानूनी कार्रवाई जल्द से जल्द हो
और इंशाल्लाह फिर ये हालात नॉर्मल हो जाएंगे।
You're watching the News Hour at 10, debate number 1 on Times Now, Super Prime Time.
Tushar Gupta, senior editor at Swaraj, joins us along with activist Sushil Pandit, Hamza Masood, political activist, Khaliqur Rahman, also a political activist, and advocate Talha Amir Rashadi, who is the spokesperson of the Rashtriya Ulema Council. But my first question is to you, Riju Datta, spokesperson of Trinamool Congress, because your state also saw violence today. Widespread violence in Ulub area, in Howrah rural. Why do you think it happened?
Okay, please give me the courtesy of time. First of all, the scenes of violence were seen from only one district, that was Howrah, not entire Bengal, number one. I will start off right by saying that peaceful protest is our constitutional right, but if somebody is pelting stones, causing arson, causing damage, that's a criminal offense. That cannot be condoned in any way, shape or form. But in the same breath, we from the TMC condemn the heinous and atrocious and the derogatory remarks made by the BJP spokesperson. I want to say that BJP created these Frankensteins and now they cannot control them. Their defamatory language has caused India to apologize to foreign countries. Why will India apologize for BJP, madam? And lastly, when we have seen instances in cases of Tejinder Bagga when he was arrested, court was called at 10 o'clock in the night and then he was relieved from transit remand. So similarly, I will appeal first of all to the people of this nation that it is our nation and we should maintain peace. We should not fall into all these hangamas and we should not break private property because that's a criminal offense. But in the same breath, I will urge the government of India, which is sleeping, to arrest Nupur Sharma immediately, because if you are bothered about her security, she will be safest from Tihar jail anyways. So put her there.
Why did the violence take place in West Bengal?
Like I said, people are upset. You have to understand, it's a very sensitive situation. It started off as a peaceful protest, then, see, in the first instance, you say something and then...
Name me a reason, sir. Why did the violence happen?
I am saying it clearly. BJP has started this trend of mocking and abusing other religions.
I don't want to know about the BJP and its history. Why did the violence happen in West Bengal?
What do you mean, why did the violence happen?
It's a straightforward question. Why did the violence happen in West Bengal?
People were protesting, people demand the arrest of Nupur Sharma. Arrest Nupur Sharma immediately. What is the Prime Minister doing? Not a thing. He tweets for a happy birthday.
So this is blackmail.
Minister. Why can't he? No,
this is blackmail.
No blackmail. No. You cannot.
If you won't arrest, we will burn.
No.
And you condone this.
Padmaja, 1 second. I will just clarify this in the next 10 seconds. I am a staunch Hindu, okay? Every religious scripture whether it is Quran Sharif, whether it is our Veds, Upanishads, or Bhagavad Gita, or Holy Bible, or Tipitop, everywhere there are miraculous activities that cannot be explained by science because it's a matter of faith. You cannot insult anybody's faith.
Sir, I am not questioning your faith, nor do I want to know of your religious beliefs.
Nobody
what is the reason for violence happening in West Bengal today?
Listen,
what is the one reason?
What happened throughout the country. Only in certain places.
What is the reason? Because you are the ruling party in West Bengal, what is the reason for people to set police post, police jeep, pelt stones at police, hurl a crude bomb at police? What is the reason? What is the reason?
Again, I'm saying you, protests happened all over the country, but in the district of Howrah, in a certain place, the mob became unruly.
Why?
We have issued section 144 on the national highways and we have stopped cellular service till Monday.
That is fine. I am not asking what you've done. I am asking why did they do what they did? Why did they set the police on fire?
I am asking you a counter question. Why did the national spokesperson of BJP...
This is not a you question, my question round, sir. My question to you is, why did the mob attack the police? What is the reason?
Again, I'm saying, can you say how a person will react when their faith is insulted? Why did the national spokesperson Nupur Sharma came on Times Now and abused Prophet Muhammad? Why?
So let me ask you this, sir. Since you seem to suggest that a person may react by pelting stones, hurling a crude bomb when their faith is insulted, how should Tushar Sharma react? How should Tushar Gupta react to your member of parliament Mahua Moitra calling a shivling like the nuclear reactor at Bark? How should Tushar Gupta react? Should he come on the streets of Bengal? Should he set your party office on fire? Should he start pelting stones at you?
No.
What should he do, sir?
One second. It's first of all, it is a very frivolous argument.
Why?
Very frivolous argument.
Why?
Very frivolous argument.
Who are you to decide whose faith is frivolous and how badly somebody gets hurt?
No, 1 second.
How do you decide, sir? How are you to decide?
I am no one to decide.
Are you the ruling Khomeini of religious hurt? To decide that, oh, their hurt is valid, but Tushar Gupta's hurt is frivolous. Why?
1 second. I am nobody to decide, Padmaja. The people of India are the people who will decide. The people of India and the entire world decided what Nupur Sharma said was wrong.
Right.
And today they
so if it is wrong,
again I'm saying,
if it is wrong,
violence and arson is a criminal offense.
If it is wrong, can you set a police post on fire?
Absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong.
So then what led them to set a police post on fire? Except that they think that they can get away with it in the name of hurt. Can hurt feelings allow for crude bombs?
But by the same logic, Nupur Sharma also thought that she can be protected by the RSS and the...
But she is not. She is booked. And the funny thing is that Mahua Moitra is not. Nupur Sharma is booked, sir, but Mahua Moitra is not.
No. It is a very frivolous argument.
Why is it frivolous?
Goalpost, madam.
Why is it frivolous? Tushar Gupta, is it frivolous? Tushar Gupta?
It is a very, very childish argument.
Why?
Very childish argument.
How do you say that? What is childish? Just a second, let's figure this out. What is childish? What is childish?
TMC, Padmaja.
Tushar Gupta.
Padmaja, you know what the TMC spokesperson has just told us? That in Bengal, TMC having a vast majority over the BJP, having defeated BJP by a huge margin last year, the same TMC government is so incompetent, is such a failure, that one statement from a Nupur Sharma in Delhi, that they cannot control the law and order in Bengal. The government is such a failure. That's what the TMC spokesperson is confessing.
What happened in Prayagraj?
You know what else the TMC spokesperson is confessing? He's saying my party member. He's saying my party member will call.
Then it happened in UP in.
Sir, I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you.
So Yogi Adityanath is incompetent.
I did not interrupt you.
Listen up. I did not followed by Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, and Rajnath Singh.
Listen up.
So they are incompetent.
The TMC spokesperson is also confessing. Padmaja,
But Riju Datta, I think Mahua Moitra is followed by you, despite what she said about the shivling. You follow Mahua Moitra despite what she said about the shivling. Why? You don't think it is hurtful? You don't think that is hurtful? You sit here and say that people can burn and bay for blood and pelt stones and unleash mayhem because their feelings are hurt. And Nupur Sharma is not arrested. Mahua Moitra is not arrested. And people are hurt by what she has said. And who are you to judge, sir, that somebody cannot be hurt by what she said? Who are you to judge?
Who is hurt? You tell me how many FIRs are filed
that one bunch of people will sit there and file FIR after FIR, and another bunch of people will run crazy on the street, and you will sit here and you will still justify it, despite the fact it is happening in your state, and despite the fact that leave alone the BJP, whose offices have been attacked, your cops are being attacked. Your cops. Policemen who report to your home department are having crude bombs thrust at them. You still cannot step up for a second and say that these people are a bunch of brainwashed radicals. And what they are doing is extra constitutional.
Who have completely, spread hate and violence all over this country.
Padmaja,
okay. Okay,
you know what this TMC
just hold on for a second.
says.
So, Home Minister has spread hate and violence, but people are baying for the blood of Nupur Sharma because Amit Shah has made them hateful.
No, why is Nupur Sharma not arrested in all these 10 days? Tell me, what is taking so long?
Why is Mahua Moitra not arrested?
How many FIRs are filed?
Why is Mahua Moitra not arrested? Apples and apples, sir. Apples and apples. Apples and apples.
Why haven't the police taken action? Ask the police.
Why isn't your police taking action? You don't think that Hindus will get hurt? You don't think that cartoon is hurtful? For somebody who wants hurt, hanging, arrest, what have you against Nupur Sharma, just by the way, sir, just by the way, let me just ask you the simplest question. Okay, let's get down to the basics now. Tell me, since we keep going back to this again and again, simply Sushil Pandit, tell me this, that Nupur Sharma's lack of arrest, let's keep in mind, she's been sacked, she's been suspended, she's been booked, she's apologized. Now it is, let her be arrested. You have Imtiaz Jalil, a member of parliament, for heaven's sake, saying, hang her. Hang her. For what? Yeah. For what? Because the mob is asking for it? Tomorrow they'll say, hang Sushil Pandit. Tomorrow Riju Datta, they'll say, hang Riju Datta. Because this is not going to stop. It is not about the law, sir. You can snap out of it. You think this is about the law? This is about mob justice. Nupur Sharma should be arrested because the mob says so. Nupur Sharma should be hanged because the mob says so. Let me just inform you that the offences she has been booked under invite a sentence of the maximum of 3 years. She has been questioned. She has been summoned for questioning. When the date comes, she will go. But you don't believe in that. You are like, to hell with questioning. Arrest her. Imtiaz Jalil says, hang her. Because the basic issue here is, and let's not be fools to ignore it, what Mr. Jalil is suggesting is not even the IPC. In case none of us have realized, what Mr. Jalil is advocating is Islamic law, where without trial he is saying, hang this woman. For what? Sushil Pandit?
Padmaja, you should excuse them for believing that India is a Sharia republic, that we are not a democratic secular republic. We are governed by Nizam-e-Mustafa. We are governed by Sharia law. This is what they have come to believe. Feeling hurt by a few words
and calling for somebody's head. But when people are killed in the name of their faith in Kashmir, not a single Kashmiri out of lakhs living in rest of the country are touched. Don't we have right to feel hurt? Don't we have a right to seek retaliation? Do we retaliate? Do we go back?
Now.
Who is this? Who is this jihadi ranting in the background?
Okay, I request you, please let's not make this personal. As it is, things are bad enough, this will get derailed. This was Riju Datta reacting to what you said. Let Sushil Pandit complete, then I'll give you full time to react. Riju Datta. Go on, Mr. Pandit. No personal comments, please. Yes.
Thank you, Padmaja. The problem is because you have given in to a bully, because you have given in to bullying, you're paying a ransom through the scalp of Nupur Sharma. You have whetted the appetite of this bully. You have actually given this bully a steroid shot in the arm. What we are seeing unfolding in the rest of the country is primarily because we paid a ransom to a twit of a country in order to seek their approval, in order to pacify them. This is what we are paying the price with. When countries do not stand up to the decisions, to their system, to their law, when they try and appease bullies, the bullies come and ride them. This is what is happening to us. The only thing that will work today in the street is read the Riot Act and let the people face costs and consequences.
And before you read the Riot Act, acknowledge the problem. Before you respond to that, Riju Datta, I want to play out for you. You've had vandalizing of BJP offices, that's one part. You've had the police being attacked, that's the second. But take a look at the impunity with which today people actually came out and flung crude bombs. Take a look at this. So Riju Datta, if you do not acknowledge that these people who are flinging crude bombs are radicals who are doing it not because of any hurt. This is not about Nupur Sharma. It is because they can get away with it. You'll start riding a tiger. That is what this situation is.
First of all, the people who are pelting stones and throwing crude bombs, they are criminals. They will be brought to book, irrespective of their religion. Number one, to answer your question. Number two, nobody will be spared for hurling crude bombs and pelting stones at the police. Sorry, they won't be spared in Bengal. And to Mr. Sushil Pandit, who before even knowing my name called me a jihadi, let me ask you, sir, the atrocities the Kashmiri Pandits faced 20 years ago, and now in 2022, after the targeted killings of Kashmiri Pandits have started again, and the Hindus have started again, and by the way, my religion is Hindu, and the Kashmiri Pandits are locked in their house, they're again forced to flee Kashmir, and they're lathi charged by the Lieutenant Governor of Kashmir, who is a union territory under the government of India. Why don't you criticize the government, sir? Why don't you criticize the BJP for using Kashmiri Pandits as a propaganda, sir?
Keep your ears and eyes open. Keep your ears and eyes open, and if you have an open mind too, you will see what I have done to the government on this issue. Unless you choose not to see.
So let's be very clear. Lathi charging of Kashmiri Pandits is unforgivable. But since you brought up Kashmiri Pandits, your whole argument of hurt feelings and action reaction, then you should have Sushil Pandit going back to Kashmir with his 3 decades of hurt, Riju Datta. What do you think Sushil Pandit should do? With his 3 decades of hurt religious feelings and physically hurt feelings.
I will straight away say this. The people who were responsible for the atrocities committed on the Kashmiri Pandits, those people who was rewarded by these and central government should be brought to book and hanged.
So let me just ask you one final question before I open it up. Riju Datta, yesterday there was a chakka jam in the center of Kolkata by people who burned tires. Mamata Banerjee in response said, I am very sad that you are being provoked into doing this, but don't do it here, go to Delhi and do it. How many of those people have been booked and arrested?
What happened yesterday, again I will straight away say this. When people's faith are being hurt,
How many people have been arrested? You said anyone who takes the law in their hands will be acted against. How many have you arrested from yesterday?
They burnt tires on the road. They did not destroy property. They did not pelt stones. They did not attack police people.
Okay.
First, look at yourself. First, BJP should arrest these foul-mouthed spokespersons. Why is there not a BJP spokesperson on your channel, Padmaja? Because they have stopped their spokesperson coming on national channels. This is the reason.
You still haven't answered my question. Now let me open it up. Hamza Masood, we've gone on and on and on about hurt feelings. How does hurt feeling and which part of our constitution and IPC allow for beheading calls? Which part?
First of all, ma'am, I would like to say one thing. You are talking like a BJP spokesperson right now. You are not questioning the BJP side or the other right-wing side. You are just questioning us. First of all, I would like to condemn for what has happened. It is unfortunate. Violence is not the answer. We do not support any kind of violence. We believe in rule of law, and I am sure that rule of law will prevail and Nupur Sharma will be salved. Secondly, madam, what is happening right now in this country, I think it is your channel and channels in Noida are responsible for it, are responsible for the hate that is being swung inside minds of people right now in India.
How?
मैंने अभी पिछले चैनल पे भी कहा था मैं
Nonsense.
नोएडा से खतरा है कि आप लोग
Padmaja, is the
No,
Noida
hold
media
on. Let him
supplying the
speak.
people
Let him
with
speak.
stones? Ask him.
No, Tushar Gupta, do not interrupt him. Let Hamza speak. Go on, Hamza. Tell me. Yes.
I will speak.
Go on.
Yes, ma'am. आप लोग रिलीजियस स्कॉलर्स को बुलाते हैं, यहाँ बुलाकर उनकी डिबेट करवाते हैं, उनमें लड़ाई करवाते हैं, उसकी वजह से नफरत फैलती है और यही नफरत फैलाई जा रही है। यही उसी दिन हुआ जिस दिन आपके चैनल के ऊपर नूपुर शर्मा जैसे को बुलाया गया, दो लोगों के बीच में झगड़ा कराया गया और फिर उसके बाद ये पूरा माहौल देश के अंदर बना है।
तो मेरे को ये बताइए हमजा, मेरे को ये बताइए कि अगर होल्ड ऑन अ सेकंड, मेरे को ये बताइए कि अगर हमारी डिबेट की वजह से जहां पे कुछ लोग आते हैं जिनको आपने सर्टिफिकेट दे दिया है कि वो नकली मुसलमान है या फिर वो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव नहीं है, उसकी वजह से अगर नफरत फैल रही है तो आप और कई आपके जो कॉमरेड्स हैं वो यति नरसिंहानंद का वीडियो फैलाते हैं ये कह के कि दिस इज द न्यू इंडिया अंडर मोदी। वो कौन सी नफरत फैलाते हैं हमजा? वो नफरत नहीं फैला रहे। नुपुर शर्मा हमारे डिबेट पे बोलती है तो देश में नफरत फैलती है, और आप जब यति नरसिंहानंद का वीडियो सर्कुलेट करते हैं एज रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ऑफ इंडिया, आप कौन सी नफरत बोलते हैं? और आप कैसे सर्टिफाई कर रहे हैं कि जो लोग टीवी पे आते हैं दे आर नॉट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव, बट
स्पीकिंग एवरीथिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ पीपल, ही इज सेइंग एवरीथिंग इन फ्रंट,
सो आर द पीपल हु आर कमिंग ऑन टीवी, so are the Islamic scholars who are coming on TV. They are saying in front of everyone, Hamza. And even if, chalo, I will give you, people who come on TV do not speak for all Muslims. Did that cleric who spoke in Bhadarwa speak for Muslims? Just a second, Tushar Gupta. Just a second. Let Hamza speak. Go on. Go on. So you are saying TV debates are responsible for hate, but when you circulate Yati Narasimhan, you are celebrating inclusiveness and the spirit of India. You are the one who creates division, sir. You create division because you make people feel that one nut job sitting in some Dasna Mandir is representative of India. Yati Narasimhan doesn't speak for more than 10 people. Yati Narasimhan is a nobody. He is a criminal and frankly he is politically motivated. How do you decide that Yati Narasimhan speaks for all of India? And when you circulate his videos, how are you not spreading hate?
एजुकेशन के बारे में बात करी है आपने, हमें कितनी बार बुलाकर हमारी एजुकेशन के बारे में बात,
आप यति नरसिंहानंद का ही क्यों वीडियो वायरल करते हैं? आप जो लोग अच्छी अच्छी बातें करते हैं उनका वीडियो क्यों नहीं वायरल करते? आपके सारे आपके जो आर्ग्यूमेंट्स हैं, आई हैव अ काउंटर फॉर यू। आप इंडिया में बढ़ती फीमेल लिटरेसी के सर्कुलेट क्यों नहीं करते आंकड़े? आप क्यों विष्णु गुप्ता हिंदू सेना के वीडियो सर्कुलेट करते हैं? क्योंकि आप डिवीजन करना चाहते हैं। यू आर द वन स्प्रेडिंग हेट।
एजुकेशन के बारे में बात,
अब आप एजुकेशन पे आ गए क्यों? अभी तो आप कह रहे थे, सो एक सेकेंड, लेट मी ट्राई एंड अंडरस्टैंड दिस हमजा, लेट्स थ्रैश दिस आउट। सो नाउ यू आर सेइंग that TV debates spread hate, right? Explain to me exactly how a TV debate motivated people in 6 different cities today to ask for the beheading of Nupur Sharma. Answer me.
देखिए, I am not supporting any beheading, first of all.
अरे answer the question. question, na? If I am creating the hate, then I want to know how what I have said has forced somebody to ask for Nupur Sharma to be beheaded. Now answer this. Answer it.
Yes, I am answering it. Yes, I am answering it.
Answer it. Go on.
Because of your channel. It is because of your channel that this topic has come out.
Hamza,
sir, I am talking to Padmija ji. I am not going to be in a debate.
Okay, so this topic has come up. This topic has come up. So the natural reaction is you ask for a beheading.
No, sir. No, ma'am. Nobody is supporting beheading. Nobody is supporting.
But you are not answering me. What is the reason behind these calls for beheading? Answer the question. You can keep dancing around the issue, but you haven't answered the question. What is the reason behind the calls for beheading? What is the thought behind the call for beheading? What is the ideology behind the call for beheading? Answer the question, Hamza.
किसी भी तरीके के नफरत फैलाने वाले लोगों को गिरफ्तार करिए, चाहे वो हिंदू हो चाहे मुसलमान हो, किसी भी धार्मिक भावनाओं को आउट नहीं होंगे। चाहे श्री राम के खिलाफ अगर कुछ बोला जाएगा, पैगंबर साहब के बारे में कुछ बोला जाएगा, सबके ऊपर इक्वल एक्शन लीजिए।
चलिए, तुषार गुप्ता, नाउ आंसर।
हमजा एक बात बताइए, हमजा एक बात बताइए, आपने जो भी कहा कि जो भी नफरत फैलाए उनको अरेस्ट करिए, बिल्कुल सही बात है। क्या महुआ मित्रा को शिवलिंग का मजाक उड़ाने के लिए अरेस्ट करना चाहिए, हाँ या ना?
देखिए, तो आप लोग जानते हैं पॉलिटिकल मामले में।
सिंपल जवाब दीजिए, हाँ या ना?
क्या नफरत फैलाई?
हाँ या ना? हाँ या ना?
नो,
हाँ या ना? उन्होंने शिवलिंग को न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर से कंपेयर किया, क्यों नहीं? क्यों नहीं?
देखिए, वो तो आपकी सरकार एक्शन लीजिए।
अगर महुआ मित्रा शिवलिंग का मजाक उड़ा सकती है, नहीं क्यों?
एक सेकंड,
आप बताइए, अरेस्ट होना चाहिए या नहीं, हाँ या ना? क्या महुआ मित्रा को अरेस्ट होना चाहिए, हाँ या ना? सरकार मेरी नहीं है,
आप जाके सरकार से पूछिए।
आप बताइए,
आप सरकार से पूछिए, मैं क्या बोलूं?
क्या उन्होंने नफरत फैलाई,
अगर गलत होंगी तो
क्या उन्होंने नफरत फैलाई, हाँ या ना? आपसे पूछ रहा हूं मैं। हमजा जी,
ऑडियो इज नॉट अवेलेबल।
हमजा जी, बात पता है क्या है? नहीं हमजा जी, मैं बताता हूँ बात क्या है। हमजा जी, बात मैं आपको बताता हूँ क्या है। आप यहाँ पर बैठ के लेक्चर करते हैं कि टीवी डिबेट्स ऐसे होने चाहिए, टीवी पर ये बात होनी चाहिए, रिलीजियस कॉलेज नहीं आने चाहिए, नुपुर शर्मा को अरेस्ट
मेरे लिए।
पर जब मैं आपसे पूछता हूँ,
भगवान राम,
जब मैं आपसे पूछता हूँ कि महुआ मित्रा को अरेस्ट होना चाहिए नहीं, तब आप कहते हैं सरकार देखे। अगर आप नुपुर शर्मा के अरेस्ट की बात करते हैं तो महुआ मित्रा के अरेस्ट की बात भी
कीजिए। मुझे सिखाता है कि धर्मों की इज्जत करना,
चलेंगे।
मुझे सिखाता है सभी की इज्जत करना।
हमजा जी, अगर आपकी बात
मुझे सबकी इज्जत करना सिखाता है, मुझे आगे किसी की बात पता ही नहीं है।
बिल्कुल सही है, आप हर धर्म की इज्जत करते हैं, बिल्कुल बहुत सही बात, बिल्कुल सही बात। अगर नुपुर शर्मा को अरेस्ट करना सही है तो क्या महुआ मित्रा को भी अरेस्ट करना सही है?
करिए, आप करिए ना, आप करिए अरेस्ट, किसने रोका है?
Okay, great. Let Riju Datta respond. Riju Datta, go on. Here is a demand from Hamza Masood. Will you oblige?
Am I the judiciary or am I the cops?
You are the government in West Bengal.
No,
she belongs to your state.
I am not. Let him come and file a complaint to the government.
You should file it suo moto. You file a complaint against a blogger for insulting your chief minister. You don't want to file a complaint against a lady who has insulted religious sentiments. What happened, Riju Datta?
What religious? Whose religious sentiments?
You get hurt.
Religious sentiments?
I don't
whose religious sentiments?
You don't think religious sentiments are hurt?
Hamza's religious sentiments. Hamza's religious sentiments.
Tushar Gupta's religious sentiments. You don't want to take suo moto cognizance?
Let Tushar Gupta file a
my sentiments are hurt.
You hurt
my sentiments are hurt.
Come and file a complaint.
Sushil Pandit's sentiments are hurt. You didn't wait for Mamata Banerjee to file a complaint, Riju Datta. You went and filed a complaint against a blogger because he wrote against your chief minister. That man was dragged by the scruff of his neck from Goa to Bengal. Now you don't think you want to file a complaint for religious sentiments being hurt of Hindus? Why? Because Mamata Banerjee, an insult to her is more than an insult to Hindu sentiments.
I don't have a problem.
You don't have a problem? You don't have a problem. Okay, just a second. Let's get this clear. You don't have a problem with that joke, Riju Datta. It's fine.
No, I don't see any when the religious sentiments are hurt. She has not compared it to anything untoward or bad or anything, something demeaning to our God.
Exactly. This is the hypocrisy.
What is this? This is not hypocrisy. It is called having a sense. I am not brainwashed like you.
Hypocrisy.
I am not brainwashed.
This is the hypocrisy. This is what the world should see. This is what the world should see, that TMC is a hypocrite party.
Out of control, and that is what this country is burning now.
Good. I am glad. I think people who are watching right now, they are the best judges. Sushil Pandit, you want to quickly comment on this? We're quite clear there's nothing problematic. So we are all in agreement. Sushil Pandit.
Padmaja, one point. Padmaja, we are living in a time where people speak from both ends of their mouths, and they have perfected this art. This is called hypocrisy. What you've seen just now are double standards of the worst kind. I just mentioned it's not just the hurt sentiment. We have got people killed for their faith. Should there be retaliation across the country for those murders? Should I say that my community is being targeted, so I'll target the other community? Will I go start on a revenge spree? Because we do not believe in this uncivilized mob justice on the street, that we need to remind these rioters we live in a democratic secular republic which is run by a constitution.
When they lynch akhlaq in their house,
by mob justice, they think lynch mobs will decide who will live and who will not.
Sir, when akhlaq was lynched and anyone who defended it, there was nobody on the streets asking for those murderers to be released. Those people are in jail as they should be. As they should be.
What happened to Sadhvi Pragya? You elected Sadhvi Pragya to the parliament.
Left, right and center.
A terrorist accused person was elected to the parliament, madam, in this country.
Okay, first of all, we are comparing. I have not elected Sadhvi Pragya. If somebody has elected them and you hold it against them, by all means you go and file cases against all of the people who gave a vote to Sadhvi Pragya. I hold absolutely no brief for her. That is point number one. Sir, it is very easy to make a personal comment when at the end of the day आप बोलिए सर, आप बोलिए मीडिया को बोलिए नफरत का बीज, आप बोल लीजिए भाजपा प्रवक्ता, कोई बात नहीं. But the television is a very transparent medium, and in the last 34 minutes you still haven't stopped to say कि नफरत वो फैला रहे हैं जिनके हाथ में पत्थर है. I think it becomes amply clear. I want to now come to you, Khaliqur Rahman, because you come from Telangana. Today, just a second, Tushar Gupta. Today, in the name of a democratic protest, the tricolor of our country was replaced, the Ashoka Chakra was replaced with a Kalma. What is this protest? And we are still made to believe that this is about Nupur Sharma. This is about religious supremacy. This has turned into a battle for supremacy, sir. What business did a protest against Nupur Sharma have to have our tricolor, India's tricolor? It is not Nupur Sharma's tricolor. It is not Khaliqur Rahman's tricolor. India's tricolor was replaced by this Kalma. Tell me, how is this related to Nupur Sharma? Tell me.
Our national flag has been defiled.
One thing I want you to assure me that you or any of the panelists are not going to interrupt while I'm going to talk, because otherwise what will happen is, because while I'll be saying half of the thing, then there'll be an interruption, then I'll not be able to complete my point.
Go on, sir.
First of all, we all are Indians, we all are peace-loving citizens, and we want peace in the country, and we all coexist, and we live as brothers and sisters in India. And for us, when we are here and on this channel, especially in a super prime time, we have come as an Indian. I have not come as the Muslim, or Mr. Riju has not come as a Hindu. You are not. So we are all Indians here first. So I think this is very important for all of us to understand. And I have been, in fact, the debate going on for the last 35 minutes. So I think it was nothing but a sheer waste of time, because no one was, trying to come to the point straight. They were rather trying to, beat around the bushes actually. So now we have to actually condemn the violence, and everyone, be it Hindu or be it Muslim, we as Indian have got the right, as per the constitution, to demonstrate and have a peaceful demonstration, and we should not have any kind of violence. The moment it turns into violence, then it becomes a criminal act. And coming to this flag, this is highly condemnable, and this is something really shocking, and I really don't know what kind of mentality, you know, and who are the people behind this, in fact, because this matter will be investigated into and they will not be spared. Let me tell you, because this is not something which I as an Indian or we as an Indian would approve or appreciate this, because
That
all
is
of
great.
us have to conduct.
Obviously, everyone knows nobody is going to appreciate. My question to you was different, sir. What does putting a kalma on the Indian tricolor have to do with Nupur Sharma? If we are to believe this protest is about Nupur Sharma, why was a kalma put on the Indian tricolor? That is my question.
That's what that is what I told you, because this matter will be investigated and has to be investigated, and we have to see who are the people behind this actually. And let me tell you, because it all started on 27th from this very channel, and had the action
You
been
haven't
taken
answered my
immediately.
question.
No,
I didn't ask you for a background to the controversy. I am again asking you that if you are still saying, my point is simple. Sir, my point is simple. These protests had got nothing to do with Nupur Sharma. Nupur Sharma was used as an excuse largely. The point was very different. And I am illustrating that by showing this flag. And I am asking you, if you still insist that this is about Nupur Sharma, tell me what this flag has to do with Nupur Sharma. That's my question. What does putting a kalma on a tricolor have to do with Nupur Sharma? Period. That's my question.
Padmaja, that is what I told you, because it all started on 27. It is all about Nupur Sharma. But as far as this tricolor flag is concerned,
you haven't told me how.
The kalma is written. When this kalma is written on this, who are the people behind this and who has hatched this conspiracy?
These are people who came out after Friday press.
No, we have
what
to
is the mystery?
Investigate. Yeah, so we have to investigate the matter. And this is something really, you know, I would call.
This is not something in hiding. It is in full public glare. It has been caught on camera. There are people waving this flag. What takes you so much time to identify and book? What takes you so much time in order to figure out who's done it and why? What is the prevarication all about? This wasn't done in secrecy. It is being done in public, and it is waved in your face. It is waved in your face and my face. This is desecration of a national emblem. This is insult to national flag. This is defiling a national emblem. Why have you done that?
Very simple.
And why have you allowed
the idea of putting it all out in terms of clear visuals before you is to help you decide. We are being told that this violence was sparked by one person and her comments. What followed today didn't even have the remotest relation to that person. This can be a law and order issue. It can be treated as a crime. But for the actual solution to happen, the problem has to be identified and accepted. And going by all the reactions that you've seen so far, do you think that anyone's willing to acknowledge the problem? I'll leave that for you to decide. Thanks very much, gentlemen, for joining me. All right, joining me now today are some very interesting people, because while a lot of talk goes on about what is the radical fringe, who are the people who hit the streets, whether sane voices are going to prevail, there are plenty of sane voices. But what are they thinking at this point? What is the reason for what we saw unfold across the country? Joining us, Subhui Khan, Zeba Zoaria, student activist, Amna Begum Ansari, research and political analyst, and Dr. Fayaz Ahmed Faizi, who is an author and social activist. Dr. Faizi, I want to start by asking you, why were people on the streets today according to you?
Pardon?
Why do you think people were on the streets? We were told that this was because they were angry or because they were hurt. Nupur Sharma की वजह से ये सब हो रहा है. What is your analysis? Why did the protest happen?
First of all, I would like to thanks to your channel and you that you asked me to share my views on this topic. First, there is over discussion on Hindu communalism. if you want to understand Hindu communism, you have to check about the Muslim communism. This type of protest just in the face of Muslim communism, what I think. May I speak in Hindi?
Yes,
if you allow me?
Please, Dr. Faizi, please.
Hello?
Please, बोलिए ना.
Hello? हाँ, yes, thank you. हाँ, thank you. देखिए, ये जो है आप कोई भी इस तरह की जो बात कही जाती है, किसी से किसी की धार्मिक भावना को आहत पहुँचे, वो ठीक बात नहीं है, चाहे वो किसी धर्म के मानने वाले करें. लेकिन ये जो प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं, इसके पीछे मैं समझता हूँ कि मुस्लिम सांप्रदायिकता जो है, मुस्लिम कम्युनिज्म का एक रोल प्ले हो रहा है और ये बिल्कुल इस मुद्दे को हिंदू मुस्लिम मुद्दा बनाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है, ये मैं समझ रहा हूँ और इसको कंडेम करना चाहिए. और हमारे पास कानून है जो आर्टिकल 295A है, वो इस तरह के चीज़ों को देखने के लिए पर्याप्त है, मैं समझता हूँ. और तो ये आप देखेंगे कि वो जो स्टेटमेंट दिए, मैं समझता हूँ 10-12 दिन हो गए, उसके बाद से अचानक इस तरह के प्रोटेस्ट की जो बाढ़ आ रही है, इसको हमें देखना होगा कि कुछ लोग हैं जो चाहते हैं इस देश के अंदर सांप्रदायिकता जीवित रहे, उस सांप्रदायिकता की वजह से वो अपने सत्ता वर्चस्व का निर्धारण करते हैं. तो मैं समझता हूँ कि मुस्लिम समाज को जो लीड करने वाला जो एलीट क्लास है, जो अशराफ वर्ग है, वो भी इसके पीछे उसकी भी अपनी कुछ है, ताकि हिंदू मुसलमान होता रहे. तो जो हम लोग इसको अपोज करते हैं कि नहीं, अक्सर आप देखेंगे मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया में जो है हिंदू कम्युनिज्म पे तो बात होती है, लेकिन मुस्लिम सांप्रदायिकता पे बात नहीं होती है. और मुस्लिम हिंदू सांप्रदायिकता जो है, मेरा जो मानना है, वो मुस्लिम सांप्रदायिकता के रिएक्शन में है. तो इस पे बहुत कम बात होती है. हम लोग एक आंदोलन की शक्ल में भी और ऐसे भी इसको अपोज कर रहे हैं. इसको चेक करना बहुत जरूरी है जी.
मैं इसके बारे में और आपसे जानना चाहूंगी, बट पहले मैं ज़ेबा ज़ुआरिया को लाना चाहती हूँ, बिकॉज यू आर अ यंग लॉ स्टूडेंट. A lot of people today said कि things won't have come to such a pass, चीजें इतनी खराब नहीं हुई होती अगर 10 दिन पहले ही कुछ कर लिया जाता. Do you think this is residual anger? क्या सच में that theory you believe in, ज़ेबा?
See, it's not something that erupted suddenly, right? It has been going on, and first of all, I would say that advocating violence by any community, that too against an individual, should be condemned, and nobody, and I emphasize, nobody has the right to take law into their own hands and decide the fate of people on street veto. We are living in a 21st century and not in some barbaric backward country. We are a democracy and rule of law should prevail, no matter what the situation is. And having said that, if an action can be taken against Nupur Sharma on charges of blasphemy, then it is also important to do the same when it comes to, people who have abused Hindu gods and goddesses and used derogatory languages, as we saw in the case of the Gyanvapi Masjid. When liberal mainstream media can defend terrorists carrying out acts of terror in Kashmir Valley, the same outrage disappears in the case of Kamlesh Tiwari or Palghar Sadhus and many, many more Hindus who were lynched and murdered. It's utterly shameful to see such incidents of, violence in the democracy. And yeah, there are like two fundamental issues that I want to raise. Is first, that how the left liberals and feminists have totally remained silent when a woman was being given death threats. Their silence have been deafening, and I as a woman call these hypocrites out for their double standards and expose their sinister and anti-India agenda. And secondly, I would say that I think India has not looked at, being a law student myself, I'm saying that we have not looked at reforming law enforcement agencies and even the judiciary itself. These are two very important institutions that needs, that are very inefficient when it comes to mob violence on the street. It's high time these institutions are empowered through legislative process or through ordinance in the upcoming monsoon session of the parliament.
It's interesting you spoke about the silence of feminists, because it's not just the death threats, it's also rape threats that have been given not just against Nupur, her family, her sister, her mother. It's disgusting to see that effigy hanging in the middle of a street. If that hasn't made you ashamed as an Indian, I don't know what will. Subuhi Khan, today we had Imtiaz Jalil, and Member of Parliament, saying if you want this to end, then Nupur Sharma must be hanged. Your thoughts?
First of all, I want to completely condemn and reject this theory, because we see, every day we see on national TV debates, subjects keep changing, but the pattern remains the same. Today it's Nupur Sharma, yesterday it's for the CAA, before that it was NRC. किसी भी सब्जेक्ट को उठाकर सिर्फ अपनी जिद दिखानी है, हठधर्मी दिखानी है और सारे कानून को उठाकर ताक पे रख देना है. Another thing I want to make a statement. In an ideal situation, all faiths, all ideas and all beliefs should be respected, provided that they're not against the law of land or the constitution of our country. If Prophet Muhammad has to be respected in our country, then Mahadev should also be respected. But unfortunately, secularism has lost its meaning these days. In our country, secularism has been distorted to being minoritism. In the garb of being a minority, you can insult Hindu gods and goddesses, you can mock and laugh on Indian culture on national TV debates every day, claiming your right to religion. You can burn the cities, you can put the entire city on hostage, and now you've crossed all the limits. You are declaring bounties and beheading calls on your countrymen. Enough should be enough. कहीं तो जाकर ये थमेगा भाई, कहीं तो जाकर थमेगा. जैसे अभी फैयाज अहमद फैजी जी ने बोला कि आईपीसी में 295A है. If you hurt somebody's religious sentiments, our criminal law deals with it. She will be dealt with according to the law. FIR has already been registered. After investigation, जो भी पाया जाएगा उसकी सजा मिलेगी. ये Islamic State कोई है that we will punish her as per blasphemy, ईश निंदा, गुस्ताखे रसूल की एक ही सजा, सरतन से जुदा. Another hypocrisy and one anti-India narrative I want to expose here, Padmaja. Let me show you two situations here. A person unintentionally insults Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That too after being provoked. Please, we should always remember that. And the person is apologetic about it. The person has issued a written apology that my intention was not to insult anybody and I'm sorry about it. After the apology, the person has been suspended from the political party also. Then what is this hoo-halla all about? You tell me, why are you creating this scene? Another situation I want to show so that we can compare that why this is happening, Padmaja. This is not a coincidence that right now pro-Khalistan rallies are being organized in Punjab. Right now, Prophet's episode is being exaggerated in West Bengal. Right now, riots and stone pelting are happening in Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh. All the border states are being disturbed. This is an anti-India narrative that has been created by anti-national forces and they are trying to instigate a civil war in the country. So, even rational और पढ़े लिखे मुसलमानों की भी जिम्मेदारी है कि ठीक है हम हर्ट हो सकते हैं प्रॉफिट की बेअदबी से, लेकिन हम अपने कंट्रीमैन की गर्दनें नहीं खलम करवाने लग जाएंगे.
मेरे को ये बात बताइए, because this really struck me, Amna Begum Ansari. When did Sir Tan se Juda become so normalized in our country? आज I personally heard at least 6 to 7 different places जहां एक आदमी नहीं, एक मॉब, एक मस्जिद से ये कॉल दी जा रही थी. How did this enter the discourse? How did this get normalized?
Right. First of all, thank you, Padmaja, to give me this opportunity. And without further ado, I would like to say that Indian Muslim now should listen to the greatest Islamic scholar, Wahiduddin Khan and Gandhi ji. Wahiduddin Khan ji has stated clearly that response to speech should be a speech. A response to ideology should be a ideology, not a call for violence. And Indian Muslims should understand that. I understand that speech has hurt the sentiment over our holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but how we are going to tackle this? Are we going to take the legal route or we are going to act as a uncivilized, uncouth, barbarian society and call for the violence? Now this is the high time that we let our constitution and state forces to take the proper action instead of calling all this violence and acting like zombies. Please, this is enough, this is too much. And I condemn all such violence call and all such death, rape threat to the Nupur Sharma. उसने जो बोला उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई हुई है, शी इज ऑलरेडी सस्पेंडेड, देयर इज ऑल्सो एन FIR ओवर उसके ऊपर। बट अभी हम क्या करना चाहते हैं, हम क्या राइट करना चाहते हैं, हम इस इंडिया को किस तरह से चलाना चाहते हैं, क्या ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से चलेगा या फिर ये स्ट्रीट पावर से चलेगा? तो जितने भी सेंसिबल मुस्लिम हैं इंडिया में, मैं चाहती हूँ आप प्लीज और प्लीज वहीदुद्दीन साहब को सुनिए। ब्लास्फेमी में उन्होंने क्लियरली बोला है कि देयर इज नो सच कॉल फॉर द no such a call over the blasphemy. So we are not even reading our own scripture. We are not even listening to these moderate and great Islamic scholars.
So Dr. Faizi, ये बताइए, you kept saying कि यहाँ पर जो इस्लामिक कम्युनलिज्म है उसके बारे में बात नहीं की जाती है। क्या ये कम्युनलिज्म हाल फिलहाल में बढ़ा है? हाँ तो क्यों और कहां से?
नहीं, बिल्कुल बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण सवाल है। देखिए, जब अशराफ का शासनकाल का डाउनफॉल हो रहा था इंडिया में, मैं उसको मुस्लिम शासनकाल नहीं कहता हूँ। जो एलीट क्लास है मुसलमानों का, जो रूरल क्लास रहा है इंडिया में, दो तरह के मुस्लिम हैं। एक इंडिजिनस मुस्लिम है जो कभी रूलिंग क्लास नहीं रहा है, और एक जो बाहर से आए हुए मुसलमान है जो रूलिंग क्लास रहा है। तो वहाँ से जब उनका डाउनफॉल हो रहा था, तो वहाँ से मुस्लिम कम्युनिज्म, टू नेशन थ्योरी और ये सेपरेट इलेक्ट्रेट या इस तरह की जो एक अलगाववाद का एक जो मेंटलिटी है, टू नेशन थ्योरी के माध्यम से आया, वहाँ से ये चीज़ें चल रही हैं। और ये मुस्लिम सांप्रदायिकता का हमने नुकसान देखा है। देश तीन टुकड़े में हमारा प्यारा देश बट गया, तो ये कोई नई बात नहीं है। और इस तरह के लोग जो हैं मुस्लिम सांप्रदायिकता को जीवित रखते हैं। पार्टीशन के बाद भी जो अशराफ वर्ग है उसने मुस्लिम सांप्रदायिकता को ज़िंदा रखता है, और समय समय पे ये मौका तलाश करते रहते हैं। देखिए, वंदे मातरम में भी ये हिंदू मुस्लिम ले आते हैं कि उसमें भी सांप्रदायिकता देखते हैं। इस वक्त जो एक स्टेटमेंट आया उसमें भी ये ब्लास्फेमी की बात की जा रही है। मैंने इससे पहले भी कहा कि हमारे पास उसके लिए कानून है, कानून लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के हिसाब से वो होगा। मौलाना वहीदुद्दीन खान को रेफ़र कर रही थी, अच्छी बात है अगर किसी इस्लामिक स्कॉलर ने इस तरह की बात लिखी है। हम इस्लामिक फ़िक्र में पढ़े ही क्यों? क्या ये देश इस्लामिक शरिया से चलेगा या संविधान से चलेगा? मौलाना वहीदुद्दीन खान ने अगर क्या इसके अगेंस्ट भी लिखा, जैसे इमाम तैमिया ने लिखा है कि सरतन से जुदा होना चाहिए, वहीं से सारा सिस्टम शुरू होता है। अल्लाह के रसूल सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम तो जब उन्होंने अपना काम शुरू किया, मैं एक थोड़ा सा इस्लामिक बैकग्राउंड भी बताना चाहूँगा ताकि लोगों को बात क्लियर हो जाए। तो उन पे तो पर्सनल कमेंट बहुत ज़्यादा किए जाते थे, पर्सनली उनको बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान किया जाता था, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी भी इस पे जो है विरोध नहीं किया। पर्सनल अटैक करने वाले पे, उनकी फैमिली पे अटैक करने वाले को वो माफ़ कर दिया करते थे। तो वो उनके जीवन काल में और इमाम तैमिया के उस किताब लिखने से पहले तक ब्लास्फेमी इस तरह की चीज़ें नहीं थी। तो हम इस्लामिक बहस में नहीं जाना चाहते हैं, देश संविधान से चलता है, तो इस मामले में जो हमारा कानून है उसे देखना चाहिए। लेकिन दिक्कत क्या है कि कुछ लोग हैं वो हिंदू मुसलमान करते हैं, और विशेष रूप से अशराफ वर्ग है जो पूरे मुस्लिम समाज को लीड करता है, वो इस तरह का। अभी देखिए, वो स्टेटमेंट बनाए 10-12 दिन हो गए, और ये प्रोटेस्ट का सिलसिला इधर जोर पकड़ा है। इस फ्राइडे को ज़्यादा, वो पिछले फ्राइडे को एक जगह हुआ था। तो उनका काम जो है इसको ज़िंदा रखना, और इसमें जो नुकसान होता है जब सांप्रदायिकता बढ़ती है, तो उसमें हिंदू समाज का जो लोअर तबका है उसका नुकसान होता है, मुस्लिम समाज का जो लोअर तबका है उसका नुकसान है, क्योंकि ठेले पे फल वो बेच रहा है, छोटी दुकान उसकी है। और ये जो AC में बैठे हुए लोग हैं, जैसे देखिए एक देवबंदी मसलक के मौलाना मदनी ने स्टेटमेंट दिया कि हम जेल भरो आंदोलन करेंगे। उधर बरेलवी मकतब फ़िक्र के मौलाना रज़ा ने कहा कि हम जेल भरो आंदोलन करेंगे, और सड़क पे पसमानदा घूम रहा है, वो पुलिस उसको पकड़ के ले जा रही है, पत्थर और ये इस तरह की भीड़ में जो है आम पब्लिक होती है उसको नुकसान है। ये AC में बैठ के स्टेटमेंट देते हैं, उससे माहौल ख़राब होता है। तो हम बिल्कुल इसको कंडेम करते हैं कि मुस्लिम सांप्रदायिकता पे मेरा आग्रह है कि आप इसको कंटिन्यू इस बात को करें कि मुस्लिम सांप्रदायिकता पे भी बात होनी चाहिए। और मुस्लिम सांप्रदायिकता, अक्सर लोग कहते हैं कि माइनॉरिटी की सांप्रदायिकता खतरनाक नहीं होती है, बहुसंख्यक समाज की जो मेजॉरिटी है उसकी सांप्रदायिकता खतरनाक होती है। लेकिन भारत देश में हमने देखा है कि माइनॉरिटी की सांप्रदायिकता ने हमारा ज़्यादा नुकसान किया। हमारे पास इसके तल्ख तजर्बात हैं, हमने बहुत ही कटु अनुभव
जो आप
किया
ये बात कर रहे हैं, यही चीज मोस्ट पीपल स्पेशली पॉलिटिशियंस डू नॉट एडमिट, एक्सेप्ट और एक्नॉलेज। इसीलिए ये सांप्रदायिकता फैलती है, नुकसान लोगों का होता है, गरीबों का, एंड इट इज नेवर एड्रेस्ड. I do not believe when people say that there are no moderate Muslims. Unfortunately, we do not hear enough of them because they are not the ones who are in politics. They are not the ones who voice these moderate thoughts. But that was the idea of having you hear these very informed voices, and it gives me the greatest of pleasure that the maximum number of such voices are those of women. So thank you very much, all ladies, and Dr. Fayaz Ahmed Faizi, thank you very much for speaking up and saying what you do. Thanks for watching.
The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break. Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is.
You're watching the News Hour at 10. The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break. Times now. Action begins here. The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break. Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी।
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching News Now Overnight with me, Priya Behel. What a day it has been as a protest raged across the country. What happened? Where did it happen? How did it happen? And why did it happen? We look at all those questions over the course of next 1 hour. First up, the top stories. 2 weeks after Nupur Sharma's comments against Prophet, fury suddenly finds an outlet on the streets. From Karnataka to Kashmir, protests break out after Friday prayers. These are not democratic protests. This is anarchy. Law and order is lying in tatters. Rioters running amok. Not just stone pelting and arson, even policemen shot at.
देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए सर।
Such was the rage with which a mob unleashed violence that even policemen were left whimpering and pleading for help. Several cops, including the SP, injured in Ranchi, DM attacked in Prayagraj. Brazen calls for beheading blared across streets in several cities. Even children were not spared, used as tools to spread hate. Uttar Pradesh witnesses violent protests in Muradabad and Saharanpur. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath orders action against culprits. 136 arrested. Even police laxity is going to be under the scanner. Mass protests after prayers at Jama Masjid in Delhi. Shahi Imam says mosque does not endorse it. Police sources are now hinting at role of political outfit. Days after Jammu cleric calls for chopping of hands and beheading of Nupur Sharma, he is still free. His supporters indulge in furious stone pelting from the mosque. Even national flag wasn't spared by protesters. Some politicians still support this mob fury. Defend arsonists, back hang Nupur demands. BJP bags 3 seats in Karnataka while Congress wins 1. Tally reversed in Rajasthan, Haryana and Maharashtra, results on hold after complaints that have been filed with the Election Commission. Today was the first Friday after the Kanpur violence, and as soon as it was 2 p.m. and people came out of the mosques after Friday prayers, protests were seen in different parts of the country. First, it was the Jama Masjid, where thousands gathered and raised slogans against Nupur Sharma for her comments against Prophet Muhammad, demanding that she should be put behind bars. Then, one city after the other, videos of protests started emerging from Uttar Pradesh to Delhi to West Bengal to Karnataka and Kashmir. People descended on the streets in large numbers. In some places, the protests turned violent. Stones were pelted, even vehicles torched. Let's now take a look one by one what really unfolded across the country. First up is Jharkhand, where protesters clashed with policemen and the state's armed police force. Stones were pelted, even bullets were fired, and men in khaki were attacked. Ranchi SP and SSP were among the policemen who sustained injuries. A bloodied SP was ferried away from the protest site, even as those on duty fired shots in the direction of the unruly mob to disperse them.
It's desperation and fear at its most rawest. A man caught between a stone-pelting mob, murderous and unrelenting. Soon after Friday prayers today, chaos gripped the streets of Jharkhand's capital city. Shops and vehicles were set on fire. Police stepped in. The mob turned on them. Bullets were fired. Chunks of stones littered the streets. At the end of the day, scores of policemen were left injured, including the SP and SSP. Their helplessness captured in this clip that has the country watching in horror.
देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा देखिए देखिए आप इधर आ जाइए इधर आ जाइए छिप जाइए इधर आ जाइए सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर हमको कवर में लगा मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर जल्दी से सर देखिए अभी पत्थर चला रहा था.
Controversial remarks on Prophet by suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma snowballed into a wildfire that ripped through Ranchi. Protesters took law into their own hands, and what happened later is on your screens. The administration has now clamped a curfew, and the Chief Minister has hinted at a pre-planned conspiracy.
ये निश्चित रूप से चिंता का विषय है और सिर्फ आज की घटना नहीं, ये घटना से जुड़े विषय पर भी चिंता का आवश्यकता है। कुछ ऐसे शक्तियों का शिकार हो रहे हैं जिसका परिणाम हम सबको भुगतना पड़ेगा।
इस प्रकार आज रांची की राजधानी, जहां मुख्यमंत्री उपस्थित है, जहां चीफ सेक्रेटरी उपस्थित है, जहां डीजीपी, पूरी सरकार, इस तरह की भीड़ अहिंसक होना और जिस तरह उपद्रवी तत्व के द्वारा लगातार 40 फायरिंग करके जिसमें एसपी को भी शायद गोली लगी है, तो सरकार से मांग है कि एसआईटी बनाकर अविलंब इसकी जांच हो।
For now, things have quietened after a curfew being imposed in 2 hot spots. The state is only just beginning to count its losses. Bureau Report, Times Now.
Breaking developments coming in. Unfortunately, this Friday fury has now turned deadly. First casualty has been reported from Ranchi. One person has lost his life in the violence that raged on the streets. Ranchi Rural SP Naushad Alam spoke to Times Now.
अच्छा सर, ये आज वाले हिंसा में क्या एक जने की डेथ हुई है?
हाँ, एक आदमी की डेथ हुई है जिसका नाम है, हाँ, लेक रोड है, मोहल्ला है, वहीं का वो लड़का था जी। करीब 15-16 साल का एज है जी।
और सर ये कंफर्म हो पाए कि किस वजह से, मतलब कहाँ से गोली लगी उससे? वो
सर में उसको चोट आई है। सर में चोट आने की वजह से वो डेथ किया है। अच्छा सर, इंजरी फटल था जी, ऑन स्पॉट ही। अब क्या चीज से लगा, गोली से लगी है या पत्थर किसी से लगा? कई लोग पत्थर भी तो साइमल्टेनियस चल रहा था
जी 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 जी।
तो डॉक्टर बताएंगे उसको
पोस्टमार्टम में। पर एक डेड कंफर्म है सर ये?
हाँ हाँ वो है।
We earlier also saw images of an SP level officer sustaining injury to his head in the stone pelting. Now figures that are being put out by the Jharkhand police state that 11 police personnel have sustained injuries as well as 12 protesters have also been hurt. However, the cops clarify that situation now has been brought under control. Extra forces have also been deployed. Senior police officers including IG and superintendents of police and deputy SPs are camping in the violence hit areas. But is it too late for this clampdown, because a precious life has already been lost in Ranchi is the big question over here now. However, there are attempts being made to restore the peace and calm in this area. We earlier also saw visuals coming out of Hanuman Chalisa being recited in the area close to where violence had broken out. The latest information coming in from there is that 11 police personnel and 12 protesters have been injured. We spoke to the Chief Minister also, Hemant Soren. He said that action has been taken. They have become victims of pre-planned attack, he said, but there are no details coming as of now as to who was behind this planning of the attack that happened in Jharkhand. What was interesting was that we also spoke to Irfan Solanki, who is a Congress MLA from the state, and he came out to say that policemen are the ones to blame for what happened there and not the protesters. My colleague Padmaja Joshi had earlier confronted Irfan Solanki, where he came out to defend his statement as well, saying that it is the police that had opened fire on people and action will be taken against the policemen. He, however, did not condemn any of those people who indulged in stone pelting. Moving on, and in Uttar Pradesh as well, there was violence that was visible in several cities, several districts, including Saharanpur, Ambedkar Nagar, Firozabad, Moradabad and Prayagraj. The police have now started cracking down on the vandalism and violent clashes. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath held a security review meeting with top officials earlier, giving clear instructions to take stringent action against anti-social elements. As Friday prayers ended, this was the scene in Saharanpur. The Namazis pouring out into the streets in a sudden protest. Crowds assembling without notice, without permission. And soon, the police was being targeted.
जुमे की नमाज के बाद कुछ उपद्रवी इकट्ठे होकर उन्होंने यहां से चौराहे तक मार्च करने का प्रयास किया। तो जब चौराहे पे पहुंचे तो वहां हमें सूचना मिली, मौके पे पहुंच के उस भीड़ को डिस्पर्स किया गया। ये भी संज्ञान में आया कि वापस लौटते हुए उन्होंने कुछ दुकानों पे कुछ टी शर्ट्स वगैरह लूटने का प्रयास किया और कुछ वाहन जो दोपहिया यहाँ खड़े थे उनको पलटा, उन पे लाठीचार्ज किया गया। उनके खिलाफ अब मुकदमा कायम करके सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। जिन्होंने भी इस तरह का उपद्रव किया है उनकी प्रॉपर वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग है, मीडिया पर्सनल से भी वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग ली जाएगी और सख्ती से उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी।
900 kilometers away from Saharanpur, tensions were also brewing in Prayagraj. Here too, post-Friday prayers, the mood was of confrontation. Soon, they were literally mocking at the law, aiming stones and bricks at the policemen. With things going out of hand, the men in uniform launched a counter. By the time rioters were dispersed, the damage they had caused was evident.
इस इलाके में नमाज सकुशल अता हो चुकी थी। सभी लोग अपने अपने घरों को जा चुके थे। उसके बाद कुछ नई उम्र के लड़के गलियों में आए, उनको समझाने का प्रयास किया गया। उनमें से कुछ लोगों ने ईंट पत्थर चलाए, जिसके जवाब में पुलिस ने काफ़ी देर तक समझाया बुझाया। डीएम साहब भी मौजूद थे, हम मौजूद थे और अधिकारी मौजूद थे यहाँ पे। समझाने बुझाने के बाद भी जब वो नहीं माने, बहुत छोटे छोटे नाबालिग लोग भी थे, उसमें बड़े लोग भी थे, शामिल थे। उसके बाद पुलिस ने हल्का बल प्रयोग करके सभी लोगों को अपने अपने घरों को रुखसत किया।
Around the same time in Moradabad, a similar script was playing out. A charged crowd indulging in heavy sloganeering. With this mob seeming in no mood to leave, the police stepping in to chase them away.
अब मैं प्रदेश की जनता को आश्वस्त करता हूं कि जो लोग कानून का पालन करते हैं उनको कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी और जिन लोगों ने कानून अपने हाथ में लिया है हम किसी को भी नहीं छोड़ेंगे और उनको न्यायालय के समक्ष खड़ा करेंगे ताकि उनको दंडित किया जाए। एक आरएएफ के जवान को जरूर पत्थर की चोट लगी है मुंह पर, उसका इलाज किया जा रहा है, वो आउट ऑफ डेंजर है। बाकी छोटे मोटे हमारे वीर जवान हैं, हम लोग कभी अपनी चोटों का जिक्र नहीं करते और ना हम इनसे डरते हैं।
In stark contrast, the protest in Lucknow was civil. Even Kanpur, that had witnessed stone pelting last Friday, was peaceful today. But what happened in places like Saharanpur, Moradabad and Prayagraj has come as a rude wake-up call. Bureau Report, Times Now. Breaking news coming in as protests turned violent across UP, and after Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath said that no one should be spared, police have cracked down on the accused. 136 arrests have taken place so far within a matter of hours across 6 cities in the state. Our reporters have also sent us a breakdown of where the arrests have taken place in Prayagraj, in Moradabad, in Saharanpur, in Hathras, in Firozabad, in Ambedkar Nagar. Several people have been arrested. Amir, it is over to you for more details.
Well, Priya, this is almost like a rerun of the 2019 December anti-CAA violent protests, after which hundreds of FIRs were actually registered, and thousands of such law violators and accused were actually booked. Now, obviously, the number of people who had turned up during Jummah prayers today, they were expected. This is something that has to be contained from both sides. While the police has to be very, very vigilant as far as number of people who are turning congregations to avoid any flare-up of violence, adequate police needs to be done. On the other side, leaders need to pitch in as far as containing law and order or any flare-up is concerned. 136 people have been placed under arrest, have been found involved in violent protests that have taken place from Saharanpur to Moradabad to Prayagraj. Prayagraj definitely was the most tricky for the police because therein not just the ADG, also the district magistrate under attack, and therefore it was quite challenging for the police to contain the situation over there. As far as Kanpur is concerned, Kanpur had been on the tenterhooks since the last 1 week. Friday's eruption of violence.
Right, a quick question, Amir. Will the policemen also be probed, because this is a case of laxity on their part as well? Obviously, now the priority is going to be establish culpability, but one cannot ignore that it wasn't a sudden outburst. We knew that tensions were simmering in Uttar Pradesh, and this could probably have been avoided and preempted.
This will be a part of police investigations as they progress further. As I said earlier, in the Kanpur case that wherein violence had erupted last Friday, already are police investigations that are taking place also from the point of view of intelligence failure, because you would remember the day the violence erupted in Kanpur on the 3rd of June, President of India, the Prime Minister, the Governor,
yes,
the Chief Minister of UP, they were also there. And therefore, the police and the Home Department, including the Chief Minister's office, is quite conscious of the fact that police's should actually have been much better than what it had been. But right now, the focus of the entire Home Department as well as the Chief Minister's office is that everything should come back to normal. Places wherein we have seen violence and the kind of that we have seen today in the afternoon, and therefore Prayagraj, Saharanpur, Hathras, all such which have actually seen violent protests today, we'll see more arrests, and the Chief Minister has clarified all such officials who have been given charge of containing security as well as law and order into their place, responsible for whatever emanates from. Over the next hours, the next few days, we'll see perhaps more arrests taking place and stringent police action and government action as far as these Friday protests are concerned.
Should roll and probably will roll very soon. Thank you, Amir. But who really is behind this violence? How come all of a sudden thousands of people came out on the streets, while in other areas that is still a matter of probe? There is a Prayagraj ADG Prem Prakash who explains precisely how did it happen in that city.
उनमें से नाम आया था, सारा का नाम आया था उससे पहले AIMIM के शाह आलम थे, उसका नाम आया, और यहाँ डॉक्टर आशीष मित्तल का नाम आया। उसके साथ ही जो AIMIM के जो महानगर अध्यक्ष अभी नए बने हैं, और जितने भी यहाँ जो प्रबंधक लोग हैं जो इस्लामिया या इसके मैनेजमेंट से जुड़े हुए हैं, इन सभी लोगों का, क्योंकि वहाँ पर आसपास कहने के बावजूद इन लोगों ने वहाँ स्थिति को नियंत्रित नहीं किया और ये सब जानते थे। आसपास जितने भी ये बिरयानी आदि के ये ठेके लगे हुए हैं और जहाँ भीड़ भाड़ इकट्ठा होती है सभी दोषी हैं। इन लोगों ने भीड़ भाड़ इकट्ठा की और वहाँ पर पथराव कराने के लिए छोटे बच्चों को प्रेरित किया। तो इन सब पर कार्रवाई होगी। ये वहाँ पर मस्जिद भी है, मदरसा भी है, उसी में से निकल कर ये काफी लोग आ रहे थे।
Moving on to West Bengal, where there were also protests that happened across cities. There were highways that were blocked. Protesters used tires. They were set on fire in order to block the highways. But the visuals that you are seeing on your screens right now are disturbing, because if you notice carefully, and if you could play up the ambient sound in those videos, you will see that there are crude bombs being hurled at the policemen by the protesters. There is the smoke that is clearly visible in those visuals. In Howrah city, there was violence. There was also violence in Uruberia over Nupur Sharma's remarks, but protesters were especially audacious because they targeted not just police vehicles but also police station as well as policemen themselves, as is visible in this video that you are seeing on your screens right now. My colleague Tamal Saha sent us this report.
We are on National Highway 6. This is Pachla, which is in Howrah district. A little ahead is Uluberia. This is the same cross-section which had erupted in massive violence after the Friday prayers. Several shops have been vandalized, shops after shops have been set ablaze, and as you see, the shops were set ablaze, police vehicles were set ablaze. As you see, the simmering, the smoldering fire can still be seen over there, and the smoke is coming out. There's a bike over there which has been set ablaze and thrown over there. There you see shops after shops have been vandalized. This entire road was absolutely under siege. Protesters created absolute amok, and that led to a chaotic situation, because all these people who are now going helter and skelter trying to rush back home, they had no other choice but to start walking. Imagine, these people had gone to Kolkata to work and they did not find anything to return. This is the very spot here at Pachla in Howrah, which is little ahead of Uluberia. This entire area had erupted in massive tension. Locals had only seen the entire mob fury unleash the kind of terror they have. Glasses broken all across. I'll ask my video journalist Ronnie to be careful, and over there, as you see, this is a traffic outpost where police officials are supposed to be deployed. This entire place has been vandalized. As you see, bricks have been hurled. Bricks of this kind, this size, have been hurled, and they have been hurled inside with the clear idea to harm whoever is inside. अब थे दादा उस टाइम जब ये हुआ, क्या हुआ? पहले देखिए, ये देखिए। हमको मारा, पूरा मार के फटा दिया, ये देखिए। ओके, सो कितने लोग थे दादा, कितने लोग थे? बहुत सारे लोग आए। पहले 20,000 आदमी है। पहले अंदर देखिए क्या कह रहे देखिए। So these locals who are extremely aggrieved, they are all taking us inside because this entire club has been vandalized. Look here. This is scary. They have hurled stones, bricks, whatever they could lay their hands on,
And these very protesters that Tamal was showing us, who destroyed and vandalized properties and shops in Uluberia, have also attacked BJP offices, is the allegation that leader of opposition in the state, Suvendu Adhikari, is making. He has tweeted BJP party offices of Howrah rural and Uluberia organizational districts as well as Raghudevpur have been either vandalized or set on fire. And this is also the allegation that has been cited in the letter that they have written to the governor, the details of which we will tell you in just a bit. But before that, another tweet by Suvendu Adhikari where he is attacking Mamata Banerjee directly. He says even as the state is burning, Mamata Banerjee is begging to hooligans. He's posted a video along with this tweet alleging that even as hooligans are running rampage, Mamata Banerjee is acting like Nero who fiddled while Rome burnt, and that is why they are seeking central assistance when it comes to maintaining law and order in the state. BJP has now written a letter to the governor. They are saying that law and order situation in the state has completely collapsed. Significantly, this letter mentions that Mamata Banerjee's government has completely failed to control the situation, perhaps as a conscious decision keeping in mind electoral considerations. It grievously puts in peril life and livelihoods of people of Bengal who are becoming unwilling victims of this mindless violence, and this is why they are requesting the governor to call in and deploy Indian Army or paramilitary forces to control this horrible situation. The situation was indeed horrible. We'll tell you on the other side how a matter of protest, which could have been democratic, which is permissible in a country like us, soon descended into calls for beheading and bullets being fired.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spreading the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children.
Welcome back. And today also saw several calls for beheading coming from across the country, which is now giving rise to the question, how can this be allowed? Because while our constitution allows us the right to protest peacefully, with rights come duties. Peaceful protests are our right, but calls to behead and announcing bounties to kill those who you think have offended you is not a democratic right. At least in a dozen states and cities from Srinagar, Ahmedabad, Howrah to Aurangabad, chilling calls to behead Nupur Sharma were issued with impunity. Her effigy was also strung up for people to protest in front of it. It started with Srinagar's Lal Chowk, where chants were raised of Sar Tan Se Juda. One of the people marching along is Fayaz Bukhari, who was suspended from Apni Party for announcing a 10 lakh bounty on Nupur Sharma. The same template was used again, this time in Ahmedabad. Unfortunately, even children were brought to these protests and made to chant violent slogans, poisoning them slowly, mentally.
सोशल मीडिया की वसातत से आपको ये पैगाम पूरी दुनिया को देना चाहते हैं कि जो इंडिया गवर्नमेंट है, जो उस लड़ीज ने बेशर्मा कलाम किया है, सिर्फ यही मुतालबा है, उसको आपने अपने पार्टी से बीजेपी से निकाला है, मगर वो नहीं चलेगा। उसको सजाई मौत देनी है और इसको पहले और उसको अरेस्ट करना है पहले, फिर उसको सजाई मौत देनी है। पर उस रोड पर जैसे सब लोग देख सकते हैं सोशल मीडिया पे।
In Aurangabad as well, Sartan se juda chants were raised. These chants are against the very fabric of our democracy, which is governed by rule of law and not fatwas or extrajudicial calls for killings. Just yesterday, a call was made from a masjid in Jammu, but we'll come to that story eventually. Before that, we want to tell you what reactions have come in on that from Shafiqur Rahman Burke when he was questioned about a man calling for hands to be chopped off and torso to be cut off of Nupur Sharma. He said that an honorable parliamentarian of Akhilesh's party justified the call to behead as action reaction.
नहीं तो अब वो स्टेटमेंट आप उसको कह रहे हैं तो उसके रिएक्शन में ही तो कह रहे हैं वो क्या हमारे नबी की शान में गुस्ताखी की है और फिर इसके बावजूद नो एक्शन। तो इसलिए अब ये एक्शन कोई नहीं है कि सब सस्पेंड कर दिया, बाहर निकाल दिया पार्टी से। आप चाहते कानूनी कार्रवाई जल्द से जल्द हो और इंशाल्लाह फिर ये हालात नॉर्मल हो जाएंगे।
Shocking statement by AIMIM leader as well. He says Nupur Sharma should be hanged. He is in support of that. He further goes on to call for a blasphemy law to be put in place in the country.
इस्लाम जो है वो अमन का मजहब है, इस्लाम जो है वो शांति का मजहब है। यकीनन लोगों के अंदर गुस्सा है। हम भी ये मांगनी करते हैं कि नुपुर शर्मा को फांसी की सजा मिलनी चाहिए करके, वरना अगर उसे आसानी से छोड़ दिया गया तो उसका कोई अंत ही नहीं रहेगा। हम तो ये कह रहे हैं किसी भी जाति, किसी भी धर्म, किसी भी धार्मिक गुरु, किसी भी हमारे नबी के खिलाफ अगर कोई बोलता है तो ऐसा कानून लाया जाए कि उसके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, फौरन कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। नहीं हो रही है, इस वजह से सिर्फ पार्टी से निकालना ये कार्रवाई है।
A day after an ominous death call comes a brazen defiance. Yesterday, Times Now brought you the chilling call by cleric in Jammu's Bhaderwa to chop off the head of Nupur Sharma over her alleged blasphemy. Today, we confronted this hate preacher who went on to justify his violent call. What has emboldened him is the question here. When Times Now's Pradeep Datta confronted him, he was pushed and heckled away. Here is what happened.
हम लोग किसी मजहब के खिलाफ नहीं हैं, हम किसी कम्युनिटी के खिलाफ नहीं हैं, हम सिर्फ जुल्म के खिलाफ हैं। जो जुल्म करेगा हम उसके खिलाफ आवाज़ उठाएंगे। तो मैंने जो कल बात की, मैंने खुद भी देखा कि उस वीडियो को तोड़ मरोड़ करके आगे किया गया। एक्चुअली वो जो स्पीच थी वो इनकम्प्लीट है, लेकिन फिर भी ये बात ठीक नहीं है। अगर इतनी दिखाई गई तो ये ठीक नहीं है। नहीं, गलत था, लेकिन आप इसको दूसरे वे में अगर लेंगे तो तभी आपको गलत दिखेगा। लेकिन मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि हमारा कोई ऐसा इरादा नहीं था। हमारी तो डिमांड थी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में प्रेशर बनाने के लिए, और जज्बातों में आके हमसे ऐसा हो जाता है।
And in case you have forgotten, let's listen in to what this cleric said earlier when he was speaking from top of a mosque addressing his supporters.
अब मेरे भाइयों, लेकिन फर्म को काम करना भी सिखाते हैं, तो इसलिए बातों को
जहन में बिठा दो, हम खामोश तब तक है जब तक हमारा बर्दाश्त कायम है। बर्दाश्त से बाहर निकल गए तो फिर वो नुपुर शर्मा क्या, वो आशीष कोहली क्या, वो नुपुर शर्मा क्या, उनके सर कहीं और धड़ कहीं मिलेंगे। और मैं नबी का कलमे पढ़ने वाला मुसलमान खुद मैदान में आए और ये भगवे भी हमारे दुश्मन, आरएसएस भी हमारी दुश्मन है। तो इसलिए मैं अंजुमन इस्लामिया की तरफ से तमाम अवाम का शुक्रिया करता हूँ। मैंने जैसे पहले ही अर्ज किया कि ये अमन को खराब करने वाले अनासिर हैं, कभी अजान पे कभी पर्दे पे। तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को चाहिए जो अजान के खिलाफ बोले उनका गला पकड़े, अगर जो पर्दे के खिलाफ बोले उनका गला पकड़े। ये गला नहीं पकड़ सकते तो हम गला काटने के लिए तैयार हैं, हम गला काटने के लिए तैयार हैं। और इनको मैं बताना चाहता हूं, सबसे ज्यादा कम दर्जे का मुसलमान इतना ईमान रखता है दुनिया के किसी भी ब्रिगेडियर, किसी भी ताकत गुस्ताख नबी का सर कलम कर सकता।
Now, a day after Kerala gold smuggling case, accused Swapna Suresh claimed that Chief Minister's close aide tried to pressure her into withdrawing her statement. She released an audio conversation with Chief Minister's aide. In the conversation, Pinarayi Vijayan's close aide Shazi Kiran can be heard telling Swapna Suresh not to take up the fight unnecessarily. She is heard advising her not to continue her tirade, but the audio did not have any indication that she was threatened of dire consequences, a claim that she had made yesterday. In an exclusive conversation with Times Now, Swapna Suresh had revealed that a person had approached her on the Chief Minister's behalf, offering a compromise deal.
Shazi Kiran had approached me yesterday in the office at HRDA's India office at Palakkad.
Okay.
And he told me that he is a mediator.
Okay.
Negotiating on a compromise.
Okay.
With regard to the issue that is in air now, right?
Okay.
Regarding the Honorable Chief Minister and the rest of the issues.
Okay.
So he has told me that I have done a big blunder, right?
Okay.
And he has asked me that he has requested me to actually withdraw the 164.
Okay.
And in turn, because I am not interested in finance, he said, this was his sentence, because you're not interested in finance, your travel ban and your case and the rest of the issues will be settled for you, and you can take your kid and leave away.
Okay.
Failing to comply with them or failing to obey them, I will have to face serious issues because I have spoken about somebody, and the number one is actually severely angry and mad.
In the press conference, Swapna Suresh has claimed harassment and said that she had faced immense pressure to ensure that she does not implicate Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Instead, she has been saying that police were drafted in by the state government to tell her, to pressure her into naming RSS and BJP as the ones who are responsible for her making these allegations.
Life in a threat because of all these cases. Adile involved I threat I thought I will disclose all the facts. This case related all facts in Honorable Court statement record ഏതൊക്കെ കേസുണ്ടോ എല്ലാ കേസിന്റെയും എല്ലാവരുടെയും ഇൻവോൾവ്മെന്റിനെ കുറിച്ച് പറയാനാണ്. സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റ് ഇതുവരെ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയിട്ടില്ല, നാളെയും കൂടി ഉണ്ട്. നാളെ ഉച്ചയ്ക്ക് 12 മണിക്ക് ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ വരും, നിങ്ങളോട് എല്ലാം ഡീറ്റെയിൽ ആയിട്ട് നാളെ സംസാരിക്കാം. അതെ, ജീവന് ഭീഷണിയുണ്ട്, അതുകൊണ്ട് മാത്രമാണ് കോടതിയിൽ അത് അറിയിച്ചിട്ട് സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റ് ഇവിടെ റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. പല രീതിയിലുണ്ട്, അത് ഞാൻ നാളെ ലൈഫിന് ചെറിയ ത്രെറ്റ് ഉണ്ട് ബിക്കോസ് ഓഫ് ഓൾ ദീസ് കേസസ്. അതിൽ ഇൻവോൾവ് ആയ ആൾക്കാർ കാരണം എനിക്ക് കുറച്ച് ത്രെറ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഐ തോട്ട് ഐ വിൽ ഡിസ്ക്ലോസ് ഓൾ ദ ഫാക്ട്സ്. ഈ കേസുമായിട്ട് റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാ ഫാക്ട്സും ഹോണറബിൾ കോർട്ടിൽ സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്യാമെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ച് വന്നത്. ഏതൊക്കെ കേസുണ്ടോ എല്ലാ കേസിൻ്റെയും എല്ലാവരുടെയും ഇൻവോൾവ്മെൻറ്റിനെ കുറിച്ച് പറയാനാണ്. സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് ഇതുവരെ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയിട്ടില്ല. നാളെയും കൂടി ഉണ്ട്. നാളെ ഉച്ചയ്ക്ക് 12 മണിക്ക് ഞാനിവിടെ വരും. നിങ്ങളോട് എല്ലാം ഡീറ്റെയിൽ ആയിട്ട് നാളെ സംസാരിക്കാം. അതെ, ജീവന് ഭീഷണിയുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് മാത്രമാണ് കോടതിയിൽ അത് അറിയിച്ചിട്ട് സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് ഇവിടെ റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. പല രീതിയിലുണ്ട്. അത് ഞാൻ നാളെ.
Today was also the day when Rajya Sabha elections took place across 4 states. Focusing on Karnataka, it is the BJP that has had the last laugh as it has won 3 Rajya Sabha seats. That was the total figure of seats that the BJP had contested in out of total 4 that were going vacant and were up for grabs from the state. Congress has managed to win only one of the 2 seats on which it had fielded its candidates, Nirmala Sitharaman being one of the winning candidates.
Well, it humbles me. It's an honor that the state has bestowed on me. I will have to continue serving the state as I did or even better in this term.
Ma'am, as far as when it comes to the funds, only the opposition parties made several allegations on the Nirmala Sitharaman ji when she was the finance minister. She is a finance minister also.
What are the several allegations? Can you repeat some of them?
They spoke about GST compensation.
So what is the allegation on that?
They said that they did not...
That's not Nirmala Sitharaman. It is the GST Council which decides, in which every state finance minister sits, and the kind of compensation which is being distributed is distributed post the consent being given by all of them.
Imran now joins us for more details on this story. Imran, were there any surprises in the results? Because we know that the remaining seat, the 4th seat, was won by Congress's Jairam Ramesh. However, JDS could not open their account.
Well, absolutely. In fact, when the Congress and JDS couldn't come to an understanding over this candidate, whether both the parties decided to field either the Kupendra Reddy, who is the JDS candidate, or the second candidate of the Congress, it was foregone conclusion that the BJP will have an easy victory. But the crossroads of 2 JDS candidates was a surprise element. Both Srinivas Gowda from the Kolar MLA and Srinivas Gubbi both abstained. One cross-voted for Congress and one abstained from voting. It came as a surprise to JDS, and it was the final card played by the Congress, but it didn't affect the Congress's results. The BJP had an easy victory there, with Leher Singh Siroya being the 3rd Rajya Sabha member from the BJP.
Right. Thank you, Imran, for joining us with those inputs. Now moving on to results coming out of Rajasthan, where the ruling Congress party has won 3 out of the 4 Rajya Sabha seats, overcoming the challenge that was posed by BJP-backed independent candidate Subhash Chandra. BJP got the 4th seat. Its candidate and former minister Ghanshyam Tiwari said that he had also won, polling 43 votes. Congress candidates Randeep Surjewala and Mukul Vasnik as well as Pramod Tiwari were elected to the Rajya Sabha. The announcement was made by the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Ashok Gehlot. That's all that we could pack for you in this broadcast. Thank you for watching.
Sir? Times now. Action begins here.
updates. Interpol has now issued a red corner notice against gangster Goldie Brar, who recently claimed responsibility for the murder of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala. According to the CBI, this will enable his extradition to India. Interpol has also issued a red corner notice against gangster-turned-terrorist Harvinder Singh Rinda, who is also wanted in the Mohali terror attack, Ludhiana court complex attack and several other terror strikes in Punjab and in North India. Addressing a rally in Kolkata, BJP chief JP Nadda launched a fresh attack on Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Nadda says that there is no governance model in Bengal and that the state continues to witness scams and corruption under Mamata's rule. As per sources, Myanmar Foreign Minister is unlikely to attend the ASEAN Foreign Ministers meeting, which will be co-chaired by the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and a Singaporean counterpart.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही, जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार
national updates. Interpol has now issued a red corner notice against gangster Goldie Brar, who recently claimed responsibility for the murder of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala. According to the CBI, this will enable his extradition to India.
Interpol has also issued a red corner notice against gangster-turned-terrorist Harvinder Singh Rinda, who is also wanted in the Mohali terror attack, Ludhiana court complex attack and several other terror strikes in Punjab and in North India.
Addressing a rally in Kolkata, BJP chief JP Nadda launched a fresh attack on Chief Minister Mamata